My Crown Prince Consort is a Firecracker chapter 159 to chapter 319. The guard captain was shocked and dodged backward while holding the brocade box. He raised his scabbard to block the soft, jade-like hand. Commandery Princess, please stay your hand. This is a gift prepared by His Highness the Crown Prince. Please be careful and don't damage it. A gift from Brother Crown Prince? Who is it for? The newcomer was a young girl about 13 years old. She was wearing a long dress embroidered with golden flowers, and her glossy black hair reached her waist. There was an 8-treasure glazed hairpin inserted into her loose black hair. Her skin was creamy, and her face was like a full moon. She was extremely charming. At this moment, her hand was tightly clasped around the guard captain's wrist. Her eyes were sharp as she coldly stared at the other party. Commandery Princess Huiyin. The guard captain did not appear overly flustered when facing this pampered commandery princess. He only respectfully said, "This subordinate is only responsible for escorting this batch of goods and does not know anything else. Let go. Let this commandery princess see what's inside the box." Commandery Princess Huiyin pursed her lips and coldly stared at the guard captain. Please forgive this subordinate for not being able to comply. Insolence. Commandery Princess Huiyin was enraged. She raised her willowy eyebrows and glared at him coldly. He Tian. You, a mere centurion of the Imperial Guard, dare to look down on this commandery princess like this? How should you be punished? Commandery Princess, this subordinate does not dare. However, this subordinate has no choice but to obey the king's orders. Commandery Princess, please make way. This subordinate and his subordinate still need to leave the city and cannot be delayed. He Tian held the box with one hand and crossed his thick arm in front of his chest as he loudly spoke to Commandery Princess Huiyin. You impudent dog slave. How dare you look down on this commandery princess? Commandery Princess Huiyin gritted her teeth and cursed as she pulled out a whip from her waist. With a smack, she heavily swung it at He Tian's arm. He Tian was as immovable as a mountain and tightly hugged the brocade box in his arm. His eyes were unperturbed as he looked at the pampered commandery princess and coldly said, Commandery Princess, this subordinate is following His Highness the Crown Prince's orders. You dog slave, you're using Brother Crown Prince to suppress this commandery princess again. Huiyin didn't wait for him to finish before scolding him. She raised the whip in her hand again, and this time, she didn't hesitate to lash it at Captain He Tian's face. Seeing that the whip was about to land on He Tian's face, He Tian did not dodge or move. A magnetic voice with endless coldness suddenly sounded. Huiyin, what are you doing? Commandery Princess Huiyin's whip was raised high in the air, unable to descend. She turned her head and hurriedly put away the whip. She put on a soft and sweet expression and ran up the stairs with a face full of joy. Brother Crown Prince. She raised her head to look at that faintly discernible white robe. Although His Highness the Crown Prince was standing against the light and his handsome face couldn't be seen clearly, Huiyin didn't know why, but her maiden heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest, thumping non-stop. It stinks. Before Commandery Princess Huiyin could come within 2 feet of him, the Crown Prince swiftly raised his leg and very nonchalantly kicked the flying commandery princess down the steps. Hidden Flower, the captain of the hidden pavilion, who was standing beside the Crown Prince, was speechless. The ministers who had rushed down the steps to speak with the Crown Prince, Commandery Princess Huiyin rolled down the steps. She originally wanted to steady herself, but for some reason, she tripped and fell flat on her face. The scene was so beautiful that no one could bear to look at it directly. Why are you still standing here? The Crown Prince angrily rebuked He Tian with a sullen face. Are you an idiot? You don't know how to fight back when someone hits you? You didn't even dodge. Do you think you're made of stone? The ministers who had rushed down to mediate the fight, that's a commandery princess, my lord. Is it really okay for you to instigate a lowly centurion under your command to rebel and attack the commandery princess? He Tian immediately cupped his hands and admitted his mistake with a serious expression. Yes, this humble subordinate will immediately depart. The next time I encounter something like this, I definitely won't not retaliate. Hidden Flower's mouth twitched. He freaking felt that the personal guards brought by the Royal Guard commander, Hui Feng, were similar to him, a bunch of hotheads, the crown prince, who was worried sick about his subordinates, sighed helplessly and turned to look at Hidden Flower. Why are you still here? This subordinate will go immediately. Hidden Flower's expression turned solemn, and he quickly followed Xianxia's group. He had promised His Highness the Crown Prince that he would personally patrol Shijiao City in His Highness' stead. It was not until Xianxia's group had rolled far away that Commandery Princess Huiyan, who had fallen flat on her face, finally realized that her brother the Crown Prince had mercilessly kicked her flying. Commandery Princess, her personal maidservant cautiously called out to the Commandery Princess. This maidservant will help you up. I don't need you to help me. Commandery Princess Huiyan jumped up from the ground. Her well-groomed hair was half disheveled, and she looked very disheveled. The main reason was that she had fallen head first and nibbled on it, and the area around her nose was bleeding. Her appearance was too beautiful, so her personal maidservant did not dare to look straight at her. Go investigate clearly. Brother Crown Prince, who did you give gifts to? Commandery Princess Huiyan was so angry that her lips were trembling, and her heart full of tenderness and sweetness turned into fury. Seeing her personal maidservant's cowardly appearance, Huiyan slapped her and angrily shouted, "Hurry and help this Commandery Princess tidy up my appearance. This Commandery Princess will immediately see Her Majesty the Queen." Her personal maidservant shrunk her neck with a bitter expression. Although she was afraid of Commandery Princess Huiyan, she still could not help but console her. Her Majesty values His Highness the Crown Prince more than her eyes. If such a small matter is brought to Her Majesty, it will only cause her displeasure. Commandery Princess Huiyan angrily stomped her feet. I don't care. Then I'll go reason with Her Majesty the Queen Dowager. Commandery Princess, let's return to the estate first. A few maidservants followed behind her and bitterly consoled her. Although the Queen Dowager usually doted on the Commandery Princess, if it was related to Her Majesty the Queen Dowager's precious grandson, even 10 Commandery Princesses would not be enough. Commandery Princess Huiyan was so angry that she left the royal palace in tears. When Emo Lian heard the report from the eunuch Xiao 11Z, she didn't even raise her head. She only made a sound of acknowledgement, and the brush in her hand moved slightly before she placed it to the side. The Crown Prince propped up his chin with one hand and tilted his head to look at the table. This continued until Xiao 11Z cautiously called out, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the 9th and 10th princesses have arrived." Oh. The Crown Prince moved his elbow and raised his head. His gaze fell on the door. Go ahead. The 9th princess and the 10th princess were both born from concubine Shi. One was 8 years old and the other was 7 years old. Their ages weren't too far apart and they were both cute and delicate. When the 2 children were led into the Eastern Palace by their wet nurses, they were very nervous. Their mother's exhortations kept echoing in their ears. When you go to the Eastern Palace, you must be courteous and respectful to the Crown Prince. You must do everything possible to please the Crown Prince. You must not let the Crown Prince dislike you. Inksnow. Molly. Greetings to the Crown Prince. The 2 of them both crouched and saluted. They were young, but they had learned proper etiquette deep into their bones. Their every move was very standard, as if they were puppets carved from the same mold. Emo Lian frowned. She only glanced at her 2 younger sisters before losing interest. They really were completely different children. The Crown Prince was a bit melancholy. So it wasn't that he changed his personality and liked to be close to children. Instead, the Crown Prince no longer had any interest in looking at his 2 younger sisters. He waved his hand, and Xiao 11Z went forward to whisper something to the 2 wet nurses accompanying them. The wet nurses of the 2 princesses were stunned for a moment before they immediately nodded. They each held the 9th and 10th princesses' small hands and led them out of the Eastern Palace. From beginning to end, the 2 little princesses didn't know what had happened. Why did their royal brother, the Crown Prince, only glance at them and let them leave without saying anything? After leaving the Eastern Palace, the 10th princess burst into tears and asked timidly while sobbing, "Wet nurse, did we make royal brother Crown Prince angry?" The 10th princess wet nurse dotingly hugged the child and repeatedly said, No, His Highness the Crown Prince is busy with work, so he let us leave first." The 10th princess asked pitifully with teary eyes, "Really? Then why didn't royal brother say anything to us? Does he not like us?" The wet nurse repeatedly nodded and then hurriedly shook her head. No, no, don't worry, princess. I will explain to Her Highness concubine Xi. Both princesses are so polite and considerate, so how could His Highness the Crown Prince not like you? Xiao 11Z, who had sent them out, helplessly watched as the wet nurse led the two princesses away. He shook his head and returned to the Eastern Palace. Sigh, I don't know what's wrong with that lord at home again, but he suddenly said that he wanted to see his two royal sisters. In the end, he sent them away without saying anything after they came. Crown Prince, you'll really scare little children if you act so recklessly. When Xiao 11Z returned to the room, he immediately saw his master maintaining the same posture of propping up his chin with his hand and staring motionlessly at the table. He's been standing there in a daze for at least 15 minutes. Xiao 11Z trotted to the Crown Prince's side and wanted to take a look at the table out of curiosity. However, he saw the Crown Prince reach out 2 fingers to pick up the thin drawing paper and raise it high. Xiao 11Z didn't even see a strand of hair. On the drawing paper was a little girl with a stoic face. She was expressionlessly looking at him. Her clear black and white eyes were like 2 cold pools. If one wasn't careful, they could suck in one's soul remembrance. The little girl in the painting was held above her head by 2 hands. If he dared to do this in real life, she would definitely beat him until his face was swollen. The Crown Prince stared at the painting for a long time and muttered to himself, "You look at me expressionlessly all day long, probably because you are lazy. Fine. Laugh. Let's go." Who's looking at His Highness expressionlessly? Who dares to be so rude in front of His Highness that he can't even be bothered to smile? Xiao 11Z immediately jumped out and voiced his doubts. Who was so fearless as to treat their master like this? When had their master's temper ever been so good? I can't kill her. The Crown Prince glanced at his personal eunuch and thought, so stupid. Why did I take him in? Your Highness, the 2 princesses left the Eastern Palace with apprehension. They were very sad. Xiao 11Z hurriedly came forward and reported, I'm afraid that when I return, I won't be able to escape concubine Xi's scolding. The Crown Prince said nothing. Xiao 11Z snuck a glance at the Crown Prince and cleared his throat before asking, why did your Highness chase the 2 princesses away without saying a word? Saying a few words of comfort was better than not saying anything at all, right? Because. The Crown Prince smoothed out the drawing paper in his hand and gently folded it. He then stood up and slowly said, they're not as cute as her at all. The vassal king of Nan's Estatia. A series of messy smashing noises came from Commandery Princess Hui An's boudoir, and it had not stopped for an hour. Commandery Princess, Commandery Princess. Guard Yan has returned. Her personal maidservant tremblingly closed the door and was almost hit in the head by a teacup thrown at her. She rolled on the floor in a panic and repeatedly kowtowed to beg for mercy. Idiot, hurry up and call him in. Commandery Princess Hui An angrily sat down on the round-backed chair and fiercely slammed the table. A tanned young man who looked like a farmer strode in and cupped his hands in salute. Commandery Princess. This subordinate has investigated and found that the caravan is heading toward Xijiao City. What kind of place is Xijiao City? The Commandery Princess frowned. Xijiao City is quite far from the royal capital. It's a small city. Why did Brother Crown Prince send people there? Huiyan muttered to herself. This subordinate has also investigated and found that the Crown Prince ordered people to wantonly purchase a lot of items for young ladies in the city these past 2 days. Women? Huiyan's voice rose an octave before she heavily slammed the table. She gritted her teeth and said, what a little b******. When did His Highness the Crown Prince get seduced by a little b***** without her knowledge? Nian Kuei, I want you to immediately take 2 people and follow them. Once you reach Xijiao City, investigate that b*****'s origins. Commandery Princess Huiyan's voice was as cold as ice. Yes, Commandery Princess. Nian Kuei nodded. Should we capture her? No need. Huiyan gritted her teeth and pushed a small box in front of Nian Kuei. Just make that little b***** consume this. Huiyan's lips tugged into a malicious smile. I want that b***** to beg for death. Since she dared to steal Brother Crown Prince's favor from her, the Golden Commandery Princess Huiyan, then she would make that b***** suffer for the rest of her life. Your Highness. Huifeng lightly leaped and landed outside the pavilion before saluting. The crown prince was sitting next to the railing in a leisurely and elegant manner. His slender fingers pinched a few pieces of pastry powder and tossed them into the pool. Commandery Princess Huian sent 3 royal guards to Shizhou City. One of them is a 7th-layer body-tempering cultivator. Huifeng's words caused the crown prince's fingers to pause. A trace of mockery flashed in the depths of the crown prince's eyes. His voice was indifferent as he said, "Let her be. You'll die if you underestimate baby Qiao." His mood was inexplicably excited. Darling Qiao should be quite bored after settling down in Shizhou City, so it would be good for her to practice her skills with these 3 idiots. "Your Highness, the Great King has summoned you." "Read it." The crown prince flicked his sleeves, his voice indifferent. The Great King decreed, "For the past few days, the zombies have been wreaking havoc in the royal city, causing the people to be unable to make a living and suffering. This lonely one is deeply worried and unable to sleep at night. Today, I've decided to go to Mount Hong to pray for the people and set off immediately." He promoted the crown prince to be a regent and to handle the daily affairs of the state. The afternoon breeze caressed the crown prince's face. Although the weather was very hot, the eunuch who delivered the edict felt waves of cold air. After reading the edict, he stood there stiffly, not daring to move. The crown prince raised his eyebrows with a faint smile. Who else did the Great King bring with him? Although the crown prince didn't fly into a rage, he could still feel his terrifying rage. The edict eunuch said with trepidation, "The Great King brought Consort Xing and noble lady He, and Anne." The edict eunuch rattled off the names of several beauties. The crown prince nodded, his eyes cold and cheerless. "You may withdraw." The edict eunuch wiped his sweat and hurried away. He felt a chill run down his spine. The Great King left behind a pile of mess and ran off like this. "Will your Highness the Crown Prince really allow you to peacefully enjoy a beautiful holiday? Isn't it a bit too monotonous with only beauties?" The Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Throw a few zombies over and let the Great King have some liveliness over there." Huifeng. "The Great King, please take care of yourself." Shizhou City. After Darling Qiao finished absorbing the last magnetite, she looked up at the darkening sky outside the window. "Miss, there's a youth from Daybreak Sect who calls himself Duan Yu requesting an audience." "Why did Duan Yu come here?" A camphor tree was planted outside the window, and several kingfishers perched on its branches, chirping from time to time. The sky outside the window had completely darkened. Arbor threw away the last magnetite in her hand and sighed. The mystic energy she could absorb from 500 low-grade magnetite was less than 1/10 of it. Most of it went into the sapling's mouth. This was truly too much of a scam. At this rate, when would she be able to advance into the ranks of level 5 mystic cultivators? Arbor looked up outside the window when she heard 2 knocks on the door. "Miss, a youth from the Daybreak Sect, Duan Yu, is requesting an audience." Steward Xianxia stood behind the door, not daring to speak too loudly. Xiaomu jumped down from the bed and opened the door. She walked to the steward with her little paws behind her back. "What is he doing here?" "Miss, isn't this youth your friend?" Xianxia was surprised. That youth came to the door with a chuckle and claimed to be Little Miss's friend. He thought the youth and his little miss were acquaintances. Arbor's footsteps paused, and her gaze was icy. Her childish voice should have been soft, but it carried an inexplicable murderous aura. "I've never had any friends." The steward's heart trembled, and he took a step back and bowed. "This old servant understands." Arbor pattered toward the side hall. Although she did not speak the entire way, the steward inexplicably sensed the low pressure coming from the little master. It was not until she entered the hall and her gaze landed on the elegantly seated youth drinking tea that Xiaomu coldly said, "In the future, don't casually let in unimportant people." Duan Yu was originally drinking tea without restraint, but his hand froze when he heard the child's retort. Why was this child so unadorable? "Hey, is this the attitude you should have toward a friend?" Duan Yu angrily threw the teacup on the table and jumped up from the chair. "No matter what, we're friends who have gone through thick and thin together, through fire and water, through life and death together." "I don't have any friends." Xiaomu frowned and looked at him strangely. Duan Yu immediately exploded. You, what kind of gaze and attitude is that? You. What did you say? What do you mean by no friends? I thought that after going through a life and death situation together, we should be good friends who can go through thick and thin together, right? He was infuriated. How could there be such an evil child in this world? When she didn't speak, she looked obedient and cute. She was soft and cute. The moment she opened her mouth, he wanted to kill her. No friends. The child bluntly retorted him with 3 words, which angered Duanyu so much that he jumped up and wanted to run out the door. He didn't want to talk to her anymore, this facial paralysis, this ice-cold wooden doll. This little bastard. He was really looking for trouble. That was why he rushed here to be scolded by her. The little fellow pattered over to the seat of honor and jumped up, looking coldly at the youth standing in front of him. The little guy was sitting on the round-backed chair. He was only half the size of the chair. He curled up into a soft ball on the chair with his little arms and legs slightly raised. For a split second, Duanyu suddenly wanted to laugh. Why did he get angry with a little kid? Duanyu decisively returned to his seat and looked at the child face to face. Just because we didn't have any friends before doesn't mean we won't have any in the future. From today onward, we are friends. Tomorrow, the Mystic Cultivator Association will send someone to guide the children in the city and open their mystic meridians. Jojo, let's go take a look together. Not interested. The child's words were like a boulder that forcefully suppressed Duanyu's enthusiasm. How could there be such a heartless and emotionless child in this world? Normally, when a child heard someone's invitation to go out and play, wouldn't they happily agree to it? What kind of mutant was this child? How could she be so loathsome? Jojo. Second Uncle Qiao suddenly walked in excitedly. Didn't this little brother say earlier that an instructor from the Mystic Cultivator Association will come tomorrow to guide the children in the city to open their mystic meridians? Arbor glanced at Qiao Hu, who was hiding behind Second Uncle. That child's round head was lowered and he kept rubbing the corner of his clothes, looking uneasy and uneasy. Yes. Arbor jumped down from the chair and pattered to Qiao Hu's side. She grabbed his hand. Brother Xiao Hu, I'll accompany you to find an instructor to open your mystic meridians tomorrow. Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you succeed or not. We're just going to try, so don't put too much pressure on yourself. Xiao Hu looked up at Arbor pitifully. Sister, I've already tried for 3 years, but I haven't succeeded in opening my mystic meridians. What's wrong with that? Some people try 8 to 10 times in a row before succeeding. You've only tried 3 times, so it's nothing. Maybe we'll succeed this time. Arbor comforted Xiao Hu by patting his shoulder. Really? Xiao Hu's eyes brightened. Duanyu looked at the child with a stifled expression. Why was she so cold and heartless when he spoke to her? It was as if she kept him at arm's length. However, the child even learned how to comfort that thick-headed brat. Then I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Seeing that the child was about to turn around and refuse, Duanyu quickly said, I can take you through a special passage. There's no need to line up. The child ran to his side with small steps, raised his head and waved at him. So cute. She's a baby when she doesn't speak. Duanyu bent down in surprise, and a strand of hair brushed past his face. What do you want to say to me? Slap. A talisman was slapped on the youth's forehead. Sleep. Second Uncle Qiao, Duanyu, Xiao Hu said, Sister, you're amazing. This is the demon suppression talisman, isn't it? Naughty child. You're thinking too much, okay? Those who go around with fake talismans and say that there are demons causing trouble in your house are all fake Taoist priests who cheat you of your money. You're the demon, your whole family are monsters. The youth's breath was stuck in his chest. After a long while, the young man stretched out 2 fair fingers and tore off the talisman that was floating on his forehead. Facing the child's bright and watery eyes, the youth was speechless for a moment. This is? A new toy for children? Darling Qiao sighed and crossed the tall threshold with her hands behind her back like an old man. As she walked, she muttered to herself, I didn't expect that such a weakling would have a higher cultivation than me. How helpless, any random cat or dog was more powerful than her. It was all the little tree's fault for always fighting with her. Capital. Origin, Arbor looked up at the sky. If the opponent was one rank higher than her, they would be immune to the sleeping talisman's effects. Duan Yu stiffly stood behind the threshold and stretched out his hand to call back that strange child. Come back and tell me, who's the weakling? Early the next morning, after Arbor freshened up, she headed straight for the entrance. As expected, Duan Yu was waiting outside the Qiao estate. When he saw her step out, he cheerfully greeted her, Jojo, good morning. One does not hit a smiling person, so Qiaomu expressionlessly nodded her small head at him. Duan Yu's smile was brighter than a flower. Let's go, Jojo. Get on the carriage. Today, not only did the Mystic Cultivator Association send people, but the three sects also sent people. Arbor got on the carriage with a taut face and waited solemnly. Xiaohu anxiously glanced at his sister, but when he saw that she had no intention of speaking, he also shut his mouth. The carriage started rolling and headed toward the western part of the city where the crowd was gathered. Many city citizens had gathered at the plaza on the western part of the city early in the morning after hearing the news. They lined up with their families and inquired about the news with each other. They never dreamed that the Mystic Cultivator Association would come today to try to activate the children's mystic meridians. If their children could successfully activate their mystic meridians and become mystic cultivators, they would definitely be able to change their current impoverished situation. They would no longer need to live in this tiny shantytown in the western part of the city. Life in the shantytown was difficult and resources were scarce, so theft and robbery often occurred. Whoever had the biggest fist was the law. 2 days ago, a young couple was unlucky enough to be robbed when they entered the shantytown. The only food they had in their bags was also plundered. Now, their lives were extremely miserable and they had to beg everywhere for a living. The chaotic western part of the city originally housed many people from other villages and towns. Because the Mystic Cultivator Association had set this place as the location for the children's test, the city lord sent people to chase away the refugees on the square and clean it up before the sun even rose. Hence, when Arbor's carriage arrived, the road was basically unobstructed. As the carriage rolled past the Main Street Plaza, Xiaohu lifted the curtain to take a look. The western part of the city isn't as chaotic as imagined. It's just a little tidying up because there are guests. Arbor didn't need to look to know what kind of scene this place usually was. Earlier, at Shijiao City's city gate. When the young couple refused to hand over their resources and came to live in the shantytown for free with a low-class sign, Mr. Zhang's meaningful gaze made it clear to Arbor that life in the shantytown might not be easy. In this kind of place where the strong preyed on the weak, a young couple with food would be robbed in a matter of minutes. Therefore, even if they didn't hand over their supplies, they wouldn't be able to keep their belongings. If they had handed it over at that time, they might have been able to exchange it for an ordinary residence in the north or south of the city. What the couple did was absolutely stupid, but Mr. Zhang had no obligation to remind them. Arbor walked down from the carriage, and immediately countless gazes gathered on her. The child wore a moon-white shirt, and his stoic face was expressionless. Although she didn't have any accessories on her body, she still gave people an indescribable feeling of nobility. Yo, Xiaohu, you've come to trigger your meridians again. As expected, you come every year without fail. Unfortunately, it's not of much use. My mother said that you're a good-for-nothing and that you'll never become a mystic cultivator in this lifetime. A child's voice rudely entered Arbor's ears, causing her to involuntarily knit her brows. Arbor's cold gaze shot over and saw that it was an 8 or 9-year-old child. He wore a white robe in the style of the Daybreak sect, and the unique circular emblem of the Daybreak sect was embroidered on his chest. Who are you? Arbor felt that the little boy in front of him was somewhat familiar. Younger sister, Hei's second aunt's son, Qiao Kong's second aunt? Arbor's I don't know expression made Xiao Tsung's heart burn with anger. Are you an idiot? Xiao Tsung pointed at Arbor and cursed, you don't even recognize your second aunt, my mother? Arbor's eyes chilled to the extreme. Without another word, she stepped forward and kicked Xiao Tsung in the stomach. Xiao Tsung's eyes widened as he was sent flying by the little girl's kick. He crashed into the back of the crowd, eliciting screams in a small area. Duan Yu followed behind her, but he simply couldn't stop her. He angrily flung his sleeves. Why did Daybreak sect only accept idiots with bad brains? Why did they provoke the little girl when they didn't have the ability? If this wasn't seeking death, then what was? Wah! Xiao Tsung, who was sent flying, felt a terrible pain in his stomach, and he opened his mouth wide to cry. Son. A middle-aged woman darted out of the crowd and rushed toward Xiao Kong. Arbor glanced at the woman and pondered for a moment before recalling this second aunt. Wasn't she Madame Naley, who once came to steal her supplies? So it was this outrageous second aunt. Xiao Yingchen followed behind Madame Naley and coyly jogged over. When she looked up and saw Arbor, her eyes widened. Mom, it's her. That little B*TCH who stole our clothes and jewelry is here. Hurry and teach her a lesson. You scoundrel. Madame Naley turned to point at Arbor and angrily rebuked, You still dare to appear in front of us? Where's your mom? Tell Wei Ziqing to come out. I want to have a good talk with her. Do you know how to teach your daughter? What kind of thing have you raised? Stealing things and hitting her older brother without any etiquette or rules. Truly a little B*****. With a dark expression, Arbor took out an identity tablet with a flip of his hand and flashed it at the dumbfounded guards of the city lord's estate. Capture her. The words superior were carved on the back of the tablet. This was a pampered guest from the city center. The guards' expressions turned solemn, and they immediately rushed toward the jabbering Madame Naley. They grabbed her arms behind her back and shoved her in front of Arbor. Slap her until I'm satisfied, Arbor coldly ordered, his soft childish voice devoid of any emotion. A guard slapped Madame Naley's face. Slap. For a moment, the square was silent. Even the 3 mentors of the Mystic Cultivator Association who were sitting in front of the long table and giving guidance tests to the children in line stood up and looked at the commotion with confusion. Pa. Slap. She slapped Madame Li's face repeatedly. Madame Li's hands were clamped behind her back. At first, she could still struggle and curse at Arbor. After a dozen or so slaps, his cheeks began to feel numb, and he couldn't even open his mouth. Xiao Tsong was furious. A layer of mystic energy covered his fist as he angrily flew towards Arbor and swung his fist at her face. Slut. Go to hell. You overestimate yourself. Xiao Mu gripped his fist with a backhand. Xiao Tsong widened his eyes in shock. He knew very well how fast he had rushed over, but that little girl, who was 2 years younger than him, had actually grabbed his fist in an instant. What's so great about being a mystic? Could a mystic cultivator disregard other people's life and death? A level 1 mystic cultivator's eyes were as high as the sky. You're a good-for-nothing through and through. The little girl's voice was monotonous, but everyone present could hear the chill in her voice. Crack. Aha. The pain from his wrist being broken made Xiao Tsong, this child, unable to resist opening his mouth and howling. Do mystic cultivators also know how to cry? The little girl's lips curled up mockingly. When she said this, she gave people a feeling of endless coldness. Then cry even louder. Arbor flung Xiao Tsong away. The latter rolled to Xiao Yingchuan's side with a loud crash. It startled Xiao Yingchuan so much that she jumped to the side like a grasshopper and let out a piercing shriek. Shut up, Arbor reprimanded rudely. Xiao Yingchuan's eyes widened in horror and she instantly restrained her voice. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and she reflexively covered her mouth. Why did she feel that this child was so scary? Stop, Xiao Mu said faintly and walked to Madame Naley with small steps. Xiao Mu raised her head slightly and looked at her swollen cheeks and mouth with a cold glint in her eyes. Your son wants to kill me. He should be dead already. What do you want to do? Madame's mouth hurt, and she couldn't even speak clearly. She felt a chill run down her spine, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. She suddenly felt a bit of regret. Why did she provoke this child? Back in Quoto village, she clearly knew that although this child was young, he wasn't to be trifled with. I'll spare his life for father's sake. Arbor coldly glanced at Madame. Just this once. I won't. Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Tsong suddenly let out an agitated cry. Master, master, master. Xiao Tsong suddenly pounced on a figure walking quickly toward them and bawled loudly. He pointed at Arbor with resentment and anger. She wants to kill me. This little B***TCH wants to kill me. Master. Master, save me. Don't panic, disciple. The newcomer was middle-aged and wore daybreak sex uniform. He looked toward Arbor with a shrewd gaze. You're so daring, child. What's your background? Tell me your name. Arbor raised a brow and sneered rudely. I hit the young one, and the old one jumps out to shout. You're really shameless. You little rascal, speaking so rudely. You really need someone to teach you a lesson, the middle-aged man said angrily with a dark expression. You want to teach me a lesson? Arbor expressionlessly swept a glance over his square face. His voice rose slightly with a hint of viciousness. You? Uncle Master Bai. You aren't her match, hurry and retreat. Duan Yu really wanted to kill these worrisome disciples. Did they think that he still had enough profound stones to pay those expensive ransoms when they were rushing to die in front of the little girl? Duan Yu, you are the disciple of our Daybreak sect master, the #1 person in the sect's younger generation. How can you stand by and do nothing when you see your little junior brother being humiliated? Uncle Master Bai turned his head and angrily rebuked Duan Yu with an I'm very disappointed expression. No, Uncle Master Bai, this matter, don't talk too much. Little girl, let me have a taste of your strength. You have to know that there's always someone better than you. You'll suffer losses in the future if you don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Boom. Arbor landed a flying kick in front of Uncle Master Bai. Immediately, he stomped a pit on the ground, and cracks began to appear from the middle, spreading outwards like a spider web. Uncle Master Bai's pupils contracted. The strength of this kick was beyond his expectations. At the same time, it was also beyond everyone's expectations. It was the layman who watched the show, while the expert watched the knack. The 3 mentors from the Mystic Cultivator Association all sucked in a cold breath as they watched the rapidly moving little person in the field with bright eyes. After Arbor's flying kick, he didn't give Uncle Master Bai a chance to react. He had already leaped up and swiftly arrived in front of him. Uncle Master Bai had yet to recover from his shock. Arbor's fist, which was covered in dense mystic energy, arrived in front of him with a whoosh. Bam! All of a sudden, Uncle Master Bai felt a sharp pain on the left side of his face. He could even hear a cracking sound coming from his cheekbone. Uncle Master Bai was struck by an old fist and was forced to take a few steps back. He bared his teeth and held in pain. There were many gasps in the square, mixed with a few cries of surprise. Heavens, this child's seemingly delicate and light punch actually forced an Uncle Master from Daybreak sect to retreat so many steps. The sharp-eyed spectators clearly saw Uncle Master Bai's left cheek swelling at a visible speed, turning into a big red bun. It was evident how powerful that punch was. Master! Xiao Tsung watched in shock as his master was defeated in disbelief. In his opinion, Master simply did not need to lift half a finger to easily crush a small bug like Xiaomu to death. However, the reality was so disappointing, not to mention Xiao Tsung, even Uncle Master Bai himself found it unbelievable. He could only say sheepishly, D*MN girl, I was too careless just now, so you succeeded. Don't be too pleased with yourself. Before he could finish speaking, he heard high-pitched screams from the crowd behind him. What was going on? Uncle Master Bai turned around and saw a small figure leaping high into the air. She was holding a pitch-black ferrule, which glowed with an inky light under the morning light. It was instantly eye-catching. The little girl was clearly in front of him just now, so when did she move behind him? Wasn't this speed a little too? Slap. The ferrule fell and ruthlessly smacked Uncle Master Bai's head. Duan Yu, who was standing on the side with his hands clasped together, silently twitched his mouth. Uncle Master Bai only felt a line of blood slide down his forehead. He dazedly reached out to touch it and found that it was sticky. Sure enough, blood was gushing out. His expression instantly turned sinister, and he angrily roared at Arbor, D*MN girl, you're courting death. How could he still maintain that old face of his? How could Uncle Master Bai embarrass himself in front of so many commoners and people from the Mystic Cultivator Association? Immediately, he pressed his palms together and poured all of his profound energy into his palms. His eyes were filled with anger as he charged towards Arbor. Arbor did not dodge. When he saw Uncle Master Bai charging towards him with all his might, his eyes lit up. With a stomp on the ground, the little fellow's tiny body shot towards Uncle Master Bai like an arrow released from a bow. Is this what you want? Instead of dodging, he faced the attack head-on. Everyone present held their breaths and stared at the two of them without blinking. Closer, closer, the distance was getting closer and closer. Uncle Master Bai suddenly felt immense pressure. He slowed down his pace. On the other hand, the little girl did not hesitate at all. Like a waterfall, she charged straight towards Uncle Master Bai. Xiao Tsung clenched his fists nervously, not realizing that his palms were covered in cold sweat. Whoosh! Uncle Master Bai bellowed. A thick mystic light exploded from his palms and surged toward the little girl. In the blink of an eye, the little girl's entire body was covered in dense mystic energy. It was as if she was immersed in the mystic light as she charged straight into Uncle Master Bai's mystic light. An earth-shattering boom erupted, shocking everyone in the plaza and causing them to retreat like a receding tide. I'll send the 2 chapters at 7:30 p.m. in advance today. Because, the author is going to chop off his hands tonight, wahahaha. When the two collided, Uncle Master Bai felt a weight on his chest. He screamed in panic and was sent flying backward involuntarily. After the mystic light dissipated, the little girl stood there by herself. She apathetically dispersed the mystic energy covering her body and expressionlessly looked at a shallow human-shaped pit not far away. Uncle Master Bai was flung half a meter away by the collision of mystic energy. He was flung face down and sprawled in the shallow pit. Uncle Master Bai didn't know if it was because he didn't have the face or the strength, but he couldn't sit up for a long time. Just like that, he sprawled on the plaza all by himself. The surrounding crowd of onlookers whispered to each other, causing him to lie in the pit with a flushed face. He had never been so humiliated like today. It was all that D*MN girl's fault. Uncle Master Bai was so angry that he was about to die. Arbor raised her small hand and looked at the mystic energy covering it. Her mystic energy density was higher than normal people's and would greatly benefit her in battle. If she encountered an opponent of the same cultivation level as her mystic energy should be enough to crush the other party. Today's battle had given her a certain understanding of her own strength. Uncle Master Bai was a level 6 mystic cultivator, so it seemed that with the density of her mystic energy, it shouldn't be much of a problem for her to challenge a level 6 mystic cultivator. However, there was still a certain degree of difficulty in killing an opponent of a higher cultivation level in one strike. She needed to rely on other methods. Therefore, Uncle Master Bai, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, in reality, his injuries weren't too serious, so why did he have to stay in the pit and not get up? Arbor pursed her lips. She turned around and grabbed Xiao Hu's small hand, walking toward the 3 mentors of the Mystic Cultivator Association. When the 3 mentors saw Arbor walking over, their cheeks flushed with excitement. Heavens! She was so young, but her strength was so valiant that she could defeat a level 6 Mystic Cultivator in minutes. The Mystic Cultivator Association must do their best to win her over. They absolutely couldn't let go of such a genius. Suddenly, Uncle Master Bai, who was sprawled on the ground, moved his fingers and flipped over. He looked at the back of the little girl who had humiliated him with a gloomy expression. Lying on the ground, he flicked something in the direction of Arbor. Bang! Before the item could even touch the corner of Arbor's clothes, it was swept away by a wave of energy. The pink sleeves rolled up, and the item that Uncle Master Bai had flicked gently landed on the fair hand that had emerged from the sleeves. The woman's extremely languid voice floated up in the plaza. Why are the people of Daybreak Sect becoming more and more incompetent? Throwing a level 5 profound energy bead at a little fellow's back, he's really shameless. Uncle Master Bai propped himself up and stood up. His expression was extremely unpleasant. This mystic energy bead was a rare treasure in his possession. As the name implied, a level 5 profound energy bead was a bead condensed by a level 5 mystic cultivator. Once mystic energy was injected into it and flung out, it would instantly detonate the mystic energy inside. In Uncle Master Bai's eyes, Xiao Mu, who had just dealt with his attack, was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. It was impossible for her to dodge this level 5 profound energy bead's attack. However, his scheme was ruined by this D*MN woman before he could execute it. Uncle Master Bai looked like he was about to vomit blood. Morong-sun, you really like to meddle in other people's business. TSK, the woman named Morong-sun floated to the ground and immediately crouched next to Arbor. She extended 2 fingers and pinched the little fellow's icy poker face without any explanation. You're clearly so cute, so why do you have to be a little stoic? Smile. Her small face was so bouncy and comfortable to pinch, Morong Sun blinked at Arbor and suddenly guffawed. She hugged the child tightly and stood up, her fingers pinching the child's face non-stop, until, slap. A crisp sound rang out. The child unceremoniously slapped away her claws. She expressionlessly glanced at her before her gaze landed on Morong Sun. Morong Sun was an extremely beautiful woman. Her facial features were quite gorgeous, and even though she wore light makeup, it still gave people a feeling of heavy ink and color. Also, cough cough. Arbor extended his small paws and pushed her body away in disdain. Why did he have to bury her small face in those magnificent breasts? She almost couldn't breathe. Haha. Morong Sun laughed heartily and patiently guided her. Little fellow, I think I like your looks very much and your aptitude is quite good. How about you join my holy water sex first peak? Darling Chow immediately shook her head so hard that her head was about to fall off. No, 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 don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Master's heart will ache. Darling Chow, haha, the three mentors from the Mystic Cultivator Association hastily surrounded her. One of them impatiently snatched Darling Chow from Morong Sun's hands and shouted, Mentor Morong, you're wrong. You're a mentor representing the Mystic Cultivator Association today, so how can you privately accept students? If you want to accept students, you have to accept them for our association. Morong Sun raised her fist and sent that mentor who spoke rudely flying. They watched as that pitiful mentor was sent flying into the sky in an arc by Mentor Morong, whose violence was off the charts. The other two mentors, Arbor, darling, don't be scared. Morong Sun cheerfully patted the child's head. With Master here, those strange uncles can't get close to you. Be good. Master will protect you. Be good my guess. Arbor bared his small, sharp teeth. He really wanted to bite her face. What kind of person was this? Why did she suddenly jump out and claim to be her master without any explanation? How could she give people room to refuse? Wait a minute, she was here today, for her proper business. My brother is coming to test, oh my god, can you let me finish my sentence? Darling Chow, who suddenly felt that Morong Sun was hugging her and turning her around, didn't feel too good. Here, this level 5 mystic energy bead. Morong Sun stuffed an object the size of a jade bead into the child's hand. I'll give it to you to play with. Arbor narrowed his eyes and sent a trace of Xian energy into it. He flicked the Xian energy bead from his fingertips and sent it flying towards the dumbfounded Uncle Master Bai. Everyone, get out of the way. Duan Yu's folding fan fell to the ground with a clatter, and he only cared about dodging to the side with a shriek. Everyone retreated in all directions like the tide, leaving an empty space in the middle. Only Uncle Master Bai stood there in a daze. Bang. The profound energy orb exploded on Uncle Master Bai's body. Following Morong Sun's wild laughter, her lithe figure abruptly rose into the air with Darling Chow in her arms. She narrowed her eyes and looked down at the chaos below her. That's right, that's right. You took your revenge on the spot. It's completely in line with Master's style. Ha 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 ha. Morong Sun guffawed non-stop. Darling Chow dumbly glanced at that fellow and lightly harumphed. In truth, she only wanted to test the power of this level 5 mystic energy bead. This way, the effect looked pretty good. There was only a shallow human-shaped pit on the ground, but it was destroyed by the level 5 mystic energy bead's destructive explosion. Uncle Master Bai's entire body sank into the human-shaped pit, and even the hem of his clothes could not be seen. Chow Mu patted Morong Sun, who refused to let go of her, and strongly requested to get down. Morong Sun pursed her lips and reluctantly let go of Chow Mu. Chow Mu immediately trotted to the side of the human-shaped pit and poked her head to take a look. Uncle Master Bai was struggling out of the pit with all his might, and his nose was covered in dust, causing him to cough violently. Chow Mu made a prompt decision and pulled out a repetition talisman from her sleeve. She flicked it at Uncle Master Bai, and it abruptly split open. The repetition talisman was an interesting talisman. It was not set so strictly to be immune to opponents one level higher than the user. Unless the opponent was much, much stronger than the user. However, an unlucky person like Uncle Master Bai, whose cultivation was about the same as hers, could still be hit by it. Chow Mu crouched beside the pit and watched Uncle Master Bai struggle to get up from the pit. He repeated the action of struggling to lift his head and spit out dust, Blah. Uncle Master Bai raised his afro head, and his face was smeared with soot. Blah? Why did he spit again? Blah? Something was wrong. After spitting out dust 3 times in a row, Uncle Master Bai belatedly realized that he seemed to be freaking repeating this action. His expression turned into horror, but unfortunately, his actions were still repeating the same action. How could this repetition setting be so perfect? She might not have caught Uncle Master Bai's action if she was a second slower or a second faster. Uncle Master Bai, what are you doing? Hurry up and crawl out. How could the Daybreak sect disciples know that Uncle Master Bai had already been hit? They all surrounded the pit and watched in astonishment as their Uncle Master Bai struggled in the pit. What the heck? Although this pit was not shallow, it should not be enough to trap Uncle Master Bai inside. Uncle Master Bai raised his afro head, tears about to fall from his eyes. Did he not want to crawl out of the pit? He was powerless. These D*MN brats. Hurry up and dig him out of the pit. Ow ow ow. Uncle Master Bai's hair, which had been perfectly fine, was now hanging limply on his head. His image had never been as ugly as it was today. The little fellow joined in the fun and watched for a while. Then, he got up and walked out with a serious face. He didn't show any emotions. Compared to the twisted expressions on everyone's faces, the little girl's face was too calm. Duan Yu stole glances at the little fellow from time to time. Our dear Xiao Mu bounced to Xiao Hu's side and pulled his hand, walking to Murong Sun. Guide me. Little girl, do you want to join our Mystic Cultivator Association? The benefits are good, the treatment is good, and you can get a basic survival package every month. Whoosh, that member of the Mystic Cultivator Association who was licking his lips to seduce the girl had just finished speaking when Murong Sun flung him away, perfectly drawing a parabola in the air. Little fellow, don't listen to his nonsense. The treatment he received was simply not enough. Our holy water sect's first peak will always welcome you with open doors. Guide big brother. Did you guys get the wrong person? I'm only a chaperone today. Okay. The last mentor from the Mystic Cultivator Association nodded vigorously. I'll take your brother's place, bang. The bandit Murong Sun slashed the back of his neck, and that pitiful mentor collapsed with 2 streams of hot tears streaming down his face. President, this subordinate can't help you anymore, I'll do it. Murong Sun cheerfully reached out to take Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu was a bit nervous and clenched his fists uneasily. Don't be nervous. Although Murong Sun looked unreliable, she was actually very experienced in guiding mentors. She had successfully guided more than 800 mystic cultivators, if not 1,000. Murong Sun sat there and put away a rare smile on her face, a bit of seriousness showing in her eyes. She gripped Xiao Hu's arm and a strand of mystic energy slowly seeped into Xiao Hu's wrist. Xiao Hu only felt a warm aura start circulating inside his body. It was very comfortable as it circled around him, and his nervousness slowly disappeared without a trace. He felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, and his warm body gradually relaxed. Xiao Hu opened his mouth slightly and closed his eyes with a silly smile. Xiao Tsung, who was standing at the edge of the pit, had his eyes fixed on the pit. When he saw this, a mocking smile appeared on his face once again. Little trash, you still want to become a mystic cultivator? You won't be able to in this lifetime. Xiao Tsung held his simply bandaged arm and harumphed while enduring the pain. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. After that, he left the edge of the pit. He didn't want to take another look at his master who had embarrassed him. How useless. He couldn't even handle a 7-year-old child. He had actually worshipped such a useless master, and even his own face had been lost along with it. In the end, Uncle Master Bai was dragged out of the pit by 2 other Daybreak sect disciples. Why waste your energy and time on this little trash? Xiao Tsung crossed his arms and stood to the side. He did not dare to loudly rebuke in fear of being beaten up by Xiao Mu, so he only quietly grumbled. The mentor from the Mystic Cultivator Association, who was flung away by Murong Sun but ran back on his own, looked down at Xiao Tsung and frowned. He was so young, but his words were so harsh. It truly made people unable to have a good impression of him. Little brother, you're wrong to say that. The mentor looked up in Murong Sun's direction, faint admiration surfacing on her face. Although this mentor Morong was unreliable most of the time, however, Mentor Morong is a very powerful mentor. As long as a child is guided by her, no one will fail to trigger their mystic meridians. Instructor Morong is a spirit channeling instructor who has a 100% success rate in opening his profound meridians. Xiao Tsung's gaze froze as he secretly clenched his fists. No, that's impossible. In the entire Kwoto village's Xiao clan, he was the only true genius who successfully triggered his mystic meridians at the age of 9. Afterward, he was chosen by Daybreak Sect and was directly taken away to become Daybreak Sect's disciple, bringing honor and glory to his family. That Xiao who, for 3 years in a row, had entered the city every year to find a guide to trigger his meridians, but not once had he succeeded. He was the joke of old Xiao's family. He was a good-for-nothing Xiao whose hands suddenly emitted a faint luster, and the dignified child suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with great surprise. It's a success. The other onlookers in the square all looked envious. Heavens, a 10-year-old mystic cultivator was born in front of them again. I really want my children to do the same. The parents in the square all lowered their heads and looked at their children with hope. After 3 years of failure, the 10-year-old Xiao who finally succeeded in triggering his mystic meridians and officially stepped onto the path of a mystic cultivator. Thank you, Mentor Morong. Xiao who turned around and respectfully bowed to Morong Sun with a humble smile on his face. Morong Sun's lips turned up in a faint smile. Aya, child, your mystic meridians are very good. You have a bright future. If it weren't for the fact that my sect doesn't accept male disciples, I really would have taken you in. He was praised by Mentor Morong. A bashful smile appeared on Xiao Hu's face, and he respectfully bowed to Morong Sun again. Thank you for your help, Mentor Morong. Morong Sun waved her hand. As the mentor of the Mystic Cultivator Association, helping young boys and girls become mystic cultivators is my duty. Mentor, please help our child trigger her mystic meridians. Mentor, please help my child. The crowd that surged forward with a whoosh nearly drowned Morong Sun in the sea of people. Xiaomu blended into the crowd and pattered toward several parents who were watching. She covered her mouth with her hand and secretly said to them, "Why aren't you going? That Mentor Morong in front is a mentor who can help the child trigger her mystic meridians with a 100% success rate. I only told you guys." Heavens! Big girl, let's go find Mentor Morong quickly. Around Morong Sun, the crowd was currently gathering at a terrifying speed, trapping her within. Hey, child! A certain mentor, who was drowned in the sea of people, was exasperated as she watched the little girl run further and further away from her with small steps. The child even expressionlessly waved her hand at her through the crowd and made a farewell gesture. Morong Sun snorted with laughter, and her enchanting eyes curved up slightly. What an interesting child. Did you think you could run away? Since Master has taken a fancy to you, you're masters for the rest of your life. Sister, I really succeeded. I became a mystic cultivator. Xiao who only regained his wits after running a short distance behind Arbor and exclaimed excitedly. Even now, it still felt like a dream. He really didn't expect that he would be able to step into the ranks of mystic cultivators one day. The disappointment every year already made him a bit afraid to try again. It could be seen that failure was not scary. The scariest thing was being timid and not daring to accept failure again and again. Arbor put his hands behind his back and suddenly turned around. At that moment, Xiao Hu caught a glimpse of a smile on his sister's frosty face. His sister's eyes were really beautiful. When she smiled, it was as if the stars were blooming in front of her eyes, the trees were blooming, and the spring breeze was caressing her face. It was incredibly warm. It was no longer that stoic face, no longer expressionless. His sister was the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. Brother, you're the best. Arbor stretched out a small fist and gently punched Xiao Hu's shoulder. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of Pear Blossom Alley. Let's go home. Xiao Hu nodded vigorously. Let's go home, little sister. Hand in hand, the two siblings ran toward Pear Blossom Alley. They completely forgot about Xiao Tsung, who was clenching his fists and pulling a long face. They didn't even look at him. The little girl smiled at the student-looking idiot. The folding fan in Duan Yu's hand uncontrollably fell to the ground again, and his eyes were engraved with that blossoming smile. It turned out that she could also smile so warmly, beautifully, and vividly. However, you habitually wrap yourself in layer after layer of icy spikes and don't allow others to approach you or come out by yourself. Once you get close, perhaps you'll be pierced to pieces and drenched in blood. What kind of you is the real you? Duan Yu couldn't help but feel melancholy. Father, father. Xiao Hu shouted loudly as he ran through the door with a face full of joy. Arbor's lips curled up slightly as he watched the young boy excitedly rush through the door. The fragrance of flowers wafted through the courtyard. Mother sat in front of the stone table with little sister in her arms. She turned around and revealed a joyful smile at the two siblings. Father and second uncle put down the teacups in their hands and stood up to look at them. This life, it was completely different from before. She returned from hell and stepped on corpses and blood all over the place. All she asked for was a peaceful life and the well-being of her family. Ha 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 ha. My son has become a mystic cultivator. Second uncle laughed heartily. Little fellow, you're amazing. Xiao Zhongbang rubbed Xiao Hu's little head with a smile. You're a good child. Don't slack off in the future and work hard. Our Xiao family's hopes are all placed on children of your generation. Mother happily put down Shaolin in her hands. Second brother, I'm so happy today. Sit and chat for a while, I'll go take a look in the kitchen. Let's add more dishes tonight and have a lively meal with the whole family. Sister, celebrate. Good peaches. Shaolin bounced to her side and tugged at the corner of her skirt. Arbor couldn't help but laugh. He lowered his head and rubbed her little head before picking her up. There aren't any peaches, but there are other good ones. Do you want them? **** dividing line, foodies dividing line *** City Lord's Estate Main Hall. Gu Qingfeng raised the wine cup in his hand and smiled at everyone. Today, the Mystic Cultivator Association and the three sects are gathered here. This city lord will first toast everyone. At this special time, the wine and dishes are meager. Please forgive me for not entertaining everyone. City lord is too courteous. A middle-aged man sitting in the Heavenly Dao Sect's seat raised his wine cup and nodded lightly at Gu Qingfeng. Now that zombified monsters have appeared everywhere, the citizens of every town are having a hard time. We have dishes, meat, and wine, and this is already an extremely luxurious enjoyment, a guide from the Mystic Cultivator Association said with a sigh. City Lord Gu Qingfeng nodded and raised his cup again. Thank you, guides, for helping the children in the city awaken their mystic meridians. He especially wanted to thank Peak Master Morong. He successively helped 4 youths successfully trigger their profound meridians. If it weren't for the fact that it was impossible for Morong Sun to have more than 4 people trigger their meridians at once, she really wanted her to help all the children under 15 in the city trigger their meridians. Mentor Morong is truly someone we admire. The 3 mentors of the Mystic Cultivator Association also cast respectful gazes at Morong Sun. Morong Sun could only help 4 students awaken their mystic meridians at most. Afterwards, she could not help the children for at least 15 days. But even so, this kind of mystic awakening success rate and this kind of terrifying speed at creating mystic cultivators were very admirable. Morong Sun swirled the wine cup in her hand and smiled at the city lord. The city lord is very grateful to me? Of course. Gu Qingfeng nodded respectfully at Morong Sun. Peak Master Morong is an out-and-out mentor. Who wouldn't revere and be grateful to you? If that's the case, help me find someone. Morong Sun casually tossed a rolled-up portrait to Gu Qingfeng. The person in the portrait is my disciple. Don't be fooled by her stoic face, icy and unapproachable. However, her natural disposition is very mischievous. If I wasn't paying attention, she would run off without a trace. I'll have to trouble the city lord to help me find her. Everyone. Gu Qingfeng was startled when he opened the painting and looked up at Morong Sun. Morong Sun was leaning seductively against the round-backed chair with her slender legs crossed. She raised her wrist at the stunned Gu Qingfeng and raised her lips to toast him from afar. Her misty eyes seemed to have the effect of starlight. It wasn't the wine that intoxicated her, but herself. Morong Sun, you evildoer. Your appearance makes it hard for all the men present to look away. A disciple that Peak Master Morong values so highly must be extraordinary. How about you let us take a look? the middle-aged man from Heavenly Dao sect asked with a smile. Gu Qingfeng asked Morong-sun for her opinion. After seeing her nod, he had his subordinate present the painting to Heavenly Dao sect. Morong-sun absent-mindedly sipped her wine and said aloofly, "My disciple is a natural beauty with an exceptional constitution, so there's no harm in letting you see her." Heavenly Dao sect's Guan Yongnian was startled when he opened the painting. Morong-sun raised her brows, an interesting smile on her lips. Could it be that Hall Master Guan also knows my disciple? Guan Yongnian closed the painting and nodded. My disciple brought a portrait the day before yesterday and said that she found a 7-year-old mystic cultivator in a small place like Quoto village. Our Heavenly Dao sect is also very interested in recruiting this kind of talent. Unfortunately, the zombie transformation happened too suddenly and everything happened too abruptly, so before we could find that child. A 7-year-old mystic cultivator? A dark-skinned woman from Daybreak sect with a rigid face narrowed her eyes and left her seat to walk to Hall Master Guan's side. She picked up the portrait in front of Hall Master Guan and glanced at it. She snorted and said, "It really is her." A 7-year-old mystic cultivator was rare these days. No, it should be said that it was extremely rare. In theory, every child could activate their mystic meridians when they turned 7, but there were only a few who could successfully activate their mystic meridians. When Liu Yumei heard that Morong-sun's disciple was a 7-year-old mystic cultivator, she felt a bit disgusted. It was indeed the stoic child that her disciple spoke of. "Morong-sun, how dare you? You wicked disciple is so young, but you're already so vicious, and heartless." Liu Yumei glared at Peak Master Morong. "Do you know what she did? Not only did she injure my junior brother Bai. You even heavily injured several of my Daybreak sect's disciples. What is even more unforgivable is that you killed my disciple, Li Xiang. Morong-sun, what else do you have to say? The 3 sects were originally of the same breath and branch, each mind their own business. You connived with your disciple to do such an evil thing. Shouldn't you give our Daybreak sect an explanation?" Gu Qingfeng's smile froze on his face. He only wanted to hold a small banquet to welcome the people from the 3 sects. Why are you arguing with each other again? Could he, the city lord, live a comfortable life? Morong-sun sipped the wine in her cup, and her slender eyes lifted slightly. Her breath reeked of alcohol, and she looked at Liu Yumei teasingly. "Hall Master Liu, what kind of explanation do you want?" Oh my god. Peak Master Morong, your current appearance is truly a living evildoer." Even Liu Yumei, who was a woman, could not help but blush. She nearly forgot what she was questioning Morong-sun about. "Morong-sun, as the Peak Master of the Holy Water sect, you should carry out the mission of the 3 sects being as one. Hand over your evil disciple. Let our Daybreak sect deal with her." Morong-sun's tipsy eyes were half-lidded, and a mesmerizing curve curved her eyes. Her thin lips parted in a teasing smile. "Don't tell me that this Peak Master still hasn't found my little disciple. Even if I did find her. TSK, how could this Peak Master's beloved disciple be handed over to you to deal with? Morong-sun. You?" Liu Yomei's darkened face turned green from anger, and she swept the wine cup in her hand away without any explanation. Morong-sun narrowed her half-drunk eyes and shook her finger at Liu Yumei with a smile. "You're angry out of humiliation, angry out of humiliation. Peak Master Morong." Gu Qingfeng jumped up from his stool and stretched out his hand, nervously looking at the wine cup flying toward Morong-sun. Morong-sun raised her cup with a smile and brushed her sleeves in a carefree manner. She clinked her cup against the wine cup flying toward her, and mystic energy seeped out of her fingertip as she lightly flicked it. That wine cup flew back at lightning speed and crashed toward Liu Yumei, who had an extremely unsightly expression, with an extremely tyrannical force. Liu Yumei took a deep breath and stretched out her hand to catch the wine cup. Suddenly, the entire wine cup shattered with a bang several inches away from her hand, turning into fine powder that instantly dissipated before her eyes. Everyone was flabbergasted. Liu Yomei's eyes even bulged out. Her fingers were still holding the cup, and Liu Yomei's mouth was slightly agape. She froze on the spot and did not know what to say. Just how strong was Morong-sun? Only then would he be able to control this surge of profound energy as he pleased, and manipulate it as he pleased. Morong-sun propped herself up on the table with one hand and crossed her legs. She raised the wine pot and drank a mouthful with a grin. She laughed loudly and said, "Hall Master Lu, it's impolite not to reciprocate. You should also receive a pot of mine." Her slender leg lightly lifted and kicked, and the wine pot shot toward Lu Yomei's head at a terrifying speed. "Peak Master Morong, my junior sister Lu has offended you. Please be magnanimous." A man sitting next to Lu Yumei hastily jumped up and blocked in front of Lu Yumei with a solemn expression. He circulated all the mystic energy in his body and barely caught the wine pot. His throat instantly tasted sweet, and he nearly could not hold back the mouthful of blood that was about to rush out. "Senior brother." Lu Yumei was startled and hastily reached out to support the man who stumbled back several steps. Morong Sun chuckled and put down her slender legs. She flicked her sleeves and stood up. "Thank you for your hospitality today, City Lord. This Peak Master still has important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Peak Master Morong, about the 3 sect's disciples heading to Qinghe town for training. Guan Yongyan of the Heavenly Tao sect hastily stood up and asked. Morong Sun slowly turned her head to look at him. "Of course it will be held as scheduled. But according to our investigations, Qinghe town has been completely occupied by zombified monsters. I'm afraid the disciples of the 3 sects won't be able to deal with them. How can one become a talent without training? Hall Master Guan, do you want to cultivate a little flower in a greenhouse, or do you want to polish an ancient sword?" Morong Sun smiled faintly and walked outside with a flick of her sleeve. "It's fine if your 2 sects disciples don't have the guts to go. My Holy Water sect will keep the appointment as scheduled and carry out this life and death experience." Morong Sun's figure disappeared into the distance, only leaving behind a faint voice that lingered in everyone's ears. Peak Master Morong's words are very reasonable. Although Qinghe town is fraught with danger, it can indeed temper the sect's disciples. Guan Yongyan of the Heavenly Tao sect nodded and said, "Since that's the case, my Heavenly Tao sect will also participate in this experience as scheduled." Hall Master. The person next to Guan Yongyan was startled and wanted to speak. However, Guan Yongyan waved his hand to stop him. "However, there are many zombified monsters gathered in Qinghe town. I'm afraid the 21 disciples of the 3 sects won't be enough to deal with them. Therefore, I would like to request the City Lord to issue a mission order and gather all the mystic cultivators, body cultivators, and superhumans in the city to head to Qinghe town together." Gu Qingfeng lightly bumped his fist. This City Lord has the same intention. The next day, the City Lord's estate issued a level 3 mission call. They were to gather all the mystic cultivators, body cultivators, and superhumans in the city to assist the disciples of the 3 sects in gathering food and supplies in Qinghe town. It was said that there was a large granary in Qinghe town with an abundance of food, enough to match 3 months of Shijiao City's food reserves. Qinghe town, Arbor vaguely remembered this place. On the 2nd day after the zombie outbreak, all the residents in Qinghe town died, and it became the zombies' base of operations. She remembered that in her previous life, the 3 sects had gathered a group of people to head to Qinghe town to clear out the zombies and gather supplies. Unfortunately, all the disciples of the 3 sects died in that town, except for the Holy Water sect's people who managed to escape. As mystic cultivators, every time the City Lord's estate issued a special mission, the mission's contents would be directly transmitted to the mystic cultivators to show their importance. Arbor was no exception. She received the City Lord's estate's summons early in the morning. She was flipping through the mission notice when Steward Chongzai jogged inside and hastily bowed. "Miss, the City Lord is here." Arbor pressed down the notice and looked up at the steward. She nodded lightly. "Understood. Please ask City Lord Gu to wait for a moment. I'll be right there." Chongzai humbly agreed, then hurriedly turned around and hurriedly ran to the front hall to receive the City Lord. Arbor tidied up her clothes before heading to the front hall. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a woman in a violet dress leaning against the side of the window. She slowly turned around, and she was extremely enchanting and charming. She tilted her head and smiled as she waved her hand at her. "Disciple, Master has come to disturb you." Morong Sun's smile seemed to have been frozen in time for an instant. Under the shroud of the morning sun, it emitted a faint glow. However, after so many years, she would still remember her master's devilish appearance at this moment, waving at her while leaning against the window. No matter how quickly time passed and the past was like mayflies, she would not forget a single thing that she should remember. It was all stored in the deepest recesses of her memory. At this moment, Xiaomu looked at this person in bewilderment and reflexively jumped back to avoid her slender fingers. Why are you here? Gu Qingfeng smiled bitterly. In reality, when he rushed out this morning and saw Murong-san appearing behind him like a ghost, he also wanted to be like Xiaomu and ask Mentor Murong, why are you here? Disciple, you ruthlessly tricked Master yesterday, so Master naturally came early in the morning to have a good talk with you about life. Murong-san reached out, intending to pinch the little fellow's cheeks. Arbor jumped back again and silently ignored the wry smile hanging on Murong-san's lips. Gu Qingfeng coughed, trying to attract the attention of the master and disciple. The two of them turned their heads and glared at him at the same time, with a look that said, "What nonsense do you want to say? Hurry up and say it." Inexplicably, he felt that this pair of master and disciple even had the same actions and expressions. What was going on? Gu Qingfeng coughed dryly. Miss Chow, I wonder if you've received the mission summons from the City Lord's mansion. If Miss Chow completes this level 3 mission, then for the next year's residence rights will be. You want to talk about this? Arbor inched closer to the door. I know. You just need to notify me when the specific departure time is set. Even if the City Lord did not come today, she still decided to go to the Mission Distribution Center to sign up. This was because she also wanted to go there and experience it. After all, ever since she was reborn, she hadn't officially experienced anything other than that accident at Hulun Mountain. She could only obtain more experience from actual combat and strengthen herself through continuous training. She never dared to slow down because she didn't have the right to do so. Moreover, she also wanted to take a look at how unconquerable Qinghe Town's zombie colony, which caused people to turn pale at the mere mention of it in her previous life, was. Do as you wish, City Lord. Arbor turned her head and slipped past Murong-san's hand, practically dashing out the door. City Lord Gu looked up, and his lips involuntarily twitched. The child, who had always been calm and composed, actually looked like she was running away in a sorry state. Murong-san burst out in laughter. She took a wrong step and floated into the air, following the child as she said, "Little thing, how about you make a bet with Master? If you can trap Master for 15 minutes today, you win, and Master won't cause trouble for you in the future." Having a spirit floating behind her the whole way was so beautiful that she couldn't bear to look back. Arbor dashed out of Pear Blossom Alley. When she turned a corner, she happened to bump into Duanyu, who was walking toward her with a grin. She extended her hand to greet him. Jojo, what a coincidence. Hello? The youth looked dumbfoundedly at Mentor Murong, who floated past him. Xiaomu felt like she might have used up all the strength she had in the first half of her life. She had already placed 3 speed talismans on herself to keep up with her running speed. Then she looked back. Holy sh*t, the spirit behind her was still following her with a grin. Her expression didn't change at all. Arbor dashed toward the east of the city. She felt like she had run thousands of miles for 4 hours, but she still couldn't shake off that fellow behind her. Little one, don't blame Master for not reminding you. The direction you're running in is getting closer to the water area. That area is especially spacious, so you can't escape. A certain master drifted with Xiaomu the whole way. Her face wasn't red, and she wasn't out of breath. Oh, your sister, this body of water leads to the sea gazing. It can be considered a branch of the sea gazing. Don't be fooled by how calm the water is right now. At noon, the high tide is 10%, but the current is very turbulent. A wide body of water appeared in Arbor's eyes. At this moment, she also stopped running and turned to look at the spirit behind her. Why aren't you running anymore? Murong-san stopped in midair and looked at Xiaomu with a smile. You have to keep your word. Arbor suddenly said this to her before tossing out a section of the spirit binding rope from his pocket and swiftly wrapping it around Murong-san's wrist. With a tug and a pull, the child directly dragged the floating Murong-san over and pattered to a nearby tree. She tied Murong-san to the tree several times and tightly tied her up. Murong-san's eyebrows twitched, and she looked at her youngest disciple in exasperation. Disciple, you shouldn't do this. If you tie me up here, the tide will rise in less than a quarter of an hour. If a wave comes, I will drown. Thud thud thud, the little fellow let go and threw Morong-sun aside before madly sprinting away. As he ran, he thought, the spirit binding rope is very powerful, so it shouldn't be a problem to bind Morong-sun for a quarter of an hour. Several minutes later, Xiaomu paused in her steps and glanced back in distress. Morong-sun said the tide was about to rise. She was so strong, so she shouldn't drown. However, the spirit binding rope always tied people up and couldn't be freed. Arbor hesitated for a few seconds before deciding to run back to take a look. However, when he reached that place, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He didn't see Morong-sun, but he saw Duanyu's pig-like teammate standing in the water and anxiously calling out to him, Jojo, Jojo, Arbor, F***ck me, you're tied up by the spirit binding rope again. Arbor waded over and came to Duanyu's side. Why were you tied up here? Where's Morong-sun? Arbor looked at Duanyu in bewilderment. Her small hand touched the rope binding Duanyu's wrists and gently pulled. It was quite funny. After Mentor Morong escaped from the spirit binding rope, she tied Duanyu to a tree. This was truly heaven's will. It was Duanyu's turn to be unlucky. Duanyu, don't think I can't tell that you're gloating just because your face is stoic. After Arbor untied Duanyu's spirit binding rope, he quickly pulled Xiaomu and ran toward the shore. The water level rose very quickly. In just a few minutes, the water had nearly crossed Arbor's shoulders. However, due to the high terrain in the city, the water could not rush into the city no matter how high it rose. The two could only swim to the shore after less than a minute. What are you doing with Peak Master Morong? Duanyu asked in bewilderment as he paddled. I already explained to her that we're not friends. She's crazy and insisted on keeping me here as a hostage. She said you would come back to save me. But when I was tied up in the water by her, you didn't even know I was here. That's right. If I knew you were here, I wouldn't have bothered to come back. Arbor's mouth twitched, and she kept paddling her small arms toward the shore. Why do you have so much to say? We should hurry to the shore. For some reason, she felt a chill on her back. That deranged mentor probably would not let them off so easily, eh? Don't you think the sound of the water is getting louder? Duanyu swam forward and kept looking back to pull Arbor. The little girl's arms and legs were small, so she definitely could not swim as fast as him. Arbor also heard the sound of splashing water. It seemed to be right next to their ears. The two of them turned their heads to take a look, and their faces were immediately filled with shock. Their eyes, one big and one small, almost popped out of their sockets. F***ck, the sudden wave behind them was too scary. It swept up about 4 to 5 meters high and splashed water everywhere. **T, where did such a huge wave come from? Roar. Duanyu only felt a huge wave rolling over him from behind. When it crashed down on his head, it freaking stunned him. With such a huge wave crashing down, Duanyu was instantly swept into the water. Arbor's eyebrows twitched, and he stomped on Duanyu's corpse that had been swept into the water by the waves. He swiftly paddled a few times and tried his best to struggle up into the air. The profound energy around his body floated and quickly spread out. Originally, he thought that once he circulated his profound energy, it would be an easy task to break free from the water. However, Arbor quickly discovered that his profound energy seemed to be suppressed. That was because there was an even higher level indescribable power that was suppressing her profound energy. Instructor Morong, you're here. Arbor said with certainty. Although Morong-sun appeared to have left after she returned, the current situation made her very certain that Morong-sun was definitely hiding in the shadows and heartlessly watching them make a fool of themselves. The water suddenly parted to the sides, creating a shallow path. Morong-sun came out from behind the huge wave and lightly tapped the water surface with her toes. She walked on the water like it was flat ground and cheerfully arrived in front of them. However, Arbor's gaze was fixed on her left hand. There was a nimble current of water circling around the back of Instructor Morong's hand. It slithered and spun endlessly like a living being. What is that? Xiaomu's gaze was immediately attracted by the water flowing around Morong-sun's hand. This is a water spirit. Morong-sun waved her hand, and the giant wave behind her rose again. Duanyu's head just happened to pop out of the water. However, the giant wave crashed down again and slapped him back into the water. Arbor, she looked quite miserable. There are 5 spirits in this world, and this is only one of them. Morong-sun walked over on the water with a grin on her face. When your cultivation reaches a certain height, you can gradually sense a trace of the origin power in this world. At that time, I'll be able to comprehend this trace of origin energy. Of course, it's very difficult to comprehend the 5 spirits on our Seekong planet. Moreover, it would be suppressed. It could even be said that it was basically impossible to comprehend the origin of the 5 spirits on this godforsaken Seekong planet. However, the little fellow did not need to understand this clearly yet. Arbor was pensive. She looked into the distance, and her thoughts also drifted away. She remembered that person. He could control lightning and fire. That pair of dark green jade-like eyes flickered with a demonic light under the lightning and fire's illumination. So these were the 5 spirits, the origin power of this world. They could completely suppress mystic energy. The difference between him and her was like heaven and earth. What if they met again? Would she become someone else's pet again? Would she be raised and fed? What a terrifying fate, Arbor shuddered, feeling a chill in her heart. A warm, thin blanket wrapped around her small body. Morong-sun reached out and picked her up. Let's go home. Don't catch a cold. Arbor's icy hand pressed against Morong-sun's cheek, and she earnestly looked at her. Master, will I be as strong as you in the future? This child's eyes were as black as 2 flawless gems, extremely beautiful. Morong-sun was startled, and her heart almost melted with this soft call. She laughed loudly and carried Arbor away, leaving behind only a faint voice. My good disciple, with your aptitude, you'll definitely surpass Master in a few years. At that time, you must remember to protect Master. Duan Yu finally managed to climb ashore. Looking at the empty waters in front of him, he felt as if 10,000 curses were running through his heart. Have the 2 of you completely forgotten about me? Is it really okay for you guys to be like this? One day later. All the carriages heading to Qinghe town gathered at the plaza in the center of the town. The disciples of the 3 sects each took their own spot, 7 in a team. The mystic cultivators and body cultivators gathered by the city lord's estate were gathered together. The holy water sect's side was the liveliest in the plaza. The 7 celestial maidens surrounded a little stoic and chattered incessantly, fighting for a hug. Little junior sister, I'm your second peak senior sister Yu Goe. I am Li Ling from the 3rd summit. Junior sister, ignore them. The 2 of us are your true senior sisters. You don't have to care about the others. Jojo, let's form a team later, Bo. Before Duan Yu could approach the 7 celestial maidens' encirclement, he was suddenly forced back by 2 cold swords. Senior sisters of the Holy Water sect. I'm Duan Yu from the Daybreak sect. I'm friends with your little junior sister. We're together. Duan Yu pointed at himself and Arbor with a chuckle. Little junior sister, this is your friend? Yes, we're together. Duan Yu forced his way through the crowd and ran to Arbor's side in high spirits. Why did you run over here? Arbor glanced at him. I came to join you guys. Duan Yu replied with a chuckle. You don't need to care about your second junior brother and the rest? Arbor pointedly lifted his chin in Daybreak sect's direction. Shang Kuan and the others were looking over with unsightly expressions. They're all adults and have the ability to move on their own. Why would they need me to lead them? Duan Yu waved his hand. Jojo, we've been through fire and water together. We're natural teammates. You're praising yourself. The Holy Water sect's 7 fairies harumphed. First Peak's eldest senior sister, Xianxia, rudely pulled Duan Yu aside and tossed him aside. Stay away from my little junior sister. Little junior sister, let's go over there. We'll pick some reliable teammates. This youth has a glib tongue and flirtatious eyes. He doesn't look like a good person. Come back. How do I look like a bad person to you? Young Master Situ of the Heavenly Tao sect. Whispers spread through the crowd. Young Master Situ is here. Young Master Situ is the son of the Heavenly Tao sect's sect master. He's the undisputed number 1 among the Heavenly Tao sect's youths. Many disciples in the plaza looked ahead with reverence. Xianxia supported Arbor. When she saw the crowd ahead, she frowned and pulled Xiaoyuan to the side. The handsome youth who walked through the crowd was about 16 years old. His black robe accentuated his tall and slender figure. What a handsome youth with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. However, Xiaoyuan's focus was a bit different. The first person she saw wasn't Situi. Instead, it was Lu Yixin, who had once been beaten up by Xiaoyuan, who was jogging behind him. Xiaoyuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lu Yixin's infatuated trailing. Where did the passion she had when she saw the crown prince go? The Lu Yixin who sweetly called brother crown prince. Didn't you change a bit too quickly? Why did you change men in just a few days? Love-struck fool. Xiaoyuan harumphed. The rich crown prince was so hot and handsome. He didn't need this love-struck fool to like him. You have no taste. Idiot. Humph. Jojo, do you also think that Situi's dog-like appearance is very attractive? At some point in time, Duanyu had wandered to the child's side and leaned over under Su Shanshan's stern gaze. He followed the child's gaze and looked in Situi's direction. What Situi? Xiaomu didn't pay any attention to that young master from Tiandao sect at all. Her gaze was cold as she stared at Lu Yixin. Even Lu Yixin, who had been infatuated the entire time, could not ignore her attentiveness. Why are you here? Lu Yixin pointed at Arbor, her infatuated look turning into a vicious one. Someone come quickly. Help this young miss get this little brat. Ouch. Before Lu Yixin could finish throwing a tantrum, the child pounced to her side like a ray of light and smashed her little fist into Lu Yixin's left eye. Everyone was dumbstruck. Situi, who was extremely annoyed by Lu Yixin, had his eyes lit up. He silently moved to the side to make room for the child to play. He looked like an onlooker who didn't mind watching a show. The child's soft and fair hands threw out a heavy punch. After a few punches, Lu Yixin cried for her parents and repeatedly begged for mercy. Duanyu couldn't help but cover his face. Were all children this savage these days? Everyone, Lu Yixin, how dare you bully my little junior sister? Su Shanshan, Li Ling, and the other 7 holy water sect disciples rushed over and angrily rebuked. Everyone suddenly felt some sympathy for Lu Yixin. It was clearly Lu Yixin who was beaten black and blue, and it was also Lu Yixin who was crying out in pain. Why did the 7 fairies turn it into Lu Yixin bullying little junior sister? Senior sisters, let's talk things out, let's talk things out. The oldest disciple of the heavenly Tao sect rushed forward and hastily stopped the 7 fairies. What a joke. If these 7 young misses attacked, how could Lu Yixin survive? Senior sisters, and little junior sister, let go. The senior brother twitched his mouth and finally managed to make the child loosen her grip on Lu Yixin's collar. The senior brother of the heavenly Tao sect smiled apologetically. The 3 sects are of the same breath and branch, and we're all senior and junior brothers and sisters. We need to cooperate more on this trip to Xianxia town. We mustn't damage the harmony between us because of a misunderstanding. Senior brother Wang is right. Su Shanshan said coldly. However, if someone wants to step on the lion's head and bully my little junior sister, Su Shanshan's scabbard lightly swayed, revealing half of her sword. My sword will let her know how fragile life is. Everyone, senior sister, Lu Yixin really wasn't bullying little junior sister, how blind are you? Moreover, who would dare to bully you? Aren't you afraid of being killed by Peak Master Morong? Everyone simultaneously shifted their gazes to little junior sister. Speaking of which, when did the Holy Water sect have a little junior sister? Senior brother Wang smiled and cupped his hands. That's right, that's right. The 3 sects advance and retreat hand in hand and encourage each other. The Holy Water sect's little junior sister is also our 3 sects' little junior sister. We can't wait to dote on such a little sister, so why would we bully her? Su Shanshan's expression finally eased. She nodded and walked to the side while holding Arbor's hand. Gu Qingfeng, whose heart was in his throat, breathed a sigh of relief. Why did the 3 sects always have to bicker with each other? It wasn't good for dogs to bite each other. Thankfully, this small disturbance was resolved, and City Lord Gu appeared with a smile. Everyone, the City Lord's estate has gathered 7 mystic cultivators, 15 body cultivators, and 18 superhumans to assist the 3 sects' disciples to head to Xianxia town. It's up to you all to decide how to distribute the personnel. Those 7 mystic cultivators will be assigned 2 people to each team. The 15 body cultivators were assigned to teams of 5 people, the 18 superhumans were assigned to teams of 6 people, and the extra mystic cultivator was assigned to the senior sisters of the Holy Water sect. What do you all think? Senior Brother Wang suggested. Sure. Duan Yu nodded. Su Shanshan also nodded slightly. Then the Holy Water sect will go and pick people first, Senior Brother Wang said with a smile. Little junior sister, do you want to pick one? Su Shanshan stroked the child's head lovingly. The child looked up at her and nodded before bouncing over to the 7 mystic cultivators. He took out a talisman from his pocket and flicked it. Stop. Fix. Freeze. Everyone was speechless. Why did he feel so inexplicably funny? Just the 2 of them. The child reached out and took the hand of the 2 young men who were a little confused. Both of them had removed a talisman from their foreheads at the same time. The other 5 mystic cultivators stood motionlessly on the spot, probably feeling very aggrieved. The funniest thing was that one of the female mystic cultivators was flirtatiously flirting with her hair and winking. Then, she was frozen in place. Situi, who was being winked at, felt all the hair on his body stand on end, and he took 2 steps back. Senior Brother Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Little junior sister, you can still pick one more. No, Arbor muttered and pulled the 2 young mystic cultivators back to the team. Situi, Duan Yu, and the others clearly heard the little fellow muttering, useless and wasting food. These mystic cultivators? City Lord Gu walked up to the 5 mystic cultivators in astonishment and sized them up. Only then did everyone understand that the child wasn't fooling around just now. She really immobilized all 5 mystic cultivators on the spot. And the reason she could lead the 2 young mystic cultivators away was because they weren't immobilized by the talismans the child took out. According to the child's thoughts, these immobilized mystic cultivators weren't even as strong as her, so what use were they? Bringing them along would only get in her way and waste her food. Everyone silently turned to glance at the child. They wanted to ask where these talismans came from, but when faced with the child's expressionless stoic face, they didn't dare to ask anything in the end. Little junior sister. First peak second senior sister, Xue Xiao, excitedly grabbed her small hand and lightly squeezed it. Little junior sister, were those immobilization talismans you threw out just now? It wasn't like they hadn't seen immobilization talismans before, but seeing their little junior sister take out a handful from her pocket at once, this was a bit exaggerated. When did Guanlan City's talisman patrician family become so generous and willing to sell so many talismans on the market? There were too many fake talismans these days. Even if they were sold in a talisman shop, they might not be genuine. Thus, seeing their little junior sister take out a handful of talismans at once was truly a bit of an eyesore. Arbor nodded. He took out several talismans from his pocket and stuffed them into his second senior sister's hand. He patted her hand. They can't immobilize level 5 mystic cultivators and above. Body cultivators with cultivation similar to level 5 mystic cultivators probably can't immobilize them either. Because they were heading to Qinghe town, Arbor had already used up the remaining 100 blank talismans in advance. The talismans he drew were all strength, speed, and support talismans. So interesting. I'll go try. Xue Xiao also had the temperament of a child. She took the immobilization talisman and ran toward the body cultivators. But this time, the body cultivators and superhumans were on guard. When they saw a girl running toward them with an excited expression, they hastily retreated and looked at her with vigilance. Xue Xiao gripped the talisman and curled her lips regretfully. It seemed like she couldn't experiment on these people. Looking at their guarded gazes, how hilarious. It was as if she wanted to skin them alive. Xiao Xiao, stop messing around. Su Shanshan glanced at her second junior sister helplessly. She held the child's hand and walked forward, picking out 11 people from body cultivators and superhumans. What surprised Arbor was that she actually saw Qiao Wenwan and Wei Sanlang in the group of superhumans. Third junior Wei gave her a silly smile, but Qiao Wenwan glared at him as if she wanted to eat him alive. She walked towards Arbor. Su Shanshan frowned and reached out to block Qiao Wenwan. What are you doing? Qiao Wenwan angrily clenched her fists. She had already heard that Arbor had joined the 3 sects. How could the heavens be so blind? while she, Xia Wenwan, was struggling bitterly in the slums in the western part of the city, fighting over half a rotten steamed bun until her face and ears turned red. That D*MN girl actually joined the three sects and even became the holy water sect's little junior sister. This time, if it wasn't for the abundant rewards provided by the mission, Xia Wenwan wouldn't have risked her life. Senior brother Wang, we've chosen. Su Shanshan glared warningly at Xia Wenwan and pulled her little junior sister back to her team. Daybreak sect and Heavenly Tao sect had also chosen. At this time, the 5 mystic cultivators who were immobilized in the center of the plaza could finally move. The other 4 mystic cultivators were good-natured and did not say anything, but they awkwardly went to the other 2 groups. However, the female mystic cultivator who winked at Arbor angrily jumped up and dashed toward the holy water sect's group. She shouted at Arbor, "Little witch, come out." Senior brother Wang could not stop the female mystic cultivator and could only follow behind her with a bitter smile. "Who are you calling a little witch?" The 7 celestial maidens exploded and glared at the female mystic cultivator with arched brows. Arbor calmly walked out of the group and stopped in front of the female mystic cultivator. D*MN girl, apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about going to Xianxia town today. The female mystic cultivator blocked the group and acted like a rascal. She was not afraid of making a big deal out of it. She was a mystic cultivator. She had to be revered by others. When had she ever suffered such grievances? She was actually toyed with by a child. The other 4 mystic cultivators were even more embarrassed. They were immobilized by the immobilization talisman because their cultivation was not high enough. This caused the 4 originally arrogant mystic cultivators to put down their haughty attitudes and recognize their shortcomings. They originally did not want to make a big deal out of it and embarrass themselves even more, but this female mystic cultivator was unwilling to let them off. After this commotion, even the normal onlookers in the plaza knew that they mystic cultivators were not that powerful and that a single talisman could take care of them. "Alright, don't say any more." One of the mystic cultivators couldn't help but frown. Little junior sister of the holy water sect didn't want to do anything to us. If she really wanted to immobilize us, we would have died countless times already. To put it bluntly, that child just had an eccentric temper, but her methods were quite superb. She only used the shortest amount of time to select the 2 strongest mystic cultivator companions among them and did not actually injure them. If it weren't for the female mystic cultivator causing a ruckus, many of the onlookers would not have known what happened when the child silently left after throwing the talisman. "I'm seeking justice for us. You actually dare to curse me without distinguishing right from wrong?" The female mystic cultivator was furious. Xiaomu pattered over to the female mystic cultivator's side with small steps. Duan Yu's eyes kept twitching as he silently counted in his mind. 1, 2, 3. Sleep. Arbor casually threw a talisman over and used his profound energy to shake off the talisman. The female mystic cultivator fell to the ground with a thud, and the entire place was silent. "Carry her away." The child nodded at City Lord Gu, whose mouth was twitching. "Thank you, City Lord Gu." No, it's my pleasure." Gu Qingfeng felt that his forehead was full of sweat. This kid who threw talismans at the slightest disagreement, was he really not the reincarnation of a devil incarnate? Arbor ran back to the team and looked up at Su Shanshan. "Senior sister, we can go now." Su Shanshan raised her hand and patted the child's head lovingly. She turned around and said to everyone, "Let's go." The 60 men mounted their horses in unison. The child also wanted to mount the horse valiantly, but when he lowered his head and looked at his short stature, he couldn't help but feel helpless. "Jojo, let's ride together." Duan Yu, who was in high spirits, blinked his incomparably beautiful peach blossom eyes and chuckled softly. "You don't need to trouble yourself." Su Shanshan scowled and placed Xiaomu on the horse. Then she also mounted the horse and coldly glanced at the youth. Situi nodded at Duan Yu and immediately spurred his horse to follow after them. The group galloped toward Xianxia town. The journey was not too far, and if there were no accidents, they could arrive in half a day with this speed. Royal City's Eastern Palace, a small study in a side hall. The morning sun shone on the desk in front of the window. Prince Imo stood in the room in his usual blue robes. His black hair was neatly combed under his white jade crown. He flipped through a memorial in his hand for a while before tossing it to the ground. Xiao 11Z silently crawled over and hugged the memorial to the throne. He placed it on the desk along with the other memorials that the prince had tossed away earlier. Idling around all day and not knowing the hardships of the people. Look at this Lu Renhu. He's worrying about this monarch. He's so audacious and ignorant. He repeatedly slandered the great king and wanted to take a consort for this monarch. Mo Lian picked up her brush and drew a large cross on Lu Renhu's memorial. Not approved. Huifeng stood next to the crown prince like a pillar. His brows didn't move, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. There's also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The officials who worry so much for this monarch all seconded Lu Renhu's proposal. Hee, very good. Mo Lian picked up his brush and crossed out several booklets in succession. Afterwards, he tossed the pile of items to the nearby supervisor eunuch who was drenched in cold sweat. What did you say just now? The crown prince turned around with a hint of sternness in his eyes as he looked at the guard standing by the door. The guard inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He hastily replied respectfully, the North Battalion heading to Xianxia town to exterminate zombies is currently trapped in the town and awaiting rescue. Perfect. Lu Renhu and the others have nothing to do. Let them follow the army to exterminate zombies in Xianxia town. What? The steward eunuch standing to the side almost dropped the memorial he was holding. Oh, his jaw also almost dropped to the ground. Xiao 11Z picked up the memorial on the ground and jogged to the crown prince's side. He reminded in a low voice, Your Highness, that Lu Renhu is the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. He's a civilian, so what if he's a civilian? Zombies are wreaking havoc everywhere. He's a dignified man. Even women and children are fighting. Why can't he fight? Thus, less than an hour later, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Renhu, and the other 5 officials simultaneously received the crown prince's verbal order to supervise the 6 of them to follow the army to Xianxia town to participate in the rescue work. It felt like the sky was about to fall. The Lu family cried and cried as they hugged Lord Lu's leg. Lord Lu wanted to cry more than anyone else. Ever since the great king threw down this decree and left for Mount Hong, Lord Lu felt that his whole person was not good. For some reason, her eyelids had been twitching for the past few days. Sure enough, today's omen was fulfilled. Official Lu wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He hugged his wife and child, and the whole family hugged each other and cried. In the end, a few guards from the south camp felt that Official Lu was being too slow, so they forcefully pulled him away and carried him onto the horse. The guards obeyed the crown prince's orders and went to the residences of the officials one by one. No matter how much trouble they caused, they were all tied onto the horses one by one. After escorting the lords out of the capital, someone would return to the eastern palace to report. The crown prince was silent for a moment before saying, We remember that Xianxia town isn't far from Shijiao City. We want the current news from Shijiao City. Yes. Huifeng accepted the order and quickly left. The crown prince was somewhat distracted. He sat by the desk and held his brush, not moving for a long time. After a long while, he finally asked, Gong Chang'an. This old servant is here. The steward eunuch answered with cold sweat. He felt that the crown prince's voice was extremely cold, as if he was in a very bad mood. How many memorials did the great king leave behind? Gong Chang'an silently wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve and said with trepidation, Your Highness, you've been going through memorials for more than a dozen days these past 2 days. There's still about a dozen days left. The crown prince's expression instantly darkened, scaring Gong Chang'an into kneeling on the ground and not daring to utter another word. The great king's days are truly smooth sailing, the crown prince muttered indifferently. Leaving him with a pile of work to deal with, he scrambled off to Mount Hong to enjoy his life. Gong Chang'an wiped his sweat and murmured, Your Highness, this old servant was about to report something. On the way to the temporary imperial palace on Mount Hong, the great king's party was ambushed by 2 zombies, and noble lady he fainted on the spot. Why were there only 2? Didn't he have the hidden pavilion send a few more over to add some excitement to the great king? He wasn't reliable at all. If the great king knew what this unfilial son was thinking, he might rush over and strangle him to death. Your Highness, Kiki wants to send more people to Mount Hong to protect the Great King? Gong Chang'an asked cautiously. The Great King took away 3,000 royal guards, so the entire royal guard camp is now empty. The south camp is going to reinforce Qinghe town now, so this crown prince doesn't have any more men to mobilize. The crown prince looked up and coldly glanced at Gong Chang'an. How about we form a unit camp for you and you lead them to rush over to rescue the emperor? Pfft, Xiao 11Z hastily covered his mouth. No, Your Highness, your joke is too cold. Xiao 11Z couldn't stand it. Gong Chang'an silently shut his mouth. This old servant doesn't want to lead a bunch of weaklings from the unit camp to Mount Hong to their deaths. This old servant will take his leave. Gong Chang'an exited the eastern palace and met Hu Weifeng's eyes, feeling the urge to cry. Huifeng couldn't understand the meaning behind Gong Chang'an's bitter expression, so he quickly entered and said with a serious expression, Your Highness, there's news from the night pavilion. Shizhou City issued a mission call and summoned many mystic cultivators and body cultivators to accompany the members of the three sects to Qinghe town for training. If the information is accurate, they have already left for that place this morning. Previously, North Camp's 500 people were all trapped in Qinghe town. However, aside from some mystic cultivators, the rest of the people from the three sects should be a combination of body cultivators and superhumans. Their combat strength is probably stronger than North Camp's. The Crown Prince's expression was calm as he listened to the news and nodded. Very good. As long as Shizhou City is fine and doesn't affect my little girl, it's fine. As for the rest, they could go wherever they wanted, whether it was the three sects or the city lord's summons. Since the three sects are involved in the matter of Qinghe town. The Crown Prince's handsome brows twitched slightly. He reached into his pocket and took out the communication jade talisman. He touched the jade talisman with his finger and saw lines of small words appear on it. Your Highness, this subordinate is currently secretly following the little miss to Qinghe town. The young miss had participated in the three sects training. There were a total of 60 people in the group, and they had now arrived at the entrance of the small town. I'm about to go in with Miss, so I don't have time to send another message. The Crown Prince abruptly stood up from the table. His gentle expression no longer existed. Instead, it was replaced by a grave and cold expression. He felt a little flustered, as if something bad was about to happen. Has little Seventh returned? Your Highness, 7th Yen will most likely not return for another 2 days. Prepare the horse. The Crown Prince strode out the door. Huifeng hastily followed and dissuaded him, Your Highness, even if you ride at full speed and take a shortcut, it'll still take 4 to 5 days. It's better to have 7th Yen hurry back. The Crown Prince's footsteps paused. Right. Hurry and send a message to little 7th. At 10 minutes past noon, Shizhou City's city lord received news that soldiers were escorting 3 carriages full of supplies into the city. The overjoyed city lord Gu hurriedly went out to welcome them and led a young guard captain back to the city lord's estate. He served them tea and entertained them for a meal. Only in the end did he realize that they weren't delivering supplies to Shizhou City. The city lord was embarrassed when he realized that he had misexpressed his feelings the entire way. Hidden Flower, who was disguised as Tian's lackey, saw everything and inwardly laughed until his stomach hurt. If it weren't for the 3 tails following them relentlessly, Hidden Flower really wanted to take a look at the little girl that His Highness the Crown Prince was so worried about. As for now, he would just let those 3 flies fly around outside for a while. I heard that city lord Gu sent people to Qinghe town? Tian asked under Hidden Flower's gaze. City Lord Gu was still immersed in the faint sorrow of the imperial court not distributing supplies to Shizhou City. The imperial court's generous gift was for a little girl. While City Lord Gu was in a bad mood, a little stoic face inexplicably popped up in his mind. It couldn't be, right? City Lord Gu couldn't connect Miss Jiao and the imperial court together. Unexpectedly, City Lord Gu soon discovered that his guess was correct. They really did come for that little stoic girl. Could City Lord Gu help us invite the little girl to the City Lord's estate? Don't make a big fuss and just invite her secretly, Tian said with a stern and squarish face. Sir Hidden Flower's intention was to let the little girl decide how to deal with those 3 tails after she arrived. If the little girl was too lazy to do anything, then it was completely fine for Sir to eliminate those 3 flies. Gu Qingfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Miss Chow followed the three sects to Qinghe town early this morning. I'm afraid she won't be able to come over to receive supplies in the near future. He Tian's face instantly darkened. City Lord, you're going overboard. How could you let an underage little girl go to such a dangerous place? Gu Qingfeng's mouth was full of bitterness, but he could only smile apologetically. The little girl set off with her sect. With the senior sisters of the Holy Water sect looking after her, there shouldn't be any problems. Since it was the sect's decision, He Tian had nothing to say. If that's the case, then we'll have to leave these supplies in the city lord's manor for a few more days, Hidden Flower said with a smile, but his sparse eyebrows were slightly furrowed. City Lord Gu was crying in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face. He nodded happily and ordered the servants to prepare a room for He Tian and the others to rest. When he sent the two off, City Lord Gu couldn't help but cough and ask timidly, "May I know when the imperial court will distribute supplies to Shizhou City?" He Tian immediately put on an official face and said solemnly, "Recently, zombies have been everywhere. In many towns and cities, the control is very chaotic, and there are starving people everywhere. The resources distributed by the imperial court still need to satisfy the needs of those especially poor places." In comparison, Shizhou City was very stable and prosperous. His Highness had also praised City Lord Gu for his good governance and benevolence. The Crown Prince and even the Great King are very pleased, and there is no need for the imperial court to send another Zhizhou to inspect. Gu Qingfeng was bursting with joy, and he was grinning from ear to ear. "Your Highness is too kind." He was immediately swayed by He Tian's few words. He didn't even remember to ask for supplies and eagerly sent them to rest. Arbor's group arrived at Qinghe town at noon. Everyone dismounted but did not rush inside. Instead, they gathered at the entrance and planned to eat some rations and rest before entering the town. The leaders of the three sects were Su Shanshan, Situ Yi, and Shang Kuan. Duan Yu insisted on staying in Xiao Mu's team no matter what. Even the 7 celestial maidens' cold gazes could not erase his determination to stay. Arbor did not mind. This youth's cultivation was definitely higher than hers, and he felt a bit mysterious. He looked like a weakling, but he was not. The little fellow looked up at the sky. Although it was noon, the sky above Qinghe town was overcast as though it was concealing an aura of death. Everyone silently took out their rations to eat. When Xiaomu saw that most of the mystic cultivators acted in unison and took out food from their inner worlds with a swipe of the air, she could only swallow her pride. A certain poor child could only resign himself to his fate and take out a piece of pastry from the bag at his waist. She had just taken a bite when she heard a loud exclamation. "Aren't you a mystic cultivator?" Lu Yexin seemed to have caught Xiaomu's weakness and pointed at her with a malicious smile. "Oh. I know. You're a mystic cultivator without an inner world. Ha ha ha, no inner world. No mystic conscious. Idiot. Trash mystic cultivator, ha 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 ha." Lu Yexin did not notice that Arbor, whom she rebuked, was expressionless and emotionless when she said this. The other 4 to 5 mystic cultivators in the 3 teams all glared at Lu Yexin with fury on their faces. Situ Yi and senior brother Wang were sitting not far from Lu Yexin, and they all glared at this brainless junior sister with a frown. While she was mocking others, did she forget that there were 2 mystic cultivators in their Heavenly Dao sect team who had not opened their inner worlds? One of them, senior brother Zhao, was already over 30 years old, and being unable to open his inner world was the pain of his life. Lu Yexin originally wanted to annoy Arbor, but she didn't expect to offend more than half of the mystic cultivators present with her words. Duan Yu looked up and looked at the child beside him with interest. Xiaomu was not to be trifled with, so she would definitely rebuke her. However, ha 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 ha. Xiaomu responded to Lu Yexin's ha 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 and let out a series of chuckles. On her palm-sized face, her eyebrows, eyes, and nose didn't move at all. If it wasn't for the sound coming from her mouth, no one would think that she was smiling. He looked like a little doll carved out of jade. After the child finished laughing, she lowered her head and continued to eat the pastries. She didn't have the slightest intention to talk to anyone. Everyone was speechless. Duan Yu burst out in laughter. Sure enough, following a child was too interesting. Situ Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the child. Little junior sister is still young. It's normal that she doesn't have an inner world. Junior Marshal Sister Lu, I remember that you also just formed your mystic sense a month ago and successfully opened your inner world. You're 5 years older than Junior Sister. Hearing Sitiyi's words, Lu Yexin was so angry that she almost cried. However, no one was in the mood to comfort this willful Junior Sister Lu. Humph! Su Shanshan and the others snorted. Seeing that Lu Yexin had been rebuked by Sitiyi, they let her off. Senior Brother Wang took out a map and said to everyone, please come over and take a look. The entire Xianxia town can be roughly divided into 3 areas. We don't know the exact location of the granary, so we need to split into 3 groups to explore it. The residential area is concentrated on the east side of town, and there's also a school there. The west side is mostly concentrated with shops, while the north side seems to be a large farm that's connected to a field and a small stream. That's the situation. Everyone, decide how to distribute the search areas, Senior Brother Wang said. Su Shanshan nodded. Senior Brother Wang, how about you distribute the search areas? We don't have any objections. Senior Brother Shang, what do you think? Senior Brother Wang good-naturedly looked at Shang Kuan from the Daybreak sect. Shang Kuan shook his head aloofly. We'll follow Senior Brother Wang's arrangements. Senior Brother Wang nodded with a smile. Since no one has any objections, I'll distribute the search areas. Since no one has any objections, I'll distribute the search teams in these 3 areas. Senior sisters from the Holy Water sect will search the residential area and school in the east. The Daybreak sect will search the shops in the west. As for our Heavenly Tao sect, we'll search the farm in the north. Su Shanshan and Shang Kuan didn't have any objections. The north side was relatively large, so Senior Brother Wang's distribution was already considerate of him. We still don't know where that granary is. It could be divided into several warehouses, or it could even be empty. Therefore, it's best to be careful. Searching for supplies is secondary. The main thing is that so many of us came in, so I hope to see everyone leave safely. Senior Brother is right. Situyi nodded and glanced warningly at Lu Yexin. Junior Sister Lu, now isn't the time to mess around. I hope you can rein in your temper and obediently follow the team. Lu Yexin was gloomy, but she couldn't throw a tantrum, so she could only nod sullenly. 6 hours later, before nightfall, gather at the center of town regardless of whether you find the granary or not. Here. Senior Brother Wang pointed heavily at a certain spot on the map. Gather at the central bridge. Okay. Everyone nodded in unison. Su Shanshan held the child's small hand and stood to the side. Pitch-black waves seemed to surge in the depths of her eyes. There was a suffocating sense of discomfort in this place. Alright, let's set off. Senior Brother Wang and Situyi walked at the very front and led the group of 60 people into Xianxia town. San Lang, don't you feel that this place gives people goosebumps? Xiao Wenwan followed closely behind 3rd Junior Wei. She was starting to regret it. Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here. 3rd Junior Wei felt a little guilty, but it wasn't as obvious as Xiao Wenchuan's. Fear was written all over Xiao Wenchuan's face. She cautiously looked back and forth at the empty town. She shouldn't have been greedy for that dozen caddies of rice and come to such a gloomy place. Xiao Wenwan followed closely behind 3rd Junior Wei, her heart on edge. She followed the group into the small town. When they arrived at the entrance, the group stopped. Let's disperse here. Remember to gather at the central bridge before dark. Don't get caught up in the fight. Senior Brother Wang didn't finish his words. A piece of bloody flesh fell from the memorial arch above his head. Blood splashed onto the heads and faces of several people. Everyone's heart tightened. Only Xiao Wenwan opened her mouth and held uncontrollably. But halfway through his howl, he was punched hard in the mouth. The force of the punch threw her to the ground with a bang. Everyone's vision blurred. A nimble and slender figure charged over like an angry lion cub and landed punch after punch on Xiao Wenchuan's mouth. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble as they looked at the bloody teeth that had fallen to the ground. This little fellow was truly ruthless. 3rd Junior Wei was dazed from fright. When he finally regained his senses, he hastily rushed forward to stop the fight and said with a sullen face, "Jojo, stop fighting, stop fighting. You're almost beating your little aunt to death. Do you want to kill everyone?" Arbor's eyes were so dark that not a trace of light could be seen. Arbor flung Xiao Wenwan away and said coldly, "Scram back to Shizhou City. You don't need to go in. The team doesn't need trash like you who only knows how to scream when you encounter a little trouble to drag us down." Xiao Wenchuan's mouth was full of blood, and she spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth. When she looked up, she glared at Arbor with a venomous gaze and let out a hoarse roar. She pounced forward, wanting to push Arbor to the ground. She wanted to strangle this child who embarrassed her in front of everyone. Unfortunately, before she could get close, Arbor raised his leg and kicked her away. She rolled on the ground and roared as she pounded the ground to vent her anger. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Arbor stared coldly at the woman on the ground. At this moment, the child exuded a ruthless aura, and a faint white mist of mystic energy surrounded her raised hand. She would lose her life with just one blow. A normal person's life was so fragile. Even a superpowered person would be powerless in front of a mystic cultivator. Third Junior Wei was so scared that he shrank to the side. How would he dare to go forward and say a word? Even Lu Yixin, who had been jumping up and down, did not dare to speak. She only kept sneaking glances at Arbor with a strange mood. She felt that she had always been bullied by the child. Today, she suddenly saw her bullying someone else, and so viciously at that. It felt a little strange. In comparison, it seemed that she was not so strict with herself before. At least, her teeth were still in her mouth. Lu Yixin subconsciously raised her hand to touch her mouth. "Little junior sister." Su Shanshan slowly walked to her side and gently held her hand. She bent down and picked up the child. "Let's go." Xiaomu's accumulated cold energy slowly relaxed. She looked up at Su Shanshan and silently nodded with pursed lips. Killing an unimportant woman would be as easy as blowing off dust. But why should her junior martial sister bear the bad reputation of killing a relative? "Leave immediately. Don't stay." Su Shanshan shouted at Xiao Wenwan with a cold face. She then turned to her team and said, "Everyone, listen to my orders. Don't make any noise. If you attract a large number of zombies to the team, you will bear the consequences." "That's right. Calm down when something happens. Don't panic." Senior Brother Wang nodded in agreement. Even the people from Daybreak Sect who had always found Arbor an eyesore didn't say anything this time because they knew very well that if it weren't for Arbor stopping Xiao Wenchuan's shouting in time, perhaps many zombies would have been attracted by now. They didn't want to be surrounded by zombies while they were still at the town's entrance. Shang Kuan said solemnly, "Everyone, be careful. We're heading west." After saying that, his sharp gaze swept over the timid Third Junior Wei. "She's your wife? Take her back to Shizhou City. Our team doesn't welcome you." Third Junior Wei opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but Shang Kuan had no intention of listening to him. He directly led the team to the west side of town. Xiao Wenwan was anxious, angry, and embarrassed. She kicked and slapped the ground, wanting to make a fuss again, but Third Junior Wei pounced over and covered her mouth. "Wife, be quiet." Xiao Wenwan wanted to eat Third Junior Wei alive. When she was flung to the ground by Xiaomu just now, she clearly saw that this cowardly man did not know how to stand up for her at all. Even when he saw that Xiaomu was beating him viciously, he kept retreating backwards, deeply afraid of being implicated by her. Third Junior Wei hurriedly covered Xiao Wenchuan's noisy mouth and dragged her out of the town. "Wife, keep your voice down. We shouldn't be fooling around right now. The whole group has left, and only the two of us are left. If something happens, we won't have anyone to reason with." "Reason my ass." Xiao Wenchuan's mouth was covered by Third Junior Wei again. Her mouth was filled with the taste of blood. "Wife, you're too impulsive. That's not good. Look at you, if you didn't make a fuss just now, they wouldn't have kicked us out of the group." Third Junior Wei dragged Xiao Wenwan all the way to the town entrance. He was a strength-type superhuman, so Xiao Wenwan couldn't resist at all when he held her down. When the two of them reached the town entrance, Xiao Wenwan suddenly cried out and tried to pry the man's arm away. She stared in front of her with a frightened expression. A person with long hair that they couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman was sitting on a stone block at the town entrance with his back facing them. Two hands were slowly crawling on his head of messy hair. No matter how one looked at it, there was a sense of creepiness. Fortunately, it was still daytime. If it was nighttime, they would be scared sick by this person even if they weren't sick. The two of them gathered their courage and walked to the side, trying their best to avoid coming into contact with the person on the stone block. However, the person suddenly turned his head. A pair of eyes protruded from the deep eye sockets of his face. They were shockingly huge. The guy opened his mouth at the two of them, revealing two very sharp fangs. Without saying anything, he climbed down from the stone block and suddenly pounced at the two of them. Xiao Wenwan was so scared that she fell on her butt. Third Junior Wei couldn't care less about Xiao Wenwan at this time. He quickly ran out of the town. The zombie pounced and clawed at Xiao Wenwan. The wound on her left arm was so deep that the bone could be seen. Xiao Wenwan's eyes shrank in pain. Third Young Master Wei, you damned donkey! Xiao Wenwan cursed in shock and fear. Seeing that the terrifying zombie was about to pounce on her face again, Xiao Wenwan took a deep breath and suddenly burst forth with speed. With a whoosh, she swept past the zombie and rushed out of the town. Roar! When the zombie saw that the meat in its mouth had flown away, it hurriedly chased out of the town in a crooked manner and chased in the direction of the couple. Roar! Roar! Although Third Junior Wei's strength was different from a mortal's, his speed was no match for Xiao Wenwan's. It didn't take long for Xiao Wenwan to overtake him. Third Junior Wei looked back and saw the corpse puppet howling madly as it chased after him. He cursed anxiously and angrily, Wenwan, why did you lure it out? You useless man who deserves 1,000 cuts. Xiao Wenwan roared angrily. Her speed exploded to the extreme as she rushed forward. She roared angrily, go to hell. Third Junior Wei's expression was extremely ugly. He still wanted to say something, but he suddenly realized that there was a gust of wind behind him. When he turned around, the zombie had clawed at his face. How could this be? Third Junior Wei's eyes widened in horror. The zombie's speed had always been very slow. Although he couldn't run as fast as Xiao Wenwan, he was at least much faster than a mortal. But now, what kind of zombie was this? How could its speed be so shocking? Third Junior Wei couldn't think about it in detail. He punched the zombie's body and clearly heard a crack from the zombie's body. Third Junior Wei was delighted, but in the next second, his throat was bitten by a pair of terrifying fangs. After the three teams split up at the memorial arch, they each went to their own area to search. They did not know that Xiao Wenwan and her husband met with misfortune. Of course, even if they knew, they would not pay too much attention. Su Shanshan walked at the front of the team while holding the child's hand. Shueshao followed closely behind her with a step's distance. Her playful smile disappeared, replaced by a grave expression. Gurgle. A young body cultivator in the team kicked something and stopped with a frown. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly and looked down, only to see a sinister head lying quietly at their feet. Everyone's breathing tightened, but their expressions were still relatively calm. Su Shanshan looked up at the undulating rows of residences. There are probably more than 100 residences here. We'll split into 3 teams to search. Xiao, you lead one team. Junior sister Yugoe, you lead the other team. We'll split into 3 teams so we can search faster this way. If anything happens, remember to use the sex communication talisman to contact us immediately. Yes. Yugoe and Shueshao each picked 6 people and left quickly. Besides her and her little junior sister, there were 6 other people with Su Shanshan. There was Duanyu, who they could not shake off, junior sister Li Ling from the 3rd peak, a young mystic cultivator named Yang Shu, a middle-aged body cultivator named Ah Jin, and 2 superhumans, a pair of young siblings. The older brother, Xiong Yan, was 17 years old and a strength-type superhuman. The younger sister, Xiong Li, was 15 years old and a speed-type superhuman. After introductions, everyone learned that Xiong Li not only ran fast but also had developed hearing. Before Su Shanshan entered the residences to search, she had Xiong Li listen to the surroundings. After finding no problems, she quickly led everyone into the residences to search for supplies. The 8 people searched 5 to 6 residences but did not find anything. They could not help but look at each other with wry smiles. Continue searching. Su Shanshan ordered, and the 8 people walked out of the house and ran to the next one. The houses here weren't badly damaged, but along the way, they didn't even see a single corpse puppet. This worried Arbor deeply. A shadow floated in his heart and seemed to be spreading. After exiting the residences, Arbor looked up at the sky. It was even darker than before. Duan Yu poked the child's back. Jojo, did you discover something? It's too quiet here. The child's words made everyone's hearts tighten. Xianxia even consciously stopped in her tracks, once again holding her breath and listening attentively. However, I really didn't hear anything. The footsteps of a corpse puppet are very different from ours. As long as one appears near us, I will definitely hear it, Xianxia explained anxiously. Xianxia nodded. Everyone, be careful. Let's continue searching. Next room. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace. However, although the rooms were intact and undamaged, there was no food at all. Could there be a mistake in the information? The people of Xianxia town have already fled with their food, the young mystic cultivator, Xianxia, asked with a frown. No, they didn't escape, the middle-aged body cultivator said with a pained expression. How did you know? My in-laws live in Xianxia town. After my wife brought the 2 children back to her parents' home, she hasn't returned since. The middle-aged body cultivator closed his eyes. He had been waiting for his relatives in Shijiao City, but they never came. Then, are you familiar with the town? The middle-aged body cultivator revealed a bitter smile. I went out to gain experience for several years and didn't return home often, much less have the time to visit my in-laws. Now that he thought about it, he was filled with regret. While he pursued strength everywhere and was busy making friends with all kinds of people, his wife took care of their elderly parents with their 2 children and never once complained to him. But now, it was so difficult for him to even see his wife and children again. The young mystic cultivator, Xianxia, patted body cultivator Ajin's shoulder. He wanted to say a few words of consolation but was unable to say anything after a moment of hesitation. Everyone present was well aware of this. Ajin's wife and children were most likely doomed. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, let's finish searching this area. If we still don't find anything, I think we shouldn't enter these residences one by one. Let's circle to the back and see if there are granaries. Okay. They all nodded without any objections. Arbor gathered his sleeves and followed behind them. He slowly turned his head and glanced behind him. There seemed to be some kind of unease hidden under the peaceful residence district. The 8 of them entered a relatively large residence. This size was one of the best in the entire Xianxia town. Mystic cultivator Xianxia was the first to kick open the 2 large doors. Everyone cautiously entered with weapons in hand. The courtyard was bleak and empty without a single person in sight. Other than Arbor standing alone in the courtyard, the other 7 did the same as before. They walked along the long corridor leading to the back rooms to search for supplies. Arbor circled the courtyard by himself and picked up any tools he saw that he could use. After returning to his original spot, Arbor took out a storage talisman from his sleeve and flicked it open, instantly storing everything inside. Xianxia, Duan Yu, and Xianxia just happened to return to the courtyard. They immediately saw the child standing in the middle of the courtyard, gently gathering her sleeves and slightly raising her head. A talisman emitting a blue light was floating in front of her. Her small, fair hands poked out of her sleeves and swiped at the air. All the miscellaneous items on the ground disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone's hearts jolted, and Duan Yu even sprinted to the child's side. He grabbed the child's hand and exclaimed, "Storage talisman." The child calmly withdrew his hand and looked at the young man expressionlessly. "Young man, what are you so excited about?" "Wow, this kind of storage talisman is hard to buy even on the black market." Compared to her older brother's solemnness, Xianxia, this younger sister, was pretty and vivacious. She was not shy with strangers at all, and she ran up to Qiao Mu and held her small hand with a chuckle. "Little sister, you really have hidden your abilities well." Xianxia nodded her head in agreement. Earlier, when they were outside the town, the child had taken out the bag from her waist and taken out some food. She had even been mocked by that ignorant Lu Yixin. But could Lu Yixin have a storage talisman? Perhaps even her father, who was the vice hall master of Tiandao sect, wouldn't be able to get a precious storage talisman from the black market. "No wonder," master said to her aloofly before they left, your little junior sister doesn't need you people to worry about her. Compared to your little junior sister, Master is more worried about you all. Xiaoxiao's temper is especially irritable, so you have to watch her more. As for your little junior sister, you'll know in the future. Recalling her master's meaningful smile, Xianxia took a deep breath. It's possible to buy immobilization talismans on the black market. But I've never seen a storage talisman before. Duan Yu's eyes were so bright they were about to burn. He tossed the child's disdain to the back of his mind. Duan Yu relentlessly grabbed the child's hand and chuckled as he questioned, "Little fellow, where did you buy these talismans? Could it be that some underground black market opened an auction and didn't inform him?" The child decisively slapped away Duan Yu's hand and silently put away the blue talisman before running towards Xianxia. "Duan Yu, my heart hurts. I have such a handsome face that angers the heavens, but why am I so unpopular with this child? Eldest senior sister, let's go." Arbor suddenly paused and pulled Xianxia over, a cold glint flashing through his narrowed eyes. The blue talisman jumped out again, and a pitch-black repeating crossbow instantly appeared in her hand. Whoosh! 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 3 iron arrows shot out like shooting stars. Hoarse screeches came from the sky, and 3 black lumps fell down. They were accompanied by pieces of rotten flesh that softly clattered to the ground. The 7 people instantly gathered around Arbor and looked up in shock. The originally pitch-black sky was now tainted by a large flock of pitch-black crows, turning it completely black. They were like a black iron plate hanging in the sky as they rapidly moved toward the residential area on the east side. Arbor's heart skipped a beat, and he clenched his fists tightly. 3rd-level mutated zombie crows. Why did these things appear in Xianxia town? The mutation speed was so fast in this life. Mutated zombie crows appeared in less than half a month. What more terrifying things would happen in the future, or could it be that these mutated zombie crows also appeared in her previous life, so almost all the people from the 3 sects were trapped in Xianxia town and never returned? In reality, there was no time for her to think about it. Although these mutated zombie crows were not difficult to deal with, there were too many of them. Once they surrounded them, they would probably be wiped out. Moreover, she finally figured it out. Why was this place so quiet? It was likely that the corpses had been eaten by the crows before they mutated, which accelerated the mutation of the corpse crows. It made the entire Xianxia town look empty without a single zombie to be found. Junior sister Li Ling, quickly release the sex message talisman and ask everyone to gather at the town's memorial archway, Xianxia said calmly. Li Ling immediately took out the sex message talisman from his inner world and hastily wrote 2 lines of words. Then, he threw it into the sky with a whoosh and watched as it turned into specks of stars and dissipated. It's too late, Grand Senior Sister. Arbor's black eyes narrowed. He quickly took out 7 or 8 talismans from his sleeves and threw them at everyone. Run! Arbor took the lead and ran towards the back of the residential area. At this moment, Xianxia also realized that it was unrealistic for everyone to run back to the entrance of the town. The sky in front of them was completely blocked by the mutated cadaveric crows. They flapped their wings that were full of rotten flesh, and as they flapped, smelly lumps of flesh fell from above. The place where Arbor escaped to was an opening. Xianxia shouted, "Come over here. Follow little junior sister." Xiongli displayed her innate speed and grabbed her brother Xiongyan, who was running at the very back. With a few jumps, she followed behind Arbor. Soon, the sound of flapping wings came from behind them. The mutated cadaveric crows had caught up. A 3-story residence appeared in front of them. The Qingfeng Academy plaque at the entrance was already broken and lying on the ground. Everyone rushed into the classroom in 2s and 3s. Because of the speed talisman, everyone was able to display extraordinary speed. Eldest senior sister. Eldest senior sister, little junior sister. Several pleasantly surprised shouts came from the side entrance. Xianxia looked up and saw that Shui Zhao's and Yugui's teams had arrived. She was overjoyed and quickly waved at them. Quick, let's go in first. The 3 teams converged, and everyone dashed into the academy. They quickly turned around and closed the wooden doors and windows in time. Immediately, they heard a series of flapping sounds as a dozen or so mutated cadaveric crows swooped down from the sky and slammed into the doors and windows. Everyone's hearts clenched tightly as they followed the swaying of the doors and windows. Quick! Move those stools and tables over here. At Xianxia's command, many people immediately rushed over and dragged over all the tables and chairs in the academy. They stacked them one by one in front of the doors and windows. Through the crack in the window lattice, Arbor coldly looked at the dense flock of cadaveric crows in the sky and frowned. These senseless things were actually so well-mannered that they didn't immediately rush down to attack them, other than the dozen that attacked earlier. The rest of the flock of cadaveric crows that blotted out the sky only circled the academy and did not move closer. This caused Arbor to feel very uneasy. She couldn't help but feel that she had overlooked something very important. Arbor and Duanyu, who was standing next to her, looked at each other and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Thud, 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 thud. In the quiet clear breeze academy where only breathing could be heard, a soft sound suddenly came from the stairs leading to the second floor. It sounded like someone was walking down from the second floor. Everyone's nerves tensed up in an instant. Their faces darkened as they looked in the direction of the staircase. Even the sound of their breathing was held in unison. Thump, 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 thump. A bouncing bamboo ball fell down from the stairs, causing everyone's tense nerves to loosen slightly in an instant. They only felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their throats, but all of a sudden, they only saw an insignificant bamboo ball. Be careful. Xiaomu suddenly raised her crossbow and struck a zombie that was about to pounce onto her teammate, causing it to fall to the ground. Everyone looked up and sucked in a breath of cold air. There were several large holes in the wooden floor of the second floor of the academy. 4 or 5 corpse puppets were jumping down from the holes. Some were hanging upside down from the ceiling, their protruding eyes full of hostility. One after another, people swallowed their saliva. They were so shocked that their breathing almost stopped. However, none of them were pushovers. At first, they just didn't react as fast as Arbor, but after they reacted, they didn't even need the captain's instructions. They consciously formed groups of 2 or 3 and rushed towards the zombies that were pouncing on them. They quickly took care of those things, including the ones that were hanging upside down from the ceiling. Little sister, thank you for your reminder. The young mystic cultivator who had almost been pounced on by the zombie cast a grateful glance at Arbor. At that moment, everyone's attention was attracted by the bamboo ball that fell down the stairs. Only the child saw the danger above his head. It had to be said that his level of meticulousness was comparable to a mystic cultivator with decades of experience. Arbor pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She only nodded at the young mystic cultivator. Xianxia looked up at the dilapidated ceiling above her head. Should we go up? Let's go up and take a look. They nodded hesitantly. When everyone walked up the stairs, only the middle-aged body cultivator, Ajin, stood there and stared motionlessly at the bamboo ball on the ground. This was the bamboo ball he personally made for the 2 children before he left home last time. Children. Ajin looked up at the broken ceiling with excitement in his eyes. Ajin, what are you doing? Xianxia turned around and looked at the middle-aged body cultivator with a frown. He still had time to daydream at a time like this? Did he have a death wish? Ajin returned to his senses and suddenly bent down to pick up the bamboo ball. He took the lead and dashed upstairs with loud footsteps. Ajin. The young mystic cultivator, Xianxia, looked at the middle-aged body cultivator in astonishment. This Ajin didn't speak much the entire way up, but he was very cooperative with the team. He had never lost his composure like this and ran off alone without a word. Go up, Arbor ordered coldly. What happened to him? Shuixiao turned to Xianxia and spoke quickly, eldest senior sister, we wanted to rush to the town entrance after receiving your message, but it was too late. It's the same for us, and we sacrificed a teammate on the way here, senior sister Yugoi said grimly. Senior sister Yugoi, this has nothing to do with you. It was that superhuman who disregarded your orders and ran away recklessly that killed him. Also, he almost implicated us. Yugoi sighed. The more critical the situation, the more you have to remain calm. That body cultivator brother didn't listen to senior sister Su and ran up alone. I'm afraid. Xianxia also frowned, her expression unsightly. Let's go up. Pay attention to your feet and be careful. Don't push and shove in a panic. Then, Xianxia solemnly handed her little junior sister to Duanyu and turned to Xiao. Junior sister, let's lead the way. Yes. Xiao nodded and walked up to stand next to Xianxia. The two of them led the team upstairs. The wooden floor was severely damaged, and from time to time a slight cracking sound could be heard. Creak, creak. The sounds under their feet made everyone tense and inexplicably depressed. Suddenly, an old face appeared at the top of the stairs. Xianxia's reaction was extremely fast as a streak of profound energy rushed over. The profound energy landed on the handrail of the staircase, splitting a large piece of the wooden handrail in half, and it fell down the stairs with a crash. Xianxia and Xiao were the first to quickly ascend the stairs. Xiongyan and his sister followed closely behind them, while Duanyu walked in the middle of the crowd with the child in tow. After the group of people had all gone upstairs, they very vigilantly spread out to both sides, paying attention to the dark environment around them. The floor was very dark, and there should be a lobby in the middle. The wooden doors of the 2 rows of rooms on both sides were tightly shut. The middle-aged body cultivator, Jin Jingheng, stood in front of Xianxia and Xiao and said anxiously, Don't do anything, everyone. They're all residents of Qinghe town. Don't hurt them. Everyone took a closer look and realized that there were 7 or 8 people hiding behind the middle-aged body cultivator. There were men and women of all ages, and one of them was the old face that had appeared at the staircase earlier. Everyone got into their attacking stances. Their faces were tense, and there was no smile on their faces. They are zombies? No, they aren't zombies, they aren't. Jin Jingheng's hands tightly hugged 2 9- and 10-year-old children as he looked earnestly at Xianxia. In the darkness, the 2 sides confronted each other. The second floor was completely silent. Xianxia frowned as she looked at the children in Jin's arms. Her gaze then shifted to the 7 or 8 townspeople behind Jin. These people did not look like zombies. Other than their extremely thin bodies, dry lips, and thick dark circles under their eyes, there seemed to be nothing special about them. Jin nervously hugged the 2 children and vigilantly scanned Xianxia and the others. How long have you been here? The girl's cold voice emerged from the crowd. Her teammates subconsciously moved to the side, revealing the girl's small figure that was half a person's height. When such a small figure stood in the crowd and coldly questioned them, the air was so oppressive that it was almost suffocating. Jin was so nervous that he didn't dare to meet her eyes. Qinghe town and our village had a zombie outbreak on the same day. If my guess is correct, these people probably ran into Qingfeng Academy to hide for more than 10 days. The soft childish voice carried an eerie chill. You are all normal people. I really want to know how they managed to survive these 10 days with no food and water. Following her words, Xianxia and the others tensed up again. They gripped their weapons and assumed a battle stance. Little Mississippi, the elderly man who had shown his face at the staircase earlier, walked shakily to Jin's side and said with a sincere expression, I am the mayor of Qinghe town. I beg you experts, please don't harm our townspeople. Everyone is already very pitiful. The old man trembled as he walked toward Xianxia and wanted to salute her respectfully. Qiaomu suddenly released an iron arrow, which abruptly struck the old man's left arm. The old man fell to the ground with a loud thud. His torn sleeve revealed an arm with twisted veins. His fingers were slightly bent, and his fingernails were abnormally sharp. He mutated, Arbor said coldly. The iron arrow had clearly pierced through the old man's arm, but no human blood flowed out. Everyone gasped at the same time. The mystic cultivator's weapons were covered in a layer of mystic energy, the body cultivators clenched their fists, and the superhumans were all ready to attack. Arbor finally understood why he felt uneasy. Since the level 3 corpse crow had appeared, it meant that there was a level 3 corpse puppet here. The large flock of cadaveric crows was intimidated by the level 3 mutated corpse puppet, so they only hovered in the sky and did not descend. Once they were summoned, the consequences would be unimaginable. Level 1 and 2 zombie puppets would only stupidly strangle their opponents until they stopped breathing and became a dead man. Moreover, it would take a certain amount of time for a dead person to slowly mutate into a rank 1 zombie. Level 3 corpse puppets were completely different. Compared to the previous 2, level 3 corpse puppets were not only faster, but their strength was also greatly increased. A level 3 mystic cultivator could effortlessly dispose of 3 to 5 level 1 and level 2 zombies, but when faced with the simultaneous attacks of 3 to 5 level 3 zombies, they could only be suppressed and beaten. The scariest thing was that these monsters that had evolved into level 3 corpse puppets had become fond of eating human flesh. Once scratched by a level 3 corpse puppet, the victim would also mutate into a corpse puppet after the incubation period of 15 days. They would completely lose their human thoughts and enter a state of brain death. Arbor only took one look at the old man's arm and knew that the old man had entered the late stage of the incubation period. It had been at least 7 days since his arm was scratched by a level 3 corpse puppet. Kill them. The old man curled up his body and suddenly exploded with an ear-piercing roar. Along with this roar, his body shook with force. A tightly shut wooden door suddenly burst open, and a corpse puppet with one blind eye and half of its face covered in white fur rushed out. It had an extremely ferocious appearance. The thick stench of blood rushed into everyone's nostrils. Boom! Xianxia promptly threw out a burst of mystic energy, forcing the zombie to retreat several steps. At the same time, the Holy Water Sect's senior and junior sisters revealed their blades and covered themselves in mystic energy, working together to encircle and annihilate the zombie. In a flash of cold light, the mystic cultivators had already surrounded this level 3 zombie. Level 3 zombie, concentrate your mystic energy and hit its head. Arbor shouted as he coldly stared at this zombie. This zombie was an ordinary level 3 zombie. According to her calculations, there should be a level 3 mutated zombie here. Could it be that it was still hiding in the dark? Hence, Arbor did not join the battle. Instead, his icy gaze searched the surroundings. Duanyu. I'm here. Duanyu grabbed the child's hand. Make this place brighter. No problem. The youth finally had a use for his skills. He happily took out a small bead from his pocket and lightly flicked it with his finger. Swoosh. That object flew into the air, illuminating the entire second floor. He thought he would receive the child's praise, so he turned to look at her with a beaming face. Unexpectedly, he received an irritated eye roll. Duanyu, are you the beads of an abacus? He plucked and moved. As teammates, shouldn't they have taken out illumination pearls to illuminate this place? Duanyu was speechless. No, this illumination pearl is very high class. Okay, the area it illuminated could support the entire floor, and it was very convenient to carry around. It was 1/5 smaller than a normal luminous pearl, but it was much brighter. Only the concealed weapons patrician family, the Duan clan, had this kind of illumination pearl. 2 years ago, when he left the Duan clan in a rage, he plundered many good things, including the map of the Hulun Mountains Peach Garden Mystic Realm. However, in the end, that mystic realm benefited this little girl instead. Just thinking about it made him angry. Do you still have the core ravaging thunder you used to blow up the mountain last time? Take out those too. If the corpse crows rush down later, blow it up. The little girl said ferociously. Duanyu looked at her very helplessly and aggrievedly. But the core ravaging thunder is very difficult to create. Ever since we parted ways at Hulun Mountain, I have only made one. If I use it now. Use it. The little girl patted the young man's waist. Actually, she wanted to pat his back, but she was too short, too. But I only have one. The little girl glared fiercely at the young man in front of her. In less than 3 seconds, the young man was defeated. He pouted and said, 2 by 2 then. I'll give it all to you. After taking the 2 core ravaging thunders from the miserable young man and putting them in his pocket, the little fellow turned his head to look at the corpse puppet that was roaring with all its might in the encirclement. That zombie was basically under the control of the mystic cultivators. Although he was a level 3 zombie, he couldn't do anything when he fought alone and encountered a team led by Xianxia, a level 7 mystic cultivator. No matter how ferocious he was, Xianxia's 2 bursts of mystic energy was enough to make this zombie collapse. Everyone followed the little girl's instructions and slashed at the zombie's head with their mystic energy-imbued weapons. The old man lying on the ground revealed a bone-deep hatred in his eyes. He pounded the ground and bellowed, "You bunch of brats, you think you can subdue it like this?" Bang bang bang, the wooden doors of several surrounding rooms cracked open at the same time, and groups of zombies staggered out. They looked around in a daze before suddenly pouncing at Xianxia and the others. Bang! Bang! Arbor fired several bolts in succession with his crossbow. Each bolt could blast open a zombie's head without missing a target. This type of normal crossbow could only fire 5 bolts in succession at most. Thus, after Arbor killed 5 zombies, he did not install more bolts in the crossbow. Instead, he put away the crossbow and swung his fists. Mystic energy erupted, and beams of white light shot toward the zombies' heads that surrounded him, attacking them indiscriminately. In the chaotic battle, the 7 or 8 Xianxia town townsfolk held their heads and dodged to the side in horror. One of them was hit by the mystic energy ejected by the mystic cultivator and fell to the ground with a wail. Ajin hugged the 2 children and hurriedly shouted at the crowd, "Stop! Listen to me, all of you stop!" The young mystic cultivator, Xianxia, paused in his attack and was almost caught by a zombie that pounced out from the side. A mystic light suddenly exploded on the zombie's hands. Following that, a black ferrule floated into the air and swung at the zombie's head, causing it to explode. The ferrule returned to Arbor's hand after a smooth black ink. Xianxia was startled, then hastily turned his head and nodded gratefully at Arbor. Thank you." Arbor coldly swept his gaze over Xianxia and Ajin. He harshly rebuked in his soft childish voice, "Soft-hearted. They've all been infected and have entered the incubation period. In essence, they're no longer your kind. Being merciful will only cause your own deaths. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Once these people complete the incubation period and completely mutate into zombies, they'll become level 2 zombies or higher." Xianxia lowered his head in shame. He was actually not as decisive as a little girl. He had truly been foolish for so many years. Kill them all. Arbor coldly threw down this sentence and ignored Ajin and the others. He turned and flew to eldest senior sister Xianxia's side to help deal with the several dozen zombies that surged out of the side room. How could you? How could you be so cruel?" Ajin's expression instantly changed as he hugged the 2 children. Could it be that the child meant to kill everyone present, but they were just some innocent townspeople of Xianxia town? There were actually 40 to 50 zombies hidden in the rooms on the 2nd floor. However, most of them were only level 1 zombies, and they were facing a group of mystic cultivators and body cultivators. Within a few minutes, Arbor's group disposed of all the zombies. As soon as he turned around, the old mayor of Xianxia town abruptly jumped up from the ground and opened his mouth to howl. His old body swayed as he raised his hand to grab Arbor. The mouth was wide open beyond the scope of a normal human being, and a distorted old face was infinitely enlarged in front of Arbor. Bang! The child stretched out his leg and kicked the old man in the stomach. Even the surrounding companions felt their hearts skip a beat. They felt that this kick should be very painful on the old man's body. The old man curled up his body and twitched on the ground for a while. He struggled to stand up. Arbor didn't wait for him to get up and smacked him on the head with his ferrule. With a soft pop, the old man's head exploded like a smashed watermelon. The townspeople of Xianxia town trembled as they looked at the little devil in front of them. Everyone huddled together with fear on their faces. Disperse. Search all the rooms on the 2nd floor, Xianxia ordered with a cold expression. Pay attention to the situation. Don't let these zombies touch you. Babies, don't worry. The author is going out. 8:30 p.m. Speaking of which, the author just ate watermelon, melon yesterday. The entire team moved, quickly rushing to the rooms on both sides in groups of 2 or 3. Knocking sounds rang out as several rooms were broken open at the same time. A thick smell of blood assaulted their nostrils, causing them to involuntarily cover their noses and hold their breaths. Senior Sister Sue, quickly come and look. Yugue covered her nose with one hand as she stared at one of the rooms in shock. Xianxia and Shuexiao hurriedly walked over. Yugue moved to the side to make way. More than a dozen women and children with unfocused gazes were tied up in the room, and each of their mouths was stuffed with something, preventing them from making any noise. The child's gaze was abnormally cold. He stepped on the corpses of the zombies and slowly walked to the townspeople. Are you still unwilling to speak the truth at a time like this? Ajin was completely baffled, but he still tightly hugged the two children. He turned to look at a short woman who was wiping her tears with her head lowered. Ajin, tell me, what exactly is going on? Why did you lock Granny Wang and the others in the room? What exactly are you doing? Ajin's arms tightly wrapped around the two timid children as he anxiously asked the woman called Ajin. The young woman, who had been sobbing and wiping her tears with her head lowered, suddenly stopped her vexing cries when she heard Ajin's question. She slowly raised her head. A pair of eyes with very heavy dark circles narrowed slightly as she coldly looked at Ajin. He couldn't react for a moment when this expression appeared on his usually virtuous wife. Ajin suddenly pounced over and raised her hand, looking like she was about to slap the middle-aged body cultivator. However, before her hand could touch the body cultivator, it was brushed away by a vibrating mystic energy. Ajin fell heavily to the ground and groaned in pain as she clutched her nearly broken palm. Why did you attack her? Ajin agitatedly turned to glare at Arbor and angrily shouted, Ajin is only a normal girl. As a powerful mystic cultivator, don't you feel ashamed attacking a normal person? Not at all. Qiamu coldly replied with 2 words. You. Ajin's eyes widened in anger. Shut up. Shuexiao impatiently roared and pointed her sword at Ajin. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish right now. Don't endanger your teammates. Xiao. Su Shanshan calmly pressed down Shuexiao's arm and looked at Ajin with a frown. I thought you were a qualified teammate all the way here, but now, I have to say that you have disappointed us greatly. Duanyu flung out a silver glint and directly cut open Ajin's arm. He glanced at Ajin indifferently. Look at her arm clearly. If you had been scratched by her just now, I'm afraid you would have joined their ranks very soon. Little junior sister saved you, and you still have the cheek to talk back to her? You've been training outside for so many years and are so much older than others, yet you're still so naive. I really don't know what you've been training for all these years. Duanyu glanced at the dumbstruck Ajin again. Ajin's arm had already turned slightly black, and the bones in her fingers were abnormally curled. Soon, spikes would grow out of her fingertips, and after the incubation period, she would become a level 2 zombie. Ajin looked at his virtuous wife with a face full of shock. Suddenly, he raised his head and cried out, Why is it like this? You still have the cheek to ask me? Ajin clutched her arm and staggered to her feet. She glared at Ajin with burning fury in her eyes. When the children and I were in danger, where were you? When the children and I were on the brink of death, where were you? When the children and I were short of food and rice, and had nothing, and were about to starve to death, where were you? The 3 consecutive heavy questions made Ajin dizzy and his face pale. He hugged the 2 children's shoulders tightly, trembling all over as he looked at his wife who questioned him with tears and blood. You still have the face to question me? The young woman finally stood up, pounding her chest hard as she shouted herself hoarse, If I hadn't sought refuge with the mayor. If I hadn't racked my brains and struggled at death's door to survive with the children. Do you think that after more than 10 days, would you still be able to see me and the children? Ajin knelt on the ground powerlessly with a thud. A grown man actually cried on the spot with tears streaming down his face. We're just ordinary people. The young woman approached Arbor and the others step by step, shouting with all her might, We just want to try our best to survive. Survive. Is it wrong to do this too? The 2nd floor of the Qingfeng Academy was dead silent. Everyone slowly fell silent under the woman's questioning voice, and for a moment, they were actually speechless. The young woman sobbed, her voice trembling as she said, We're not like the lords who have the ability to protect themselves and have supreme power. You were able to survive in such a terrible world. How would you know how fragile the lives of ordinary people are? There's indeed nothing wrong with wanting to fight for your life. Su Shanshan nodded lightly. However, in order to fight for your life, you turn a blind eye to the lives of your companions and raise your companions as food for the level 3 zombie. This kind of inhumane method really can't be accepted by others. Arbor raised his head slightly, and a faint smile flashed through his eyes as he looked deeply at Su Shanshan across the crowd. Eldest senior sister was extraordinarily intelligent. As expected, she saw the problem with a glance. Qing suddenly covered her face and cried bitterly. Jin cried as he pounded the ground and looked up at his wife. Is what she said true? Is it? Where are your father-in-law and mother-in-law? Did you also give your father-in-law and mother-in-law to the zombie as food? Ah. Aha. Qing suddenly cried and knelt down, her tears soaking her clothes. She couldn't help but shake her head and say, I didn't want to. I didn't want to either. Xianxia's cold eyes stared fixedly at Qing, who was crying on the ground. She said softly and firmly, for the sake of our lives, we can choose to lose our dignity. But at the very least, as humans, the bottom line that we must uphold is something that we absolutely cannot lose. In front of Qing's eyes, the scene of her parents crying silently flashed past. In front of her eyes, the lively and cute children of her brothers and sisters flashed past. For the sake of survival, she had already completely abandoned her own nature, and had already completely abandoned these close relatives of hers. Qing sobbed and murmured, I'm sorry, there was no turning back now. After the zombie tide broke out in the town, we were forced to move here. Qing silently shed tears and said softly, but soon, some of us died of illness, and the nightmare began. After the mayor's son and daughter-in-law died, they both mutated. It's this level 3 zombie that you're talking about. He's the mayor's son. The mayor said that he had a way to control this pair of powerful zombies, but he requested that we provide one of the townspeople as food every day. Your Excellency, you're right. It's truly very lowly and pitiful to lose our dignity and struggle at death's door like this. Qing closed her eyes. We've already thrown away too much in order to survive. We've completely lost ourselves and have no future. But in reality, the little girl was right. We were still infected in the end. Qing turned to look at Arbor and cried with a bitter smile. We discovered this situation 2 days ago. One of the townspeople suddenly mutated. My hand and the children's hands were all scratched by her. Jin's entire body was cold, and his hands were trembling. Bit by bit, he removed the tattered clothes on the 2 children's arms. His gaze was fixed on the bruises on the children's arms. Such a big man hugged the 2 children and cried until he lost his voice. Everyone was silent, unable to say a word. Even the most cold-hearted person could feel some kind of emotion flowing in their hearts. Your Excellency. Just kill us. Qing silently shed tears and slowly lowered her head. Even if you don't kill us, we won't be able to survive in a few more days. We'll even become terrifying monsters that other people loathe. I'm only an ordinary woman. I've lived my life without any dignity. But this time... Qing's voice was choked with sobs. I want to die with dignity, with my children. Together forever. A faint trace of regret flitted through Xianxia's cold eyes. Your Excellencies, please don't kill the mayor's son for now. If you bring him out, those crows in the sky won't wantonly attack you, Qing said. The mayor's daughter-in-law is even more powerful. After you leave, you must remember to be extremely careful. Also, the imperial court sent a troop of soldiers here earlier. They're sealed off at the northern farm. A townspeople with dark circles suddenly spoke. Because powerful zombies like the mayor's son and daughter-in-law appeared here, those low-level zombies that mutated at the beginning didn't seem to dare to come over. However, they're gathered at the farm, if possible. I hope that your Excellencies can save even more people. Don't let them become as miserable as us. Tears silently welled up in the eyes of the senior sisters from the Holy Water sect. They pursed their lips and couldn't bear to look at Qing and the other townspeople anymore, so they all turned their heads away. Qing, this time our family will not be separated again. Jin stopped crying and hugged the 2 children tightly. He looked up at his wife. No. Qing was shocked. She shook her head and said, Go. I don't want you here. You are no longer qualified to die with us. Qing. Jin carried the 2 children to his wife and held her hands tightly. No, I'm qualified. From now on, I will no longer abandon you and the children for the sake of pursuing illusory strength. We will be together forever, forever, forever. Qing pursed her lips tightly and tears rolled down her cheeks. Although her body was cold, when she clenched her fists, it was incomparably hot. Even her dead heart began to thump, 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 thump. Have you decided? Xianxia stared coldly at the middle-aged body cultivator. Yes. The middle-aged body cultivator stood up and bowed with one hand across his chest. Thank you, my teammates, for your support and help along the way. I want to be willful one last time to be with the person I love the most. I wish you all the best on this trip. She only turned her head away and couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Okay. We respect your decision. Xianxia nodded lightly. Everyone stood before this middle-aged body cultivator with awe and respect. They raised their hands in unison and bowed with one hand across their chests. We wish you all the best, our friend. Qiaomu took a deep breath and blinked before turning around and heading downstairs first. Duan Yu's gaze followed the child. It wasn't until everyone tied up the level 3 zombie to the first floor that they heard a muffled explosion from the second floor. Watching his teammates go to their deaths with smiles on their faces as they reunited with their families, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Arbor reflexively clenched her small fists and raised her head slightly. She felt like she was standing alone on the edge of a cliff. Her vision was blurry in the boundless darkness, and she couldn't hear or see anything. Suddenly, a pair of gentle hands picked her up and gently patted her back. Arbor smelled a familiar scent and laid her small head on Xianxia's shoulder. Her muffled voice came from her shoulder. Eldest senior sister, don't be afraid. Eldest senior sister will protect you. The child's heart skipped a beat and she didn't move away from Xianxia's shoulder for a long time. Only Xianxia felt a drop of iciness rolling down her neck. The child softly murmured, eldest senior sister, if only I had met you earlier. If she had met eldest senior sister in her previous life, no matter what happened in the end, she wouldn't have had to fight to the death for her dignity and honor. Xianxia's heart tightened. For some reason, she felt that when the child softly murmured those words, her heart seemed to be filled with sorrow. You won't be alone. Xianxia strode forward with the child in her arms. Xiao and Li Ling dragged the trussed-up corpse puppet. The group took a deep breath and moved toward the entrance of Qingfeng Academy. After everyone moved away the tables and chairs blocking the entrance, Xiao and Li Ling dragged the level 3 corpse puppet to the front of the group. Although Qing said that with this level 3 corpse puppet in hand, the flock of corpse crows in the sky would be more cautious, everyone's hearts were still hanging by a thread. They all entered a tense state of preparation for battle. After Xiao and Li Ling dragged the level 3 corpse puppet out of the door, the group of people behind them walked over. Everyone was a few steps away from the two of them. They looked up at the sky and saw the flock of corpse crows hovering in the sky. Sure enough, they were just hovering in the sky and didn't show any signs of swooping down. Only then did their suspended hearts slightly relax. Xianxia promptly said with the child in her arms, go north. The group from Heavenly Dao sect went north, but according to the townsfolk of Qinghe Town, a large number of corpse puppets had gathered there. There were even troops sent by the imperial court that were trapped there. I hope things aren't that bad. The child held the 2 core ravaging thunders in her pocket. She didn't want to use these 2 hidden weapons that could blow up half a mountain unless it was absolutely necessary. Although the core ravage thunder was powerful, its sound was also abnormally terrifying. Such a sound would gather a large number of zombies. Even the zombies outside Qinghe Town within a 50-kilometer radius would be attracted. The group ran towards the north of Qinghe Town. They didn't run far before they saw a group of people from the Daybreak sect led by Shang Kuan rushing toward them in a very sorry state. When the 2 teams met, Shang Kuan rushed towards Xiao and Li Ling and shouted anxiously, run. A large flock of black corpse crows was coming from that direction. 3 of our teammates are trapped inside and haven't made it out. Captain, look. A member of Shang Kuan's team pointed at the flock of corpse crows circling above Xiao and the others. The heavens really wanted them dead. The flock of corpse crows that Xiao and the others brought over was at least 10 times more than the ones they encountered. Wait, under the siege of so many corpse crows, how did Xiao's team come here unscathed? Shang Kuan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Xiao and the others are so capable. With such a large flock of corpse crows behind them, they didn't even bat an eyelid. They even had the leisure to wave and greet them. Senior brother Shang, you're here too. Just in time, let's not go to the central bridge. Come with us to the north to find the people from Tiandao sect. Who's just in time with you? Xianxia really wanted to curse. Are these women crazy? They clearly know that there are so many corpse crows circling the sky, yet they can still maintain their composure. Xiongyan, Xiongli, are you okay? A young man in Xianxia's team quickly walked out and ran to the two. We're fine, Brother Garan. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go north together. Xiongli nodded. We sacrificed 3 of our brothers. Xianxia wiped his sweat. Originally, their team only had 18 people because they chased away Qiao Wenwan and her husband. Now, the team only had 15 people left. We're also missing 2 teammates. Shuexiao didn't say anything more to Xianxia. She dragged the level 3 corpse puppet that was tied up like a dumpling and quickly headed north. Only then did Xianxia and the others realize that this group of fierce girls actually kidnapped a ferocious-looking corpse puppet. They even crazily stuffed the corpse puppet's mouth with a lump of mud so that it couldn't roar. It could only stare with a distorted face. Is this something that girls can do? Xianxia shuddered for no reason, exchanging glances with his fellow disciples. Let's go. Shuexiao and Li Ling dragged the corpse puppet and continued to run forward. The group immediately followed their footsteps, walking side by side. Second, senior brother, let's follow them. Look, those corpse crows in the sky don't seem to have any intention of attacking them. Xianxia felt that the girls were a bit unreliable. However, if they turned around and left now, the large flock of corpse crows would definitely chase after them and bite them. They almost couldn't handle 1/10 of the corpse crows before. Could they handle it now? The answer was naturally no. Xianxia immediately led the team and followed behind. The group of more than 30 people rushed towards the northern farm. What came into view was a large brownish-yellow field. There were traces of planting on the ground, but most of the crops had withered. The remaining edible plants had probably been picked clean by the townspeople when the chaos began. The farm was right behind the field, but halfway through, they saw 2 severed limbs. Looks like they were attacked as well. The group did not stop. They continued to run forward until they reached the entrance of the farm. Then, they drew in a breath of cold air. There were at least 200 to 300 level 2 zombies blocking the main entrance. They were all swaying and banging against the door and walls, looking extremely stiff. The farm was surrounded by a large wall. The main entrance was a wooden fence. At this moment, there were at least 30 to 50 zombies blocking the entrance of the wooden fence. They were all foolishly ramming themselves against the fence that was on the verge of collapse while letting out loud roars. Situi and the rest carried a lot of logs over and piled them at the entrance. The group of people hid behind the logs and released their profound energy at the zombie horde. However, this wouldn't last for long. Mystic Cultivator's profound energy was not inexhaustible. A genius young mystic cultivator like Situi could continuously release profound energy for no more than an hour. Once profound energy was completely exhausted, it was a very troublesome matter. Its recovery would become abnormally slow. A blue storage talisman floated in front of Arbor. Previously, she had stored half of her bows and arrows in this blue talisman to deal with unexpected situations like this. After all, it was very difficult for the Heart of Paradise to be exposed in front of everyone. However, talismans were different. Even if people knew that she was a talisman practitioner, it didn't matter. Moreover, at her age, very few people would link the creation of these talismans to her. 15 bows and arrows, along with a pile of arrowheads, poured out of the talisman and poured out in front of everyone. Storage talismans. Xianxia and the others dazedly looked at the little girl with slight astonishment. Those skilled in archery, take a bow and follow me. Arbor took a bow and waved at everyone. Don't waste mystic energy. Pay attention to preserving your strength. Excellent. Shuexiao picked up a bow with one hand and hugged a large pile of arrowheads. She chuckled. I'll broaden your horizons and let you see how great this lady's equestrian archery is. Count me in. Me. Among the 15 people, there were both body cultivators and mystic cultivators. They picked up their bows and followed Arbor's small figure. Those level 2 zombies circled around the high wall and foolishly gathered together. Naturally, there wouldn't be dozens of them gathered in every place. Arbor deliberately led everyone to a place with fewer zombies and randomly picked a place where only a dozen or so zombies were gathered. Everyone knocked their arrows. Without needing Arbor to say anything, the arrowheads uniformly shot towards the zombies' heads. As a man, Xianxia naturally felt embarrassed to hide behind a group of little girls, so he naturally took a bow and shot. Unfortunately, his technique was poor, so the first arrow missed and stuck into the wall. This angered the targeted zombie, which turned its head and wobbled toward him with bared fangs and brandished claws. Whoosh! The child's arrow exploded that zombie's head. Xianxia's arm trembled slightly. When he turned to look, he saw the child, who wasn't even half his height, using her strength alone to draw a bow that was the size of her body. Her eyes were covered in a layer of deep ice, and no trace of a smile could be seen. Were all children this terrifying these days? Let's go. Arbor was the first to jump off the embankment and dashed towards the wall at an extremely fast speed. As he ran, he smoothly released 2 arrows in a row, directly shooting the 2 corpse hags that were swaying toward him, causing them to fall backwards. The group of senior sisters from the Holy Water sect rapidly followed behind her, and they couldn't help but praise her in their hearts when they saw this. No wonder Master, Aunt Master, said that little junior sister didn't need them to worry about her at all. Their little junior sister was truly outstanding and dazzling. The child leaped and bounced up. His small figure swiftly moved over the tall wall and landed steadily with one hand on the ground. After that, everyone carried their bows and arrows and leaped over the wall and landed behind the child. Before they could even catch their breaths, everyone rushed straight towards the pile of logs where Situi and the others were. When Situi and the others heard the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, they nervously looked at the side of the wall, thinking that some zombie had climbed over the wall. In the end, they saw a group of teammates running towards them. At this moment, everyone in the Tiandao sex group felt their hearts heat up. They excitedly stood up from behind the pile of logs. How is everyone? Xianxia led everyone over in quick steps. Senior Sister Su, everyone's here. Situi looked at the people behind Xianxia with a moved expression. We're in the same team. If we're leaving, we'll naturally leave together. Xianxia tilted her head. Her gaze was as cold as usual, but her words made everyone's blood boil. Situi, how's your archery? The child's soft voice suddenly rang out. It should be pretty good. Situi turned to the child upon hearing that. Looking at that little stoic face, he pursed his lips and smiled. Give it to him. The child glanced at Xianxia. Although she was expressionless, everything was conveyed without words. Blinded by shaking hands. Wasted arrows, the latter. Why do I feel like I'm being deeply despised by the child? Clear these at the entrance. We'll charge out. The child took the lead and shot an arrow at one of the zombies surrounding the fence, sending it flying backward and crashing to the ground. Such astonishing arm strength caused everyone present to cast admiring gazes at her. As expected, the children of other sects were also outstanding. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, arrows were fired continuously. Everyone drew their bows and shot repeatedly at the group of corpses blocking the gate. Seeing that half of the zombies were quickly cleared, everyone was delighted. Xianxia led everyone closer to the fence. Once the remaining zombies were cleared out, they could charge out from the entrance. However, at this moment, an extremely sharp roar suddenly rang out from outside the tall wall. That sound rushed straight to everyone's eardrums, giving them a terrifying shock. A few superhumans without cultivation bore the brunt of the impact, and their ears immediately bled from the shock. Boom, a row of walls next to the fence was the first to shatter, and rocks fell to the ground in a disorderly manner. The zombies that were originally wandering outside the walls swarmed in through the holes created by the shock. Everyone's expressions changed, and the arrows in their hands flew even faster as mystic energy radiated. The body cultivators waved the swords in their hands and swept away the chopped logs to hit the charging zombies. Roar! That terrifying roar rang out from outside the walls again. A superhuman was injured by the shock and spat out a mouthful of blood. His companions hurriedly supported him and dragged him to the back. More and more zombies stepped in from the flattened walls and swayed towards Xianxia, Situi, and the others. The most terrifying thing was that the black zombie crows that were originally merely circling in the sky seemed to be summoned and slowly gathered together, about to launch an all-out attack. It's a level 3 mutated zombie. It's that mayor's daughter-in-law? Quick, let's go. Let's go inside. Senior Brother Wong beckoned everyone to run into the greenhouse. This wooden shed was built with round logs, so it didn't have much resistance on its own. However, it could at least provide some shelter. It was better than being exposed to the open air. When the last person rushed into the large shed, he saw that the outside was covered in black clouds and countless corpse crows were circling in the air. Everyone, pay attention! Situi shouted with a solemn expression. As the countless cadaverous crows swooped down, he took out something from his pocket and smashed it on the ground. After a loud bang, an arc-shaped protective shield suddenly surrounded everyone in it. If it were any other time, everyone would fight to admire a defensive profound armament. But now, who would have the time and energy to do so? Dong 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 dong. Terrifying crashing sounds were emitted from the transparent protective shield. Countless corpse crows seemed to be enjoying the thrill of crashing as they dove down mindlessly. Soon, even the wooden frame at the top of the shed was lifted by the cadaverous crows. Roar! A level 3 mutated zombie puppet with long hair jumped down from the roof of the tent and stared at the people inside the tent. When the level 3 zombie jumped down, it happened to come into close contact with Lu Yixin, who was inside the barrier. How close was it? It was so close that their noses were practically touching through the barrier. Ah! Lu Yixin let out a high-pitched shriek, scaring all the teammates around her. That's enough. They weren't scared to death by the zombie but were nearly scared to death by your shriek. If word got out, they would laugh their heads off. The level 3 zombie clawed at the transparent barrier, producing a clang. Go 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 go! Senior Brother Wong shouted. Everyone supported each other, and some brawny men directly carried the injured. Everyone ran toward the back of the large shed with the transparent barrier. Lu Yixin ran in the middle of the team, stumbling and crooking. The people around her were unlucky and kept being bumped around by her. However, seeing that a young girl like her was trembling in fear at this terrifying scene, the others didn't say much. However, compared to Lu Yixin's trembling legs, Xiao Mu's calm and composed gaze appeared a bit abnormal. She was 5 years younger than Lu Yixin. You're not scared? Duan Yu ran beside the child and saw how fast she moved and jumped. If it weren't for the many people blocking the way, the child probably would have reached the front by now. You can just imagine it as a plaything that can jump. What's there to be scared of? As Xiaomu said this, she even found time to pat the youth's waist. Don't be scared, I'm here. Duan Yu, why did he freaking have the urge to laugh? If it weren't for the wrong place and time, all his teammates would have laughed. Are you sure you're not trying to be funny by expressionlessly saying this in such a soft and cute voice? Duan Yu looked up at the sky speechlessly. Say, don't you think it's very ugly and disgusting? It's disgusting. The child leaped over the logs on the ground. But you'll get used to it after looking at it too much. How the heck can you get used to it? Duan Yu, why do I feel like I'm talking to a non-human? I suspect that you're not a human from Seekong planet. You might be a little monster from another star field. Su Shanshan, whose eyes were cold, couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Little junior sister was really a classic little person. Shui Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Junior sister is right, young man, you've seen too little. You'll get used to it if you see it more often. Why don't we turn back now, block that level 3 zombie, and interact with it more? I have to thank your entire family. Duan Yu fell silent. I'm a young man, so I don't argue with little girls. That would be ungentlemanly. Everyone, run. There's a closed support shed in front of us, and it seems to be quite sturdy. Senior Brother Wong shouted, and led the team straight ahead. Everyone also saw the closed shed at the same time. All the logs in the shed were tied together with very thick ropes. It was indeed much stronger than the previous shed. Let's go in and hide first. There were 7 or 8 injured special ability users in the team who needed to go in and adjust. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut the entire way, and when they reached the closed shed, their breathing was very rapid. Lu Yixin flew forward and kicked open the shed's door, wanting to run inside first. Senior brother Wang quickly grabbed her hand. Junior sister Lu, don't be rash. Let's see the situation first, ah. Lu Yexin screamed. As Lu Yexin screamed, she subconsciously grabbed senior martial brother Wang's arm, her eyes filled with terror. Because when she kicked open the door to the wooden shed, she was greeted by a rotting corpse puppet with half its face missing. It pounced at her. At such a close distance, Lu Yexin was so scared that she peed her pants and almost fell to the ground. Senior martial brother Wang decisively grabbed Lu Yexin and flung her backward to meet the corpse puppet head-on. A beam of mystic energy hit the puppet's head. However, the swaying corpse puppet didn't fall. Instead, it clawed at senior martial brother Wang even more ferociously. Its two hands, so rotten that the bones poked through the skin, grabbed senior martial brother Wang's neck tightly. Senior martial brother Wang choked and coughed. Fortunately, Situi reacted in time and hit the corpse puppet's head again with a beam of mystic light. Half of its head fell to the ground and rolled beside Lu Yexin's feet. Before Lu Yexin could scream, she was kicked twice by the furious sect brothers. Shut up. Senior martial brother Wang let out a long sigh of relief and coughed violently several times while clutching his throat. Everyone saw that his neck was already bruised and had a faint bloodstain. It was obvious that the corpse puppet had used a lot of strength. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Arbor glanced at the corpse puppet's half-head lying on the ground and suddenly raised her crossbow to aim at senior martial brother Wang's head. Everyone was shocked. Some even subconsciously tried to stop Arbor. Little junior martial sister. What are you doing? The child's cold voice slowly rose. Senior martial brother, you've been infected. I'm sorry. White fur grew on its body. It was the sign of a level 3 corpse puppet. On the half-head on the ground, half of its face was clearly covered in white fur. There was a long bloodstain on senior martial brother Wang's neck. The wound had already been cut open. He had been scratched by a level 3 corpse puppet. At most, it had an incubation period of 15 days. After that, he would mutate. Only by completely erasing him now would they be able to put an end to the trouble that was about to happen. The Heavenly Dao sect brothers' eyes instantly turned red. No, it can't be. Let's go in first. Senior martial brother Wang was exceptionally calm. He ordered everyone to move into the enclosed shed. Corpse puppet. Xianxia shouted. Among the 20 or so people who were huddled in the corner, one of them stood up shakily. His lips were cracked, and he couldn't even speak clearly. No, don't do it, my lords. We are soldiers of the Imperial Court. We are all soldiers of the North Battalion, not zombies. The soldier who spoke swallowed hard and finished his sentence. Xianxia blocked the door with his hand. Although everyone had entered the house, they were still on high alert. Gamay said, just now, a level 3 corpse puppet jumped out from among you. You must have been scratched as well. No, I didn't, the soldier explained with difficulty. We've been trapped here for about 4 to 5 days. That guy started acting weird last night. Sir, we tied him up. Who knew that he would suddenly break free and rush to the door? Another soldier weakly grabbed a broken rope and smiled bitterly. We really don't have the strength to stop him. For a moment, the atmosphere was stifling. Then, a series of banging sounds came from the top of the wooden shed. Everyone looked up. The level 3 mutated corpse puppet was lying on the wooden shed and hammering the shed. Senior brother Wang. Everyone looked at senior brother Wang with bloodshot eyes, then turned to look at Lu Yexin, who was trembling in fear. It's all your fault. If you hadn't rashly barged in, how could senior brother Wang have been infected? Under the pressure of everyone's gazes, the little girl trembled in fright. Her knees suddenly gave way, and she knelt on the ground with a plop. She repeatedly kowtowed while weeping bitterly. Sorry, senior brother Wang. It's all my fault. Sorry. Senior brother Wang, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Bam, bam, bam. Lu Yexin kowtowed more than 10 times without any discount, and her forehead was bruised from kowtowing. Tears rolled down her cheeks, and her face was flushed red from holding it in. It was her fault. It was her fault. If she hadn't been as willful, reckless, and cowardly as a mouse. If she hadn't insisted on following senior brother Situ to train because her father was the vice hall master, senior brother Wang wouldn't have been harmed. She truly regretted her past actions. Looking at everyone's accusing gazes, she simply couldn't accept the reality that senior brother Wang was about to die because of her. I didn't expect you to have the time to quarrel here. Arbor coldly changed the subject and aimed her crossbow at senior brother Wang again. Apologies, senior brother. Senior brother Wang laughed bitterly. A young mystic cultivator from Heavenly Dao sect suddenly blocked in front of senior brother Wang. Little junior sister, why are you so cold and unyielding? We've been companions for so long, so how can you attack just like that? Whoosh. An arrow brushed past the young mystic cultivator's throat and shot straight into the pile of wood. The young mystic cultivator was dumbfounded. If you want to die with him, I don't mind having a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. The little girl's voice was cold without any warmth. The young mystic cultivator trembled and subconsciously moved to the side. A trace of mockery flitted through Arbor's eyes. Hypocrite. Look, you're not that fearless. In the face of life and death, human nature is selfish. This isn't shameful. What's shameful is that you're clearly selfish but still pretend to be noble. The little girl's cold words chilled everyone's hearts. The young mystic cultivator, in particular, was unable to retort and lowered his head in shame. Silence. There was no other sound other than the sound of something hitting the top of their heads. Junior sister. Senior brother Wang smiled bitterly. Will I immediately turn into a zombie? You will have an incubation period of 15 days. But. Arbor looked at him meaningfully. The feeling of counting the days and waiting for death is not very pleasant. Senior brother Wang suddenly laughed. I'm not afraid of death. Don't worry, little junior sister. Before we leave Qinghe town, I will give you a complete explanation. Arbor looked at him deeply. I'm sorry, senior brother Wang. From his previous life until now, there had been no cure for the zombie infection. If she met with misfortune, she would, personally deal with herself. Because being a walking corpse was even less dignified and arrogant than being in his previous life. Rather than struggling at death's door to live, it was better to die as he pleased. Xiaomu walked up to those North Camp soldiers with small steps. Those unlucky ones who were scared out of their wits kept retreating. They felt that the child in front of them was a very scary person who would attack without warning. Arbor tossed them a bag of pears. If you can move after eating, stand up by yourselves. Each and every one of you is like a bear. You're really smearing your master's reputation when you go out. The soldiers, why did they feel angry yet speechless? Just what kind of child was she? They originally thought she was a child with a heart as cold as a knife and a heart as hard as iron. But the moment he turned around, he was able to hand over precious fruits to a total stranger. This child was a person brimming with contradictions and enigma to begin with. The soldier took out a pear and fiercely bit into it, as if he wanted to chew and swallow the word Xianxia. This wooden shed can last for about 7 minutes at most, Arbor said indifferently. Is everyone ready? Ready, everyone's voices were a bit hoarse. Ready to fight to the end. Ready for the possibility of sacrifice at all times, everyone held their breaths as they waited. The mystic cultivators were doing their best to recover the mystic energy in their bodies. Perhaps we will die here today. Arbor's expression was still indifferent. Even in the face of this kind of crisis, she still had that familiar stoic face. But before we die, we must do our best to obliterate these corpses that intend to humiliate us. The child's words made everyone's breathing tighten, and the blood in their bodies boiled endlessly. Kill. Someone raised their sword and roared. Everyone's blood boiled as they roared. Bam. The roof of the shed was finally overturned by the persevering level 3 zombie. That thing held as it jumped down. Its head was covered by long hair, and the 2 eyes hidden within seemed to be looking at the level 3 zombie beside Arbor. Arbor cleaved down with her ferrule and cleanly chopped off the level 3 zombie's head. Everyone, weren't they hostages? Just kill them like that, alright? Roar roar roar. The level 3 zombie went crazy. He shoveled up the wooden shed with his fists and kicks. With a leap, its protruding eyes locked onto Arbor, and it quickly pounced over. Bam! Arbor raised the flying feral in her hand and ruthlessly slapped the zombie's face. With a shriek, the intoxicating sound immediately caused one of the body cultivators to spit out a mouthful of blood. He fell back with a dispirited expression and rolled outside the group, breaking away from the protective shield. A flock of zombie crows blotted out the sky and rushed over with a whoosh. In just a few seconds, that body cultivator was completely surrounded. When they flapped their rotting wings and left, everyone could only see a skeleton standing on the spot. Soon, the skeleton crumbled into pieces. Roar! The rank 3 zombie puppet let out an angry roar, and the flock of corpse crows circling in the sky suddenly locked onto Arbor. They flapped their wings and screamed hoarsely as they merged into a huge black ball. There were so many of them that one couldn't see the end of them. They rolled towards Arbor. Little junior sister. The holy water sect senior sisters broke away from the protective barrier and pounced on that little person. However, at this critical moment, a fiery red light suddenly appeared on the horizon. It was connected to the burning red clouds, and the entire sky was dyed red. The child's slow little heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly realized that his little body was already flying into the sky uncontrollably. What to do? Could it be the nouveau riche crown prince? Why is he here? He wouldn't slap her old ass face, but, in public, would he? The kid was dumbfounded. His body was surrounded by a pure-colored light. Countless cadaveric crows were shattered by the light before they could even get close. The nouveau riche crown prince's mystic energy was too dense. Before she could think carefully, her little body fell into a certain person's embrace. Heh heh. A cold and magnetic voice rang out beside her ear. Xiaomu's stoic face involuntarily stiffened. What should she do? She could feel his displeasure from this laughter. Only then did the child realize that she had been swept into a certain someone's arms at lightning speed. How was that a layer of burning clouds on the horizon? It was simply Crown Prince Mo standing on the back of an ancient golden dragon that was enveloped in intense flames, standing against the wind. Wherever the dragon passed, the sky was scorched red, and the cadaveric crows were roasted until not a single feather was left. The Crown Prince's elegance was indeed incomparable. His ink-black hair was scattered by the wind, and his white robe embroidered with green bamboo stuck to his slender body. His sleeves billowed in the wind. However, darling Xiao was a bit dumbfounded. She didn't see the Crown Prince's celestial beauty, but instead fixed her eyes on the huge dragon head that turned over. Dragons didn't seem to belong to the category of mystic beasts. She didn't know what to think when a creature she had only seen in history books suddenly turned to look at her with a pair of huge dragon eyes. What did we agree on when we parted? Crown Prince Lian tilted his head slightly and looked down at the child in his arms with a smile. We didn't agree on anything. The child's blank expression quickly turned into a poker face as she nodded slightly. Although she didn't remember any damn agreement, it was fine. No matter what he said, she should be able to bluff her way out if she put on a serious face and nodded as if she understood whatever he said. The Crown Prince was still smiling, but the child inexplicably caught a hint of danger in his narrowed phoenix eyes. Didn't I say that you can find me if you need anything? You did say that, but you're far away in the royal capital, Guanlan City. Can you appear in front of me when I summon you? The child snorted. Jojo, no matter what, you have to trust me, okay? The Crown Prince held the child's face with one hand and looked at her intently with his phoenix eyes. If I can say it, then I'm naturally confident that I can do it. Regardless of whether we're separated by thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of seas, as long as you call me, I'll appear by your side. There was a faint smile in his phoenix eyes as he murmured softly, remember to try in the future, okay? The child's old face was a little uncomfortable. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Stay Up Late, who was hiding behind a fallen log. You sent someone to keep an eye on me. The child tried to find something to talk about. He just wanted to change the topic, so he immediately retorted with a displeased expression. If I hadn't met Stay Up Late on the way, how could I have found you so quickly? If I had come a quarter of an hour later, tell me, how would you have ended up today? She knew how his heart had jumped when he saw the group of corpse crows swooping down towards her. Didn't I tell you not to take the risk alone when it's dangerous? I'm not alone. Humph, aren't there so many people around me? If they were useful, would you be in such a sorry state? The crown prince signaled with his eyes. It's a dark and windy night, so don't go out too much. You promised me back then, so why are you going back on your words now? Since when did I go out in the middle of the night? I'm not. He raised his head and looked at the dark sky. Xiaomu instantly had a feeling of even the heavens aren't helping me. When did the sky turn completely dark without her noticing? So infuriating. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Our dear Xiaomu simply pursed her lips and put on her signature stoic face. Going back on your words after making a promise, shouldn't you be beaten? What? Everyone's watching you? You're going to slap my old face again. Without waiting for the crown prince to make a move, the child pounced on him and hugged his neck. She opened her mouth and bit down on his chin. It was so stiff and painful. Arbor silently shed tears. Aoyi and the other youths from the night pavilion were petrified. The crown prince was clearly taken aback. His almond-shaped eyes moved to the little fellow's face, which was flushed red from anger, and the corners of his lips curled up. Even a rabbit will bite when it's cornered, young man. Tisk, you've learned to strike first, the crown prince said slowly as he raised his hand and smacked Xiaomu's butt. He was so strong, bastard, bastard. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. Today, I must bite him to death, the little fellow pounced forward. Her movements were truly breathtaking. She struggled in the crown prince's arms and opened her mouth to reveal 2 rows of white teeth. You're clenching your teeth. Be good. The crown prince held her tightly in his arms and pressed down on her struggling limbs with one hand. He smiled and patted the child's head. Don't make a fuss. Be careful not to break your teeth. Arbor was speechless. Look, those ugly things are making my Jojo so angry that her face is red. Don't worry, I'll destroy them for you now and clean them all up, okay? I'm going to bite him to death. This bastard is twisting the truth. Is she angry because of the zombie hags? She's angry because of me, okay. Xiaomu grabbed the youth's arm and was about to bite him. However, the youth stretched out his slender finger and pointed at the sky as usual. Jojo, look. The child grabbed his arm and raised his head slightly, only to see clusters of flames flying towards the corpse crows hovering in the air like scattered meteors. So many flames, clusters of flames danced and collided in the sky, emitting an even more dazzling red glow. The child had already forgotten to bite him. This was the second time she saw Crown Prince Lian control so many blazing red flames with such ease. The originally frightening flock of corpse crows quickly turned into ashes under the roasting of the raging flames. Not even a trace of flesh was left. Only a faint burnt smell entered everyone's nostrils. Xianxia and the rest were already stunned. From the moment the golden dragon appeared in the sky, they were already completely stunned and didn't know what to say. At this moment, there was only shock left in his heart, and a feeling of reverence towards the strong rose in his heart. Are these the 5 spirits? The child murmured, and his little hand let go of his arm. Mo Lian paused for a moment, then smiled. It can be considered as the 5 spirits. Did your master from the Holy Water sect tell you about the origin energy of heaven and earth? Yes. The child nodded, then turned to look at Mo Lian. Very powerful. Seeing that you've helped me deal with so many corpse crows, I'll write off the previous debt with you. Mo Lian couldn't help but chuckle. She raised her finger and poked the child's soft cheek. It can't be written off. You were so disobedient and didn't abide by our previous agreement. Logically speaking, it's not enough for me to hit you. The child's face was painted green. Give him an inch and he wants a yard. How audacious. What was Jojo waiting for? Bite him to death. Bite him to death. Mo Lian suddenly hugged her and laughed heartily. Look, her little face that had been painted green had suddenly become lively after changing from the expressionless face she had at that time. Cute, Mo Lian pinched the child's face and jumped down from the golden dragon's back with the child in her arms. She landed in front of Situi and the rest's protective barrier and met the eyes of the rank 3 mutated zombie that emitted a foul smell. With a kick, the bow and arrows on the ground landed in his hands. Hugging the child, Mo Lian reached out to hold the child's soft hand and pulled the bowstring together. She chuckled softly and murmured, Jojo, if you inject mystic energy into a normal bow and arrow, although it's not enough to unleash the power of a mystic weapon, the result is quite impressive. Everyone simultaneously stared at the arrow that shot out like a shooting star towards the level 3 zombie. Only Arbor realized how strong the youth's infusion of energy was. That feeling of being suddenly injected with super powerful energy and the strength of her short arm exploding, whoosh. The arrow pierced through the level 3 zombie's head. Without any suspense, the unlucky level 3 zombie was sent flying by the arrow. It maintained a stiff posture as it retreated with the arrow and its body. It was firmly pinned to a wooden stake and could no longer move. Absolute silence reigned over the scene. What a strong youth. An ordinary arrow was able to kill a level 3 mutated zombie puppet that had given everyone a headache. Was this the difference between a genius and a normal person? Until Duan Yu harumphed and disdainfully pursed his lips. Pretentious. What pretentious? In terms of looks, this young master is not inferior to you. Humph. Jojo, let's get down. Duan Yu fearlessly extended his hand towards the crown prince and met the crown prince's phoenix eyes, completely ignoring the cold glint in them. Humph. You think I'm scared of you? Their gazes collided, and it was as if a flaming shooting star streaked across the sky. Arbor was expressionless, but in reality, she was roaring in her mind. What are you doing, Cho-Cho? Such rich energy, it's like I'm soaking in a sacred spring. Oh, hee, so comfortable, ha 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 ha. Ah. Oh, master, let's absorb more, ah. Oh. Why don't you go to heaven with so many onomatopoeia? The mental tree had gone crazy. Arbor pressed her swelling head. She really wanted to stuff its mouth with something, Mo Lian lowered her head slightly, and her gaze landed on the soft emerald branch that was secretly wrapped around one of his wrists. It was only a small section, so she definitely wouldn't see it if she didn't look closely at his wrist. It seemed like his Jojo had a lot of secrets. Mo Lian smiled and walked forward with Arbor in her arms, avoiding everyone's gaze. He didn't show the slightest bit of displeasure because the power in his body was being absorbed by some stupid tree. Oh. If I can obtain the blood from this young man's heart, master, I will be able to smoothly integrate the paradise into the star field. Arbor's expression changed. This damn tree had gone crazy. Things were getting out of hand. Xiao. Xiao Mu's icy small claw abruptly hammered Mo Lian's wrist as she mentally issued a strict order. Go back. Right now. Woo. Sensing its little master's anger, the tree didn't dare to act rashly. It quickly retracted its branch and whispered, I really only need 1 drop. Nonsense. You're not allowed to bring it up again. A drop of blood from the tip of the heart, how much energy did it consume? How dare it make such a request? He had to beat it to death. I'll give you all the profound energy in the paradise. In the future, I'll help you find more profound energy to replenish. But you're not allowed to casually absorb the power in other people's bodies, unless I agree. You can't take away the fruits of other people's hard work. Do you understand? If you can't do it, don't follow me. It didn't want anyone's power. It was just that the Crown Prince's power was rich and powerful, so it really attracted the tree. If it was anyone else's, it wouldn't even be interested. The sapling sobbed. How would it dare to refute its little master's stern admonishment? It quickly fawned over her. MHM, I know. Xiao will be obedient. Xiao, we will become stronger in the future. Arbor's gaze was resolute as he looked ahead. Rely on ourselves. What is it? Mo Lian looked down at the slender branches that swiftly receded and disappeared. She then looked at the child's taut face. It's fine, it can't absorb much. You're still indulging it. The sapling immediately became agitated. Master, the youth said it's fine, why? Haha, you're so agitated that you stutter. Shut up and go back to cultivating. Arbor ignored this cheating tree. Boo-hoo, youth, goodbye. If there's a chance next time, Arbor directly blocked its nagging. You. Arbor looked up at him. Are you all right? That tree of mine is too insensible. It's fine, it's really fine. Mo Lian smiled and patted the little one's head. Don't worry about me. Xiaomu flew into a rage out of humiliation and immediately kicked him with her short leg. I'm not worried. Heh. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. With a wave of his hand, all the wooden shards that had collapsed on the ground gently floated up. They were instantly flattened to the sides by a mighty force. A cave entrance was revealed under the sealed wooden shed. Granary? Arbor's eyes brightened. It should be. The crown prince nodded with a smile. Let's go down and take a look. Duan Yu and the others all ran to the cave entrance, but Mo Lian left them behind with an indifferent, "You guys stay up here." There were 4 underground granaries built below, and they were filled to the brim with grains, beans, and potatoes. Arbor waved his hand and took out 50 storage talismans in front of the crown prince, filling them to the brim. As a result, every granary lost exactly a quarter of its food supply. The crown prince couldn't help but smile. If it were anyone else, their jaws would definitely drop to the ground for this little one to casually take out 50 storage talismans. For you. Darling Chow calmly took back all the full storage talismans, then took out 20 empty storage talismans and placed them in the crown prince's hand. Hush money. The crown prince almost laughed out loud. He naturally reached out to take the storage talisman from her and praised, "My Jojo is really amazing." Would those arrogant talisman masters of Guanlan City die of shame if they saw the little fellow take out a handful of talismans? He wondered if those idiots could even produce 10 talismans in a month. Because talismans were rare, there were even fewer of them on the market. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was difficult to obtain a talisman even with 1,000 gold taels. Go ahead and decorate. Call them in when you're done. The little fellow raised her hand and patted him on the shoulder. She had an expression that said, "We're together. If you don't take some, I won't be at ease." All right. Mo Lian nodded. She also took some food from each granary and used her blood to open a talisman to take them away. Arbor, he thought that the nouveau riche crown prince would be humble and say, "Leave it to my people." But he didn't. However, the youth's straightforwardness made Arbor admire him. She hated people who were hypocritical and coy. After the two finished packing and left the underground granary, they said to everyone, "There's a lot of food down there." Everyone cheered, finally feeling that this trip was not in vain. In the end, Prince Mo decided to take away the remaining half of the food and send a few brats from the night pavilion to wait here for the South Camp's rescue team. When the time came, they would transport the food back to the capital together. The food reserves here exceeded City Lord Gu's expectations. Even if they took away so much, the remaining food was enough to feed the city's people for 4 months. Arbor and the others' trip was simply a bountiful harvest. After a night's rest, they set off on their return journey the next day. The return journey was a bit slow with food, but thankfully, it was safe and they did not encounter any zombies. Arbor returned home in the evening. Her expression involuntarily relaxed as soon as she entered, and she softly called out, "Mother. I'm back." "Ah, Jojo's back," a woman's gentle voice rang out. This was no different from a bolt from the blue to Arbor's ears. She froze on the spot and coldly turned her gaze toward the woman who spoke. When Rowan was standing quietly beside her grandmother in her courtyard. She was wearing a captivating red robe with a cyan floral pleated skirt. She was holding a pot of stew and looking at her with a smile. Fragmented images flashed past Arbor's eyes. When Rowan was just like the soft and gentle when Rowan in front of her as she complained tearfully to her father, "Xiaoxin is too hard to teach. Stepmother is in a difficult position. If I'm too strict, people will gossip. If I'm not strict, he'll go out and cause trouble again like today. I really don't know how to teach him." Her younger brother, whom her mother risked her life to give birth to, was led astray by this woman for no reason. In the end, he muddle-headedly died in an inexplicable love affair. Her younger brother was only 16 when he died. A young life fell just like that. Mo Lian, who had walked in with her, could most clearly sense the change in Xiaomu's aura. This little fellow was fine just a moment ago, but the weather changed in an instant, and her vicious aura soared. At this moment, her eyes were icy, and her wooden and cold expression was just like when they met for the first time and she was ruthlessly smashing Wu Yenjin with a rock. Prince Mo's phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously, and he followed Xiao Mu's bone-chilling gaze to the uneasy and slightly terrified woman standing by the flower bed. "Why are you here?" Duan Yu had just stepped into this small courtyard when he heard little Jojo's interrogative voice. He was so nervous that he almost blurted out, I came to find you." Then, he realized that he had misunderstood. Little Jojo wasn't dissing him. She was dissing someone else. "Scram!" Arbor yelled at Wenruan as he moved to the side to make way for her. Wenruan was so nervous that she almost dropped the pot of stew she was holding in her arms. She knelt down in front of Wang Nei with a plop and her delicate body trembled. 2 streams of tears fell down her cheeks. "Aunt!" The old lady was so angry that her whole body trembled. She slammed the stone table. You. How unruly. This is your Aunt Wen, you. She was so angry that she couldn't speak coherently. Arbor's eyes were like poisonous arrows. Chang Zai. Steward Chang Zai stumbled over, his face pale with fright as he rolled on the ground. "Miss Xiao. What did I say when I left this house? How dare you let anyone in? Do you still have any respect for this little master of yours?" Arbor's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists. His whole body was trembling as he roared at Chang Zai, "You also pack up your things and scram today. Immediately. Scram." Duan Yu was so frightened that he kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. It was quite scary when the adorable little Jojo was angry. That fury seemed to have substance, and whoever was burned by it would be unlucky. No matter how silly he was, he did not dare to go over and provoke bad luck at this time. Chang Zai kowtowed like he was pounding garlic and said, Xiao, master, Chang Zai was wrong. Chang Zai won't dare to do it again in the future. Please give this old servant a chance, little master. Elderly Lady Chow was so angry that her whole body went limp on the round-backed chair. She pointed at the enraged Arbor with a trembling finger. "Kick this woman out immediately. Don't let any random people step into my courtyard in the future." Arbor said sternly. "Why yes, little master. Yes." Chang Zai was truly scared silly. This little master's style of telling people to scram at the slightest disagreement was truly frightening. There were not many masters in the Chow family, and they were all amiable. It was rare to encounter such a good master. Even the servants' meals were so good, so how could he possibly want to leave? In the current world, where could a powerless person like him go even if he scrammed out of the Chow family? Chang Zai flopped in front of Wenruan and said coldly, "Miss Wen, please." "Aunt." A trace of panic appeared on Wenruan's face. She truly did not expect that D*MN girl Arbor would have such a strong reaction to her appearance. Wenruan was filled with hatred. She knelt on the ground and shuffled a few steps before sobbing beside elderly Lady Chow's legs. "Aunt." She did not want to leave this place. She had racked her brains to finally move into the Chow estate yesterday. The living conditions of the Chow estate truly moved her. She was no longer willing to return to that shed area filled with pigs, cows, and sheep. "You're too impudent and rude." Elderly Lady Chow struggled to get up from the round-backed chair. "I thought I made it very clear to grandmother that day." Arbor stared at elderly Lady Chow with eyes that could shatter ice shards. "If grandmother doesn't understand, I don't mind repeating myself. If grandmother wants to live with your niece, I'll immediately send someone to escort you to the Western District. Chang Zai, invite Mr. Zhang over." Elderly Lady Chow instantly froze. Arbor's furious expression frightened elderly Lady Chow. She also did not expect Wenruan to be so disrespectful to the little girl. She did not even bother to be polite and directly ordered someone to chase Wenruan away. Chow is back? What's wrong?" Her parents and second uncle, who had rushed over after hearing the commotion, looked at the scene in astonishment. Wenruan was gentle and soft, and even her voice was soft. They did not know why she had a conflict with Jojo. "Why aren't you chasing her out? If she doesn't leave, you leave." Arbor angrily reprimanded with an unyielding attitude. Chang Zai got up and tugged at Wenruan. "I've offended Miss Wen." Impudent, too impudent." Granny Chow was so angry that her limbs were trembling. "Ah, big brother Chow, second brother Chow, sister Ziqin." Wenruan trembled from anger and fear. She didn't expect that D*MN girl Arbor to be so determined to kick her out. She struggled with all her might and shook off Changzai's arm. She scrambled over to Wei Ziqing's side and hugged her leg as she cried, Sister Ziqing, save me, save me. Jojo, child, what's wrong with you? Wei Ziqing was astonished. She had never seen her daughter so angry before. She really did not understand how Wenruan was not to her liking. It's not appropriate for your Aunt Wen to live alone in the shack area. She managed to escape with much difficulty yesterday and was almost. She couldn't listen to a single word of her father's nagging. She only knew that no one could understand the pain in her heart. No one knew, everyone felt that Wenruan was innocent and stood against her. Everyone felt that she was arrogant and cold despite her young age. Everyone looked at her with incomprehensible gazes. Fighting alone was truly too tiring and too lonely. Suddenly, a pair of hands scooped Xiaomu up and silently pried off her pinky fingers, which had sunk into her palms to the point of bleeding. Be good. You don't have to deal with her directly even if you want to, Mo Lian whispered into Xiao Ran's ear while carrying her. He nodded at his parents and Arbor very naturally and left with Xiao Ran. Xiao Zhongbang and his wife took a while to react. That youth with an extraordinary bearing and peerlessly handsome face he actually carried away his daughter right in front of their eyes. His movements looked practiced and natural, so it wasn't his first time, right? Wenruan, who was kneeling in front of Wei Ziqing, felt aggrieved and humiliated. However, all her negative emotions instantly flew away when she met the child's chilling gaze. All that was left was a heart full of coldness and fear. Those were a pair of eerie and indifferent eyes. The child was lying on Prince Mo's shoulder. Her dark eyes were as cold as the spring in the depths of the realm of innocence, devoid of any signs of life. You will die. She didn't know why, but a cold and magnetic voice seemed to explode in her mind, and she suddenly swayed a few times from the impact. Her eyes widened, and when Wenruan felt her vision darken, she suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Hello, uncle, auntie. Duan Yu chuckled and walked up to greet Xiao Zhongbang and the others. I'm Jojo's good friend, Duan Yu. You can call me Aiyue. Wei Ziqing and the others nodded with a smile when they saw this handsome youth enthusiastically greeting them. Even Xiao Zhongbang, who wanted to move Wenruan, stopped and exchanged a few words with the youth. Duan Yu said as if he was familiar with them, although I don't know who this woman is, I'm pretty sure that Jojo is Jojo. Based on my understanding of little Jojo, she won't fly into a rage for no reason. I feel that there must be a reason for everything. What do you think? Wei Ziqing immediately nodded. Although she also felt that her daughter's rage came extremely strangely and suddenly, she believed in her daughter. This child had been sensible since she was young and always thought of her family. Even when facing a beggar, she was polite and distant. How could she treat Wenruan like this? Xiao Zhongbang smacked his lips and exchanged glances with second Uncle Qiao. This time, he didn't know whether he should go and help Wenruan, who was lying on the ground. I'm going to see my daughter. Wei Ziqing left in a hurry. After Crown Prince Mo carried darling Qiao back to her boudoir, he naturally sat down next to the window with her in his arms. He placed the child on his lap and stared at her expressionless face. She didn't say anything, so he accompanied her in silence. After an unknown amount of time, the child's body moved slightly. He lowered his head and said in a muffled voice, why are you talking to me? I am a cold and temperamental man. Nonsense. Prince Mo reached out and grabbed her little face. Come, look at me. The little stoic glared at him with an icy expression for quite a while, but her heart warmed slightly. Mo Lian smiled and asked in a low voice, did you see anything? You're beautiful. You're one of the most beautiful people I've ever seen, the child answered seriously. Mo Lian, why did he feel like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and what the heck was one of the most? Who was the second or third? Was it Duan Yu? He simply lifted her higher and pressed his forehead against hers as he chuckled softly. Not that. I'm asking if you saw anything in my eyes. Eyes? The stoic child nodded. They're even more beautiful than Duan Yu's. Mo Lian, fine, he should be happy. In this little fellow's eyes, he was very good-looking. Hui Feng, who was hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but facepalm. How could His Highness the Crown Prince and the child's conversation be so funny? I want you to see that trust is written all over my eyes. Prince Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out to hold her little face. No matter what you do, I'll believe you. No matter what you want to do, I'll stand by your side, Mo Lian said softly as he pressed against her little head. So, you're not alone. Next time, don't show that I'm so lonely expression, because it hurts my heart to see it. I want her to die. The child pursed her lips and subconsciously clenched her fists. My mother will give birth in 2 months at most. I can't let her live past these 2 months. Mo Lian loosened her fingers one by one, took out a bottle of top-quality medicinal powder, and applied it on the tiny wounds on her palms. 3 days. The child looked up at Mo Lian with a trace of unconcealable shock in her eyes. Shijiao City's Thousand Flower Festival is in 2 days. This time, City Lord Gu received so much food, she'll definitely. Mo Lian whispered into her ear. The child stared at him blankly. Wasn't this young and handsome crown prince treating her too well? She had a strange feeling in her heart. She had never seen someone so obedient to her in her 2 lifetimes. Even that pervert who doted on her so much in her previous life only doted on her like she was a small animal. He didn't trust or respect her at all. Was this what friends were like? They fought zombies together, collected food together, and now they were killing a person together. It probably wasn't anything to be surprised about. Don't you think I'm cruel, merciless, and vicious? Mo Lian reached out to cover her little mouth and leaned close to her face. You're my Jojo. You'll always be the best. Arbor blinked and thought, I also think I'm not bad. Jojo, can mother come in? Wei Ziqing was standing outside the door. When she heard the whispers coming from inside the room, she was somewhat dumbfounded. Although her daughter was still young and there weren't that many rules between men and women, why did she feel like she had inexplicably gained a son-in-law when this youth directly entered her room? No. How old was her Jojo? The door opened, and a young man in a white robe fluttered like a cloud. He bowed to her and said politely, Auntie, sorry to disturb you. My name is Mo Lian, Jojo's best friend. Xiao Mo, who wouldn't like such a handsome and gentle boy? Wei Ziqing immediately smiled. Classmate Xiaoma fiercely increased his presence and favorability in front of his future mother-in-law. After chatting for a while, Wei Ziqing almost forgot about the matter of seeing her daughter. Arbor was a little stunned. He looked speechlessly at the 2 people who were chatting at the door. It was Prince Mo who reminded Wei Ziqing to give some space to the mother and daughter. Only then did Wei Ziqing send him off with a smile. She held Jojo's hand as soon as she entered the house and showered him with praises. I don't know which family's son is from. He's young and elegant. He's really well raised. Looking at her daughter's confused face, Wei Ziqing remembered the important matter. Good child, mother didn't understand what happened just now. Can you tell mother about it? Mother knows that my daughter isn't such a rude person. Something must have happened. Mother. Arbor's eyes stung. She buried her head in Wei Ziqing's arms. I'm sorry, mother. Your daughter embarrassed you just now. Although she knew why she was angry, her mother and the others didn't know. Perhaps in their eyes, it was really a child's willful and reckless nonsense. They didn't know what happened in their previous lives. What reason did she have to blame someone who didn't know anything? How could that be? You're such a silly child. Wei Ziqing hugged her daughter. You're so worried at such a young age. Wei Ziqing looked at her daughter and pulled her small hand. Actually, I was the one who brought your auntie Wen back. I bumped into her on the street when I went out yesterday. She was being chased and bullied by 2 bullies in West City and was in a very sorry state, Wei Ziqing said. Mother thought that it must be quite difficult for a girl like her to be alone. She has a soft personality and doesn't even dare to speak loudly. At that time, she was in tears and kept begging me to take her in, so mother's heart softened. Is it because mother didn't handle this properly? Jojo, what happened just now? Why did you react so strongly? Arbor buried her head in her mother's embrace and shook her head. She said in a muffled voice, Mother, it's nothing. I just don't like outsiders coming into our family. Silly girl. Mother wants you to be happy. Since you don't like Rowan. Wei Ziqing smiled and hugged her daughter while patting her back. Xiaomu could no longer hear what Wen Rowan said, and she gradually sank into her own thoughts. In reality, she originally did not want to deal with Wen Rowan, so Xiaomu ignored this woman when they met in front of the city lord's estate. As long as Wen Rowan obediently stayed far away from the Qiao family, she could not be bothered to waste energy on such a small character and did not mind letting this little white flower go. But now, it seemed that the gears of fate would never stop turning. This Wen Rowan had quietly gotten close to their home again and insisted on making her presence known. Since Wen Rowan insisted on asking for a beating, then don't blame her for being vicious and merciless. This woman would not live for more than 3 days anyway. Arbor did not attend dinner with the excuse that she was not feeling well. She also did not bother to look at that pretentious little white flower. No matter how much she tried to make her presence known, she was already a dead person. There was no need to argue with her. On the other hand, when Xiao Lin'er heard that her older sister had returned, she kept clamoring to have dinner with her older sister and was very lively. Wei Ziqing had no choice but to send her younger daughter to Arbor. The next day, Arbor received an invitation to the city lord's mansion's banquet and gladly accepted it. City Lord Gu was exceptionally happy with the bountiful harvest from this trip to Qinghe town. Especially since His Highness the Crown Prince was willing to honor him with his presence at the banquet, City Lord Gu was so excited that he spoke incoherently the entire night. All the survivors of the Qinghe town operation attended this banquet. However, Arbor didn't see Lu Yexin at the banquet. She didn't ask about it either. After all, Lu Yexin was just a passerby who had nothing to do with her. Halfway through the banquet, the Crown Prince left with Xiaomu in his arms. City Lord Gu hurriedly followed after them. Everything is in the warehouse on the east side. Please follow me, Your Highness. City Lord Gu said respectfully. Hidden Flower and He Tian followed and looked at each other. His Highness really cares a lot about this little girl. Gu Qingfeng ordered someone to open the storeroom. The little girl's eyes lit up when she saw the supplies piled up inside. Previously, they had used up more than half of their bows and arrows in Qinghe town. Now, there were twice as many weapons in the storehouse. It was just the right time to replenish their previous consumption. The Crown Prince turned to Gu Qingfeng and said, "You can leave first." Gu Qingfeng repeatedly agreed. He was extremely glad that he had befriended this little ancestor. After bowing, Gu Qingfeng said to Xiaomu with a smile before leaving, "Miss Qiao's reward for this trip will be sent to your residence tomorrow. Your Highness, this humble subject will take his leave first." The Crown Prince only put down our dear Arbor after everyone retreated and only the two of them remained. Our dear Xiaomu pattered to the pile of items and browsed through them in a good mood. Other than weapons, there were also many household items and ladies' silks and satins. There were also many small snacks like candied fruits, sweets, pastries, and so on. It was perfect to coax a foodie. It was simply perfect. Arbor chatted with the sapling for a bit before taking out the heart of paradise and putting everything inside. When she looked again, the paradise was nearly stuffed to the brim. There were so many things that it made her feel at ease. The little stoic stiffly pulled out a unique smile, which made a certain Crown Prince unable to restrain a smile. Master, a white figure flashed, and the little white squirrel pounced out of the paradise and sprawled on Arbor's small face. She was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of fur several times. After plucking the little white squirrel from her face, Arbor unceremoniously flung it outside. Screech, the little white squirrel nimbly somersaulted in midair, but before it could pounce back to its little master's side, a certain Crown Prince reached out and grabbed it. His Highness the Crown Prince swayed a certain little squirrel as his phoenix eyes narrowed meaningfully. This seemingly ordinary little critter seemed to be, screech 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 screech. The little white squirrel humanely hugged its head with its paws and curled up into a ball. Master, there's a terrifying youth here who wants to attack Chirpy. The Crown Prince, his cries were so mournful that those who didn't know would think he had done something deranged. The child pattered to the Crown Prince's side and raised her small hand. His Highness the Crown Prince naturally interpreted it as the child wanting a hug, so he bent down slightly and picked her up. Arbor, something felt off, Master. The little white squirrel immediately jumped into her arms and rolled around. Give me 10 pieces of high-grade magnetite. the child poked the white squirrel's round body. The little white squirrel responded and jumped into the paradise, quickly carrying 10 mystic stones out. The child casually put away the heart of paradise. After skinning off the skins of the 10 pieces of magnetite, the little critter chirped twice at Arbor. The crown prince stared blankly until the child pushed all the magnetite into his arms. Only then did he regain his senses. His exquisite features seemed to be glowing as he smiled and said, "They're all for me?" The child nodded expressionlessly. "Jojo, you're the best." Prince smiled as he approached her. It seemed a little too close. Arbor's eyes widened as he watched the crown prince's handsome face magnify in front of him. Until, a soft kiss landed on her forehead. Like a gentle breeze, it slowly swept over. "A gift for Jojo in return," the crown prince said with a serious face. Without waiting for the child to react, he carried the silly little thing and strode out of the storeroom. It seemed that something was very wrong. These words floated in Arbor's mind: he gave her a bunch of things, and she gave him high-grade magnetite in return. That's strange. Aren't they even now? Then, he gave her a gift in return. Wasn't he giving her too much in return? The youth was at a disadvantage. Xiamu thought for a moment, then took out a few storage talismans from her pocket and stuffed them into his hands. "Use them." Hidden Flower, who was standing by the door, almost dropped his jaw. Why did he feel that the child's tone was so generous? The strangest thing was that his master actually kissed the little fellow's forehead repeatedly as if no one else was around. He even asked with a serious face, "Is this enough for a gift in return?" The child was dumbfounded. Eh? They were even again? His Highness was so shameless. Hidden Flower raised his hand to rub his nose, although he didn't know what the two were doing inside. But looking at the child's dumbfounded expression, she must have been black-bellied by His Highness. When the two returned to the banquet, the crown prince exchanged some pleasantries with the city lord. Gu Qingfeng had already received his subordinate's report that the entire storeroom had been emptied in an instant. He revered the little girl even more, thinking that the little girl's inner world must be extraordinary, so Daybreak Sexley Xiang was the first to suffer when he wanted to spy on the little girl. TSK, I have to be more careful in the future and restrain my subordinates to not easily offend the little girl. Gu Qingfeng then mentioned the 1,000 Flower Festival the day after tomorrow. It would be held from noon until night. Ever since the zombie disaster, the city hadn't held a large-scale entertainment event for the public for a long time, so City Lord Gu attached great importance to this event. After the 1,000 Flower Festival's activities were arranged, the entire Shizhou city became lively. In addition, everyone heard that the top 3 winners of the 1,000 Flower Festival would receive 50 caddies, and 20 caddies of grain, so everyone became excited. Every household moved their flowers to the plaza and registered to participate in this competition. Each of them rubbed their fists and rushed toward the grain. In the past, the first-place winner of the 1,000 Flower Festival would be rewarded with 100 gold taels. Even so, those wealthy households were too lazy to participate. Normally, it was the small households that worked hard to participate in the competition and strive for 100 gold taels. But now, even the rich families in the city had all taken action. They took out the most expensive flowers in their homes and carried them to the square to register. It was clear that in this era, gold taels and silver taels were not even half as precious as grain. For the citywide event, the city lord also specially ordered that the poor people in the eastern and western districts could also come to the middle district to watch. However, these poor people had to go through a certain inspection before entering the middle district and were not allowed to bring any sharp weapons with them. As a result, everyone in Shizhou City, from 80-year-old ladies to 7- and 8-year-old children, talked about the 1,000 Flower Festival enthusiastically. Their close friends formed groups of 3 to 5 and discussed how to travel together on that day. At dinner, Arbor finally showed up, making Qiao Zhongbong and his wife very happy. When the little white flower saw her, she immediately put down the chopsticks in her hand and stood up aggrievedly to give up her seat. With a submissive expression, she went to elderly Lady Qiao's side and stood next to her like a little daughter-in-law who couldn't be shown in public. Arbor didn't even bother to look at this white flower out of the corner of his eye. He greeted his parents and second uncle and sat down to eat. Under Xiaoyao's "Young miss, try this one, try that one." She continued to serve the dishes and enjoyed a decent dinner. When Rowan furtively glanced at the child, a hint of anger flowing through her eyes. There was such a sumptuous spread of food on the table, and this family was eating happily, completely ignoring her. Other than her aunt, who felt sorry for her and took her hand to ask her to sit down and eat together, the others treated her as if she was invisible and ignored her. Even Wei Ziqin, who had been very nice to her in the beginning, had become much colder to her these 2 days. She basically didn't talk to her much, so she didn't even know where to start. It was simply depressing. She still remembered the first day she came to the Chow family. This family was very friendly to her, but everything changed drastically ever since that little B**tch Arbor returned. Elderly Lady Chow had Sun Yang, who was serving beside her, add a stool for Wen Rowan, and when Rowan barely sat down. Arbor put down the small bowl in his hand and expressionlessly said, "I'm full. Father, mother, daughter will take her leave first." Everyone, her meaning couldn't be more obvious. She clearly didn't want to see her. Jojo. When Rowan hastily stood up and smiled awkwardly at Arbor. I heard the 1,000 Flower Festival will be held in the city tomorrow. When Rowan stuttered when she met the child's dark eyes at first. However, after she calmed her breathing and put on a fake smile, she spoke more fluently. The children have been in Shizhou City for so long, but we haven't taken a proper look around yet. How about we go to the plaza in the city tomorrow as a family to take a look at this grand occasion? Who's a family with you? Arbor's face darkened. What a thick-skinned person. Do you think you'll have a chance to join our family in this lifetime? When Rowan shuddered, and her face alternated between green and white. She was put on the spot. Cough cough. There should be more people on the streets tomorrow. Xiao Liner is still young, so it's not appropriate for her to go out and be so crowded. Second uncle hastily smoothed things over with a smile. I think we should just forget about this. Unexpectedly, his little niece was curious and asked incoherently, Mother, there are good things about the 1,000 Flower Festival. Just like that, the tense atmosphere was disrupted by Xiao Liner's childish words. Arbor's tense face relaxed slightly, and she turned her head to look at her younger sister in amusement. Yes, there are many good things. Xiao Liner's eyes suddenly lit up. Sister, I want good things. Good things? Wei Ziqin was amused by the sisters' conversation. Second Uncle Qiao and Qiao Zhongbang's mouths could not help but twitch. This treasure had never been short of food for her during this period of time. The snacks and pastries were endless, and her life was even more nourishing and happy than before. Her little face was round and full, and she was thinking about this time all day long. Old Madame Fu coughed and tried to put in a good word for her niece. Then you youngsters should go and play together. Ziqin's belly is big, so she'll stay at home to take care of herself. Rowan, take the children out and be careful on the road. Yes, old madam. When Rowan's eyes flickered with excitement. She did not believe it. If he gave her a chance to spend more time with the children, she wouldn't be able to trick that damned girl Arbor to his side. Wasn't he just a little kid? How many thoughts could he have? When the time came, she would just have to use a little trick too. Arbor looked meaningfully at Wen Rowan before picking up Xiao Liner and turning to leave. He did not refute old Madame Wen's words. Old Madame Fu sighed in relief when she saw that Wen Rowan was cold but did not embarrass her on the spot. She even secretly gave Wen Rowan a look. Wen Rowan nodded at old Madame, her eyes saying, Don't worry, old Madame. I'll definitely take this opportunity to get closer to these children. How could she have known that Arbor had pretended to agree to go out with her just to take her life? Because, it's not appropriate to kill someone at home. The 10,000 Flower Festival was about to begin. Suddenly, Arbor stopped in his tracks. His cold eyes shot to the top of the wall. With a turn of his hand, he stuffed Xiao Liner into Qiao Hu's hands. Brother Xiao Hu, bring little sister back. I'm going out for a bit. Xiao Hu was just excitedly talking about going to the 10,000 Flower Festival tomorrow when he raised his hand to catch Xiao Liner. In the blink of an eye, he saw his eldest sister jump over the wall as fast as lightning, and her small figure suddenly disappeared into the pitch-black night. His heart skipped a beat, and he hastily called out, Xiao Yao, hurry and tell Daddy. Don't worry, little young master. Miss has someone following her. She'll be fine. Xiaoyao hastily dissuaded the flustered youth. Xiaoyao will send you two back to your rooms first. Meanwhile, Arbor jumped over the wall and shot forward like a catapult, closely following a shadow elongated by the moonlight. Master, Miss has already given chase, and Aoyi has also followed. Huifeng stood solemnly in front of a carriage at the corner of the street and cupped his hands. The crown prince, who was resting with his eyes closed inside the carriage, slightly opened his phoenix eyes when he heard this. The carriage's exterior looked unremarkable, but the interior was actually filled with soft cushions, and every inch of the interior was wrapped in silk. The short table was delicately painted with green bamboo, and a large red brocade box was placed on top of it, right next to the crown prince's left. Huifeng continued, that person was discovered as soon as he jumped onto Miss's wall, so he didn't have time to do anything. He was chased by Miss until he jumped over the wall and left in a sorry state like a stray dog. TSK, the crown prince chuckled disdainfully. Huiyan's lackeys were truly unreliable. Let's go and take a look. Let's just treat them as appetizers for tomorrow's Thousand Blossom Festival celebration. If Jojo wins, I'll give this to her as a reward. The crown prince's fingers lightly stroked the large red brocade box next to him. This item had always been under He Tian's care, but since the crown prince was here in person, it was more appropriate for his master to personally give it to the little girl. He Tian was quite tactful. Hidden Flower followed beside the carriage the entire way and straightened out the creases on his sleeves. He couldn't help but chuckle. Then what if she loses? Huifeng glanced at him. Does this fool know that trouble comes from careless talk? If she loses, I'll sell you. An exquisite kettle was thrown out of the carriage and smashed directly at Hidden Flower's head. Hidden Flower dodged to the side with a sullen face. So infuriating. Master is so unreasonable and randomly insults people. I beg for an explanation. At this time, the man being chased by Arbor like a stray dog was already inexplicably sweating on his forehead. He simply didn't dare to believe that a level 4 mystic cultivator like him would be discovered the moment he stepped onto the other party's wall. This child was too strange. That speed of pursuit simply made him feel inexplicably apprehensive. Could it be that the person he encountered now was a tough nut to crack? The man swiftly ran toward the rendezvous point. Damn little brat, since you want to follow me, then keep following me. Let's see how you'll die without a burial place then. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind hit his back. The man turned his head around in shock and saw that a small stoic face had already appeared behind him. She was holding a ferrule as black as ink, and she swung it at his back without any explanation. Before the ferrule arrived, a strong gust of wind had already arrived. Profound energy suddenly exploded on his back, causing him to stagger 2 or 3 steps forward in a sorry state. Before he could even open his mouth to make a sound, a terrifying little foot carrying profound energy suddenly kicked him in the back. Pooh! The man's old face stiffened. As he rushed forward, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. He felt as if his internal organs had been turned around in his body. Every part of his body was in pain. What a scary girl. I have to run. Sensing the approaching aura of death, the man didn't dare to stay any longer. He ran forward with all his might. Just now, he had already mobilized all the profound energy in his body to block that wretched girl's attack. But he was still injured. What did this mean? The man's eyes widened. This wretched girl's cultivation was higher than his. Why was this so? How old was she? Bang! Arbor swung her ferrule again in pursuit, but it missed. A beam of light formed by profound energy fiercely smashed several inches behind the man's heel, scaring him so much that his old face turned pale. He suddenly staggered and actually ran away at an extraordinary speed. The child wrinkled her brows and sniffed. She followed that man out of the city and ran toward the ruined western part of the city. D***MN girl, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Let's see how fierce you'll be in a while. The man forced a smile and suddenly stopped and turned around. Arbor also stopped and turned her head to look at the 2 brawny men that appeared from the shadows. D***MN girl, it's not too late to beg for mercy now. From his appearance, the person who spoke looked like an ordinary farmer. His face was dark, and he looked honest and considerate. Qiamu coldly swept her gaze over the 3 people's faces in succession. Who sent you here? the dark-skinned man sneered. Go ask at King of Hell's Hall. 2 immobilization talismans suddenly floated into the air and suddenly split open when they hit 2 of the men. Before those 2 idiots could figure out what was going on, they were immediately immobilized on the spot, dumbstruck. Before they could react, Arbor turned around and charged at the dark-skinned man. You're courting death, the man roared, a trace of surprise flashing through his heart. This child actually had an immobilization talisman on her. According to their open and covert investigations over the past few days, they were very clear that this child was only a child from an ordinary family, but for some reason, His Highness favored her. Thinking of the mission the commandery princess assigned, the dark-skinned man, Nian Kuei, gritted his teeth and untied his weapon from his back. It was an iron-spiked club with provocative spikes that sparkled under the moonlight. D***MN girl, don't think that you're amazing just because you're a mystic cultivator. Your body isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth, Nian Kuei shouted and swung his spiked club at Arbor's head. When did I say that mystic cultivators are amazing? Arbor sneered. Her tiny body suddenly rose into the air, and with a light tap of her toes, she flipped over the man's head in an instant. She nimbly flipped her small body in the air and suddenly stomped her 2 short legs on Nian Kuei's back with a heavy backstrike. With the crisp sound of bones, Nian Kuei immediately howled and staggered forward, falling to the ground and kneeling like a toad. He lay on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, it's more than enough to deal with you alone. The little girl waved her hand, and the ferrule emitted an ink-colored brilliance, directly smashing the mace in the brawny man's hand into pieces. Nian Kuei was shocked as he held a small part of the end of the club. With an aghast expression, he loosened his grip. That half-dead stick fell to the ground with a thud, as if it had smashed into his heart. Arbor sensed something and looked back. He saw the crown prince, who was dressed in a black robe, getting off the carriage. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked magnificent. The little fellow's eyes lit up as he hurriedly ran towards him. The corners of Hidden Flower's lips curled up as he thought to himself, as expected of my lord. From the age of 80 to the age of 8, he can charm everyone in the world. Hurry up. Help me extract a strand of his life soul. The little fellow rushed to the crown prince's side and hurriedly grabbed his hand. Hidden Flower thought to himself, this savage bastard. Her eyes didn't light up just now because she was happy to see the crown prince, right? The crown prince naturally interpreted her action of rushing over to grab his hand as a request for a hug and caress. He reached out and picked her up. He rubbed her small head and said with a slightly displeased expression, what use can such a good-for-nothing be? If you want to use someone, just leave Hidden Flower behind. Master. Hidden Flower called out exaggeratedly and desperately squeezed out 2 drops of manly tears. Arbor turned to glance at Hidden Flower before turning back to the crown prince and saying, he's already crying, so you should keep him for yourself. Don't be so heartless. It's not easy being a subordinate. Hidden Flower and Huifeng both twitched their mouths. Ao Yi, who was hiding in the dark, thought, then why did you freaking charge him back then? When Nian Kuei saw the crown prince, he had already collapsed to the ground, trembling. The other 2 were even worse. After the immobilization talisman's effect was lifted, they fell to their knees one after the other and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to raise their heads even an inch. Your Highness, Your Highness. Ah! Nian Kuei screamed and rolled back and forth on the ground while holding his head. Arbor reached out to take the soul that the crown prince handed over, a strange smile faintly appearing on his lips. Search him. Xiaomu expressionlessly gave the order. Without waiting for Stay Up Late to rush out, Hidden Flower and Huifeng scrambled to Nian Kuei's side. They roughly kicked him twice and flipped him over to search him. Soon, a small box was handed over to the little girl. The crown prince's phoenix eyes darkened as he stared at the box in the child's hand. You know their master? Xiaomu turned to look at him. These people were obviously working for someone. Since they knew the crown prince, they most likely came from Guanlan City. Hui and of the vassal king of Nan's estate. Her ancestors fought alongside the late king and inherited the title of king. The crown prince's phoenix eyes darkened, dark clouds covering them. What a great Huiyan! He really didn't know that she had brought over a medicinal pill to secretly poison his little Jojo. Arbor opened the box and saw a brown pill with an abnormally sweet taste lying inside. He was about to pick it up when the Crown Prince grabbed his hand and stopped him. "It's only a poison pill. It can't harm me." Arbor sneered and picked up the pill with his fingers. He sniffed it and snorted in disdain. What a crappy concoction method. After taking it, the poison will enter the body. As you grow older, the cold poison will increase day by day, and your body will deteriorate. In the future, her monthly period would be so painful that she wished she was dead until her body was imperceptibly corroded by the cold poison, making it difficult for her to conceive. The Crown Prince snatched the pill from the child's hand and flicked his finger. Hidden Flower very tacitly slapped Nian Kuei, causing him to open his mouth in pain and catch the poison pill. Huifeng punched him again, causing Nian Kuei to swallow the pill with a gulp before he could react. Arbor couldn't help but want to laugh. This poison pill was not of much use to men. Kill those two and leave him alive so he can report back. The corners of Arbor's lips curled up slightly as he looked meaningfully at Nian Kuei. For some reason, Nian Kuei's body involuntarily trembled as his pupils abruptly shrank due to fear. "Why aren't you scramming?" Hidden Flower killed the two little bugs without hesitation and kicked Nian Kuei in the back. Nian Kuei was shocked, and fled in a flurry with injuries all over his body. Seeing the man run away, the Crown Prince lifted the child up and looked at him. "What's your plan?" The child muttered a few words to him. Although he spoke softly, Hidden Flower and the others still heard every word clearly. Then, they all secretly glanced at the child as if they were looking at a little monster. "Will there be trouble?" "No." The Crown Prince laughed heartily. Hidden Flower and the others endured the shock of their jaws dropping to the ground. When they heard the Crown Prince's summons, they hurriedly ran forward and took out a white jade tablet, offering it to the young lady with both hands. What an exquisitely carved communication jade tablet. Arbor took it and flipped it to the back. There was a dark red hidden engraved on the back and a black knight engraved on the back. This is the common communication jade tablet of the Hidden Pavilion and Night Pavilion. Just write down whatever you want to know, the Crown Prince said with a smile. Arbor nodded and silently put it away. When Hidden Flower handed over a special jade pen, Arbor waved her hand. She had the gold-beaded talisman pen, so she naturally didn't need anything else. Hidden Flower glanced at the Crown Prince in confusion. Seeing the Crown Prince nod at him, he put away the jade pen. "Jojo, you've won, so there's a reward." Arbor reached out and hugged the brocade box the Crown Prince stuffed into his hands. When he opened it, his gaze was attracted by an ink-colored ring. Without too many garish decorations, this ring quietly laid there. Its lines were very distinct and exuded a unique charm. The child reached out to pick it up and put it on. The ring immediately contracted and very obediently encircled her small hand. "You're a mystic weapon master," Arbor said hesitantly. He had wanted to ask last time. Previously, when he was dealing with the zombies, he concentrated all his mystic energy and actually drew out the fire spirit hidden inside the feral. And that fire spirit was extremely similar to the fire spirit the Crown Prince released with a flip of his hand no matter how he looked at it. Arbor guessed that this guy probably fused a trace of the fire spirit into the feral when he forged it. Mo Lian nodded with a smile. "Smart. How about it, won't you try it?" Arbor channeled a wisp of mystic energy into the ring. A wisp of light instantly erupted from the ring. Xiaomu's face was stoic as she looked up at the transparent cover that enveloped her entire body from the top of her head. Her small mouth involuntarily twitched. This guy, he actually made a cover that looked like an eggshell. Now that it covered her entire body, it was just like an egg yolk was wrapped in the eggshell. Mo Lian laughed very unkindly and turned around while hugging the child through the eggshell. He just knew that this defensive cover on the child would definitely be extremely adorable. This defensive cover can currently withstand a powerful attack from a level 12 mystic cultivator. However, as your cultivation increases, it will also unseal and continue to increase its defensive power. The little stoic silently removed the eggshell and looked down at the brocade box. This brocade box had a compartment. After removing the top layer, an ink-colored, glowing metallic doll was revealed. "Do I look like I'm still at the age of playing with dolls?" The little stoic silently roared in her heart, and her pair of dark eyes irritably glared at the crown prince. Here, put it on and try. The crown prince flipped his palm, revealing a small piece of fluorescent green stone. This is a spirit stone. Put it in its stomach. The little stoic did as he said, but her face was expressionless. Greetings, little master. The doll in the box suddenly jumped up and danced as if it had been injected with chicken blood. The child's eyes suddenly widened. He pointed at the little doll that suddenly moved and asked, "What is this? Isn't it fun?" The crown prince chuckled and poked the child's face. "This is a mechanical puppet. They could talk to you to relieve your boredom, send you letters, run errands, and inquire about information. The most important thing is that it can." The crown prince whispered into the little fellow's ear, "Kill people. Murder? Such a tiny little thing." Xiao Mu's eyes revealed a look that said, "I can stomp it flat with one foot." The crown prince couldn't help but laugh. "Try it? Come." The moment the child jumped down, the golem jumped down as well. It instantly grew to the size of an adult and punched the child's face. Oh my god, it could even grow bigger. This was simply too unconventional. Furthermore, from the looks of it, his strength was comparable to that of a 10th-rank body cultivator. No more fighting, no more fighting. This was simply bullying. The child ran a circle around the field, making Hidden Flower and the others secretly laugh. "Hurry and make it stop." The crown prince laughed in spite of himself. "It listens to you." Prince Emo slowly followed the child's short running legs and walked a circle. The child was startled and turned to look at the golem that was chasing after him with large strides. "Stop." After the crown prince carried her into the carriage, the child was a bit drowsy as she lay on his body on the way back. After all, she was still young and was at the age when she liked to sleep. When they arrived at Pear Blossom Alley, the crown prince didn't wake her up and directly carried her back to her room. He only greeted Wei Ziqin and Xiao Zhongbang before he left. The couple looked at each other and felt at the same time that they seemed to have gained a son-in-law who could come and go as he pleased. Thus, when the little fellow woke up early the next day, her eyes blinked as she looked at the bedside canopy, unable to react for a moment. "Good morning, little master." "Little master, you're so beautiful today." "Little master, if you smile, you'll definitely be even more beautiful." "Oh my god." Little Arbor tilted his head to the side and glanced at a certain fellow who was bouncing freely next to the pillow. The corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched. Little Xiaomu reached out to take the little golem and expressionlessly opened its stomach. A certain fellow whimpered, "Little master, you're going to take away my spirit stones." Little master, I'll miss you." "Oh, shut up." Arbor removed the noisy golem's spirit stones, picked up the bag of spirit stones next to the golem, and tossed it into the bag as well. Yesterday, when she was in a daze, she still heard the crown prince mutter to her, "This golem consumes quite a lot of spirit stones. It's fine if you send a message or ask for information. But if you transform into battle mode, you'll use up one spirit stone every 2 hours." And it was said that things like spirit stones could not be excavated on Seacone Planet. The crown prince actually had something that could not be excavated on Seacone Planet. Little Xiaomu thought about it and tossed it aside. She had many secrets anyway. The crown prince did not ask about the little tree's matter, so she naturally would not ask him about it. After putting on her clothes and putting away the golem and bag of spirit stones, Arbor opened the door and walked out. After taking a breath of fresh air, Arbor walked 2 steps along the corridor and suddenly stopped. She looked coldly at the 2 people whose backs were facing her in the small courtyard. Xiao Zhongbang truly did not expect to be stopped by Wenruan so early in the morning. Although the 2 of them kept a certain distance from each other, they still felt a little strange when they saw Miss Wen walking closer step by step in a mysterious manner. "Miss Wen, if you have something to say, just say it." Xiao Zhongbang frowned and took 2 steps back. Wenruan smiled gently at Xiao Zhongbang and took out a white jade porcelain bottle from her sleeve. She handed it to him and said with a smile, "Big brother Xiao, there's a meridian healing pill inside. It'll definitely help your damaged mystic meridians greatly if you take it. Who knows, there might even be hope for the recovery of his profound veins." Xiao Zhongbang's eyelids suddenly twitched, and his slightly heated gaze landed on the porcelain bottle in Wenruan's hand. "This? Miss Wen, I can't accept a reward without any effort. How can I accept such a valuable gift from you? Big brother Qiao, don't decline. I've always been grateful that you guys took me in, and I've always wanted to repay Big brother Qiao. When Rowan smiled gently and said softly, Big brother Qiao, are you suspecting the origin of my pill? Don't worry. This pill was given to me by a Taoist priest who had the demeanor of a transcendent being. I helped him out a little and he gave it to me. It's definitely not fake, so don't worry, Big brother Qiao. No, it's not. Xiao Zhongbang awkwardly took a step back and repeatedly waved his hand. That won't do, that won't do. Miss Wen, I can't accept this pill, I absolutely can't accept it. You better take it back. Father, Arbor called out normally and interrupted when Rowan's words. The author needs to go out for a bit. Come to the third watch at 7:30 p.m. Xiao Zhongbang immediately let out a sigh of relief when he saw his daughter and strode over. Jojo, you're up. Let's go. Your mother and the others should be waiting in the dining room. Let's go. Could it be that in her previous life, when Rowan also took out this immortal pill and failed to kidnap father, which made grandmother more determined to let her marry into the family? Was it also because father could recover his mystic meridians and become a mystic cultivator that when Rowan was willing to marry him? Otherwise, how could this scheming woman be willing to marry someone else? Later on, she was captured by her friend and had her limbs broken. She was locked up day and night to study her inner world, so she really did not pay attention to whether her father recovered and became a mystic cultivator in the end. However, these matters from her previous life did not matter. Because when Rowan, this possible variable, would be erased, Arbor gave when Rowan a thought-provoking gaze. Jump around properly. There's not much time left, you. She then turned around and followed her father to the dining room. When Rowan inexplicably shuddered and angrily put away the white jade bottle in her hand. She inwardly cursed Xiao Zhongbang for not knowing how to appreciate favors and angrily followed her father to the dining room. She had not eaten breakfast yet, so she naturally could not bring the children out on an empty stomach. When Rowan reached the dining room, she could not help but stifle her anger. Xiao Zhongbang and Xiao Zhongxing's family were happily eating breakfast and completely treated her as invisible. They did not even bother to greet her. Old Madam happened to say that she was not feeling well again, so breakfast was sent to her room. When Rowan was alone, so she took a bowl and chopsticks and casually ate. The more she ate, the more she found the food tasteless. Today's breakfast was just a pot of plain porridge and steamed buns. She ate until her mouth was almost bland. When Rowan knew Wei Ziqin had a secret because she often saw her fiddling around in the kitchen with the door closed. Soon, she would be able to conjure a lot of delicious meat and poultry. But today's breakfast was too plain. Usually, when she saw Xiaolin that girl, eating pastries that she had never seen before, she completely didn't know how to share them. She really didn't know how Wei Ziqin raised her daughter. The children she raised were each more selfish and heartless than the other. When Rowan secretly smacked her lips and gently put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand. No matter how resentful she was, she still wore a very amiable smile on her face. She looked in the direction of Arbor and softly said with a fawning expression, Jojo, should we go out earlier? We can still stroll around on the way. Xiaolin held a bun in both hands and took a few bites. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at her elder sister. What's the flower this time? Pfft. Xiao Zhongxing laughed unkindly. Arbor also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He extended his hand toward Xiaolin and Xiaolin immediately tilted her small body and pounced toward him. Mother, father, second uncle, we'll go out first. Arbor stood up with his little sister in his arms. His small body hugging a little bun didn't seem out of place at all. Instead, it was a little creepy. Jojo, be careful on the road. Mother rubbed her stomach and looked at the sisters with a smile. Xiaohu, pay attention to your two sisters, second uncle instructed with a smile. Yes, father, Xiaohu answered hurriedly. Xiaohu answered excitedly. His heart almost flew out of his chest at the thought of being able to go out and play soon. Don't worry, master and madam. Xiaoya will take good care of the young master and young miss. Xiaoya walked over with a chuckle and stood next to Arbor. Little White Flower also smiled hypocritically at Wei Ziqin. Sister Ziqin, don't worry. I'm here to look after the children. Absolutely nothing will happen to them. If something happens, ahaha, Rowan will risk her life to protect the children. When Rowan chuckled to herself and did not notice the other people's expressions. Wei Ziqin and Xiao Zhongbang looked at each other, feeling that something was amiss with her words. Why would she say such ominous words for no reason? Of course nothing will happen to the children. What kind of frightening situation would they encounter if they needed you to protect them with your life? Wei Ziqin frowned, feeling slightly uncomfortable. She nodded indifferently at Little White Flower before looking at her daughters with a smile and watching them leave. Xiao Zhongxing turned to his eldest brother. Eldest brother, I don't know what's wrong with mother. She even refused to eat breakfast today, saying that she's not feeling well. How about we go check on her? Xiao Zhongbang nodded and said to his wife, Ziqin, go back and rest. Second brother and I will go check on mother. Then, the two brothers walked toward Old Madam's room together. Old Madam was still in high spirits last night, so why was she feeling unwell this early in the morning? Their daughters did not refute Old Madam yesterday, so what was there for her to feel unwell about? Mother! Mother! The two brothers knocked on the door outside the room. Mother, can we come in? Old Madam answered after a while, Zhongbang Zhongxing, mother is fine. My head just hurts a bit, so I want to sleep a bit more. Don't disturb mother. The two brothers looked at each other in astonishment. Mother, why did you suddenly have a headache? How about we have Changzai go to the medical center in the city and invite a doctor back for mother? Old Madam Qiao hastily said in a slight panic, and no need. Ah, no need to trouble yourself. Mother will be fine after sleeping a bit more. Alright, you two brothers can go. Mother is fine. Why was mother acting so strange? Xiao Zhongbang and his brother muttered softly before leaving in embarrassment. On the other side, Little White Flower led the four children out and sneaked a glance at Jojo. Jojo, we came out quite early. Where do you want to go? The four children remained silent. Arbor remained silent and expressionless. Jolin, who was in her arms, was munching on half a bun and ignoring everyone else. Xiaoyao lowered her head and followed her mistress. Since her mistress didn't say anything, she naturally wouldn't say anything. Xiaohu looked around and didn't hear what the Little White Flower was saying. The four children were so uncooperative that Little White Flower gritted her teeth in anger. Once again, she secretly cursed the Qiao family for not knowing how to raise children. The group of four walked out of Pear Blossom Alley and headed towards the main street. The lively atmosphere that greeted them made Xiaohu's eyes turn back and forth. He didn't even have the time to watch the fun, let alone listen to Little White Flower's nagging. Sister, this time. Little Linner pointed at a stall with her chubby little finger and yelled. Arbor looked back and saw a stall selling silk flowers. He couldn't help but be amused by this little girl. You're not allowed to eat. Eat half of the bun in your hand. You're not allowed to eat before dinner. Look at how round your stomach is after eating so much. In this day and age, the rice and grains sold on the streets were more expensive than gold. How could they set up a stall selling fine snacks if they couldn't even afford to eat coarse grains? Little Linner pouted and silently continued to munch on her bun. When Rowan scooted over to the sisters and reached out to Qiao Mu ingratiatingly. Xiao, Xiao Linner is quite heavy, right? You must be tired from carrying her. How about I carry her for a while? No need. Arbor dodged and walked forward with Little Linner in his arms. When Rowan suppressed a trace of anger in her eyes as she roared inwardly, you're just like your dad. You don't know how to appreciate favors. If it weren't for the fact that the Qiao family was well off and didn't have to worry about food and clothing, she wouldn't have bothered fawning over them like a little wife. She just didn't want to go back to that lousy place in the Western District to suffer. Arbor walked in front with Xiao Linner in his arms, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. As the sun gradually rose, the flow of people on the main street increased. Many people walked toward the Thousand Flowers Plaza in groups. I think landlord Li's flower will win first place in the competition. That's right. Even those rich and powerful families are rushing to participate in this Thousand Flowers festival. Poor commoners like us won't be able to make a living. I think we can forget about that 50 kilograms of rice. Everyone discussed in low voices, and quite a few people sighed. Don't worry. I heard there's also an incentive prize for 200 participants. Each person can get a kilogram of beans. But we'll have to rely on the number plate in our hands to draw a prize. We have to hurry and get a matching number plate. Oh, that's great. Right. Let's hurry and get a plate. But why did the city lord let those filthy fellows from the eastern and western districts in and fight with us for the number plates? Arbor walked toward the entrance of the plaza where the number plates were distributed. Since they came out to play, they naturally had to put on a show. The number plates were a pair of thin, specially made bamboo slips with numbers carved on the back with a knife. The line was very long, but the number plates were distributed quickly, so it wasn't long before it was their turn. Arbor's children each took a pair. When they flipped it open, they saw that their number was already over 5,000. Little sister, do you think I'll get a kilogram of beans? As Xiaohu spoke, the adults next to him couldn't help but snicker. Little brother, it all depends on luck. Say, there are at least 10,000 people participating in this event in the entire city. It sounds like 200 participants are quite a lot, but compared to the total number of participants, the winning ratio really isn't high. Xiaohu nodded. You're right, uncle. It all depends on luck. It'd be great if I could get a kilogram of beans. Hey kid, who doesn't want a caddy of beans? I still want to take that caddy of beans. Maybe I'll be lucky enough to get it. My face is white. Xiaohu raised his head and snorted. Arbor was speechless. Bro, you don't need a pound of beans. You look so expectant, and you're even arguing with a stranger. She felt that she might be very poor. Seriously, it felt so annoying to bring a bunch of clowns out on the streets. All kinds of flowers and plants were placed along the street, circling around the main street to the plaza. It was extremely crowded and bustling. As the sun approached noon, the people who were watching the flowers began to cast their cards. They cast one card and kept the other. It was said that there would be people in the city lord's mansion working overnight to count the number of the winners. The winners would only be announced the next day. At that time, as long as they were the winners, they would be able to line up at the city lord's mansion to receive food with a number plate. Arbor held little Lin-er in his arms as they walked. From time to time, he would take down his sister's outstretched hand that was asking for a flower. Suddenly, Xiaomu's footsteps paused in front of a flower pot that resembled a begonia, and she blinked. The old man who was arranging the flower pot was so happy that he almost jumped out. Kid, cast your card. Do you like it? Quickly cast your card for this old man. It was a pity that it had been on display for an entire afternoon, but only a few people had cast their cards. The old man was about to cry. How could he win a prize like this? The whole family was waiting for the rice to boil at home. Old grandpa, are you selling this flower pot? Arbor's little face was expressionless, but his dark eyes were brighter than ever. The old man was startled. He examined the children in front of him and saw that they were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes. They should be the children of some wealthy family in the city. He hesitantly asked, Sell? What's the price? If the child wanted to give him any gold or silver, he naturally would not sell it. 50 caddies of rice in exchange for your pot of flowers. Are you selling? Arbor asked softly. 50 caddies of rice? The old man's loud voice immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. Originally, not many people paid attention to them, but now that the 50 caddies of rice was mentioned, they immediately surrounded them. Arbor did not like crowds, so he frowned and said, Grandpa, are you selling or not? 50 caddies of rice in exchange. Of course, of course. His family had a large population, and the monthly allowance from the city lord's estate was not enough to feed them. Even if they lived frugally and ate porridge every day, the food would only last them for 20 days. They would have to think of other ways to feed themselves. The food at home was about to run out, and now the child asked for 50 caddies of rice in exchange. How could the old man refuse? Then come with me, Arbor said to the old man indifferently. He turned around and led the old man to a tea house on the side of the street. This tea house was actually empty. They could not even fill their stomachs these days. Who would have the leisure and mood to come here like an idiot to drink tea and talk about swords? Arbor randomly picked a private room and walked in. He said softly, "Stop them outside." Yes, Mississippi Aoye immediately appeared and blocked the crowd who wanted to rush in with a murderous expression. "Miss has ordered that no one is allowed inside. I'm not an outsider. Let me in. I'm a relative of your Mississippi." When Marwan wanted to squeeze in but was blocked and pushed by Aoye's extended arm. When Marwan staggered back several steps and was immediately pushed to the back by the crowd. She was so angry that her face turned pale and her lips trembled. Aoye stood at the half-open door of the tea house and said coldly, "No one is allowed inside. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." Everyone immediately took a few big steps back. They all looked at the black-clothed youth with disbelief in their eyes. Wasn't he just curious and wanted to see if the little girl could take out so much food? He didn't need to kill anyone. A middle-aged woman curled her lips in disdain and said, "I think this child is either crazy or lying. In this kind of day, who would use precious 50 caddies of rice to exchange for a pot of useless flowers that can only be admired? My little sister loves to eat flowers." Xiao, who stood at the entrance of the tea house and angrily shouted at the woman. "What do these people know? Eldest younger sister was so powerful. She must have her own reasons for doing this." A group of onlookers liked to spew nonsense when they had nothing to do. "Yes, the second flower." Xiao Lin'er was pulled to Xiaohu's side and nodded her little head in agreement. Everyone was speechless. Not long after, the old man happily walked out with a big bag of rice. The weight of the 50 kilograms of rice made him bend over, but his face was glowing, and he felt strong all over. Arbor slowly walked out and temporarily put the pot of begonia-like flowers into the storage talisman. When everyone saw the old man come out with a bag of rice on his back, their eyes immediately widened. God, the old man really exchanged that pot of flowers for 50 caddies of rice. Is it true? Little girl, your little sister likes to eat flowers. I have flowers too. I'll sell them to you. It's not expensive. I only want 40 caddies of rice. Get lost. Child, buy mine. Buy mine. I'll give you 30 caddies. 30 caddies of rice in exchange. What's up with these people? Arbor stood at the entrance of the tea house in a daze and frowned as he watched a group of people holding flower pots and squeezing toward her. Too noisy. Aoye pulled out his 3-foot-long sword with a whoosh, scaring the crowd that was fighting to sell flowers and causing them to hastily retreat like the tide. It's so hard to run a small business. Why do people have to point their swords at me, when Marwan was the one who was about to explode from anger? She was pushed and shoved further and further away from the tea house by the barbaric crowd. She had just called out "Chow Chow" when she suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Someone held her down. "How dare you?" When Marwan angrily rebuked and turned to look at that lecher. In her enlarged eyes, a wrinkled face with completely dead skin suddenly appeared. That thing suddenly grinned and gave her a smile. With a plop, a piece of rotten meat fell from his chin. When Marwan's hair stood on end. "Ah!" She let out an earth-shattering scream and turned to run toward the crowd while trembling all over. "Corpse puppet! The corpse puppet is here! Save me! Save me!" The crowd that was squeezing in front immediately dispersed to the sides in tacit understanding. Who cared if she lived or died? They all turned around and ran away with pale faces, dragging their families with them. They stopped selling flowers and could no longer watch the show. Everyone ran back home in fear of their own safety. However, they soon realized that something was amiss, This corpse puppet seemed to be chasing after that unlucky girl. It didn't even look at them. Coincidentally, a fat woman was running in a panic and didn't look where she was going. She crashed into someone's stall and couldn't get up. The corpse puppet passed by her like the wind and didn't even look at her out of the corner of its eye. The fat woman originally thought she was going to die. Her face was pale with fright, and her mouth was trembling so much that she couldn't even speak. When she saw the corpse puppet running away, she opened her mouth wide in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Everyone hid on both sides of the street. The braver ones stopped and almost laughed out loud when they saw what was happening. This corpse puppet was really amusing. It didn't catch anyone and just chased after that girl. As it ran, it hissed and roared, scaring the girl so much that she rolled and crawled all over the street. She kept running forward like a headless fly. It's Aunt Wen. Xiao, who was stunned as he stood at the entrance of the tea house. Xiao Yao, you keep an eye on the two of them. I'll go and see what happened to Aunt Wen. Arbor's eyes flashed when he read the two words Aunt Wen. Xiao Yao held back her laughter and nodded. She reached out and took Xiao Liner's little hand. Why is that girl running towards Autumn Moon Garden? That place is just a 7-story opera house. It's so empty that there's nowhere to hide. Quickly report to the city lord that a corpse puppet has broken into the city. Ah. Aha. Ah. Save me, save me. Save me. When Rowan begged the passers-by for help with a face full of terror. However, every time she touched a passer-by, they would fling her hand away in a panic and continuously retreat, opening up a very wide path for her and the corpse puppet. Roar, roar, roar. The corpse puppet that couldn't catch up to her for a long time roared furiously and suddenly increased its speed to chase after her. When Rowan resisted the urge to faint and stumbled into the garden. She stumbled and crawled into the pavilion and ran up the stairs while holding on to the handrail. After running up 3 floors and not even the 4th, she was completely exhausted. She leaned against the handrail and panted heavily. Suddenly, a small and smooth hand grabbed her wrist, startling her into reflexively flinging her hand away and screaming. Aunt Wen, it's me. Arbor's unique soft voice rang in her ears, rousing Rowan's spirits. Jojo, Jojo, save me. Hurry and save me. When Rowan grabbed Arbor's wrist tightly like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. She said tearfully, why, you're a mystic cultivator. You can definitely save my Jojo. Am I right? Roar, roar, roar. The roar of a zombie came from below the building at the right time. The background music was really quite good. Arbor's lips twitched. She grabbed Rowan and said anxiously, Aunt Wen, let's run. I can't beat this monster. It's so strong. Rowan's heart sank bit by bit. She had overestimated Xiao Mu, this D*MN lass, but then again, she was only a 7-year-old child. Even if she was a mystic cultivator, how high could her cultivation be? Facing a strong zombie, the child would definitely not be able to deal with it. If the zombie caught up to her later, then a vicious and sinister glint flashed through Rowan's eyes. She could not die no matter what. For the sake of his own life, he could only push Xiao Mu, this D*MN lass, out as a shield when the time came, who told her to come here and court death. It was all because of her. She found her at the brink of death, when Rowan relied on her survival instincts and climbed to the top floor of the theater building breathlessly. She was as tired as a dead dog as she lay on the railing, panting heavily. There was a tall trellis on the top floor of the theater building, and it was surrounded by a carved fence. Usually, the audience would sit in the elegant pavilion across the street to drink tea and listen to music. They would only sit in the open air when the weather was good. Rowan panted heavily as she clung to the railing. Looking down from above, she felt dizzy and could not stand steadily. She hastily turned around and leaned against the railing. She gripped the railing so tightly that her fingers turned slightly white. Is it catching up to us? Huff, 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 huff. Rowan was sweating profusely and panting non-stop. Due to the intense running, her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. It was extremely uncomfortable. I don't think so. The child looked at her calmly, his voice very calm. Not to mention panting loudly, the child's unchanging stoic face didn't even have the slightest change in emotion. It was expressionless as usual. Rowan seemed to have realized something, and her pupils abruptly contracted. She gripped the railing tightly with both hands and stared at the child vigilantly. Why you? Wasn't this child a little too calm? Rowan felt a slight tremble from her soul to her body as she stared into the depths of those emotionless eyes. A terrifying emotion rapidly spread through her heart. Cough, cough, cough. Rowan choked on a mouthful of air and coughed loudly. Jojo, why you, huff huff huff, why do you have a way to deal with that zombie below? Don't lie to Aunt Wen. I don't have a way. The child slowly walked toward her. tap, tap, tap. Every small step seemed to land on Wenruan's heart, causing her heart to palpitate and her eyelids to twitch non-stop. At this moment, a roar came from the top floor. Wenruan's nerves were stretched taut. She sternly yelled at Jojo, "Jojo, come to me quickly. It's coming, it's coming." Damn it, this child seemed too calm. She had to have him firmly in her hands. She heard that zombies wouldn't pay attention to other people when they were focused on eating a person's corpse. "Aunt Wen, you're not trying to push me to death so you can run away yourself, right?" Xiaomu suddenly stopped in her tracks. She tilted her head and looked at the woman who was as gentle as water with a strange expression. Wenruan's heart skipped a beat. She tried her best to maintain her composure, but she stuttered, How is that possible? Why would Aunt Wen do that? Heh. The child's voice was faint. His soft voice rose slightly at the end with an inexplicable meaning. Wenruan gulped and waved at the child with a mocking smile. "Jojo, come here. Come to Aunt Wen's side. Do you still remember that before Aunt Wen left, I promised your parents that no matter what happened, I would guarantee the safety of you and your siblings?" "Oh, right. Why yes." Wenruan feigned embarrassment with a smile and urged Xiaomu, then come over, Xiao. "Don't worry, even if Aunt Wen has to risk her life, I will definitely protect you, Xiao. Aunt Wen, you're such a good person." Arbor nodded and pattered to her side, looking as though he was a good person. Wenruan suddenly grabbed Arbor's wrist and held it tightly in her palm. Arbor could not help but be slightly surprised by the strength of her grip. It turned out that a normal person could also explode with a powerful force when their life was in danger. Bang! A rotting figure suddenly stepped onto the stage in the middle and howled at Wenruan. Wenruan's face instantly turned pale from fright. She tightly grabbed Arbor's wrist and subconsciously pulled him in front of her to shield her. "Jojo, don't be scared. I'll feed you to the zombie later. It'll only hurt a bit when it bites you, but you'll soon lose all feeling. For my life, I can only sacrifice you, you'd *MN girl. Every man for himself. Don't blame me for being vicious." Wenruan's eyes widened. She abruptly discovered that her body was forcefully pushed by someone, causing her to fall backward against the railing. What? Do? What happened? She was caught off guard and never thought that the child in her arms would have such evil intentions towards her. He actually knew. Strike first and gain the upper hand. He was the first to reach out his demonic claws and ruthlessly push her chest. Her body uncontrollably fell flat on the ground. No, her entire body flipped backward and fell out of the railing. No. No. That's impossible. What's outside the railing? The 7-story theater was several zhang high. If an ordinary person were to fall from it, they would definitely die. The last thing Wenruan saw was the little girl's pair of pitch-black pupils that were as cold as knives. Miss Wen's horrified expression was written all over her face. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Her eyes were filled with 3 words, why. She had struggled so hard in this world, bitterly seeking survival. She had worked so hard, yet she still could not ask for the mercy of the heavens. Why did he want to kill her? Why did the child want her dead? She was just an ordinary person. What did her being alive do to the child? As she screamed and fell, she clearly saw a faint smile in the child's eyes. Smile? The child was smiling. She was laughing at her stupidity. She was laughing at her scheming, but in the end, she still died. She hated it. She really hated it. Wenruan fell straight down from the 7-story theater. Without any suspense, she was restrained by the earth's core and landed on the ground with a bang. Her limbs were stiff and spread out. Wenruan stared at the sky with her eyes wide open. However, she could no longer see anything in that instant. A smear of dark red blood slowly spread out from the back of her head. Aunt Wen. Xiaomu softly repeated these 3 words, her tone containing an unusual playfulness. You don't understand why? You don't need to understand. You only need to know that I don't need you to participate in my future life. If you had obediently stayed far away from me, I could have let you off. However, since you foolishly wanted to approach me, then I can only let you die. I don't mind staining my hands with your blood because you owed me in your previous life. Karma is a cycle of retribution. Since the heavens chose not to take revenge, then I'll personally take care of you. This scourge. Arbor stood in front of the railings and looked ahead with a serene gaze. The afterglow of dusk dyed the distant sky red, which contrasted well with the blood-red color in front of him. Her small body was abruptly lifted up horizontally. Only she knew how tense her body was, but it slightly relaxed under this oppressive warmth. Clean it up, the crown prince said and left with the child without looking back. Hidden Flower, who was standing on the platform and facing the mirror to tidy up his messy hair and rotting flesh, sighed when he heard the crown prince's words. I didn't expect that not only would I have to pretend to be a zombie, but I would also have to chase after a woman on the streets. Now, I have to stay behind to clean up the mess. Being a subordinate was such a bitter life. Hidden Flower lifted his sleeve and smelled the stench. He almost fainted from the stench. It must have been hard on the youth, Hidden Current, to pretend to be a zombie for so many days and dress up like this every day. It was truly smelly to death. Aha! Hidden Flower let out a series of zombie roars and screamed until his throat was hoarse, attracting a crowd. Ahem ahem ahem. Pooh, I have to ask the crown prince for a few throat-soothing pills when I get home. My throat hurts from screaming. Unfortunately, after the youth roared for so long, how could the commoners dare to come and court death? They heard there were zombies in the theater, so who dared to barge in? Fortunately, someone went to inform City Lord Gu. City Lord Gu didn't come slowly. By the time he gathered a group of people and rushed over with an unsightly expression, almost an hour had passed. Not long after everyone stepped into the sparse garden, they saw Wenruan lying on the ground in front of the opera house. She died with remaining grievances. City Lord Gu and the others were shocked for a second. Many of them pointed their weapons at corpse Wenruan, afraid that she would jump out and become a zombie in the next second. After waiting for a long time without any response, City Lord Gu's face darkened as he waved his hand and said, "Go, go, and search everywhere. Let's see if that zombie is still in the garden." Of course, he ended up with nothing. Hidden Flower wasn't stupid. After attracting people over, he slipped away. City Lord, what do we do with this young lady? Zhang Yan felt that the corpse woman looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. After all, he dealt with so many people entering the city in a day. How could he remember everyone? I have to burn it quickly, in case it turns into a zombie. City Lord Gu made a prompt decision. Send someone to check her identity after burning it. We have to send a message to her family. After City Lord Gu finished speaking, he sighed. These days, he saw people die every day. City Lord Gu could be considered to be used to it. Zhang Yan nodded after hearing that. He directed a few brawny men to put the young lady into a corpse bag and transport her away. A fire burned Wenruan, burning everything to ashes. Something absent-mindedly flashed past Xiaomu's eyes. She quietly stood on top of an arched bridge, her eyes fixated on the trickling water below the bridge. She flipped her small hand slightly, and a white jade porcelain bottle lay quietly in her palm. I'm a bit late today because the author wants to update 5 times in a row. The author is going to slowly massage my neck now. See you tomorrow, babies. This was the pill she stole from Wenruan. Apparently, it could help heal damaged mystic meridians. However, after Arbor repeatedly examined it, he discovered that it was only a normal meridian pill. It could only mediate the normal meridians in the body after consumption. It could not heal damaged mystic meridians like Wenruan said. Thus, strictly speaking, it was basically useless to her father. She remembered Wenruan saying that the pill was gifted to her by a wandering Taoist priest. That sounded untrue no matter how she listened to it. However, none of this mattered anymore because a person's death was like an extinguished lamp. Everything was no longer important. Splash! The small white jade bottle was thrown into the water, and it slowly sank into the water. Mo Lian grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the bottom of the bridge. You should feel better after being exposed to the wind for so long. Don't you think I'm cruel? The child lowered her head and kicked a small pebble at the tip of her foot. Mo Lian squeezed her hand with a smile. When I was 8 years old, I killed a personal nanny who took care of me and implicated many people. At the time, royal father ordered them all to be executed. Do you think I'm cruel? She harmed you. The little fellow raised her chin and stared at the youth with her pitch-black eyes. That's right. She poisoned me and was discovered. At the time, she begged me and knelt on the ground, crying and shouting. She told me from when I was 3 years old to when I was 7. She kept on confessing that she used to take care of me so attentively. Mo Lian absent-mindedly raised her head and glanced at the distant night. I didn't forgive her. Moreover, I personally executed her. I used to respect her a lot. She was a woman who looked very benevolent. She deserved to die, Xiao said coldly. You didn't do anything wrong. What right did a traitor have to cry and shout in front of you? If it were me, I would have made her beg for death. That so-called friend from her previous life better pray to the gods and Buddha that he didn't appear in front of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't let him go. Are you going back? The child tugged at Prince Mo's hand. I'm not busy. I can stay for a few more days. Huifeng, who was secretly following them in the dark, quietly exchanged a glance with Ao Yi. In the past 2 days, impeachment letters had been sent to the queen like snowflakes. The matter of the crown prince abandoning state affairs and running away in the middle of the night had even startled the queen dowager. How could she be as indifferent as a certain master said? Mo Lian suddenly picked up the child and sniffed her tiny neck. Why do you have a stench on you? Arbor, he really wanted to slap this guy to death. Wasn't the stench caused by him? It's your subordinate's stench. Your subordinate passed the stench to me. The child rolled his eyes. When he thought of how Hidden Flower had disguised himself as a zombie and chased after them, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Then I'll go back and punish him later. I'll help you vent your anger, okay? The crown prince said with a straight face. Arbor couldn't help but be curious and looked up at him. What do you plan on punishing him for? Making him disguise himself as a zombie for half a month and not allowing him to bathe. What do you think of this method? Mo Lian lowered her head and winked at the child. Ao Yi and Huifeng, who were secretly following them, both felt their feet slip. They deeply sympathized with the captain of the hidden pavilion. The child's eyes immediately turned round. Then he's not allowed to appear in front of me again. Otherwise, she might faint from the stench. Okay. The crown prince immediately nodded. This pair of heartless people decided Hidden Flower's tragic fate for the next half a month with just a few sentences. Ao Yi and Huifeng looked at each other and both observed a moment of silence for Hidden Flower. Today is the Thousand Flower Festival. It's rare for it to be so lively, but the good atmosphere was ruined, Arbor lamented in a small voice. The two of them walked down the street. The ground was littered with flowers, and there was not a single person in sight. The crowd must have been scared back home. Isn't this pretty good? You like peace and quiet, and I also like this kind of peaceful atmosphere. Mo Lian smiled. The ground is littered with flowers, the little fellow muttered. She lay on the youth's shoulder and looked up at the night sky. It's ugly. Only a ray of moonlight faintly shone down. The moonlight was warm. Mo Lian chuckled and pointed up. Isn't it easy to see flowers? Look over there, under the moonlight in the distance, a shower of flowers spun up. Colorful petals fluttered down, and it was as if they were performing a beautiful flower dance under the night sky. A few petals were blown by the night wind and stuck to the child's upturned face. The night sky had been replaced by the brilliance of luminous pearls. Red, yellow, pink, and green petals fluttered in the air. It's beautiful. The child's unbreakable frozen face showed signs of cracking. Her lips tugged into an uncoordinated smile, and she subconsciously reached out to grab the falling petals. This truly was the Thousand Flower Festival, not just in name but also in reality. The gloominess brought about by Wen Rowan's death was completely swept away now. For you. The youth handed a small box adorned with round purple gems to the child. The child opened the box and saw that it was not jewelry but a box full of colorful petals. The fragrance assailed her nostrils. For a moment, her heart was touched, and a warm ray of sunlight seemed to shine into the darkest corner of her heart. You stink. I'll let you smell it when you take a bath at home, the youth said with a serious expression. F***ck. The sunlight is gone. My feelings and whatnot were all fed to the dogs, you're the stinky one. The child slammed the box shut and turned his head with a biting expression. Mo Lian chuckled and walked through a sea of flowers with the child in his arms. His figure gradually disappeared into the night. By the time Arbor was carried back to the original street by the youth, the siblings met up, and the children were sent home by the crown prince. It was almost late at night. Xiao Zhongbang, his wife, and second uncle Qiao had been waiting anxiously for a long time and couldn't sit still. Second uncle Qiao had even gone out to search and brought back the bad news of a zombie attack on the streets. Just as the family was about to go out and search again, the children came back. Wei Ziqin heaved a sigh of relief. She reached out to pull her eldest daughter over and asked worriedly, "Child, are you all right? Is it true that a zombie sneaked into the city?" "It's true." Arbor nodded. "That zombie attacked Aunt Wen." "I'm sorry, Mother. I chased after Aunt Wen but couldn't find her. The zombie might have chased her far away. I was worried about Shaoliner, so I went back to look for them. I didn't continue to chase after Aunt Wen." Wei Ziqin shuddered with fear. Only then did Xiao Zhongbang and second uncle Qiao realize that Wen Ruan did not come back with them. The family hastily thanked the crown prince for escorting the children back. His Highness the Crown Prince naturally gained a favorable impression in front of the Qiao family. "Mother, I'm useless. I couldn't save Aunt Wen," Qiao Mu said expressionlessly. Fortunately, this child was used to being expressionless all year round. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't be able to pretend to feel guilty or something. Silly child. The adults continuously imagined the scene of the child chasing with all her might but turning back helplessly. They all comforted her. "Silly girl, how old are you? It's already good that you can protect yourself." "That's right. Father said emotionally, it's good that you all came back safely." Second uncle Qiao sighed and concluded, life is hard to predict. This is also fate. Miss Wen is too unlucky. She even said some inauspicious things when she went out, and in the end. The child's face was expressionless, but she actually wanted to laugh in her heart. Xiao Zhongbang and the others comforted her again before sending off the crown prince with a smile. They hurriedly let the children wash up and rest. In the side room, Arbor leaned over the bathtub and flipped through the jeweled box filled with flower petals. She snorted softly and pouted. Lifting up a few petals and sprinkling them on the water, Arbor kicked her small feet in the water. She raised her small hand slightly, and a blue talisman quietly floated in front of her. She took out the pot of flowers from the storage talisman and placed it on the round stool beside the bathtub. Arbor's small hand held a pair of small scissors horizontally. "Chocho, are you asleep?" Arbor approached the flower with the scissors and cut off one of the flower buds. She peeled off the petals one by one, revealing the light green stamen. There were a dozen small green beads on the small stamen. They were small and round, and their skin was soft. They couldn't be pinched and could only be taken lightly. They looked very delicate. Arbor's movements were light and fast. She took these small green beads one by one and placed them all on one of the petals. "Can you tell me how I know that this isn't a begonia at all?" "It's a medicinal plant called the green radish flower." Arbor reached out and gently fiddled with the small beads. Every budding green radish flower has a dozen green radish seeds in its stamen. The poison pills made from this will be thousands of times stronger than the poison pill that the young miss of the prince's mansion gave me. Arbor raised his head, the corners of his mouth slightly curved as he stared at the pot of radish flowers. Other than the flower bud that she had taken away, there were 3 or 4 smaller ones in the pot. Other than that, the large blooming flowers had already lost their medicinal value. "Chocho, did I really learn medical skills from someone? Why, can't I remember?" Arbor's small hand stirred the water in the tub. His voice was a little low, and for some reason, his chest felt a little stuffy. "Little master, Chocho only remembers that you've memorized countless medical and poison books such as the 10,000 Poison Holy Scroll. Your master is actually very powerful. However, because Little Mistress had traveled through time and space to be reborn, a large portion of your power had been sealed, which caused a portion of your memories to be lost. If Chocho could appear in front of little Qiao right now, it would definitely have a serious expression on its face. Little mistress, after you were sealed, Xianxia was actually the most pitiful one. What the heck was with this sudden change in style and crying tone? Xianxia used a very, very, very long time to accumulate that little bit of power. It wasn't easy for me to grow 2 leaves. Luckily, after Little Mistress was sealed, those 2 gluttons were also sealed on the main planet. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to keep my 2 leaves. I remember you said that your leaves can not only increase one's perception of mystic energy, but also strengthen the body and extend the lifespan of ordinary people? The sapling shuddered in his dantian, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Xianxia, leaves. Ha, ha ha. Master, actually, after you were sealed, Xianxia's memories also became incomparably chaotic. That's why I sometimes remember something, and sometimes I don't remember anything. Xianxia awkwardly tried to change the topic. Furthermore, Master probably doesn't know. The items in your inner world that you can see with your naked eyes are only a small part of it. Your inner world hasn't been fully opened, so you can't really use it right now. Furthermore, compared to the resources on your main planet, even if your inner world is fully opened, the items on your main planet are only a drop in the ocean. Xianxia sighed with emotion. Arbor chuckled. Don't try to say such strange things. Forcefully changing the topic. Xianxia, give me the leaves. Little Master, believe me, Xianxia is telling the truth. If Little Master can reach rank 7 cultivation now, Xianxia can immediately help you integrate the Heart of Paradise into the star domain. In the future, Little Master won't have to go through so much trouble and have to take out the Heart of Paradise every time you want to store something. Furthermore, you can enter Paradise Planet yourself. After blabbering on and on, Arbor's large eyes widened slightly, and he roared, Leaves. Leaves. Woo 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 woo, Xianxia shook its bare branches as it watched its only 2 leaves being snatched away by its unscrupulous little master. Ah, it felt a chill in its heart. Arbor crawled out of the water and carelessly wiped himself clean before putting on his inner clothes. He lowered his head to look at the 2 lush green leaves in his palm and asked softly, Xianxia, can I still see Master? I'm afraid that's very difficult. I only remember that your soul was unstable at that time. If you continued to stay by your master's side, you would have completely disappeared. That's why I remember your master and your martial uncle. It was your master and martial uncle who borrowed the power of spacetime to send you back. So the reason I was reborn here was actually, by master and martial uncle's doing, and before that, as a soul, I wandered the world for who knows how many years? Arbor suddenly reached out to grab the inner clothes in front of his chest, feeling some pain in his heart that made him unable to breathe. Ah, those years of wandering, just what kind of important thing have I forgotten? My master? What's my master's name? Arbor asked uneasily as he sat on the edge of the bed. What is my name? My little disciple still doesn't know her master's name? A figure suddenly jumped in through the window. Under the faint moonlight, she gave her a very beautiful smile. Master naturally calls you Murong Sun. Arbor was dumbfounded. Wasn't Murong Sun's arrival too coincidental? Her reply was also especially smooth and seamless. Little disciple, what's with your expression? Aren't you happy to see your master? Murong Sun flashed in front of her and picked up this soft and cuddly child. She chuckled and said, You truly are a little rascal. We haven't seen each other for so long, but you didn't miss your master at all? Master, we've been back from Xianxia town for several days. It was eldest senior sister who said you didn't know where you went for a stroll, and it was you who abandoned the disciples. The little stoic replied. Murong Sun did not feel awkward at all. Instead, she guffawed and rubbed the child's stoic face. Disciple, master, and your senior sisters are going back to the sect tomorrow. Do you want to come with us? Arbor was silent for a moment before saying, Sorry, master. This disciple was willful. I want to wait until mother gives birth to a younger brother or sister before I go back to the sect. Murong Sun pinched the child's face with a smile. Child, why are you so old? At your age, this is the time to be willful and reckless. Don't worry, you can be willful as much as you want. Master is here for everything. Master. Arbor turned her small head to look at her. Why do you keep pinching my face? Morong-sun said matter-of-factly, you have facial paralysis, so master will pinch it for you to see when your face can become more lively. Arbor, Morong-sun chuckled and placed the child on a stool. She pulled out a map from her sleeve and stuffed it into the child's hands. Do you know Five Moon City? It's quite far from Mo Kingdom. You have to leave the northern part of planet Seekong and head west to the Great Snow Mountain outside Five Moon City. That's our holy water sect's headquarters. Although many countries exist side by side in the northern part, Mo Kingdom is very powerful and has basically unified the northern part, so the northern part won't be too chaotic. The western part is different. The tribes and clans in the western part mostly fight each other, and there are all kinds of chaotic battles every day. I'm afraid there are also many mutated zombies. Morong-sun stroked the child's confused face. How about master leave someone here to wait for you? I'll bring you back to the sect when the time comes. Arbor hastily shook her head. She was not a real 7-year-old child and needed an adult to accompany her to school. Moreover, 2 months of time was neither long nor short, so why should she delay her senior sister's cultivation time? You little girl, didn't master say you could be willful and act spoiled with master at any time? You're so sensible that even master's heart aches when I see you. Morong-sun reached out to rub the child's icy face. When you go to the sect to cultivate this time, you'll have to let go of everything in the secular world. You won't be able to return home for at most 8 to 10 years, or at least 3 to 5 years. It's good that you stay for a few more days. You can properly say goodbye to your family and have a good talk with your parents. Okay. Arbor nodded obediently. There's an extremely rich mystical treasured land on our sect's snow mountain. The mystic energy there is so dense that you can't imagine it. I believe you'll like it a lot, my disciple. Hurry and come, okay? Silly disciple, don't make master wait too long. After Morong-sun finished giving her instructions, she finally finished pinching her petite face and elegantly slipped through the window. Before she left, she even left behind a seductive sentence. Seriously, Morong-sun was definitely doing this on purpose. What treasured land with unimaginable mystic energy density, my ass, it made people's hearts flutter. Master Silver, let's go now. Mystical treasured land. Just the sound of it was amazing. His profound energy was definitely very, very thick and enormous. I want to suck, 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 suck. Xiaoqiu's exaggerated cries rang out in her mind. Shut up, don't make so much noise. I'll bring you there in 2 months. Xiaomu tiredly opened her mouth and gave a small yawn. After a busy night, she truly couldn't take it anymore. She climbed onto the bed and rolled into the thin blanket, wrapping her small body like a cicada cocoon. Even her small head was tucked into the thin blanket, leaving only her black hair hanging outside. Arbor closed her eyes. Her forehead, which was buried in the thin blanket, glistened with beads of sweat. In reality, there was no need to wrap herself so tightly in this hot weather. However, she was used to it and felt that the tighter she wrapped herself, the more secure she felt. At noon the next day, Arbor was woken up by the warm sunlight falling on her eyes. The child wrapped in the thin blanket was drenched in sweat. She flung the blanket off her body and got up. After washing up and changing into a clean and fresh set of clothes, Arbor went down the attic. She actually slept until noon. It looked like she really was tired yesterday. Her physical exhaustion was secondary, but the most important thing was her mental exhaustion. As soon as Arbor entered the main hall, he paused in his steps. As it turned out, City Lord Gu and Mr. Zhang were also present. They were talking to their parents and second uncle. Elderly Lady Qiao was sitting at the side, her eyes red as though she had just cried. Sun Yang consoled her from the side. Elderly Lady Qiao wiped the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and sighed. Rowan was truly a poor child. I didn't expect something like this to happen yesterday. Her death was truly too unjust. City Lord Gu's eyes brightened when he saw Arbor enter. He hastily walked up and politely greeted the child. Miss Qiao, were you frightened by yesterday's incident? Arbor naturally pretended to be hesitant and nodded. City Lord Gu came to deliver when Rowan's ashes. After cremating her, he should at least leave some ashes for her family as a memento. City Lord Gu was shocked when he found out when Rowan's identity last night. He was still on tenterhooks when he came to visit, afraid that the little girl would angrily rebuke him. However, it seemed that this Miss Wen did not have much status in this family. After all, she was an outsider and was only slightly related to elderly Lady Qiao. Although Qiao Zhongbang and his wife sighed, they were not sad. They calmly received the news of her death. After all, they had only interacted with Wen Ruan for a few days. Qiao Zhongbang felt that this Miss Wen had a lot of thoughts. When City Lord Gu and Mr. Zhang went out, they coincidentally saw the Crown Prince enter the Qiao residence. City Lord Gu hastily said to Mr. Zhang, "Has Miss Qiao's reward from the previous mission been delivered?" "It has." "Don't worry, sir." "Io, then hurry up and send some things over. Just say it's a supplementary reward. His Highness the Crown Prince eats, lives, and comes to the Qiao residence every day, right? We can't let a little girl spend money to feed His Highness, right? That's not good." His Highness was a bit shameless. Mr. Zhang was dumbfounded. What the hell was Sir Gu thinking? You're saying His Highness is a freeloader behind his back. How much do you want to die? Oh, little Mo is here. Wei Ziqing smiled happily when she saw Mo Lian. She hurriedly invited him in and sat down. Jojo just woke up. Let's have lunch early. Jojo must be hungry too. Auntie, you don't have to work so hard. Just eat something. Prince Mo, who used to have "I'm hard to please" written all over his body, responded with a smile and put on a face that said, "I only need a bowl of rice to satisfy you." Arbor stealthily shot a murderous glare at this guy. He couldn't help but raise his chin at him, indicating for him to scram. This damned fellow. He came to their house every day and was especially familiar with his father and second uncle. Where did these three men get so much nonsense from? A certain crown prince was well-read and intelligent. As long as he was willing, he could really talk about any topic. Whether it was martial arts techniques or military affairs, he could talk about anything. Therefore, father and second uncle were really chatting with the crown prince. The more they chatted, the happier they were. They kept praising young Master Mo, saying that he was knowledgeable and had exceptional talent. They were really putting all the good things they had on him. In just 2 or 3 days, he took in her entire family. Even the little foodie would say "Big Brother," this time every time she saw the crown prince. Darling Qiao was really infuriated. This group of people with no moral integrity had all changed sides in a moment of inexplicable carelessness. Come out. Arbor gave a certain crown prince a murderous look. Wei Ziqing hurriedly went up to pat Qiao Mu's head. She looked at her daughter in complaint. What are you saying, child? Don't be fierce to little Mo. Yes, don't yell at me. Crown Prince nodded repeatedly, his almond-shaped eyes sweeping over the child as he chuckled. How infuriating. Mother wasn't even Jojo's biological mother anymore, ahem. Madame Qiao coughed lightly, trying to attract Arbor's attention. Jojo. I heard that grandmother's body hasn't been well these past 2 days. Arbor turned his head and replied coldly, Sun Yang, why aren't you helping grandmother back to her room to rest? Madame Qiao was so angry that she pursed her lips. She hadn't even finished speaking. Judging from the little girl's string of words, she probably didn't want to see her at all. Madame Qiao hurriedly sat up straight and rushed to say, Jojo, do you have any good medicine on you? Grandmother's hand accidentally bled this morning. If you have any good medicine, lend it to grandmother to apply it. Madame Qiao forced a smile at the little girl. She rolled up her right sleeve, revealing a red, glistening wound on the back of her hand. Mother, where did you get hurt? Qiao Zhongbang jumped up. He was close and saw that the wound was quite long and deep. Qiao Zhongbang's heart ached for his mother, and he couldn't help but complain, Sun Yang, how are you taking care of Madame Qiao? How did you let Madame Qiao get hurt like this? Sun Yang was also shocked. She hurriedly shook her head and said, Master, this old servant really doesn't know when Madame Qiao hurt her hand. Arbor and Crown Prince approached one after another, looking down to examine the wound carefully. When she raised her head, Qiao Mu tugged the corner of her mouth at elderly Lady Qiao and tossed her a cold, thought-provoking smile. Madame Qiao froze for a moment, her heart skipping a beat. However, her old face quickly calmed down, and she continued to look at Arbor innocently. Jojo, do you have any good medicine? Yes, I have all kinds of medicine. Arbor's smile becomes more and more interesting. She takes out a small box of high-quality ointment from her waist. It's the leftover ointment that Emolyoshi used to scratch her. Grandmother, let your granddaughter apply it to your wound. Granddaughter can show her filial piety, Arbor said softly with a smile. The old lady felt goosebumps all over her body. She was really not used to the little guy speaking so politely to her. There's no need. I'll go back to my room and apply it myself. Madame Chiao snatched the ointment from Arbor's hand and hurriedly stuffed it into her pocket. She got up and said that she had a headache and wanted to go back to her room to rest. Then, she fled without looking back. Xiaoyao, you stay here with mother and sister. Father, second uncle, come with me. As soon as the old lady left, Arbor's little face turned cold. Second uncle and Father Chiao looked at each other, their hearts sinking. The old lady took the medicine and hurried back to the house. As soon as she entered the house, she was disgusted by the rotten smell. She endured the discomfort and hurriedly pushed open the door to the small room. She called out softly, Wanner, quickly come and apply the medicine. Mother got the ointment. A woman with long, withered, and disheveled hair suddenly turned around. There were dark circles under her eyes. Xiao Wenwan snatched the ointment from the old lady's hand and complained anxiously, why were you gone for so long? Ever since the day she was scratched by the zombie, her wound had never healed. It was even worse these 2 days. It actually started to fester and rot, and she even saw a small piece of rotten flesh fall off her arm. No matter what ointment she applied, it didn't help. She remembered that her niece had a lot of high-quality ointment on her, so she took the risk to sneak into the Chow family in the middle of the night to ask her mother for help. Wanner, it's not like you don't know that your niece is more cunning than a ghost. If she knew that you snuck home, she would definitely chase you and even me out of the house without mercy, old Madame Chow said with lingering fear. Wanner, Mom will help you apply it. Old Madame Chow looked at the wound on her daughter's arm worriedly, and tears streamed down her face. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. How could it not hurt? Xiao Wenwan felt that the ointment did have a cooling and anti-swelling effect when applied on her arm, but there was too little ointment. Mom, go get some more from the little B***tch. This little isn't enough. Bam! Xiao Mu violently kicked open the door with a loud bang. The mother and daughter in the room jumped in shock, and the ointment in their hands almost fell to the ground. Old Madame Chow glared at Arbor and stood up agitatedly. Why did you barge in? Dad, second uncle, she mutated. She's no longer human. Arbor took out a crossbow and aimed it at Xiao Wenwan with an icy expression. From the looks of it, this woman's incubation period was about to end. In 1 or 2 days, she would completely mutate into a zombie. Old Madame Chow hid her in the room. That was a disregard for her own life and the lives of her entire family. Mom. Xiao Zhongbang stared at his mother, dumbfounded. He was so angry that he didn't know what to say. This muddle-headed mother. No wonder she had been hiding in the room since yesterday. So she had secretly hidden Wenwan in the room. Old Madame Chow cried. Eldest brother, second brother, the person standing in front of you is your biological sister. You can't treat her like this. Arbor shot an arrow, but it didn't hit Xiao Wenwan. Instead, it was nailed to the cupboard door. Because Xiao Wenchuan's dodging speed was quite fast, Xiao Mu couldn't help but be taken aback by this strange speed. Xiao Zhongbang broke out in a cold sweat as he watched. He dragged his panic-stricken mother over and yelled impatiently, Old mother, did Xiao Wenwan scratch your hand? She wasn't caught. Arbor said coldly, her wound is deep, shallow, and crooked. It's obvious that the pain was unbearable when she cut herself open. Madame Chow was really desperate for Xiao Wenwan. She didn't even hesitate to cut her own hand to get Arbor's ointment. Mother, Wenwan has mutated. Listen to me. She really can't stay here. Otherwise, it will harm our entire family. Second Uncle Chow also advised. Second brother, are you still human? How dare you say such things? She's your sister. Madame Chow angrily slapped her son. Xiao Wenwan hid beside the cupboard and looked at them with a grimace. Suddenly, she shouted, You're the mutated ones. You are the ones who deserve to die. Since no one wants to make things easy for me, I'll make you all die with me. With that, he pounced forward and grabbed the back of Old Lady Qiao's head with both hands. Old Lady Qiao was stunned. She didn't expect her daughter to attack her again. Seeing that Qiao Wenchuan's claws were less than an inch away from the back of the old lady's head, a spark suddenly exploded on her hand, causing her to immediately let out a miserable howl. She fell backwards, and the 2 bones in her hand were exposed outside the skin. Old Lady Qiao's lips trembled as she turned back to look at her daughter in shock. There wasn't a trace of blood between her broken hands. She really wasn't alive. What a sin! Old Lady Qiao was overcome with grief, and tears streamed down her face. She couldn't accept the fact that her flower-like daughter had turned into a zombie no matter what. No, don't kill her. She's innocent, and she didn't want to end up like this. She was harmed by someone else. Elderly Lady Qiao pulled her son to her knees. Let her go. Let your sister go. Mom, your son can't agree to this. Sister isn't human anymore. You can't let her go out and harm people. Qiao Zhongbang wasn't ambiguous about this matter at all. Slap. Elderly Lady Qiao slapped her son's face, her wrinkled old hand trembling nonstop in midair. She pointed at Qiao Zhongbang and angrily roared, "Unfilial son." Qiao Zhongbang's left cheek immediately turned red and swollen. It was clear how much strength the elderly lady had used to slap him. Mom, have you gone senile? Second Uncle Qiao stomped his feet in anger. He pulled over his eldest brother, who was standing foolishly in front of his mother, and used his body to shield his angry mother as he roared, "Qiao Wenwan is already dead. Eldest brother is also very sad, and I'm also very sad. But what can we do? We can't bring Qiao Wenwan back from the dead. We can't let her harm you, Mom. She'll harm the whole family." The elderly lady pointed at the 2 brothers with a trembling finger. Her tears flowed endlessly, and she couldn't stop the grief in her heart. Her daughter, the daughter that she had raised lovingly. Arbor rudely grabbed the elderly lady's arm and forcefully pushed her back. He sternly said, "Sun Yang, send the elderly lady to the west wing to rest. Don't come out if there's nothing else." Sun Yang's hands trembled slightly, and she hurriedly caught the elderly lady's tilted body. Half dragging and half pulling, she supported the shrieking elderly lady out the door. Qiao Wenwan crawled up from the ground. Her head was crooked abnormally, and her bulging eyes stared intently at Arbor. Suddenly, she roared and pounced at him. Bang. Bang bang bang. The crown prince merely lifted his finger slightly, and several fire orbs were sent to Qiao Wenchuan's side, where they exploded with a bang. Qiao Wenchuan's face was blown beyond recognition. She couldn't even get close to Arbor. Qiao Zhongbang looked at Qiao Wenchuan's miserable state with a gloomy face, his fists tightly clenched together. Roar! Roar! Qiao Wenwan lay on the ground and let out an inhuman roar. The roar spread to the front hall and startled Wei Ziqin, who couldn't sit still. She hurriedly held Shaolin'er's hand and stood up. Xiaoyao hurriedly stopped the 2 of them and said, "Madam, it's better not to go over." Although she didn't know what happened to old Madam, Xiaoyao could guess that something big must have happened when she heard the commotion and saw Mrs. expression before she left. Madam was pregnant and it was inconvenient for her to move around. It was best not to join in the fun to avoid any accidents. However, how could Wei Ziqin sit still? She grabbed Xiaoyao's hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't go near. I'll just take a look from afar." With that said, she walked towards old Madam's room. As expected, she didn't go near. She just stood at the end of the corridor far away and looked at old Madam's wide-open room door. Suddenly, a zombie with disheveled hair rushed out of the door. Her daughter also rushed out of the room with a crossbow. She had just aimed at the zombie's head when the crossbow in her little hand was snatched away by her husband with a smack. "Dad?" Arbor's little face darkened, and she looked up at Qiao Zhongbang. At a time like this, could it be that Dad wants to be heartless? Soft. Right, our dear Qiao Mu looked at her father with disappointment. When Qiao Zhongbang saw that small gaze, it felt like the father and daughter's positions were reversed. His daughter looked like she was looking at some good-for-nothing child. The melancholy and disappointment in her gaze was simply brilliant. "Jojo. Don't do it yourself, let Dad do it. However, Xiao Zhongbang, with a dark expression, suddenly raised the crossbow in his hand and shot an arrow at the head of Qiao Wenwan, who was running away screaming. He was so swift and decisive that he didn't seem like her indecisive, good-for-nothing father at all. Whoosh. The arrow immediately pierced Xiao Wenchuan's head and pulled her forward a few steps before she fell to the ground with a plop. Arbor's eyes curved slightly as he secretly glanced at his father. His father probably didn't want him to deal with this little ant, right? He was using his own method to protect his daughter. If this crime of killing his wife had to be shouldered by someone, then he, Xiao Zhongbang, would be the one to shoulder it, even if Mom wasn't willing to forgive him for the rest of her life. Even if Mom blamed him for the rest of his life, Xiao Zhongbang reached out to stop Arbor as he ran forward with the crossbow and kicked Xiao Wenchuan's leg twice. Seeing that she didn't move, he finally sighed in relief. Second uncle went forward to check again before saying to Arbor and Xiao Zhongbang, "This is a serious matter. I don't know if Qiao Wenwan injured anyone when she snuck into the city. I'll go to the city lord's manor to report and have the city lord send someone to clean up this corpse." Arbor nodded in agreement. Second uncle is right. Thank you for making this trip, second uncle. Second uncle hurriedly waved his hand and hurriedly left. Wei Ziqin, who was standing in the corridor with her heart on edge, took a deep breath and hurriedly walked over to the father and daughter. "Jojo, Zhongbang, what's going on? Why did a zombie run out of this house? Are you guys okay?" Xiao Zhongbang smiled bitterly at his wife. Xiao Wenwan fell to the ground, and her face was a mess from the fire spirit's explosion. Wei Ziqin naturally didn't recognize who this person was. "Let's talk in the front yard." When Wei Ziqin found out that the corpse puppet just now was actually a mutated Xiao Wenwan, she couldn't help but be shocked. Wei Ziqin looked at her husband worriedly and asked, "Mom?" Xiao Zhongbang smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Let her be." Soon, second uncle and city lord Gu rushed over with a team of people from the corpse disposal team and swiftly carried Xiao Wenwan away. Wei Ziqin stood up and looked at Mo Lian. "Little Mo, you must be hungry. I'm sorry that something like this happened at home." "It's all right, Auntie. No one wants this kind of thing to happen. You should persuade Uncle to console him. I think Uncle's mood won't be too good for the next 2 days." A certain crown prince walked past Xiao Mu and suddenly winked at her. "Good child, you're so considerate." Wei Ziqin smiled as she looked at the young man. The more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Arbor reached out a small hand at her mother's back. "I'm so angry. Mom, I'm your biological daughter, okay? I'm the poor child who hasn't eaten a single grain of rice since I was born." Bam! Arbor sat down on the stool in a huff. A figure suddenly appeared next to the child, and before she could react, her small body was lifted high into the air. "Jojo, you must be tired. I'll carry you to the dining room." Prince Mo walked gracefully with the child in his arms and received the praising gazes of good young man from Xiao Mu and Xiao Mu. "Let's go wash our hands and eat." "Wash your sister's hands. I'm not a child." "Put me down, you jerk." Prince Mo secretly chuckled, but he hadn't taken 2 steps when he heard Duan Yu's voice from the door. "Jojo, is Jojo home?" Prince Mo turned around with Miss Qiao in his arms and shot a murderous look at Duan Yu, who was running over. Untactful guy. Why did he come to join in the fun? Could Jojo's family's favorability be improved by just anyone? Don't even think about it. Humph, little Mo, eat more. Wei Ziqin kept putting food into Prince Mo's bowl and didn't forget to call out to Duan Yu. "Ah, you eat too." Xiao Lin'er watched as the food that originally belonged to her was placed into the 2 youths' bowls. She could only aggrievedly gnaw on the bun in her hand. Arbor felt even more aggrieved and exhausted. She wanted to eat a piece of meat, so her parents rushed to give meat to the 2 youths. She wanted to eat a mouthful of vegetables, so her parents took turns to make the 2 youths eat more vegetables. In the end, she wanted to drink a mouthful of soup, but her mother snatched the large soup ladle from her hand and eagerly ladled a large bowl for Prince Mo. How infuriating. How could there be such differential treatment? After finally finishing lunch with a stifled heart, the unscrupulous parents carried Xiao Lin'er and pulled Xiao Hu away. The child scowled as she bounced to the reception pavilion next door and sat down in an armchair. She stared at the approaching Duanyu. Why are you still here? Don't the people from your sect need to go back? Prince Mo nodded in agreement and slowly walked to the child's side to sit down. Duanyu felt like he was already used to the child's insults, so he didn't mind her cold attitude at all. He ran to her and placed a box in front of the child. For you. On the side, the crown prince immediately glared daggers at Duanyu. This punk actually dared to use a gift to trick the little girl. The child opened the box and saw that it was 5 core ravaging thunders that could blow up half a mountain. Although her face was expressionless, the two youths could sense that much of the pressure around the child had dissipated. The child had always been very straightforward when it came to accepting gifts. She would silently accept them if they were given to her. You still want to be polite? Don't even think about it. I'm already giving you enough face by not leaving with the gift after accepting it. I'm going back to the Daybreak sect with them in the afternoon. Duanyu pursed his lips. I probably won't be able to come out for 2 to 3 years. However, I heard that the 3 sects will have a competition every few years. We will still have a chance to meet again in the future. Oh. The child nodded. After saying so much, you only replied with an oh. How can we continue chatting happily like this? This child's expressionless face seemed to have a special skill that could kill a conversation. Okay, got it. Moe Chen raised his hand and picked up the child who was caught off guard. He turned around and waved his sleeves to send the guest off. You should go back and pack up, so I won't send you off. Housekeeper, please send the guest out. This guy was overstepping his authority. Why do you act like you're the master of my house? The child reached out and punched him. He wanted to struggle again, but his little hand fell into Prince Mo's hand. The child laid on Prince Mo's shoulder, and his round eyes glanced at the miserable Duanyu one last time. After some thought, he extended his other small paw and symbolically waved it at him. Bon voyage, woo. Why did I read such heartless words from her eyes? A smooth journey ended just like that. He still had a lot of farewell words to say before he was forcefully sent off. Was this really okay? At least he should say that he might miss him in the next few years. If only time could stop at this moment. The tall and frivolous youth stood by the door and warmly looked in the direction the little girl left. Under his long eyelashes, a faint smile appeared in his clear peach blossom eyes. Just you wait, D***MN girl. Mo youngster lowered his head to glance at the box the child was hugging. With a light snort, he reached out to take the box from her and tossed it onto a stool at the side. The child glared at him with round eyes. Stinky brat, you're too rude. Why are your eyes so round? Prince Mo chuckled and sat down with the child in his arms. No matter how round your eyes are, you're still an expressionless little stoic. So what if she's stoic? I love stoic faces. Humph, I also love stoic faces. Prince Mo nodded in agreement. He turned the child around to face him and looked at her with a grin. If we're separated for 3 to 5 years, will you miss me? The child raised her chin awkwardly. I won't. Prince Mo broke into laughter. He shifted the child's awkward face back and planted a kiss on her forehead. I'll miss Jojo, I'll miss you a lot. I'll miss you a lot, a lot. I'll miss you a lot. The child's expression was dazed for a moment. Being dazed was a huge improvement compared to being expressionless. Dazed was also a type of expression, Crown Prince thought. The Crown Prince swiped through the air and stuffed a large bag of jingling spirit stones into the child's arms. He rubbed her stoic little face and said, there are 500 spirit stones here. It should be enough for you to use for 3 to 5 years. Let that golem live. When I'm not here, let that guy talk to you in my place. You know, Jojo, you have to talk more. Don't stop talking just because you think it's tiring. How can talking tire you? Look at this child. If no one talked to her, she would probably be mute for the entire day. Oh. I've said so much, and you only freaking said oh. Darling Xiao, you can really kill a conversation at any time. You're not allowed to say it. Mo youngster smiled helplessly and pressed his forehead against hers. The child rolled his eyes and reached out to take out the little golem, placing a spirit stone in its stomach. In less than a second, the noisy golem jumped up and danced as it sang, little master, little master, little master, you're awesome, little master, you're finally not stingy. You're the stingy one, your whole family is stingy. I gave it a name. Kid reached out and pressed on the golem's head. The young man smiled and looked at her. What's your name? His name is Debeo. Oh, little master has given me a name. Big Treasure, my name is Big Treasure. The golem waved its small arms and legs as it spun around on the spot. Mo Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She looked down at the child and smiled. Why are you called Debeo? The child tilted his head and blinked his big, watery eyes. I don't know. I just thought of it. Mo Lian couldn't help but smile and teased her. Is it because you're called Little Bao that you call it Big Bao? The child's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at the youth in front of him in a daze, not reacting for a long time. Mo Lian couldn't help but panic a little. She hugged her and shook her a little. Jojo, what's wrong with Jojo? Arbor snapped out of his daze and looked at him blankly. What did you just call me? Jojo? Arbor shook her head. Little Bao? What was so strange about the name Little Bao? Why was the child's expression so strange? Jojo. It's nothing. Arbor nodded in a daze. It's nothing, it's nothing. Although Mo Lian was a little puzzled, she didn't continue asking since she had recovered. Arbor raised her hand to keep the bag of spirit stones and looked at Crown Prince. Are we leaving tomorrow? Prince Mo nodded and looked at the child with a serious expression. Tonight, we'll have a reunion dinner with Uncle and Auntie and say goodbye. Arbor's little face instantly darkened. As expected, Father and Mother Chow enjoyed dinner to their heart's content. Second Uncle Chow even told Arbor to bring out 3 jars of bamboo leaf wine and drink 10 or so cups with the youth. Seeing that the youth didn't hold back at all, Second Uncle Chow actually had the idea of competing with the youth's alcohol tolerance. In the end, Second Uncle drank until he collapsed. Arbor helplessly pursed her lips. Second Uncle, don't casually compete with others if your alcohol tolerance isn't good. Look at how you collapsed when the second jar was just opened, but the youth's expression didn't change at all. Seeing that it was getting late, Father and Mother Chow enthusiastically invited the youth to stay the night. Arbor felt that something wasn't right, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She then thought about what the youth said earlier and racked her brain. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up, and she finally sensed that something wasn't right. He was a crown prince who had nothing to do with old Chow's family. What was there to reunite with old Chow's family? He even had the glorified excuse of having a reunion dinner with Uncle and Auntie. Darling Chow secretly glared at the crown prince. Coincidentally, the crown prince sensed it and turned his head back. He flashed her a smile, and it was as if the sky was filled with stars. That face was truly blinding. How infuriating. Every time she ate with the crown prince, it was as if the baby had been picked up from the streets. Mother and father's attention was completely not on their own daughter. Second Uncle Chow hugged the half-open jar of wine as he sprawled on the table and murmured in a daze, bamboo leaf wine, bamboo leaf wine. Wei Ziqin was overjoyed, and she hurriedly instructed Sun Yang to help Second Uncle back to rest. Arbor thought for a moment, then took out 6 peaches and 2 leaves from the storage talisman and placed them on the table. The peach trees in the paradise bore fruit very slowly. After so long, she had only plucked 6 peaches, and they had been stored in the storage talisman. There are fruits after the meal. 1 each. Eat. Peaches. The little foodie immediately jumped up and was the first to jump to Arbor's side, reaching out to grab one of the peaches. Yo, this peach grows well. Xiao Zhongbang immediately laughed. Father, eat this leaf first, then eat this peach. Arbor handed the leaves and peaches to his father and said to his mother, Mother, you too. I've thought about it. Father, your profound veins are damaged, causing your profound energy to flow out completely. But that doesn't mean that you won't be able to sense profound energy from now on. Arbor looked at his father with a serious expression and said, This leaf can increase a normal person's perception and profound strength. Who knows, it might even help you reconstruct your profound veins. Logically speaking, with Mother's condition, it is impossible for her to reopen her profound veins, but there is no harm in eating this leaf. At least it can strengthen her body. The couple stared blankly at their daughter. Especially Qiao Zhongbang, who listened to his daughter's explanation as if he was listening to a fairy tale. He couldn't help but stutter when he opened his mouth. Daughter, why you mean that this leaf can help father sense mystic energy again? It should be possible. Father, give it a try. If it's useful, it won't be too late to eat this peach. The energy contained in this peach was very rich. Although the amount wasn't much, it should be enough for father to advance. This little leaf was actually comparable to the pulse-regulating pill. Qiao Zhongbang didn't say anything else and swallowed the leaf in one gulp. Wei Ziqin also ate the leaf. Soon, Qiao Zhongbang looked at his daughter with joy at the turn of events. Jojo, father felt it. Father felt the recovery of profound energy, the awakening of profound veins. It seems that I can really reconstruct my profound veins. Arbor nodded. Father's condition is equivalent to the second time he has opened his profound veins and completely reconstructed his profound veins. Her premonition wasn't wrong. The leaf she snatched from the sapling was indeed useful to Qiao Zhongbang. Daughter, father has to go into closed-door cultivation immediately. Take care of little Mo and arrange for him to rest. Qiao Zhongbang left this sentence and left in a hurry. Arbor couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. At such a critical juncture, father still couldn't abandon little Prince Mo and even instructed her to take good care of him, as if she had mistreated him. Mother, what do you think? Arbor looked towards her mother. However, Wei Ziqin had an odd expression as she looked back at Arbor and asked, Jojo, those mystic meridians. Are mystic meridians like thin and weak meridians? Can you feel a trace of special energy slowly swimming within? Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up. Mother! You've triggered your mystic meridians? Should be. Wei Ziqin nodded in astonishment. She knew her own body best. Back then, her family's miss had once said that she had no hope of triggering her mystic meridians in this lifetime and could only settle down as a normal person. Thus, she had never rashly asked to become a mystic cultivator. But today actually? On the side, Xiao, whose mouth had long gaped open so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in, today was truly too dazzling. In the beginning, eldest uncle felt that his mystic meridians were recovering and had hope of successfully repairing them. Now, it was even more exaggerated. Eldest aunt, who had never cultivated mystic energy, actually said that she had successfully triggered her mystic meridians, just that tiny leaf, a leaf. Xiao, who hurriedly threw himself to Arbor's side and shook her arm, saying, eldest sister, do you still have that leaf? Give big brother one. Arbor couldn't help but laugh as she looked at the dignified child. You dummy, you're already a mystic cultivator. You don't need to sense mystic energy anymore. If you just want to increase your mystic energy and advance, eating peaches will do too. Peaches. Xiao, who had a flash of inspiration and hurriedly picked up a peach. He stared dumbfoundedly at Xiao, who had already finished half of it. Big sister, little sister has already eaten half of the peach. Why isn't she having any reaction? Arbor couldn't help but laugh when he saw how his sister wished she could bury her head in the peach. Little Liner is still too young. Opening her profound meridians now wouldn't do her any good. It's better to slow down and wait until you're 7 or 8 years old. Since he had yet to trigger his meridians or temper his body, he was naturally unable to absorb the energy contained within the peach juice. Therefore, this glutton was the true reckless waste of natural resources. Eating peaches was only to satisfy one's appetite, sister. This peach. Xiao Lin's little hand, which was covered in peach juice, touched the second peach. She was reluctant to let go, but her eyes looked pitifully at her older sister. Arbor was about to die from her laughter. He shook his head and said, Big sister doesn't want to eat anymore. I'll save it for you. But you're not allowed to eat it today. Save it for tomorrow after lunch. Xiao Lin Baobao's eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly reached out to take Tao Zi and smiled sweetly at her sister. Thank you, sister. This is for you. Arbor stuffed the last peach into the crown prince's hands. He turned to his mother and said, Mother, you should also return to your room and go into seclusion. Remember to eat the peach. It'll help you advance. I'll take Xiao Liner to sleep now. After sending his sister back to her bedroom and settling her down, classmate Arbor brought the crown prince out of the loft and pattered out. "Jojo, how about you owe me a gift in return first? When we meet again, I'll give it to you." The crown prince put away the peach with a grin. He followed behind the child with her short legs and slowly walked step by step. Gift in return? A certain person's handsome face appeared in front of the little fellow's eyes. She angrily turned her head and continued to patter forward. "Young man, you're taking advantage of me." Under the night sky, a crimson light flashed past. As the light spread, the crown prince and Xiao Mu looked up at the same time. Arbor suddenly felt her body lighten. She looked helplessly at the crown prince, who had reached out to lift her up. She gritted her teeth. A certain child muttered, "I want to grow taller, but I won't let him carry me." "Jojo, I will miss you very much." The crown prince pressed his forehead against hers and softly muttered, "Don't worry, I will remember your gift. When we meet again, I will definitely return it to you, okay?" "Okay, your head." "What kind of gift is that?" "I don't really want it, okay." The crown prince agreed on behalf of a certain child with a smile. You can even talk to yourself to this extent. Shameless fellow, I am so angry." After a red light flashed past in midair, a slightly shorter black figure suddenly appeared behind the crown prince. It was a young boy of about 11 or 12 years old. He was completely different from Xiao, whose dignified appearance. This young boy was cold and handsome, and his eyes were sharp. The strangest thing was the pair of eyes that he cast over. They were naturally different, and they were gold and red. Xiao Mu's face was filled with curiosity as she watched, completely ignoring the young man's taut, handsome face that refused to let anyone see him. "This is little 7. Prince Mo glanced at the child behind him with a headache. Look at this impatient child. She had already said that she would leave early tomorrow morning, but she couldn't wait to come. "You are that flaming golden dragon." The child's eyes lit up as she sized up 7th Yan's head. The towering and terrifying dragon head had actually become a human head now. The young boy glanced at her and looked away with a snort. "His attitude is bad." The child turned her head to look at the crown prince with a stoic face. She didn't even realize that she was complaining. "Can I beat him?" The crown prince almost laughed out loud. He shook his head regretfully. "You can't beat him." The child made an "oh" sound and muttered to herself, "If I can't beat him, then forget it." The crown prince, hearing this, the young boy turned to glare at her. This little brat meant that if she could beat him, she would give him a good beating? Audacious, impudent human. The young man turned his head and glared at the child. The child rolled his eyes and glared back at him, unwilling to be outdone. The crown prince held the child's waist with one hand and carried the child into the loft. Could it be that the auras of these two little fellows were incompatible? Why were they staring at each other like black-eyed chickens when they first met? It was better not to put the two of them together. "We can't stay over tonight." Mo Lian put the child on the bed and patted her forehead with regret. "Go to sleep. Be good and close your eyes. I'll leave after I see you fall asleep." "Arbor, there's no way I can fall asleep if you stare at me like that." The crown prince patted her small body and said softly, "Don't worry, I won't forget the gift in return. We'll meet again soon. When that time comes." The crown prince flicked his sleeves. Xiaomu vaguely smelled a faint calming medicinal fragrance. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she actually fell asleep. Mo Lian sat on the edge of the bed and stared at her in a daze for a while under the cold moonlight through a thin veil. Then, he got up and left. The door to the room closed with a creak. The young man's tall and slender back was elongated under the cold moonlight. He looked lonely and elegant, like snow. 7th Yan's figure flashed, and he transformed into a dragon and flew into the sky, circling and dancing under the cold moonlight. The crown prince leaped up and quietly stood on the dragon's back. He turned his head and gazed deeply at the small courtyard. Although he wasn't there, his heart yearned for it. "We'll meet again, Jojo." The flaming golden dragon swept across the sky, illuminating the pitch-black horizon and sprinkling a sea of golden flames. By the time Arbor woke up, it was already late in the morning. Hugging the thin blanket, she sat on the bed with a slightly lost expression. She actually slept quite well last night, but for some reason, she felt uneasy. In her hazy dream, she seemed to have seen the crown prince's figure leaving on a dragon. The youth's aloof figure turned into a red dot, and the farther he went, the more intense it became in her eyes. It was like a blazing inferno that could burn through thousands of layers of ice and thousands of miles of snowy peaks. He left, Duan Yu also ran away, master, eldest senior sister, and everyone else left. It seemed that in that instant, the surrounding air quieted down, and she was the only one left in the world. A faint sense of loneliness lingered in her heart, unable to be brushed away for a long time. It was as if, in the past, she was also abandoned by someone important. Good morning, master. Master is as beautiful as a flower today. Good, 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 good. The silence was completely broken by the golem's noisy voice. Sister. Xiao Lin used her chubby body to knock open the door with a bang and gave her a big grin. Arbor jumped down from the bed and swept away the gloom in her heart. She pulled her sister's hand and said with a smile, "Go wash up." Master. Master, wait for me. The golem bounced and chased after the two sisters. Xiao Lin looked back curiously. Sister, that little doll can talk. That's right, he's called Big Bao. Not only can he talk, but he can also do many things. Arbor half carried the chubby Xiao Lin and led her over the tall threshold to walk down the attic. When she pushed open the attic's door, a ray of sunlight shone in from outside, so warm that she couldn't help but squint her eyes. Arbor paused and took out a common communication jade tablet for the hidden pavilion and night pavilion from her pocket. A line of words quickly appeared on it, reporting to Miss, Royal Guard Nian from the vassal king of Annan's estate has arrived at Guanlon City and is currently rushing back to the vassal king's estate. Arbor took out a talisman pen and left a line of words on the communication jade tablet, continue to keep an eye on him. Report back immediately once the Royal Guard meets with that commandery princess. Sister, what are you writing? Xiao Lin blinked curiously. Sister is writing about how to punish bad people. The corners of Arbor's mouth slowly curled up into a sneer. With a swipe of his hand, he grabbed Nian Kuei's strand of life soul. The vassal king of Annan's estate's Hui En, right? Do you think you'll be fine just like that? I've never met you before, but you dared to harm me. It seems that there's no need for you to exist anymore. Asterisk 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 baby Chiao section break asterisk 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 tttttt. The galloping horses galloped rapidly on the main road of Guanlon City, startling the pedestrians on both sides of the road and forcing them to give way. The people who lived in the royal capital had long since recognized the attire of the high officials in the royal residence. When they saw the royal guards of the vassal king of Annan's estate galloping past, no one dared to say anything and obediently dodged to the side. The members of the vassal king of Annan's estate were used to being arrogant in Guanlon City, so no one dared to offend them. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer. Nian Kuei's face was dark as he gripped the reins tightly with both hands and rushed back to the Wang Fu. When the horse arrived at the entrance of the estate, Nian Kuei leaped off the horse and tossed the reins to the manservant before hastily heading inside. He had to immediately report to the commandery princess that His Highness the Crown Prince had actually left the capital in the middle of the night to meet with that lowly commoner girl in private. He had even extracted a strand of Nian Kuei's soul for that girl. Utterly abominable. He had to ask the commandery princess to step in and take back that strand of his soul. When Nian Kuei was led inside, commandery princess Huiyan was looking at herself in the mirror and trying on 2 new pieces of jewelry. Hearing the footsteps, the commandery princess did not even look up and asked nonchalantly, "Is it done? How is the little B***tch's reaction after eating the medicine I gave her?" Nian Kuei's expression was a bit unsightly, and he suddenly knelt down on one knee. Commandery princess, this subordinate was incompetent. Commandery princess Huiyan was startled, and she abruptly slammed her hand on the dressing table. She angrily glared at the kneeling Nian Kuei through the mirror. You mean, you failed? Nian Kuei was a level 7 body cultivator. How could he fail when he was sent to a small town to deal with a commoner? Huiyan could not accept this kind of failure at all. She glared at Nian Kuei coldly and angrily. What exactly happened? Nian Kuei did not even dare to look up. He organized his words and quickly reported the matter. Huiyan's face alternated between green and white. She pondered for a long time before coldly asking with a dark face, "You're saying that brother Crown Prince cares about a 7 or 8-year-old brat?" Nian Kuei nodded repeatedly. "That's right. His Highness the Crown Prince secretly left the capital for this girl, so Commandery Princess must already know about this. You ran into brother Crown Prince in Xianxia City." Huiyan's delicate face was so dark that water could drip from it. "Yes." "Good. Good, good." Commandery Princess Huiyan clenched her teeth and cheered repeatedly. She instantly broke a jade bracelet woven with gold threads in her hand. Brother Crown Prince treated her like she was nothing and had never treated her well. She observed that his usual behavior kept people at arm's length, so she thought that he treated all women the same as he treated her. He was cold, noble, and unpredictable, like a clear stream in the mountains. He was so aloof that no woman could get close to him. However, she did not expect him to do something so outrageous. He abandoned state affairs, left the capital overnight, and disappeared for so many days just to see a commoner girl from a small town. She could not understand. She could not accept or agree with him. Brother Crown Prince's actions broke the fragile heart of a young girl. Huiyan abruptly slapped the broken jade bracelet in her hand and said with gritted teeth, "Nian Kuei, I want you to bring another group of people to Xianxia City. This time, I'm going to kill this bitch. She doesn't know what's good for her and doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Did she think that a slut like her would be able to become a phoenix one day? I will never let her get what she wants." "Princess." The Crown Prince extracted a strand of my soul and gave it to the young lady. "I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Princess, please help me plead with the Crown Prince and ask for my soul back." Huiyan's eyes suddenly widened. From the mirror, she could see that guard Nian, who had been chattering, suddenly swelled up like a bulging ball. No. Commandery Princess Huiyan simply could not imagine the impact of a 7th-layer body cultivator's self-detonation at such a close distance. She took a step forward, intending to escape. Nian Kuei's body suddenly exploded. The loud noise even traveled out of the vassal king of Annan's estate and shook half of the capital. Whether it was the peddlers setting up their stalls, the people chatting loudly with their neighbors, or the hurried passers-by on the street, all of them froze in that instant and looked back in shock in the direction of the vassal king of Annan's estate. The earth trembled continuously from the tremors. The terrifying impact of the explosion destroyed more than half of the Commandery Princess's boudoir in the center of the vassal king of Annan's estate. Even many trees in the back garden were forcefully snapped. In the southern study of the Eastern Palace, a heavy atmosphere spread among the officials. The officials looked at each other as they watched His Highness the Crown Prince, who was reading memorials with his head lowered, sitting behind the desk. No one wanted to be the first to speak up. "I heard that everyone has been quite lively recently. Quite a few memorials to impeach me have been sent to the Queen Dowager." The Crown Prince looked up at everyone as he flipped through the memorials. The Marquis of Stability, Zhao Sheng, stood outside the crowd and looked up at the sky with an aloof expression. He was taut and didn't say a word. Behind the Marquis of Stability was naturally a group of people from the Crown Prince's faction led by him. They were all shooting murderous looks at their colleagues around them. "Who told you to be smug and jump around?" "Humph." The Marquis of Jiajing, Su Pingyong, stood next to Zhao Sheng and subconsciously wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. "Censor Zhao, Censor Huang, I heard that the two of you sent 18 memorials to impeach the Queen Dowager in the past few days. The imperial censors led by you have truly worked hard and rendered great service." The Crown Prince tossed his brush and asked coldly, "How should we thank you?" "Your Highness, please calm your anger." The officials trembled as they knelt in salute. Censor Zhao was nearly 70 years old and his temples were grizzled. He knelt in front of the desk with his back straight and his head held high as he saluted. "Your Highness the Crown Prince set aside a pile of state affairs and left the capital for so many days without saying a word. This old official has indeed initiated a joint effort to invite many imperial censors to impeach Your Highness. If Your Highness wants to blame us, this old official is willing to bear all the responsibility and accept any beating or punishment. Even if you want this old official to resign and leave the capital, this old official still has to say it. Your Highness's actions are indeed inappropriate. The great king went to Mount Hong to pray for the people and entrusted state affairs to Your Highness. How can Your Highness act rashly and ignore state affairs? The crown prince stared at the old man for a while before snorting. The old officials who were on good terms with Censor Zhao all broke out in cold sweat for the old man. This crown prince looked gentle and kind on the surface, but in reality, he was very eccentric when it came to handling matters. It was very likely that he had secretly dealt with this old man. He even dared to make a move on the great king's favored consort, let alone an old man. Let them take a look. Crown Prince unexpectedly didn't get angry. Instead, he tossed out this cold sentence. Xiao 11Z immediately stepped forward and handed out something like a list, as well as a blueprint. The ministers passed it around and read it. Everyone was surprised. So His Highness received news that a large amount of supplies had appeared in Xianxia town. That's why he immediately led his men there. The soldiers from the south camp sent by His Highness the Crown Prince will be able to transport the food and supplies back in 2 days. Everyone was overjoyed, but they also looked at each other. After carefully looking at the blueprint, their faces became more and more ashamed. This monarch has seen the construction of Xianxia city's defenses. Based on this foundation, we plan to first build large-scale fortifications in the various major cities, with the capital as the center, and expand outwards. This process should take several years, but once completed, it will definitely be beneficial to the people and the country. As the Crown Prince spoke, everyone crowded around the blueprint and scrambled to read it. A moment later, the group of officials hurriedly knelt and begged for forgiveness, especially the old officials who had impeached the Crown Prince countless times. Their faces were filled with shame. So it turned out the Crown Prince had left the capital to do something big. See, without a word, the food had been transported back. After inspecting the construction of Xianxia city's defenses, he also had a plan for the future defenses of Mo Kingdom for the next several years. This subject is ashamed. The Crown Prince raised his phoenix eyes and coldly swept his gaze over the group of officials. Rise. This monarch hopes that all of you will think carefully before you do anything in the future. Don't be hot-headed and be used by others for nothing. This subject was muddle-headed. Before Censor Zhao could kneel and beg for forgiveness, the Crown Prince waved his hand at him. Censor Zhao was about to speak with shame on his face when a loud sound suddenly spread through half of Guanlan City. Mo Lian's lips curled into a smile. Your Highness, Your Highness. The steward eunuch, Gong Chang'an, ran inside in a panic and rolled to the ground. Something big has happened, Your Highness. Just now, someone from the vassal king of Annan's estate self-detonated and attacked Commandery Princess Hui En. Apparently, she's heavily injured. The vassal king of Annan has sent people to the palace to invite several royal physicians to the estate to save her. The Crown Prince's expression was indifferent. He only nodded slightly and waved his hand to dismiss the steward eunuch. All the officials looked at each other without saying anything. He Qijing, I'll leave the construction of the fortifications to you. The Crown Prince looked at a dark-skinned man in his 50s. This person was the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, He Qijing, He Tian's father. He Qijing cupped his hands in acknowledgement, his square face brimming with righteousness. Everyone secretly looked back at the Minister of Works' fecal face and silently gulped. The Crown Prince directly bypassed the minister and handed the task to the right assistant minister, He Qijing. His attitude was simply too obvious. Just as they said, don't go overboard. Besides, our Crown Prince wasn't someone to be trifled with. This lord's temperament was perverse and extremely straightforward. Moreover, the connections in his hands were perhaps much more than they imagined. The Marquis of Jiajing, Su Pingyong, who usually liked to smooth things over, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had a premonition that since the Minister of Works and the left assistant minister were jumping around so fiercely, it would be their turn to suffer next. In a flash, the officials all withdrew. The Crown Prince flipped through the memorial to the throne next to him and slightly raised his head to look at Huifeng, who had swiftly entered. How is it? Reporting to Your Highness. Huifeng cupped his hands and quickly reported, Commandery Princess Huiyan was sitting in front of the dressing mirror at the time. After Nian Kuei self-detonated at close range, Commandery Princess Huiyan was injured by the lens, and her face was unrecognizable from the explosion. She lost her sight in her left eye. She actually didn't die? The Crown Prince's voice was slightly surprised. His little fellow was a black-hearted and ruthless little thing. She deliberately made Nian Kuei return to Huiyan's side before crushing his soul and causing it to self-detonate without hesitation. It was inevitable that Huiyan would suffer the consequences of her own actions. However, the Crown Prince didn't expect that Huiyan wouldn't die from the explosion at such a close range. The princess used a 4th-level defensive profound weapon at the critical moment. Huifeng said, although she still can't withstand Nian Kuei's self-detonation, her life is saved. Of course, that level 4 defensive profound artifact was definitely completely destroyed and could no longer be used. What did the vassal king of Anan say? The crown prince grabbed a cup of warm tea and held it loosely in his hand, his gaze incomparably sharp. The vassal king of Anan has just dispatched several hidden guards out of the capital. Deal with it. The crown prince de-emphasized, if the vassal king of Anan is smart, he should know what to investigate and what not to investigate. The crown prince's voice was clearly so indifferent, but Huifeng's heart inexplicably tightened. If the vassal king of Anan dared to provoke His Highness the Crown Prince, that would absolutely be an extremely unwise move. Your Highness. How should we deal with the matter of the Minister of Works and the left assistant minister inciting the imperial censors? We feel that he is somewhat unfit for the position of minister, so it would be more appropriate for him to abdicate the position to a worthy person. The Crown Prince's expression was cold and apathetic. Last time, the youngest brother of the Minister of Works family obtained a lucrative position from the Great King. Their entire Huang family profited quite a bit from the construction of the canals in Meilong City, Huifeng immediately understood. This subordinate will immediately instruct the Night Pavilion members to organize the previously collected information and hand it to those imperial censors. The Crown Prince's phoenix eyes flashed, and a faint smile flitted across his pursed lips. The author came back late today. There's still one more chapter that will be even later. You can read it tomorrow. The next day, the youngest brother of the Minister of Works took advantage of his position to send all the details of the corruption and fraud case to the imperial censors in multiple copies. The imperial censors, led by Censor Zhao, all exploded in anger. They sent impeachment memorials to the Crown Prince as if they didn't cost anything. The Minister of Works was caught unprepared by this matter and was too overwhelmed to fend for himself, so he naturally didn't have the energy to find trouble with the Crown Prince. On the other side, the Crown Prince sat in the study and quietly listened to Huifeng's report. The vassal king of Anan personally led a team to escort the commandery princess out of the city today. He said he was going to find the ghost physician of the ghost sect to try his best to save the commandery princess's face. Huifeng calmly said, but the imperial physicians also said that even if the commandery princess tried his best to save her face, her eyes wouldn't be able to be saved. The Crown Prince nodded, no longer in the mood to listen to Huiyan's matter with a disinterested expression. The hidden guards from the vassal king of Anan's estate who went out of the city to investigate the reason for Nian Kuei's self-detonation have all been disposed of by the hidden pavilion. The vassal king of Anan probably understood your highness's intentions and didn't send anyone else to investigate. The Crown Prince sneered. At least he's tactful. If he dared to set his sights on the little girl again, he wouldn't mind sending this sworn brother of the great king off on his way. Your Highness. The provisions delivered by the South Camp soldiers just arrived this morning. Very good. Have Song Yuan from the Ministry of Revenue properly arrange this batch of supplies? The Crown Prince stood up and walked outside as he coldly asked, how has the great king been doing in Mount Hong recently? Huifeng lowered his head, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The great king really isn't doing well. With your highness making things difficult for the great king at every turn, it'd be strange if the great king was happy. 12th Prince, be careful. His Highness the Crown Prince is discussing politics in the southern study. You can't barge in so rudely. The wet nurse's anxious voice came from afar. Big brother, big brother. A small purple-red figure strenuously stepped over the tall study threshold and rolled toward his big brother's feet. He hugged his big brother's thigh and cried, Big brother, big brother. Grand Tutorly hit my study partner, Song Xiaotai. Big brother, you have to stand up for me. Hit him for me. Hit him. Huifeng, the Crown Prince looked speechlessly at his younger brother who was rolling and crying at his feet. He raised his head and looked at the middle-aged man with a pale face who lifted his green robe and bowed in greeting. Your humble servant greets your highness the crown prince. Grand tutor, please rise. The crown prince massaged his temples with a headache. He scooped up a certain brat who was clinging to his leg and refused to let go. Holding the brat on his leg, he looked helplessly at the elegant grand tutor in green robes. Grand tutor, what's going on? Without waiting for Grand Tutorly to speak, the 5-year-old brat, Mou, took the initiative to complain, Big brother. It's him. He hit my study partner, Song Xiaotai. He was being unreasonable. I don't want to study anymore. Hui Feng. His little highness is testing his big brother's patience. Grand Tutorly is the most knowledgeable person in Imperial College. You even taught me, your big brother. The crown prince lifted the child up in exasperation and looked with amusement at the oval-shaped red bun face from crying. What did you do that the grand tutor is punishing you and even implicating the third young master of the Minister of Revenue? Your highness the crown prince, it's Xiaotia's fault. It was Xiaotai who was playful and took his 12th highness to skip class. The 7-year-old Song Xiaotai lowered his head in shame. Mou immediately jumped up and covered his head with one hand. He shook his head and said, Big brother, yours head hurts from studying every day. Can I not study anymore? The crown prince smiled gently at Mou. Not only will you have a headache today, but your hands will also hurt, and your butt will hurt even more. Someone, bring me a ferule. Xiao 11Z covered his mouth with his hand. Little Mou's hand was hit twice by His Highness the Crown Prince, and he cried for a full 15 minutes. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he stopped wailing and sniffled as he wiped his tears with a small handkerchief. At the same time, he secretly peeked at his big brother, who was reviewing memorials behind the desk. Give His 12th Highness some water to moisten his throat. The Crown Prince put down his brush and instructed coldly. Little Mou felt a prickling pain in his red hand when he held the cup, and his tears fell pitter-patter. When Big Brother got angry, he didn't even look at Little Brother. So scary, Little Mou shuffled his little butt and jogged to the Crown Prince's side. He hugged his thigh and begged to be petted, whining pitifully, Big brother, I was wrong. I'll definitely study hard in the future and won't drag Xiaotai out to play anymore. I won't contradict the Grand Tutor anymore. I'll definitely be obedient and won't cause trouble. I'll be a good child. Don't be angry, Big brother. The Crown Prince glanced back at him and reached out to place him on the desk. He looked at Little Mou with a serious expression and said, You have to remember. Big brother's burden will be handed over to you sooner or later. In the future, mother will also need you to take care of her. You have to be a responsible man. He muttered to himself for a while before saying softly, Big brother will leave sooner or later. Little Mou hugged his big brother's arm and shouted, No, I won't let Big brother leave. Big brother, where are you going? Take you or with you. And Mother Empress, let's go together. There was no way to communicate with a little brat. The Crown Prince flicked the little brat's head. In 2 days, Big brother will test your homework. If it's still a mess, just you wait. You made your big brother lose face in front of the Grand Tutor. Big brother will definitely make you lose even more face. Little Mou's round face was completely scrunched up. He originally wanted to pretend to cry, but when his gaze fixed on a corner of the desk, his voice abruptly stopped. The little brat crawled forward on the desk, his little hand reaching for a fresh and red peach at the corner of the desk. Big brother, is this for you or to eat? Not really. Prince Mo mercilessly took the peach from Mou's hand. His face was calm, as if he did not realize that he was bullying a child. Mou's eyes suddenly widened as he turned his head to look at his elder brother in disbelief. Usually, if there was anything delicious or fun, Big brother would give it to him. As long as he asked Big brother would definitely give it to him. Why didn't she give him tower today? This must be a fake Big brother. Big brother, I want to eat peaches. Mou continued to work hard for his own welfare. No. The Crown Prince stood up and locked the delicious-looking pink and tender peach into a jade box. Mou's eyes instantly widened. Big brother was so stingy as to lock a peach in a jade box. She wouldn't even spare him a glance. Big brother doesn't like you anymore. This piece of news was like a bolt from the blue, reverberating in Mou's mind. The child suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. He collapsed on the desk with his arms and legs spread out. When Mo Lian turned around and saw the little brat's state, he almost burst out laughing. He walked over and nudged his little brother to the side of the desk. "Don't obstruct Big Brother's governance." "Big Brother, why can't you eat that peach?" the little brat inquired. Prince Mo completely ignored his younger brother's paralyzed appearance and chuckled softly as he flipped through the memorial in his hand. "Because Darling Chow gave this to your big brother." Mou scrambled up from the desk and blinked, looking like he wanted to get to the bottom of this. "Who's Darling Chow?" "She's 2 years older than you." "She's a little girl." Prince Mo didn't even look up. "Then what about her studies? Has she studied as much as I have?" Mou sat on the Crown Prince's desk and continued to ask curiously. The Crown Prince looked up and glanced at him with a smile. "She has studied. She's not like you, who has to be chased and beaten by teachers all day long." Mou was unconvinced. "The Grand Tutor also praised me for my talent in studying. If I worked a little harder, I'd be even more impressive." "Oh, is that so?" The Crown Prince smiled sardonically. "Of course." Mou simply crawled up and stood on the Crown Prince's desk. He put his hands on his hips and faced his big brother. "Big brother, if Darling Chow doesn't study well, will you also beat her?" Huifeng felt like the brothers' conversation was hilarious. "I won't." The Crown Prince set down a memorial and picked up another one. He lowered his eyes and continued to flip through it, completely ignoring his younger brother's stupefied expression. Mou huffed and shouted, "Why? Big brother, aren't you treating her too differently?" Mou was very unconvinced. "You're a boy, and she's a girl. You can take a beating, but she can't." The Crown Prince had an indifferent expression. "Pfft." Xiao 11Z really couldn't hold it in and sneaked a look at Mou, who looked like he'd been dealt a blow with his large, dark eyes. "Big brother, you're biased." Mou was angry. He tilted his head in thought and suddenly asked, "Big brother, is Darling Chow my sister-in-law?" If she wasn't his sister-in-law, Mou couldn't figure out why his big brother treated her so well. How could she not be beaten if she didn't study well? Unlike him, not only would he be scolded by the Grand Tutor if he didn't study well, but he would also be beaten by his big brother. Just thinking about it made him feel like Yu was adopted. Prince Mo's hand that was flipping through the memorial paused for a moment. He raised his head to look at Mou's solemn expression and couldn't help but laugh. You've become smarter." Mou suddenly realized that when Big Brother said this, there seemed to be the light of shattered stars flickering in his eyes. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. Little Mou hurriedly jumped into his big brother's arms. "Big brother, when can I see sister-in-law? Do you still have any more peaches with you? Will she be willing to let me eat it?" When Huifeng heard this as he walked out the door, he almost tripped and left with an exasperated expression. "We will meet." The Crown Prince murmured softly, his voice as gentle as water. ********* Crown Prince's family division line. Darling Chow spent the past 2 months comfortably. Without any unnecessary people to disturb her, she would spend the day with her family and go into seclusion to practice martial arts at night. She even asked City Lord Gu to buy blank talisman paper from all over the city. In this way, he managed to purchase more than 500 blank talisman papers and exchanged them for 50 kilograms of rice. The 2 talisman shop owners were unable to contain their joy. In the middle of September, Mother gave birth a few days earlier than in her previous life. The birth process was smoother than Darling Chow had imagined. In this life, Mother's health was very good, and she had also entered the ranks of mystic cultivators recently. Although she was only a level 2 mystic cultivator at the moment, her constitution was naturally much better than normal people's. In addition, the Chow family had made early plans this time. The midwife had been brought over to live in the Chow family a few days in advance, waiting for Mother's fetal movements so that she could deliver the baby at any time. As a result, there really weren't any accidents. When the midwife who delivered the baby carried little brother out with a smile on her face to announce the good news, Arbor's gentle gaze landed on little brother's swaddling clothes. "Xiao Sen, we meet again." For the past 2 months, Arbor's cultivation had remained at the initial success stage of level 4 mystic cultivator and hadn't had any major breakthroughs. Entry, gradual success, initial success, phenomenal success, and peak could be said to be the common cultivation stages for mystic cultivators. Mystic cultivators below level 7 might not place too much importance on these small stages of cultivation. But as one's cultivation advanced to level 8, level 9, and even level 10, great mystic cultivators, even if it was just a small difference between entry and gradual success, it would be a world of difference in strength. Since her cultivation hadn't increased, Arbor had been focusing on drawing talismans for the past few days. She had drawn 200 to 300 blank talismans that City Lord Gu had collected for her, and they were basically all auxiliary talismans. Today, she planned to draw a few ore-concealing talismans that she had newly learned. Beginner-level talisman, ore-concealing talisman, reduced one's cultivation by 5 levels and maintained it for 1 month. This talisman was rather interesting. After Arbor drew 20 ore-concealing talismans, she used one and immediately discovered that her mystic energy was completely covered by the ore-concealing talisman. Now, even if she stood in front of her father and second uncle, they would be surprised to discover that they would no longer be able to sense any energy fluctuations from her body. She was just like an ordinary child without any cultivation at all. Arbor lowered her small head and continued to draw another 100 or so summoning talismans at a rapid pace. She stored the remaining 120 blank talismans in her purple storage talisman and kept them close to her body. She raised her head very happily and massaged her sore shoulders. Looking at the sky, it was already close to dusk. Her talisman drawing speed had increased by quite a bit, and she had drawn more than 150 talismans in one afternoon. Especially this kind of superstandard beginner-level summoning talisman. After failing to draw it several times, she became more and more proficient in the later stages. Of the 108 summoning talismans, 28 blue summoning talismans were drawn in the later stages. Arbor was abnormally happy. Grabbing a summoning talisman in her palm, Arbor propped up her chin with one hand and pondered. Should she try activating the talisman? The last time she activated the talisman, she got a weak chicken. It left a huge psychological shadow on her. Arbor ran down the attic and circled to the small garden in the back to stand still. She silently inhaled and lowered her head to look at the yellow summoning talisman in her palm. She felt that since her rebirth, she still had some luck. How could he summon the same weak chicken twice in a row? That's impossible, therefore, it was better to give it a try. Xiaomu once again took a deep breath. She stretched out 2 fingers with a face full of righteousness and touched the yellow talisman lightly. After the yellow light dissipated, a goo sound was heard. Arbor's first thought was, why does this sound so familiar? Then, she glared at the thing that had spread its short wings and was rushing towards her with a goo-goo sound. Xiaomu and Xiaomu's dark eyes were about to fall out of their sockets in shock. Oh my god, why is it this one again? Weak chicken. What kind of ill-fated relationship was this? However, at a glance, this chicken was much taller than the first time he saw it. Its shape was somewhat similar to that of a young peacock. Furthermore, its feathers were more luxurious than when he first saw it. The feathers at the tip of its tail were much longer and emitted a greenish-blue halo. But no matter how much it changed, it couldn't change the fact that it was still a weak chicken. Deep breaths, don't be angry, don't be angry. Calm down, I'm not a child anymore, I'm an adult. I'm an adult, I can't make life difficult for a chicken. I'm so angry. Xiaomu suddenly exploded. She pulled out a knife from somewhere and chased after the chicken to chop it. You scoundrel, why is it you again? I want to summon a beast, do you understand? Why is a weak chicken like you rushing to the front? Go back. Go back. Coo. Coo coo coo. Coo coo. The weak chicken let out a shrill cry and flapped its short wings as it ran toward the front of the garden. Its 2 slender ankles might look extremely thin, but it ran especially fast. Xiaomu didn't manage to pounce on him. Instead, she rolled into the flower bed. When she jumped out of the flower bed with a head full of flowers and grass, Xiaomu was stunned. Xiao Zhongbang, second uncle Xiao, Xiao Yao, Xiao Hu, and the others, who rushed over upon hearing the commotion, were stupefied. Don't run, you weak chicken. Today, I'll slaughter you for second uncle's dishes. Our dear Xiaomu raised the knife in her hand and rushed past them. She ran so fast that she didn't even notice that one of her shoes had fallen off. Xiao Zhongbang, second Uncle Qiao, was overjoyed as he followed behind his little niece and roared with laughter. Jojo, don't be busy, don't be busy. Second uncle has braised fish today, so there's no need for this chicken to go with the wine. Don't run. Arbor angrily chased after it. The weak chicken didn't run out of the door and just circled around the court, going from east to west and from west to south. After running several laps around the house, our dear Qiao Mu finally stopped, panting as she carried the knife. She looked at the chicken flapping its wings and cooing in confusion. This? Why did this fellow run so fast? She was a level 4 mystic cultivator, yet she couldn't catch up to a chicken. How could she endure this? Come over here. Weak chicken. Coo. The weak chicken spread its wings and arrogantly raised its slender neck, looking like it was saying, I won't go over. Arbor reached out to beat its small waist and angrily rolled up its small sleeves. Come over here. Are you coming over or not? If you don't come over, then don't come over for the rest of your life. Xiao Zhongbang was about to die of laughter for his daughter. She herself had never seen this child angrily berate the weak chicken, so it was extremely hilarious. Coo. The weak chicken bounced its slender ankles and ran to the child's side with a coo, coo, coo. Kid punched the chicken's head, and the weak chicken's feathers stood up with a coo sound, looking like it was about to explode. Infuriating, darling Qiao took out 2 summoning talismans from her pocket. Damn it, she didn't believe it. She wanted to summon 2 more times to see if this random summon could summon something more reliable. He continued to use 2 summoning talismans. Arbor stood in front of the small flower bed and looked around for a long time. Huh? Why is there nothing? It was indeed a deceptive talisman. At this time, Newbie raised its slender claws. Arbor glanced at its claws and saw a small golden engraving of the word summon. Immediately, a basin of cold water was poured from head to toe. Her little face instantly turned black with anger. She grabbed the chicken by the neck and said angrily, You rascal, don't tell me you want to tell me. I summoned it 3 times in a row, and it all happened to you? Doesn't that mean? She had summoned this weakling 3 times in a row. This weak chicken had to stay by her side for at least 3 days. The weak chicken very sensibly nodded its head, and then the child kicked it into the flower bed. During dinner, Kid's entire body was shrouded in a layer of low pressure. Xiao Zhongbang and second Uncle Qiao wanted to laugh, but they could only restrain themselves and try not to make a sound. They held their bowls and lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. That weak chicken strongly wanted to be brought to the table and even had Xiaoyao bring a wide stool to sit next to Kid. The chicken gracefully nodded its head and pecked at the rice grains on the plate. Qiao Hu was just about to open his mouth and laugh when Xiaoyao reached out and covered his mouth. Darling Qiao looked up at Qiao Hu and snorted. She fiddled with the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks and angrily dug at it. I'm done eating. I'm going to see Mother. She planned to leave tomorrow afternoon, and she wanted to say goodbye to her mother before leaving. Mom, don't cry. Didn't we already agree on this before? I'm returning to the sect to cultivate, so there's not much danger. It's just that, it might take a bit longer. Arbor held Wei Ziqing's hand and comforted her. Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. I'll definitely guarantee that Yuan will be chubby and won't be missing a piece of meat when I get home. Wei Ziqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at her daughter and sighed. Her daughter had mentioned this to them before, but she always thought that her daughter would at least attend Xiao Sen's 1-month-old celebration before leaving. She didn't expect her daughter to leave so soon. Separation was imminent, and as a mother, she didn't feel good. Arbor looked down at her younger brother, who was sleeping soundly in his swaddling clothes, and smiled with a gentle gaze. Qiao, let your father send you on a journey tomorrow. Mom. Arbor swayed Wei Ziqing's sleeve. There's no need for Dad to send me off. Did you forget that I have Aoyi, this great mystic cultivator, by my side? Xiao Zhongbang recovered his mystic cultivator status 2 months ago, and his cultivation even increased by 1 level after eating the peach. He was now a level 6 mystic cultivator. With her father, a level 6 mystic cultivator, holding down the fort at home, Arbor felt more at ease when he left. Mom, is there enough food at home? You child, you just love to worry. Mom already told you it's enough. The 30 talismans you gave Dad, Mom, and second uncle are all filled with food. The leftover food in the kitchen is enough to last us for more than half a year. Also, didn't the city lord's estate send a cart of grain and beans last time? The city lord is too polite, insisting that it's Xiaoma's rations. Xiaoma actually only ate a few meals here. With so much sent over, I can't even refuse it. Are there enough storage talismans? Enough. The things sent by the city lord's estate have all been stored. There are also space talismans in hand, so don't worry. Besides, your father and second uncle will also take on 1 or 2 small missions from time to time. The family will definitely gradually get better. Mother. Xiaomu buried her head in her mother's arms. Wei Ziqing smiled and smoothed her long hair. Good girl, you left home alone. You must always remember my words. You must be very careful. Our whole family is waiting for you to come back. They said their goodbyes for almost the entire night. His parents, second uncle, Xiao Hu, Xiao Lin and Xiao Yao all said their goodbyes one by one. The next morning, when the sky was just beginning to brighten, Arbor quietly left the house and ran directly to the Awang Trading Company in the city. When they arrived at the entrance of Awang Trading Company, they saw that the caravan was ready to depart. The middle-aged man leading the caravan was looking left and right. Upon seeing her small figure, she immediately went up to her and nodded politely. You must be Miss Jiao. City Lord Gu has already informed us. We will be responsible for bringing Miss Jiao safely to the western border of the Chou Kingdom. Arbor looked at the cloth on the 4 or 5 carriages and looked up at the leading man. You must be the Uncle Wang that the city lord mentioned. Thank you. Miss Jiao is too polite, Uncle Wang said with a smile. Take the first carriage. The journey to the Chou Kingdom is long and will take at least 10 days. It might be a bit bumpy along the way. Thank you for your trouble. Arbor nodded and boarded the first carriage. This carriage was slightly larger than the one behind, which was filled with cloth. However, there was still a lot of cloth piled up in the corner. Arbor leaned against the side of the carriage and ignored the astonished gazes of the coachman. When the coachman cracked his whip and the carriage wheels started rolling, she couldn't help but reach out to gently lift a corner of the curtain. She looked longingly in the direction of Pear Blossom Alley. At that moment, she really didn't know that after she left, so many years had passed and that the world was vast and boundless. The author woke up late today. At 7:30 p.m. she went to eat first. The main purpose of Awang Trading Company's trip was to visit the young miss who had married off to the distant Chou Kingdom. Exchanging 4 carriages of cloth for food with a certain merchant association in Chou Kingdom was secondary. Arbor didn't ask about anything else. To put it bluntly, she just wanted to hitch a ride and follow the trading company's caravan to the Chou Kingdom. Then, she would think of a way to rush to the Great Snow Mountain outside Five Moon City. The caravan traveled day and slept at night, eating very arduously. Normally, they only ate bean porridge or mixed grain rice once a day. Rice and vegetables were out of the question. If it happened in other people's homes, they would have been beaten to death by the adults long ago for their extravagant behavior of using rice to exchange for this and that all day. There were a total of 5 workers in the caravan, plus Uncle Wang's group of 6. When night fell and they missed their lodging, they set up their tents and sat together to eat a bowl of warm bean porridge. Everyone only had a small bowl, not even half a bowl more than that. Arbor actually didn't plan on sharing the pitifully small pot of bean porridge with them, but Uncle Wang always called her over every time it was time to eat. The little stoic didn't talk much, so she basically had nothing to say when she ate with everyone. If it weren't for a chatterbox in the caravan chatting her all day long, this little stoic could stay silent all day and night. That chatterbox young man was called Monkey. He was 15 or 16 years old and was especially talkative. After a few days of interaction, Monkey didn't find out anything about Darling Qiao's situation. Instead, he told her everything about everyone in the caravan. He even told Darling Qiao the little secret of their trading company's eldest miss marrying off to the distant Chou Kingdom. Thanks to him, not only did Darling Qiao know that the trading company's miss had eloped with someone to the Chou Kingdom, but she also knew that she wasn't doing too well right now. The trading company's trip was said to be to visit the miss, but in reality, they wanted to bring the miss back as much as possible. After all, compared to the stability of the Mo Kingdom, a small border country like the Qiu Kingdom had much more difficult days, especially during this unusual period. However, this had nothing to do with Arbor, and she didn't have the leisure to care about it. The West is a mess. Wars break out every day and fights every year. There are endless disputes. Monkey drank a mouthful of porridge and smacked his lips as he said, "Little Qiao, why did a child like you travel such a long distance to the Qiu Kingdom?" Uncle Wang lightly kicked Monkey. "You talk too much. Why does Miss Qiao need to report to you?" All right, hurry up and finish eating and go to sleep. We still have to leave early tomorrow morning." "Oh, look, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why does it look like a chicken is squatting under the tree?" A young man in the convoy rubbed his eyes while holding a bowl of rice. Monkey jumped up and nearly dropped his bowl. "You're not seeing things. It's just a chicken, ha 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 ha. Here's more food for us. Hey, be careful. Don't scare it. Shoo, shoo, shoo." A waiter took out a net from nowhere and sneakily moved closer to the tree. Xiaomu was sitting beside Uncle Wang. When she heard someone say chicken, she had a bad premonition. Looking back, he saw Newbie squatting under the tree and cooing. Damn, how did it follow me? When Arbor went out, he deliberately did not bring this thing with him. He wanted to leave it at home, but it naturally disappeared after 3 days. Who would have thought that it would follow them here? And the problem was, it had been more than 4 days since she left. She had only used 3 summoning talismans. 1 talisman lasted for a day, so 3 talismans would allow it to stay by her side for 3 days. Why, it still existed. Ah. Cuckoo. Weak Chicken vigilantly flapped its short wings as it watched the 3 humans who were trying to outflank the tree. Heh, did they think that it couldn't tell that the 3 words "my food" were written greedily in these 3 humans' eyes? Arbor face-bombed and speechlessly turned its small face away. She didn't need to look to foresee Monkey's 3 lamentable fates. Even she, a level 4 mystic cultivator, couldn't catch up to Weak Chicken, so those 3 fellows could forget about it. Ah, cuckoo. Clack. Weak Chicken suddenly jumped up as if its feathers were standing on end. It flapped its wings and dashed away, its long and slender claws practically as fast as lightning. A whirlwind blew past the 3 dumbstruck workers. F***CK. Was this the speed that a chicken could exhibit? The 3 workers turned around in unison, and one of them quickly walked forward with a net to catch Weak Chicken on the ground. Weak Chicken flapped its small wings and kicked the worker in the net with its long and slender claws. Don't be fooled by its slender and long claws. When it kicked the worker's back, it sent him, who was so big, flying into the air. A big horse fell to the ground, and before he could react, his head was stomped by 2 chicken feet. Bam, 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 bam. Weak Chicken flapped its wings and fiercely beat the worker's head. Darling Qiao covered her eyes with one hand, practically unable to continue watching. Uncle Wang hastily jumped up and waved at the 3 workers, anxiously saying, come back, hurry and come back. How was this a freaking meat chicken to add to the meal? This was simply a violent beast. Monkey hastily ran forward with another person and dragged the pitiful person under the chicken's claws back with a mop. Along the way, the person was forcefully slapped by the chicken's wings several times, and the left side of his face was red and swollen. Cuckoo. Weak Chicken suddenly spread its wings at the crowd. Arbor's expression changed slightly, and she pushed aside a worker who was standing next to her. She roared at everyone, hurry and get out of the way. Everyone rolled and crawled in all directions. A water pillar, like a rainbow piercing through the moon, slid past the monkey with a whoosh and pierced through the old tree behind him, leaving behind a bowl-sized hole in the middle of the tree. The water column rushed past, and in less than a second, the tree split into pieces with a bang. The top half of the giant tree fell down and smashed towards the tents. There was a loud boom, and the entire ground trembled a few times. Xiaomu's small face instantly turned pitch black after the tent she had set up was completely smashed. Get over here. Darling Qiao roared in fury. The weak chicken shrunk its neck, but it still braced itself and flapped its short wings, running in front of the child. Who allowed you to follow me? The child was so angry that he picked up a tree branch thicker than his thigh and threw it at the weak chicken. "Don't run, you dead chicken. Who told you to get into trouble? Who told you to do bad things?" Uncle Wang was speechless. He thought back to when City Lord Gu greeted him and smiled meaningfully at him. "Don't be fooled by Miss Xiao's young age. You don't need to worry about anything on this journey." Now that he saw the little girl pick up such a thick tree branch effortlessly, Uncle Wang finally believed City Lord Gu's words. Clack! Cuckoo! The weak chicken flapped its wings vigorously, flying up and down in one moment. It jumped onto the monkey's head, scaring him to the ground. The next moment, it jumped onto the carriage and cooed on the roof. In the end, darling Xiao was exhausted from the chase. Her little face flushed red, and she glared fiercely at the chicken. "You! Hurry and disappear!" The weak chicken sensibly raised a chicken claw in front of her. The golden summon character was engraved on it, and it sparkled in the night. "Bao Bao is so angry, God is too deceitful." After the talisman effect ended, no matter what kind of beast it was, whether it was an ordinary beast, a high-level mystical beast, or even a demonic beast, or even a demonic plant, any summoned creature should have disappeared along with the end of the time. Why didn't this chicken scram? The last time she summoned it, it only existed for a day and then scrammed. And this time, even if she used 3 summoning talismans, it only corresponded to 3 days. The talisman effect should have ended 3 days ago. Why didn't it scram? Little Xiaomu was exhausted as she slumped on the mattress in the carriage. She didn't even want to look at a certain chicken that was also slumped beside her with its claws curled up. "Master, little master, what's this chicken's name?" Usually, Arbor rarely let the little golem out in front of others to avoid that chatterbox monkey asking questions. She wasn't a talkative person. Only when everyone returned to their tents to sleep did little Xiaomu let it out for a while. Seeing that little master was so tired that she didn't want to bother with it, the golem continued to make its presence known. "Master, master, I'm called Big Bao. Is this chicken called Little Bao?" Arbor crawled up from the mattress and reached out to hit the golem's head. "Bah! Your whole family is called Little Bao." "No. Your whole family isn't called Little Bao." Bao Bao was so angry. She shouldn't have talked to them. So long-winded, so annoying. So annoying. She might as well be alone and quiet. How can this chicken be called Little Bao? It has a body of blue feathers and is so ugly. I'll call it Dutching in the future. No, what future? There was no future. Could it be that this thing couldn't disappear? The golem was secretly smug. So ugly. It's not as nice as Big Bao. Little Master definitely loves me the most. Sleep. Little Xiaomu was so angry that she slumped back onto the mattress. She covered herself with the blanket from head to toe and rolled to the side of the carriage to sleep angrily. The next day, Arbor didn't wake up until the carriage moved slightly. She didn't think that she could sleep well after a night of anger. Her little head poked out of the blanket and met the eyes of that damn chicken. "Why haven't you disappeared? This should be the 6th day." Little Xiaomu pointed at the chicken with a strange look in her eyes. "Coo." Weak little chicken raised its paw and pretended to show the word summon. "I don't want to see it." The child covered his eyes with one hand and suddenly jumped up from the carriage. His head hit the carriage with a dong sound, and he was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out. Little master, little master, little master, does it hurt?" The golem shouted as it circled around her feet. "Miss Little Xiaomu." Hearing the commotion, Uncle Wang urged his horse to gallop to the side of the carriage. "We have to leave the Mo Kingdom's borders before sunset. Let's continue on our way." Xiaomu rubbed her small head and glared fiercely at the cowering weakling. Was it because she had used 3 summoning talismans in a row that the talisman's power and time did not match? This thought would eventually disappear after 4 days. Xiaomu looked oddly at the weak chicken that had persisted for so many days without disappearing. She finally understood something. This little Xiaomu lowered her head and looked at the yellow summoning talisman for a while. She had a bad feeling. Could it be that she couldn't summon anything else but this little? "Little Xiao, we're entering the border of the Chou Kingdom. Do you want to come out and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Arbor put away the yellow summoning talisman in her hand and lifted a corner of the curtain to look outside. As far as the eye could see, it was all yellow sand and thick soil. It looked hazy, and a few sparse houses could be faintly seen amidst the sand and dust. As expected, the western border wasn't as prosperous and wealthy as the Mo Kingdom. Arbor hopped off the carriage, and the chicken also flapped its wings and hopped to her side, its two slender and long claws clicking happily. The border town of the Chou Kingdom is just up ahead. Uncle Wang led a horse and sighed in relief. Our journey here was quite smooth. Miss Chiao, let's go over now. Their journey had indeed been quite smooth, especially since they hadn't encountered a single zombie in the Mo Kingdom. Even Arbor found it inconceivable. However, when they exited the Mo Kingdom and entered the Liang Kingdom, they had encountered a small group of zombies. Fortunately, their convoy had escaped quickly, so they hadn't encountered the zombie squad to avoid wasting their energy fighting. The further west we go, the more careful Miss Chiao will be. Although the Chou Kingdom is a small kingdom, the king is tyrannical and unscrupulous. The soldiers he raised also casually trample on the villagers. Uncle Wang sighed and shook his head. When we pass through Pony Town later, we will need to hand over some supplies. Miss Chiao, just sit in the carriage and don't make a sound. Xiaomu nodded and then boarded the carriage again. Da Qing, that weak chicken, also hopped onto the carriage and sat down next to the child, miming to her. The carriage headed towards Pony Town at the border of the Chou Kingdom. When they reached the entrance of the town, they naturally slowed down and caught up with the group passing through. There weren't many people lining up to pass through the Chou Kingdom border. Most of the people in the northern part of Seikong Planet were concentrated in the Mo Kingdom. Other than the businessmen who came and went, very few ordinary refugees would flee to a small kingdom like the Chou Kingdom to make a living. What are you doing? What are you holding? Give it to me. The soldier who was investigating directly snatched the basket from an elderly woman's hands, ignoring the objections of others. When he lifted the cover of the basket, the stench of salted fish assailed his nostrils. It was so king smelly, yet she treated it as a treasure. The soldier was so angry that he threw the basket to the ground. The old woman cried as she squatted down to pick up the salted fish that had rolled into the dust. The Chou soldiers kicked her impatiently and she rolled to the side. Scram! Line up properly, what are you looking at? The soldier's gaze landed on Uncle Wang's convoy, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. Come over here. The motorcade was coming. What are you transporting? Uncle Wang smiled as he handed over a small bag of beans. He whispered into the soldier's ear, "Little brother, we are a trading company from the Mo Kingdom. We have an agreement with your country's Duanmu trade union to exchange goods. This is the exchange document between the two countries, as well as the certificate from Duanmu trade union." The soldier glanced at Uncle Wang and took the documents from him. He did not dare to make things difficult for him. After all, the Duanmu trade union was famous in the Chou Kingdom. Even the great king of the Chou Kingdom would tremble when the patriarch of the Duanmu family stomped his feet. A mere soldier like him naturally did not dare to make things difficult for a customer of the Duanmu trade union. However, this small bag of beans, which did not even weigh 5 caddies, was truly too little. If the brothers were to split it, they might not even get half a caddy. The soldier glanced askance at Uncle Wang. According to custom, we have to search the convoy. On the side, Monkey glared angrily at the soldier, but Uncle Wang pulled him to the side by his sleeve. He responded with a smile, "Sir Soldier, please take a look. However, our young miss is in the first carriage, so please do not disturb her." Swoosh! The soldier didn't care about what Uncle Wang said. He lifted the curtain of Arbor's carriage first. In an instant, he was met with a pair of cold and emotionless eyes. The eyes were like a dry well without any ripples. She looked at him as if she was looking at a corpse. He was clearly just a child sitting quietly in the carriage, but the moment he saw him, he gave the soldier a fright. "You!" The soldier took half a step back and was patted on the shoulder by another soldier behind him. "What are you doing?" The soldier who came later pushed aside the soldier in front and leaned over to take a look at Arbor. A strange look flashed through his eyes. The child sitting quietly in the carriage was young, but she sat upright and had a noble aura deep in her bones. Because it was the beginning of autumn, the child wore a black brocade cloak over her pink robes. Her snow-white face was already foreseeable that she would be a flawless beauty when she grew up. "Yo, this little girl looks pretty good." The soldier licked his lips and carelessly touched the child's cold face. However, just as he stretched out his hand, Weak Chicken cooed and lowered its head to peck him fiercely. "Ah." The soldier looked down and saw a bloody mark on his hand. His expression changed abruptly, and he glared fiercely at the carriage. He had been attracted by the child's cold and beautiful appearance and hadn't realized that there was a chicken in the carriage, F***ck. "It's a chicken." The soldier's eyes turned green when he saw the chicken. He smacked his lips and said gruffly, "Brothers, there's a chicken here. Let's catch it. It'll go well with wine tonight." The dozen or so soldiers cheered and laughed. They were all excited when they heard that there would be chicken to go well with wine tonight. Who knew how terrible their lives had been recently? Ever since zombies spread throughout the Chou kingdom, it was good enough to barely have 2 meals a day, let alone chicken, duck, and fish. "Soldiers, you can't." Uncle Wang hurriedly went forward to stop them, but he was pushed aside by a soldier. "Little girl, you'd better come down." The oily soldier maliciously extended his hand toward Xiaomu again. Arbor's eyes were extremely cold. Although she didn't like Weak Chicken, it didn't mean that any cat or dog could bully Weak Chicken. Newbie was her summoned creature, not someone else's dish. Therefore, this group of blind idiots could go to hell. Bam! A kick landed on the oily soldier's face. The other party was caught off guard. With a wail, he fell backward and landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The 2 nearby soldiers also ate a mouthful of dust, and their faces were immediately filled with anger. One of them rushed forward and was about to lift the curtain again when he saw a small figure dart out of the carriage with a whoosh, and a fierce fist landed on his eye. His eyeballs almost flew out on the spot. Roar! The soldier covered his eyes and cried out in pain. He fell to the ground on his butt. Before he could see the situation in front of him clearly, he was suddenly slapped in the mouth by a slender chicken claw. He was stunned. The oily soldier that was the first to be kicked down by Xiaomu strenuously crawled up from the ground and cursed angrily with a contorted face. He glared viciously at Xiaomu and said, "D*mn lass, you're quite capable. See if I don't sell you to a brothel after I catch you." Arbor's pitch-black eyes stared at the oily soldier. It was as if she could shoot a hole through him. Suddenly, she flew through the air and quickly arrived in front of the oily soldier. Arbor waved her hand, and a white light flashed between her fingers and the oily soldier's neck. Oily soldier was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. If he hadn't taken a step back, the white light would have slashed his neck. How could this little girl be so ruthless? Unfortunately, that was only what he thought. He thought he had dodged death, but in the next instant, his neck was cleanly separated from his head. There was a thin line on his neck, and it took a while for blood to flow out. The soldiers all stopped in their tracks and looked at the little demon with fear in their eyes. They had never seen a child take someone's life the moment she attacked. How old was she? 7? 8. The people waiting in line had already scrambled to the sides of the road, not daring to make a sound. Arbor kicked away the soldier's corpse and coldly scanned the crowd. "In the past, you've sold many little girls to places like the one he mentioned, right?" He really did kick. It was as if he had kicked a pile of trash instead of a person. More than a dozen Chou soldiers were trembling in fear in front of a little girl. This was something they had not expected and could not have imagined. These people had dominated Pony Town for a long time. They had never thought that they would be defeated by a little girl one day. Looking at his companion's decapitated corpse on the ground, one of the soldiers forced himself to grit his teeth. He flashed the knife in his hand and angrily roared, "Everyone, let's attack together. She's just a little girl. Do you think we can let her go?" Upon hearing this, 4 to 5 sturdy Chou soldiers immediately ran over and brandished their shining sabers at Xiaomu. A few young men from Uncle Wang's team wanted to help, but the remaining 7 or 8 soldiers rushed up and pressed them to the ground. The Chou soldiers were especially ruthless. They rushed up without a care and swung their clubs at the crowd. Not only did they injure the young men in the convoy, but they also injured the trembling commoners who were squatting on the side. An old man was too slow in retracting his leg and was hit. His leg bone immediately cracked, and he let out a pitiful cry. Arbor's eyes flashed with anger. He sneered, "You can't wait to die?" Several body-securing talismans suddenly floated in front of the little girl. One by one, they split open on the soldiers' bodies. He immediately summoned a black ferrule from his mind and pointed it at the Qiu soldiers who were frozen in place with their mouths wide open. Then die obediently. Xiaomu was like a sharp arrow that had been shot out. She swiftly circled around the soldiers, and wherever her ferrule passed by, several round heads slid down from their necks one by one. The 7 or 8 soldiers who were crazily beating up the commoners stopped in shock. One of them shouted towards the entrance of the town, his eyes filled with shock, "Quick, go and inform 5 Moon City's guard Hua. Enemy troops are invading." A Qiu soldier who was watching the battle at the entrance of the small town immediately mounted his horse and rode into the town in a crooked manner. Enemy forces? Xiaomu was a bit dumbfounded as she poked her small face. Uncle Wang hurriedly ran over. "Miss Jiao, take advantage of the fact that there are no guards at the town's entrance. Quickly follow us into Duanmu Trade Union." As long as he went to Duanmu Trade Union, he would be fine. Duanmu Trade Union had great influence in the Qiu Kingdom and definitely had the right to speak. Now that they had alerted 5 Moon City's guards, even if they turned back and ran towards the Liang Kingdom, they would be caught before long. Unexpectedly, the little girl only shook her head. "Uncle Wang, we're already in the Qiu Kingdom. According to our agreement, you can leave first." She would not go with them to Duanmu Trade Union, nor would she implicate them. Since she had already chosen to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Qiu soldiers, she did not want to let them off so easily. Of course, she was the one who started this, so she would bear all the consequences. "Uncle Wang, go to Duanmu Trade Union with the others." "I'm fine." Arbor urged Uncle Wang and the others to leave. Uncle Wang was unwilling. "I promised the city lord that I would bring you safely to the Qiu Kingdom. Brother Monkey, take Uncle Wang away." "Don't worry, I'll be fine. If you stay here, I'll have to take care of you." The child curled her lips and said expressionlessly, "Thank you for taking care of me along the way. We'll meet again if fate wills it." With that, she waved a few immobilization talismans and immediately froze the 7 or 8 horrified Qiu soldiers on the spot. At this moment, Uncle Wang had also seen some signs. He had suspected that the child had an extraordinary background. Now that he saw her actions and thought of City Lord Gu's words, he did not hesitate anymore. The child's words made sense. If they continued to stay here, they might become a burden. Now, they had to take the opportunity to enter the town and seek protection from the Duanmu Trade Union. Only then would they be truly safe. The entrance to the town was in chaos. The citizens in line followed Uncle Wang's caravan and hurriedly entered the town. None of them dared to linger. In the end, the entrance to the town was empty except for Arbor. Of course, that was if one ignored the 8 Qiu soldiers kneeling at the entrance with their hands tied behind their backs. The weak chicken trotted to Xiaomu's side with its slender and long claws, and it gracefully squatted down beside her. Arbor glanced at it but did not say anything. The weak chicken turned its head and looked at the child. Coo, coo, it cooed. A group of Qiu soldiers appeared in Pony Town. There were about 100 of them. 5 Moon City's guards would not arrive so quickly. This was probably the town's overall defense force. The tiny Qiu Kingdom only had 1 main city and 2 smaller cities. It wasn't even 1% the size of the northern Mo Kingdom. However, since it was located at the western border, it served as a great barrier against the barbarian tribes in the west. Furthermore, trade was very frequent, so the upper echelons of the Mo Kingdom allowed the existence of this barrier. Otherwise, such a small country with no sense of existence would have been annexed hundreds of years ago. Therefore, when he received the news of an enemy invasion, Pony Town's deputy garrison was truly shocked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand why they were suddenly attacked. Lianghua did it? Or was it the state of Zhao? Or perhaps, the Mo Kingdom? The deputy garrison leader's gaze fell outside the town. His pupils constricted at first, and then they were filled with confusion. There was a little girl sitting at the entrance of the town. She was about 7 or 8 years old. She held a black ferrule in her hand and gently tapped it against her palm. "Who are you?" The deputy didn't dare to act rashly. He reined in his horse and stood still. Without waiting for the child to speak, a coo sound was heard. Weak Chicken suddenly stood up, shook its short wings, and waddled in front of everyone. The deputy garrison leader and the soldiers were all dumbfounded. What was this chicken doing? Xiaomu also jumped up before taking out a handful of talismans. Weak Chicken cooed, and all its feathers stood on end. With a splash, a pillar of water swept into the group like a torrent. Ah! The group was immediately scattered. Many soldiers rolled and fell in the water. This time Arbor froze on the spot in a daze. He really didn't expect this weak chicken to suddenly jump out and fly into a rage. This mouthful of water was really good, Arbor's eyes curved. He was about to praise the weak chicken, which he rarely did, when he turned his head to look. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch inexplicably. The weak chicken's current actions were rather strange, but looking at it lying on the ground and shaking its butt non-stop, that wretched appearance was really unbearable to look at. On the other side, the deputy garrison was helped up from the ground with a dark face. He was drenched from head to toe, looking like a drowned rat. When he got up, the deputy garrison's feet slipped, and he managed to stabilize himself with great difficulty. He turned his head and berated his soldiers to regroup. A bunch of cowards. So many people couldn't even handle a chicken, the deputy garrison roared, "Hurry up, hurry up." When he turned his head to look at the chicken, he couldn't help but be stunned as well. This chicken, what was it doing? It kept shaking its butt and using its claws to dig a hole in the ground. Its butt kept rubbing against the hole. Was it trying to start a fire on its own? Or was it King constipated? "Sir, this chicken fiend is very strange." A soldier stretched out a finger and pointed at the weak chicken as he spoke in a genteel manner. "Nonsense. Can't I see that there's something strange about this chicken? Who would normally raise a chicken that could spray water so far? Not only did it wash over 100 of them, but it also drenched them all. What an outrageous chicken." The deputy guard slapped away the arrogant soldier with a slap. "All of you." The deputy garrison stretched out his hands and gestured for them to charge forward. "All of you, go. Capture it alive for me. See if I don't kill it alive and steam, fry it." Coo. The weak chicken raised its head and looked at the deputy garrison with a cute and innocent face. The deputy garrison felt like he had seen a ghost. Why did he feel like this damn chicken seemed to understand what he was saying? "Go." The deputy garrison shook his sleeves, and a bunch of soldiers behind him roared and rushed toward the weak chicken that was digging a hole in the middle. Xiaomu stood behind weak chicken and couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her face. Newbie had been digging a hole. Could it be that it was digging a coffin for itself and jumping in to bury itself? Screech. Suddenly, weak chicken let out a long and clear cry that tore through the sky. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the weak chicken's body was undergoing a strange transformation. It kept rubbing its butt, and its sharp tail feathers kept extending and extending. A wisp of blue light suddenly bloomed all over its body. Its pair of pitifully short wings suddenly spread out, leaving behind a gorgeous shadow. When it spread out, it was at least 10 meters long, and its green wings stretched straight to the horizon. Xiaomu was dumbstruck and subconsciously blinked her eyes. Compared to the young master's dumbfounded expression, the deputy garrison guard and his men were the most terrified. They wished they could poke their own eyes out for comfort. Chicken? Chicken my ass. What kind of chicken was this? Who could tell them that this big bird with beautiful wings and green eyes, which part of it looked like a chicken? Huh? If slapping themselves 3 times could make them think that everything in front of them was a dream, they would be more than happy to slap themselves in the face. Sir, TTT, this is a divine bird, right? Do I need you to spout nonsense? This isn't a chicken, anyone can tell. Screech, the green bird flapped its super huge wings and suddenly rushed into the air, circling above everyone. The deputy garrison guard was so scared that he fell on his butt, his old face dark. Shriek. The cyan bird shrieked, and its circling figure abruptly swooped down from the sky. The deputy guard was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he scrambled to run backward. Run, run. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Heavy rain suddenly poured down from the sky. The scary thing was that the rainwater turned into ice cubes of various sizes halfway through and smashed into the heads of the Qiu soldiers running for their lives. Ah. Ah. F***ck, F***ck. The soldiers who were hit all fell to the ground with their heads broken and bleeding. They cried bitterly as they scrambled away. Some of the more timid ones were so frightened that they fell to the ground and foamed at the mouth. Shriek. While the cyan bird was attacking the crowd, a large group of soldiers led by 5 Moon Town's Guard Hua swiftly ran toward the town's entrance. From afar, Guard Hua and his group saw the large cyan bird circling in the sky. Its wings almost covered the entire sky. Its body was so huge that it caused the hearts of Guard Hua and the others to skip a beat. Did some nearby kingdom bring a large group of mystic cultivators and mystic beasts to attack? Release the arrows. Guard Hua roared. He raised his hand, and the thousands of soldiers below raised their bows and shields and lined up in formation. Aoye's expression changed, and he suddenly appeared beside the little girl. He pursed his lips and called out. In an instant, dozens of black figures rushed over and landed behind Aoye. The little guy turned around and looked at the youth who stayed up all night with a dumbfounded expression. Shui's eyes were filled with a strange expression. Today was so lively. First, the weak chicken ascended to the heavens. Then, Aoye attracted so many people. If Aoye hadn't taken the initiative to tell them to show themselves, the child wouldn't have noticed so many people lurking around her. Every one of these youths in black had cultivation auras that were no weaker than Aoye's. Why was it like this? Since when were level 10 mystic cultivators as common as cabbages on Seacone planet? As expected, poverty limited one's imagination. Thinking back to her previous life, she simply couldn't come into contact with this magnificent level. Moreover, how weak was she that she couldn't reach the standard of a level 10 mystic cultivator until her death? No wonder she was tortured to death without any room to retaliate. She wanted to increase her cultivation. She wanted to advance. She wanted to work hard to become stronger. The youth's gazes fell on the little girl in the middle. The little girl was clenching her small fists with a strange expression on her face. She clenched her fists forcefully again and again, making a comical gesture. What happened to Miss? Stay Up Late was speechless as he looked at the child. Inside, however, he was smiling. It was rare to see Miss so full of life. It was really good. He didn't know what had touched the depths of her cold heart. When the little stoic returned to her senses, she discovered that her actions were very strange. With a stoic face, she calmly retracted her small hand and turned to look in the direction where the thousands of arrows were simultaneously released. Release the arrows. Behind Guard Hua, hundreds of thousands of arrows flew out and shot towards the blue bird in the sky. The little girl's face changed. She stomped the ground and tried to run, but Stay Up Late grabbed her arm. Young miss, wait. Screech. The blue bird flew up in midair, bringing with it a ray of blue light. In the blink of an eye, all the arrowheads in front of it were sucked in. At this time, it was as if time had stopped, and all the arrowheads stopped in front of the green bird. Guard Hua looked at the sky in horror and abruptly berated his subordinates. Retreat. Everyone retreat, retreat. All of you rascals, listen carefully. The one who will take your lives today is me. My name is Qingwan. I was born from heaven and earth. Screech. After the stern screech, countless motionless arrowheads uniformly changed directions and violently shot towards Guard Hua's army. Ah! Guard Hua and his men ran into the town, scared witless. They scrambled to find cover to block the arrows. However, the arrows came too suddenly. The Qiu soldiers had no time to react. At least half of them were injured by the arrows. They fell to the ground and wailed in terror. Qiaomu's face was filled with shock. After a while, she pulled her gaze away from the scattered Qiu soldiers. She looked up at the sky and suddenly heard a low cry. The blue bird quickly flew in front of her. Before she could react, she felt her body lighten. She was thrown onto the bird's back, and it rose into the air. The child knelt on the bird's back in a daze and looked down. Guard Hua was hiding in the crowd. He was furious. With the help of a few people, He managed to climb up the town's observation tower and ordered the soldiers to use the large crossbows to shoot the blue bird in the sky. These large crossbows were powerful and had a long range. However, they had an obvious weakness: they were slow to load. Guard Hua's expression was vicious. He didn't order the soldiers to aim at the blue bird, but the child on its back. However, just as he moved, Aoya's sword was pressed against his neck. Guard Hua didn't even see the figure clearly. All he saw was dozens of black figures quickly climb up and occupy the observation tower. With a few slashes, they slit the throats of the surrounding Qiu soldiers. Blood dripped down the high platform. Below, thousands of soldiers raised their spears and machetes and surrounded the entire observation tower. Aoya's sword lightly touched Guard Hua's neck. Guard Hua felt as if a venomous snake had slithered up his neck. It was so cold that his entire body trembled. "What are you doing?" "Obediently retreat, and I'll leave your corpse intact." With that, he took out a token and waved it in front of Guard Hua coldly. Guard Hua's pupils constricted. If not for the fact that he was being held by someone, he would have collapsed to the ground already. This was the personal token of the Emo Kingdom's crown prince. Why did it turn out like this? Why did it provoke someone like the crown prince of the northern Emo Kingdom? Guard Hua was sweating profusely. He had no idea what was going on. "Move quickly. Tell your men to stop shooting arrows and throwing stones. Otherwise, it will be seen as a provocation. You won't be able to withstand the wrath of the crown prince." Stay Up Late pressed his sword against Guard Hua's neck. At the same time, the blue bird circling in the sky used its huge wings to fan a gust of wind, suddenly knocking down all the stones and arrows that were shot into the air. The Qiu soldiers held in agony. They were no match for the blue bird. Guard Hua hurriedly shouted, "Stop the attack! Stop!" Screech! The blue bird flapped its huge wings and glided across the vast blue sky. In an instant, it disappeared before everyone's eyes. Stay Up Late slid his sword across Guard Hua's neck and tossed his corpse off the watchtower. The Qiu soldiers reached out to catch Guard Hua's falling corpse. They were all leaderless and fearful as they looked up at the dozens of black-clothed youths with powerful auras on the observation deck. "Go back and tell your great king to properly inventory a batch of supplies and send it to Miss Qiao from the Holy Water Sect's first peak as compensation for your offensive words. If the compensation isn't in place within 3 days." Stay Up Late narrowed his cold eyes. "You don't want to know the consequences of offending our crown prince." After throwing down these harsh words, the group of black-clothed youths immediately left. They naturally didn't care about the Qiu soldiers' wails below. Miss Qiao had no idea that her classmate, Ao Yi, had asked her for compensation. She sat on Blue Phoenix's back, her face hurting from the strong wind. Then, he activated the eggshell defensive barrier, blocking out the wind that was blowing against his face. Qiaomu pursed her lips and knelt on Blue Phoenix's back with a serious expression. She placed her hands on her knees and sat upright. Although Blue Phoenix's flying speed was astonishing, it was very stable. It flew out of Qiu's largest city, Five Moon City, in a flash. It retracted its wings and landed outside the city. However, they were too eye-catching as they flew through Qiu's borders, causing a commotion in Five Moon City. However, no one chased after them, and Xiaomu didn't want to know the reason. Right now, she was so angry that her stomach was about to explode. She looked up and saw large stretches of undulating mountain ranges. They were covered in snow all year round. That should be the snowy mountain that her master had mentioned. After Qing Yuan landed on the ground, it put her down and retracted its pair of long wings. Its entire body shrank. At this moment, Qing Yuan had completely transformed into a fluffy little chick. If its blue feathers were to turn yellow, then it would truly be a little yellow chick. The little chick flapped its short wings and flew to Arbor's shoulder. It nuzzled its head against her neck, purely to show its goodwill. However, the flattery backfired. Arbor immediately punched Weak Chick. Her face darkened as she chased after Weak Chick, who was flapping its wings wildly. "I'll beat you to death." Xiaomu angrily chased after it and gave it a good beating. Newbie was so scared that it cooed and kept flapping its little wings to run away pitifully. "Come here." This damn chick still dared to pretend to be weak and cute. She would beat it to death. Hee hee, it had just defeated so many people, and now it was still pretending. Why didn't it ascend to heaven? No, it had already ascended to heaven. Coo. The little chick ran quickly. It flapped its short wings and flew up and down. One adult and one chick, one human and one chick, dashed up the mountain path. The little chick suffered 2 punches on its head. After being roared at by the child, it pathetically stopped running. It folded its wings and curled up on a rock, lowering its head to admit its guilt. The child who had been chasing after them had a flushed face and was panting heavily. You. Master, why did you hit me? Little Chick asked with a face full of confusion. I really don't understand Master's world. He thought that if he revealed his true form and revealed his strength, Master would definitely like him. However, the reality was so spicy that it made people sad. Are you still going to pretend? The child scolded, and his little hands unconsciously went to his waist. He said angrily, if you don't pretend, you scammer. Do I need to be jolted on the road for more than 10 days? You should be able to fly there in a few hours. Coo? Little Chick's face was filled with confusion. F***ck your sister. He obviously knew how to speak, yet he pretended not to understand. The kid was so angry that he grabbed a tree branch and swung it at the little chick. Coo. Coo. Little Chick flew all the way up the mountain along the snowy white path. Coo. Little Chick stopped, and Arbor also stopped. Many people had appeared on the mountain path ahead. They were lining up along the main mountain path. When Xiamu looked up, she could vaguely see a magnificent mountain gate. The 3 words Holy Water Sect were engraved on it. However, what was up with these people lining up? Excuse me, uncle. Auntie. Sister-in-law. Hey. Hey. Excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me. The little fellow had short legs and a small body, so she was stuck in the sea of people. Seriously, it was almost impossible to fish her out. The adults who were patted all turned their heads and looked down. Only then did they see a scowling little girl running past their waists. Eh? This child. Stop. Child. Why are you cutting the line? Line up at the back. Right, line up. Don't think you can cut the line just because you're young. We've been lining up here for a long, long time. That's right, this child doesn't have any etiquette at all. Back, line up. Xiaomu was immediately blocked by several aunties on the mountain path. She tilted her head and looked at the holy water sect in the distance. It was at least 1,000 steps away. Every step on the winding mountain path was packed with people of all ages. For some reason, the line was so long that she couldn't see the end of it. Speaking of which, why was she cutting the line when she was returning to her own sect? Xiaomu took a step back and looked at the aunties and sisters-in-law blocking her way with wide eyes. She couldn't help but frown. Why are you lining up here? Hey? This child. You're still acting like you don't know what's going on. Oh, you're so young, but you're quite scheming. Then why did you come here? An older sister-in-law said to Xiaomu with a glare as she clutched a shy 12-year-old girl next to her. I came to find my master. Xiaomu impatiently tried to squeeze through the crowd. Eh? Stop. Who didn't come to find master? That's right. This child is too. Where are your parents? They didn't bring you to line up. Another auntie angrily scanned Arbor while holding her 8 or 9-year-old granddaughter's hand. You also came to find master? *T. Morongsun kept saying that she was exceptionally talented and would only have her as her last disciple in her life. Morongsun cried and begged to carry her back to the sect and even used that mystical treasured land to lure her back. What was going on now? So many people came to find her. She actually took in so many disciples? Big liar. Liar. My master took you in? That's impossible. These aunties didn't look like mystic cultivators. Why did master take them in? Bring her back to do laundry, cook, and mop the floor? What are you talking about? Didn't you also come for the Holy Water Sect's annual opening ceremony to accept disciples? At this moment, there were even more people surrounding her. All the older sisters-in-law reached out to block Xiaomu's path. He surrounded a short child and scolded, "You're even calling him master. Who is your master?" "My master is First Peaks Murong's son," the little stoic said seriously. "Pooh. Ha 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 ha." The onlookers were actually laughing. Yo, this child, at such a young age, even knows about Peak Master Murong of the First Peak. This is too funny. Peak Master Murong hasn't accepted a personal disciple for so many years. He can't even come up with a better lie. That's right, that's right. It would be more believable if you told us that the second Peak's Peak Master Yang or the third Peak's Peak Master Lu is your master. Ahahaha. The crowd burst into laughter as if they were watching a joke, and Arbor was speechless for a moment. Ka. The little chick, who was squatting on Arbor's shoulder, suddenly jumped as if it was about to explode. Arbor hastily reached out to grab the little Cyan chick. These aunties and uncles were just a bit bored and had bad mouths, but they weren't like those Cho soldiers who wouldn't shrink from any crime. They couldn't withstand Qingwan's icy breath. The child hugged a chick and looked adorable, but her face was a bit stoic and did not have much of an expression. Anyway, don't cut the line. Go line up. A plump woman pouted and waved her hand at Arbor. Arbor turned to look at the mountain gate that seemed to stretch to the horizon and sighed in her heart. Why didn't she see a single senior sister? Opening the mountain gate and accepting disciples was such a big event, so there should be many disciples coming out to receive them. Where were eldest senior sister and second senior sister? She didn't see the senior sisters she was familiar with from second and third peaks either. Xiao Mu looked down at the red carp jade pendant in her hand. Murong Sun tossed her the sect token before she left, and the words First Peak were engraved on the back of the jade pendant. If she randomly met a senior sister and showed it to her, it should be enough, right? Xiao Mu looked up and saw a little girl in red about 10 years old waiting at her from the top of the stairs 20 steps ahead of her. Soon, a blue-clothed maidservant ran down and pulled Xiao Mu's hand. She said to the aunties around them, "This is our family's child. Sorry, make way, make way." That maidservant pulled Xiao Mu's hand and squeezed her way back to the little girl in red. "Little sister, are you okay?" The little girl patted Arbor's shoulder and smiled at her, revealing a small dimple on her left cheek. Xiao Mu woodenly shook her head. "You're also here to participate in the Holy Water Sect's entrance test, right? Don't be scared, just stay by my side." "You? Are you also from the nearby Cho Kingdom?" The little girl in red was dressed in a neat riding outfit, but she was valiant and formidable at such a young age. It did not seem like she was from the Cho Kingdom. "No." The little girl shook her head. "We're from the Alava tribe in the west." "I'm Doya." "What about you? What's your name?" My name is Arbor," the little stoic answered. However, she thought, Holy Water Sect's entrance test is such a big event, so it must have spread all over the world. No wonder there are so many people lining up here. Doya smiled, and the dimple on her left cheek deepened. She reached out to rub the little stoic's frozen face. "Little sister, don't pull a long face. It should be our turn to be tested very soon." Then, as Miss Doya had said, it should be very soon. Damn, it was not until the sun had set in the west that they finally saw 2 or 3 people in front of them. It was almost their turn to be tested. Xiao Mu was so depressed that she wanted to squat on the floor and draw circles. After queuing for so long, he finally saw his own sect. If he had known earlier, he would have asked his senior sisters for a sect messaging talisman. "Stretch out your left hand." 2 female disciples were sitting in front of the mountain gate. They had set up a long table. At this time, the sky was slightly dark, but the rows of stone troughs on both sides of the mountain gate were already burning with raging flames, clearly reflecting everyone's faces. Arbor glanced at them and found that she didn't know any of the 2 female disciples who were sitting or those who were standing behind them. But that was to be expected. The only Holy Water Sect disciples she knew were the 7th Fairy's daughters. They were the top disciples of their peaks, so they probably wouldn't do such a boring reception job. Darling Chow made up her mind to flash her identity token when she went up later. How could there be such a scam like returning to the sect? However, wasn't the Holy Water Sect's test a bit too sloppy? The senior sister just now had a 9-year-old girl stretch out her hand and then poured a drop of water into her hand from a jade bottle. Several seconds later, she took back that drop of water and expressionlessly said, "You didn't pass." Next. Several little girls who went up in succession failed and ran down while sobbing and covering their faces. Doya and Arbor looked at each other in bewilderment. Doya couldn't resist asking, "I wonder how that water droplet is tested? Why is it immediately tested after dripping a drop of water on it? Who the hell knew what kind of lousy test this was?" Xiaomu's face was stoic, but she couldn't deny her disdain for her sect. Wasn't this a waste of time? Dripping a drop of water on each of them was considered a test. If this happened to her, she might not be able to pass this crazy test. Next. Doya suddenly gripped Arbor's small hand tightly. She took a deep breath and quickly walked up. A drop of water landed on Doya's left palm. A few seconds later, the water droplet actually rolled back and forth in Doya's palm, emitting a soft glow. This glow was held in Doya's palm as if she was holding a wisp of bright moonlight, illuminating her spotlessly white and flawless face. It was very beautiful. Xiaomu dazedly stared at that glow. Whoa! This water droplet really had a bit of a name. Previously, no one reacted because that water droplet looked down on them. The two holy water sect senior sisters behind the long table revealed faint smiles and nodded at Doya. Very good. Pass and stand behind us. Oh, so the 4 girls standing behind the two holy water sect senior sisters had passed the test. Wow, including Doya, there were only 5 people. There had probably been over 10,000 people tested earlier, only 5 out of 10,000 people. This probability was too low. Doya's dimples deepened as she smiled. She turned around and gestured for Xiaomu to work hard before excitedly standing behind the 2 senior sisters. Next. The 2 holy water sect senior sisters were startled when they saw Xiaomu walking up. Wasn't this child too young? Many people surged up the steps behind them and squeezed between the first and second steps to watch the test. They all whispered to each other and asked about the test. When they saw the child, the women who were blocking her earlier all pursed their lips in disdain. This child is so young. She definitely won't pass. That's right. If it was that easy to pass, so many people wouldn't have been eliminated. Xiaomu bounced in front of her 2 senior sisters and reached out to touch the red fish jade pendant in her pocket. Stretch out your left hand. You don't need both hands, one of the senior sisters said softly. Yes, don't be nervous. It won't hurt. The other senior sister also nodded, thinking that Arbor was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. Xiaomu was speechless. What's wrong? There are still so many people who haven't finished the test yet. Master. The 2 female disciples stood up at the same time and bowed respectfully to the person who had come. The newcomer looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. She was dressed in a purple dress with purple bamboo embroidered on the hem. She had a smile on her face and looked like she wouldn't keep a straight face no matter who she met. It's fine. You guys continue. Master is just here to take a look. The second peak master, Xianxia, covered her mouth and smiled. In an instant, murmurs could be heard from all directions. All the sisters-in-law and uncles who were holding on to their children became excited. This was the second peak master Yang. If she saw how outstanding their children were during the test, she would definitely take them in as her disciple immediately. Alright, let's begin the test. Little sister, stretch out your left hand. Xiaomu had a puzzled look on her face. She had just taken out the jade pendant from her pocket when her left hand was pulled over. A drop of ice-cold water that seeped into her bones dripped onto her small palm. Suddenly, the drop of water emitted a bright and flawless light in the child's palm. A blinding white light spread out from her palm, compared to Doya's faint soft light from before. This was what it meant to be truly radiant. In an instant, it cut through the night and illuminated the surroundings. Yang Xiron's eyes widened in shock. The gentle expression that had never changed for 10,000 years had long since disappeared. What replaced it was shock. Shock. And shock again. Here, quick, give her another drop. Yang Xiron's eyes narrowed in excitement as she stared at the child who was standing there dumbstruck, as if she was afraid that the child would be taken away immediately. He hurriedly got up and walked quickly to the child. She gently pulled the child's left hand and dripped another drop of water onto her palm. In a daze, everyone's vision was taken away by a blinding white light. Nothing in the world could block the blinding light. It was only when the 2 drops of water slowly seeped into the skin of the child's palm that the terrifying and dazzling light gradually faded away. Xianxia's mouth was agape for less than a second before she pounced on the child like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The child was startled and her eyes widened as she subconsciously took a few steps back. But how could she be a match for Peak Master Yang? Peak Master Yang hugged her tightly and pulled her into her arms. Good disciple, quickly follow Master back to the second peak. Master and disciple are indeed fated to meet even though we're thousands of miles apart. Look, it's already so late, but Master can still bring you back, ha 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 ha. Master's trip here was not in vain. Xianxia hugged the child tightly in her arms as if she was hugging a precious treasure. The child uttered a few syllables. That. Master, am I? Hey. Good disciple. Don't speak, it's already so late and you must be tired. Master will bring you back to the second peak to rest. Then, without waiting for the child to speak, she flew away with a whoosh. Her speed was so fast that it was as if something was chasing after her. Why was it so bright just now? Could it be that the divine water has a particularly large reaction to someone? Sui floated past. A cold and beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Greetings, Uncle Master. Han He and Lu Yun recovered from their shock and hurriedly bowed. Who's so talented? To be able to emit such a dazzling light, this was something that had never happened before. Han He said, yes, it's a disciple that Master just took in. Master has already brought her back to the second peak. Lu Yun snorted heavily. Han He didn't even dare to tell Martial Uncle Lu that the little junior sister whom Master had snatched away just now had such astonishing talent that she had actually absorbed 2 drops of God's water into her body. TSK, if you want to take in a disciple, then so be it. It's as if you want to snatch him away. You didn't even show your face and snatched him back to the second summit. A mocking voice followed. She didn't even need to see who it was. She knew it was eldest Aunt Master Murong Sun just by hearing that carefree smile. Greetings to Martial Uncle Murong. Murong Sun casually waved her hand. This peak master merely saw the commotion here, so I came to join in the fun. It's nothing special, so go about your business. After she finished speaking, she leaned against the long table with a smile on her face and winked at Han He as she said, Little He, what kind of disciple did your master take in just now? He ran away in such a hurry. It's not like it can't be exposed. That junior sister with great talent. Murong Sun was displeased when she heard this. She snorted and turned her head away while waving her hand. No matter how talented she is, she's not as talented as my youngest disciple. Your master picked up a pretty good one and treated her like a treasure. In the future, I'll let her experience what it means to truly have outstanding talent and be as smart and adorable as snow. Lu Yun abruptly harumphed and looked behind Han He. These are the ones who passed the test? Yes, Aunt Master. Lu Yun waved her hand at Doya and the short girl next to her. The 2 girls' faces flushed with excitement, and they immediately ran over. What are your names? Follow me back to third peak. Doya immediately smiled, revealing her deep dimples. She hastily nodded and said, Master, this disciple's name is Doya. This disciple's name is Xianxia. The girl called Xianxia was half a head shorter than Doya, but she was chubby and much wider than Doya. Her grape-like eyes swiveled around, looking very clever and quick-witted. Yes, you 2 will follow me back to third peak. Lu Yun nodded aloofly. Wait, you little fellow. Murong Sun's figure swayed, and she arrived in front of Xianxia, lifting her off the ground. Lu Yun's aloof face darkened, and she glanced at Murong Sun. Senior Sister Murong, what are you doing? I'll take these 2 disciples. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Murong Sun rolled her eyes at Lu Yun. I've already taken in a closed-door disciple, so I won't take in disciples in the future. What did she care about? Compared to her stoic-faced disciple, these, and these were all too lacking in aptitude. They simply couldn't enter her eyes. Greetings, and Master Murong, Xianxia, who was being carried by Murong Sun, said with trepidation. Don't call me Aunt Master yet. Morongsun narrowed her eyes and shook Xianxia in her hand. You brat, you still want to trick me? You're a boy, right? Her words stirred up 1,000 ripples. The spectators were all dumbfounded. They had yet to recover from the news that a child who appeared to be 7 or 8 years old had just passed the holy water sect's bizarre test in a high-profile manner and was carried away by Second Peak's Peak Master Yang like a treasure. At this moment, they were struck dumb by this wave. What? Everyone in the world knew that holy water sect did not accept male disciples. Could it be that this child planned to disguise herself as a girl and sneak into holy water sect? Xianxia started sobbing and whining delicately, I'm not a boy, I'm not a boy. Morongsun thoughtfully glanced at Xianxia and sarcastically said, how about you take off your pants? Why don't I take off your pants? Xiangxia's face immediately turned red. The surrounding crowd was fired up, and they all scolded, a boy like you actually wants to sneak into the holy water sect? Isn't that so? How did the adults in your family teach your children? How could they even think of something as ridiculous as cross-dressing? Isn't this taking up a slot? Seriously, by the looks of it, a peak master would at most take in 1 or 2 disciples. Yet, this brat wanted to snatch a spot. This was simply unforgivable. At this moment, a rotund middle-aged man jumped out from the crowd and pointed at the crowd angrily. You talk too much. My son clearly passed the test. How can you not let him enter the school? My son has been raised like a little girl since he was young. You can just treat him like a little girl. Besides, he had clearly passed the test. No, you can't throw us out. You can't throw him out. The fat middle-aged man was already held up by 2 female disciples. He stomped his 2 short legs and roared angrily. Our dear Xianxia even hugged Morongsun's arm and wailed loudly, continuously wiping away his tears. And master, accept me, accept me. I'm a miss, I'm a miss. Morongsun, Lu Yun, everyone, what an odd pair of father and son. Unheard of, unseen. Morongsun did not know whether to laugh or cry as she waved her hand. Invite them down the mountain. The first rule of the holy water sect was that they did not accept male disciples. Even if you could say something nice, it was still not allowed. Little Xianxia wept as he slid down the ground. Adhering to the principle of hugging someone's thigh, he tightly hugged Morongsun's leg and refused to let go. Aunt Master, take me in, Aunt Master. The little fellow thumped his chest and stomped his feet as he wailed. Morongsun. How did this peak master meet such a weirdo like you? Third Peak's Peak Master Lu's expression was a bit awkward. She hastily picked another little girl and led her back to Third Peak with Doya. Morongsun glared at Lu Yun's fleeing figure and harumphed. She forcefully pulled that weirdo off of her. Why aren't you sending the father and son down the mountain yet? Morongsun was not in the mood to continue watching the test, so she swiftly left this place in a flash. As expected, her disciple was the least annoying when it came to children. She liked them just looking at them. As for our dear Qiao Mu, how could she have known that the entrance to the mountain would be so lively after the event? She also did not know that her unreliable master, Morongsun, had come. Halfway through being carried back by Second Peak's Peak Master, Yang Shirong, she felt all the mystic energy in her mystic meridians roiling endlessly. This feeling was very similar to, she was about to advance. Previously, she had been stuck at the initial success stage of level 4 mystic cultivation and had been stuck for a long time without any movement. So what was this inexplicable situation? Although she could sense a very dense mystic energy aura as soon as she entered the holy water sect, wasn't this too ridiculous? She had not even meditated to cultivate yet, so why did it feel like she was about to advance? Qiao Mu quickly collected her thoughts and opened her dantian. She saw that her mystic meridian, which was originally hidden under the tree roots and securely wrapped by countless roots, was now exposed and endlessly absorbing the mystic energy roaming through her mystic meridians. Milky white mystic energy was rapidly flowing through her mystic meridians, which were different from all the other meridians in her body. Her mystic meridians swelled slightly and slowly expanded. Arbor could sense that her mystic meridians were slowly thickening with this subtle expansion. Her mystic meridians that were originally half a finger wide had now gradually expanded to be close to a finger wide. The widening of her profound veins meant that her profound veins would be able to accept even more profound energy, and her cultivation speed would definitely be much faster than before. My dear disciple, you're about to break through. Peak Master Yang exclaimed. He hurriedly landed on the second peak with the child in his arms. Arbor didn't even have time to take a look at what the second summit was like before he was quickly brought to the second summit by Yang Shirong, to the cultivation room with the densest profound energy. Disciple, don't worry. Master is right outside. Focus on advancing, don't be impatient. Also, don't rise too quickly all of a sudden. Maintain a steady state of mind. As cultivators, we must have a limit in our hearts and a bottom line. Advancing to a certain level is enough, even if there is still energy left over. Eh? This child looked like she didn't have any cultivation just now, so how did she suddenly display the cultivation of a level 4 mystic cultivator? How would Yang Shirong know that due to the fact that he was about to advance, the profound energy in Arbor's body was flowing so violently that it directly dispersed the aura concealing talisman's power? After the cultivation room closed, Yang Shirong was still worried and paced back and forth outside. The child looked too young, so she didn't even know if she understood what she said just now. Yang Shirong was worried that the child would be too excited and directly advance without any obstructions. This definitely wouldn't be beneficial to her future cultivation. 2 drops of sacred water had been absorbed into the child's body, so the effect of her advancement would definitely be very terrifying. She hoped everything would go smoothly. Our dear Arbor felt very baffled. She simply didn't expect that the opportunity for her advancement this time was related to those 2 strange drops of water just now. She only thought that it was because the holy water sex mystic energy was so dense that her stagnant realm suddenly loosened up. Arbor sat in the cultivation room and held her breath. She immediately sensed the endless mystic energy pouring in from the outside and entering her mystic domain through her rapidly agitating mystic meridians at a terrifying speed. The sapling Chocho in her dantian happily extended its branches and hurriedly absorbed the mystic energy continuously pouring in from the outside world. It sucked in mouthfuls at a speed not inferior to Arbor's absorption speed as it fought over mystic energy with its little master. Our dear Xiao Mu, who had long been accustomed to the deceptive tree bandit's methods, could already turn a blind eye to it and not care in the slightest. Right now, she only felt a bit shaken. The mystic energy rapidly flowing in her mystic meridians was rushing into her mystic domain at a jaw-dropping speed. The barrier to the initial success stage of level 4 mystic cultivator was broken through in an instant. Our dear Xiao Mu quickly experienced what was called an abnormal advancement method. She watched helplessly as the barrier to the phenomenal success stage of level 4 mystic cultivator, and even the peak stage, was broken through, and she triumphantly advanced all the way to level 5 mystic cultivator. This kind of advancement speed caused Arbor to become vigilant. She looked inside her body again and saw that other than the milky white mystic energy continuously surging in her mystic meridians that were close to the width of a finger, there were also strands of an unknown silver substance that floated back and forth in her mystic meridians. Compared to the dense mystic energy, these strands of silver were pitifully few. However, Arbor's brows furrowed slightly. In her previous life, she had never seen this kind of silver substance in her mystic meridians. However, now was not the time to think about this. The urgent matter at hand was to suppress her rapidly advancing cultivation as soon as possible. And Master Yang was right. Mystic cultivators had to have a limit when it came to mystic cultivation. They couldn't blindly advance rashly in their cultivation. It was better to stabilize it before advancing. She had broken through from the initial success stage of level 4 mystic cultivator to the phenomenal success stage of level 5 mystic cultivator in one go. Her mystic energy increased explosively without any signs of slowing down. This truly was a bit flustered. After absorbing so much profound energy in one go, his entire profound veins, including his profound domain, could be said to have expanded to the extreme. If this continued, it would be very easy for him to explode and die. Furthermore, if one were to advance too quickly, it might cause one's own realm to become unstable, which would not be beneficial to one's future cultivation. However, she couldn't stop it. The momentum of her advancement was like a ferocious tiger released from its cage, charging all the way up. She was a peak level 5 mystic cultivator. The barrier to level 5 mystic cultivator had been completely broken. She had entered level 6 mystic cultivation and was gradually reaching level 6 mystic cultivation. Xiao Mu was on the verge of tears. She subconsciously called out, "What about Chocho?" I can't stop the momentum of my advancement. Xiao. This damn tree disappeared again. The sapling Xiao was silent for a while and couldn't help but ask, Master, what are you worried about? I've advanced so quickly and absorbed so much profound energy into my body, will I explode on the spot? Xiao, Master, are you an idiot? Why do you always have some weird thoughts in your head? If you don't want to absorb the profound energy, just tell me, I can absorb all the profound energy. This much profound energy is enough for me to grow 2 leaves. Besides, why do you think your realm advanced by leaps and bounds? Is it the stimulation of the profound energy in the outside world? It's not. It's actually because you absorbed 2 drops of sacred water. Little Arbor. Then what do I do now? Hurry and help me stop. She didn't want to advance anymore. This advancement speed was so terrifying. It didn't feel like a normal human. Xiaomu's heart was about to leap out of her chest as she watched herself break through the initial success and phenomenal success stages of level 6 mystic cultivation and charge toward the peak of level 6 mystic cultivation. Master, are you really not going to consider directly breaking through the barrier of level 7 mystic cultivation? Xiao tempted the little fellow. Let me tell you. If you break through to level 7 mystic cultivation, Xiao can immediately help you assimilate the paradise. Hurry. Absorb the remaining holy water essence. Hurry. I don't want it anymore. Wah. What was this cheating tree still nagging for? It's precisely because I want Master to break through to level 7 mystic cultivation that I held back from snatching those 2 drops of holy water away. Xiao muttered inwardly and immediately wrapped Xiaomu's mystic domain with its branches before burying it deep into its roots again. The remaining bit of holy water essence was completely absorbed by the sapling's roots. This process was extremely fast. 2 tender green leaves even immediately grew on the sapling's bare branches. Arbor immediately felt her entire body lighten as all the mystic energy that was swarming into her body was instantly drawn away by the sapling. She heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly focused her mind and calmed her breathing as she sorted out the mystic energy flowing in her meridians and mystic meridians bit by bit. The child discovered in astonishment that the mystic domain that originally led to the depths of her dantian was naturally just a mystic meridian. But now, this mystic meridian actually had a fork. The fork was as thin as a line, but there was indeed a wisp of mystic energy slowly swimming within and extending to the mystic domain. Although it was very strange, the little fellow didn't have time to think about it in detail. She instantly charged from the initial success stage of level 4 mystic cultivation to the phenomenal success stage of level 6 mystic cultivation. She was only a small step away from breaking through to the peak of level 6 mystic cultivation. This leap was truly too large. Her heart was still thumping wildly in her chest. Her heart was in a mess, and she almost couldn't calm down immediately. Arbor tried her best to restrain her racing heartbeat and barely managed to calm her mind. She restrained her aura and completely blocked her 5 senses, forcing herself into a completely blank world. Little by little, he stabilized all the restless profound energy in his body, suppressing the rapid advancement of his realm. This sorting process proceeded very slowly, and it wasn't long before Xiaomu was completely immersed in it, completely ignoring everything else. At the same time, the jubilant sapling was increasing its strength to extract the rich mystic energy from the outside world. When it was delighted to find that one soft and tender leaf after another was slowly emerging from the branches, the speed of its absorption suddenly increased. Profound energy, I'll give you as much as you can. Xiao howled in the depths of its heart. In the outside world, the dense mystic energy on the holy water sect's second peak was endlessly flowing toward the cultivation room Arbor was in a very strange manner. After that, the surging mystic energy on the second peak was far from enough to satisfy the bandit Xiao. The entire sect's 3 peaks, including the sect master's main peak, were all alarmed. Everyone ran out of the house as they stared in shock at the sky above, at that ball of profound energy that was so dense that it was almost turning gray. So much profound energy was moving towards one place at full speed, completely without a trace of reluctance. Holy shit! All the mystic energy was drawn to the second peak? What the hell is the second peak doing? Originally, the mystic energy on the sect's 3 peaks and the main peak was evenly distributed. Today, this kind of balance was completely broken. ***, there will be an extra chapter tomorrow. and all 5 chapters will be uploaded at noon. It's about time. Based on my conjecture, JoJo will be taken back tomorrow. Also, recently, readers have been asking me if I charge for this. I definitely charge for this. Let me give you a reminder. Authors also need to eat, so they can't write in a vacuum. If this author doesn't exist, doesn't die, and doesn't eat the food of mortals, then I'll definitely charge for free. But I'll do my best to write more for everyone for free. I haven't received a notice to publish yet, so I'll tell everyone about this. Because some readers are young, they might not understand. So let's understand each other and pay attention to civility. Let's not attack each other, okay? There are many activities on the book website, and you can receive book coins every day. Perhaps you'll say that I read a lot of books and that this bit isn't enough. But you have a lot of choices, but every author only has one book to rely on for a living. So let's understand each other, okay? Also, I won't accept razor blades. You're not allowed to give me homework either. Give me chocolate, I want it, because many readers from other channels couldn't see the author's digressions. I'll talk about it in the main text today. See you tomorrow. The author is long-winded today, so I won't talk about it in the future. On the Holy Water Sect's main peak, a row of simple bamboo buildings sat in the depths of a light green bamboo forest under a blanket of white snow. Even in this world of ice and snow, it was still verdant and lush. We still have enough food to eat for 3 months. Morong-sun lazily leaned against the brocade couch and expressionlessly stared at the sect master sitting across from her. The Holy Water Sect's sect master was about 60 years old. Her appearance was unremarkable and she wore an extremely simple blue and white robe. She had a benevolent countenance and a smile on her lips. She held a large palm leaf fan that made use to light fires. It could be said that if this elderly lady was thrown into a crowd of people, she definitely wouldn't make a splash. She was completely an ordinary elderly lady from a farming family. The sect master's hand that was holding the palm leaf fan paused, and she sighed. Ah, that can't be helped. The world is difficult right now, and normal people are living worse off than us. How about this, Morong, pass down the order that the entire sect's 800 disciples will have 1 meal every 3 days. Change it to 1 meal every 5 days. The sect master extended 5 fingers and waved them. Morong-sun's lips fiercely twitched. She just knew this unreliable sect master would come up with rotten ideas all day long. The most important thing for us cultivators is to temper our body's toughness. Hunger tolerance is also a part of cultivation, the sect master said seriously. I haven't eaten a grain of rice for 10 days already, so I feel my body is very light and my condition is excellent. Rumble. The sect master's stomach made a very discordant noise. Morong-sun nearly burst out in laughter and looked at the elderly lady with ridicule. The sect master also felt embarrassed and coughed lightly. Master isn't hungry. As long as I enter closed-door cultivation right away, I'll enter a selfless state. At that time, I naturally won't feel hungry. Morong-sun stood up and opened the bamboo door. She shouted outside, "Someone, prepare food for the sect master." Wicked disciple. The sect master angrily put down the palm leaf fan in her hand. Actually, it's more practical to go to a nearby city and accept some missions when appropriate. Morong-sun turned around and leaned against the door, helplessly looking at the sect master. Mystic cultivators also needed to eat, so they couldn't completely abstain from eating. However, they could block out all the exhaustion in their body after a single closed-door cultivation, so they were more resistant to hunger than normal people. No, no, no. The sect master waved his hand. Children, work hard and cultivate diligently every day. How can we tie them down with some mundane affairs? Here it comes again. This naive sect leader. Morong-sun speechlessly rolled her eyes. Master, entering the world is also a type of experience. You cultivate your heart and train your reflexes. In a battle, the ability to react is an indispensable part of one's strength. Master, the world has become a battlefield right now. Neither you nor I can protect ourselves. Morong-sun gazed deeply at the sect master. She could understand the sect leader's actions, but she did not approve of it. The sect master wanted to protect all the disciples, but this kind of blind protection was actually a way to weaken the strength of the sect. Flower buds that did not grow up in bloody battles How could they experience the storms of the world in the future? The old lady was silent for a long time before she suddenly raised her head and asked, "Ah Sun, when will you take over the position of sect master?" Asterisk bang. Asterisk Morong Sun slammed the bamboo door shut and it swayed so much that it nearly fell off. A disciple holding a bowl of porridge walked toward them and dazedly stood there, looking back at Aunt Master Morong's fleeing figure. Wicked disciple. The sect master was so angry that she jumped up and slapped the brocade couch. At this time, the disciple carrying the porridge looked up at the sky and exclaimed in shock, "Sect master, quickly come and look." The sect master angrily ran out of the bamboo building. Her gaze fixed on the ball of mystic energy that was so dense it was turning gray in the sky, and she immediately revealed a shocked expression. All the mystic energy went to second peak? The sect master's brows involuntarily twitched. What was this troublesome second disciple up to again? No, she had to go take a look. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sect master, Morong Sun, Lu Yun of Third Peak, and several personal disciples of First and Third Peaks all appeared on Second Peak. Holy Water Sect was the only sect among the three sects that did not differentiate between inner and outer disciples. Compared to Heavenly Tao Sect and Daybreak Sect, which had over 10,000 outer disciples, Holy Water Sect only had a little over 800 disciples. It was truly pitifully few. All the disciples of the three peaks were the disciples of each peak master, so the pills, magnetite, and other cultivation resources they received were all treated equally. The only difference was that the three peak masters would accept several personal disciples. Compared to normal disciples, the master-disciple relationship was naturally more intimate, and they could also receive some personal gifts from their masters in private. Compared to the lowly and dispensable outer disciples of the other two sects, all the disciples of Holy Water Sect lived in a honey pot. At this time, the little troublemaker, who was cultivating in seclusion on Second Peak, did not know that her commotion alarmed everyone in the sect. Xianxia had long anticipated that her master and senior sister would come, so she was already waiting at the front door of Second Peak's main hall to welcome everyone. When she saw them appear, she ran over with a beaming face. "Sect master, senior sister Morong, junior sister Lu, it's fine, it's fine. It's nothing major." "If it's nothing major, why did you cause such a big commotion?" The sect master glared at her second disciple and looked inside curiously. "Aren't you going to bring master inside to take a look?" Which grand disciple's cultivation aura is so great that it swept away all the mystic energy in the sect? So miraculous. She really wanted to see her obedient grand disciple. Xianxia hastily stopped everyone and chuckled. No, you shouldn't go over to avoid disturbing my youngest disciple's advancement." "Oh, ha ha ha." She then winked at Morong Sun. "Senior sister Morong, our Second Peak is going to win this year's competition between the three peaks again." Ha 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 ha. How smug. Even Lu Yun, the Third Peak master, could not stand it anymore. She truly was a petty person intoxicated by success. Morong Sun threw Peak Master Yang a fierce look. "In your dreams. Once my little disciple returns to the sect, this Peak Lord will definitely blind your dog eyes." Seeing that his three disciples were about to quarrel again, the sect master hurriedly waved his cattail leaf fan and laughed. All right, since there's nothing else, let's go back to our respective peaks." As for the inner disciple competition of the three peaks, there were still 2 months to go. There was no need to rush. Wasn't he going to continue accepting disciples tomorrow? Maybe Ah Sun will also receive a good one. There's no need. This peak master has already accepted a little disciple with exceptional aptitude. Counting the days, it's about time. She should be here in the next few days. Morong Sun angrily flung her sleeves and left. The sect master laughed awkwardly and gave his third disciple a look. Lu Yun's face was taut as she stiffly threw down these words, "Second senior sister, then we'll be leaving now. Don't be too cocky. As the saying goes, cocky people will be struck by lightning. Let the green hills never change and the green waters flow forever. Goodbye." Sect master was speechless. Each of his 3 disciples was more unreliable than the last. What kind of nonsense was that? They only saw each other for a short while and started quarreling. Where did the sisterly love between fellow disciples in the same boat go? Xianxia laughed and happily sent off her master and senior sisters. She then ran back to the child's cultivation room to take a look. She only left after seeing that there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, because of the child's tantrum, all the mystic energy rushed to second peak, so the disciples from the other peaks could only pause their cultivation. 3 days later, the instant the child opened her eyes, a pitch-black vortex swirled in the depths of her eyes before returning to calmness. Now that she had roughly stabilized her cultivation at the phenomenal success stage of level 6 Mystic Cultivator, she was within reach of the peak stage. She didn't need to be on guard in the sect, so she naturally didn't need to hide her cultivation with the ore-concealing talisman. Looking up at the small ball of thick mystic energy gathered above her head, Arbor couldn't help but ask, "Xianxia, what's this ball for?" "Master, don't waste it. I left it for you." Burp. This fellow actually burped after absorbing mystic energy. How much mystic energy did it absorb? Arbor silently absorbed the small ball of mystic energy into her mystic meridians. After circulating it slightly, she was pleasantly surprised to find that after her mystic meridians widened, the speed at which she absorbed, stored, and digested mystic energy increased significantly. When this mystic energy entered her mystic meridians, it was like entering the ocean and was quickly digested by her body. Arbor sighed slightly. As expected, the mystic energy around her hadn't reached saturation. In other words, she could still continue to advance as long as there was enough mystic energy injected. But this way, her cultivation would advance too quickly. If she completed her advancement perfectly, she wouldn't be able to absorb mystic energy from the outside world for at least 24 hours when her mystic energy was at saturation. This was also a mystic cultivator's self-defense mechanism to prevent endless mystic energy from overloading their mystic meridians and causing their body to explode from being unable to withstand the external pressure. Suppressing the growth of one's cultivation realm was also an excellent embodiment of cultivating one's mind. Without firm willpower, normal people wouldn't bear to suppress it. Why suppress it? Cultivating was so hard and could only advance once every 3 to 5 years, so of course she had to complete her advancement in one go. Otherwise, who knew how long it would be before she could advance again? Moreover, a normal mystic cultivator's advancement process definitely wouldn't be as fierce as the child's, and 2 major stages in a row. Advancing 2 minor stages in a row was already pretty good, okay, therefore, she didn't need to suppress her advancement. The child retracted her hands and stood up. Just as she opened the cultivation room's tightly shut door, she heard a scream from nearby. "Oh no, junior sister Qinghu fainted. Hurry and give junior sister some water." The child pattered over and saw several senior sisters carrying a girl in cyan clothes to a stone chair at the side to sit down. Although the girl in cyan clothes woke up, her complexion and lips were a bit pale. Was a level 3 mystic cultivator's body this week? Why does this girl look like she's on the verge of collapse? The toughness of a level 3 mystic cultivator's body was completely comparable to that of a level 3 body cultivator. It shouldn't be this weak. The little fellow took small steps and squeezed in front of the senior sisters. The senior sisters of the second peak all looked at the child and could not help but be stunned. "Eh? You must be little junior sister. You've come out." The senior martial sister who spoke just happened to see Master carrying this little junior martial sister back that day, so she recognized Arbor. When the others heard what she said, they finally understood. It turned out that the little junior sister who had always closed the door to her cultivation room and had drawn all the profound energy of the entire sect to her side for the past 3 days was this person in front of her. Little junior sister was squatting in front of Su Qinghu, holding her wrist and looking at her with a strange expression. Su Qinghu smiled at her and said weakly, "Junior sister, what's wrong? You fainted from hunger." Arbor couldn't believe it himself when he said this. A dignified level 3 mystic cultivator actually fainted from hunger. This was truly an oddity. "Why did you faint from hunger?" Our dear Xiaomu couldn't believe it. The other senior sisters looked at each other in dismay. What other reason could there be for fainting from hunger? Of course it was because she was hungry. Thinking about how they had already eaten a bowl of red bean porridge 4 days ago, they felt extremely bitter. Junior sister Qinghu wasn't the only one who fainted from hunger, they also felt like they were about to faint. "Are you very hungry?" The child looked at Su Qinghu curiously. Miss Su smiled shyly at her question. "I'm fine, little junior sister." "What do you mean you're fine?" An 11 or 12-year-old little girl dressed in green jumped out from the side. Her round face was filled with anger as she glared at the child and said, "Why did you faint from hunger? Ask yourself. What did Bao Bao do?" The child was dumbfounded. Junior sister Feng. Su Qinghu looked at Feng Su disapprovingly, then smiled gently at the child. "It's nothing, little junior sister. Your senior sister Feng is just this impatient, don't take offense. Also, Master said to find her after you come out of seclusion. Senior sister, you're the only one with a good temper." Feng Su was like a little cannon. She aimed her cannon at darling Qiao and bombarded her. "If it weren't for you occupying the cultivation room for 3 days for no reason and transferring all the mystic energy in the sect to yourself, refusing to share even a single piece of the pie with others, would Qinghu have fainted? Would senior sister Qinghu faint from hunger?" "Humph." Feng Su shouted angrily, "It's all your fault. If senior sister Qinghu had entered seclusion cultivation early in the morning and absorbed mystic energy to replenish her body's energy, would anything have happened to her today? Not only senior sister Qinghu, several other senior sisters also fainted because of you. The situation of the other peaks probably isn't any better." Feng Su fired a barrage of words at the child. However, the child was bewildered. She looked at the little cannon senior sisters in confusion. "You guys? Just rely on absorbing mystic energy to eat? That's not very appropriate." Feng Su was truly angered by the child. Her mouth opened and closed as she said angrily, "So what if it's not appropriate? Then what if you eat one meal every 5 days? What else can you do if you don't seize the time to cultivate? If you don't cultivate, you get even hungrier. Cultivating into a selfless state actually blocked all the negative side effects of the body. But after you're done cultivating, you'll be even hungrier." The child looked at the senior sisters in front of him speechlessly. Why did he feel that they were like a group of retards? Cultivating profound energy could allow one to enter a state of selflessness, and then block off the body's sense of hunger. But in reality, the body's sense of hunger did not disappear. It would only become hungrier as time went on. "Okay, ahem." Su Qinghu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the way the kid was looking at an idiot. "Well, junior sister, why don't you go to Master's place first? Here, take it." The child took out a small brown cornbread from the small bag hanging on his waist and handed it directly to Su Qinghu. Before she left, her mother had prepared a lot of food for her. These small cornbread were personally made by her mother. She used corn powder and added minced meat stuffing inside, so it smelled fragrant. It took a lot of effort to do this, and he even asked second uncle to help. Just drying the corn and grinding it into powder with a stone grinder took second uncle a lot of effort. The little fellow stored a lot of minced meat cornbread in her storage talisman. There weren't many in this bag, but because it was more convenient to take them out, she kept them in there. The moment the cornbread was handed to Su Qinghu, many pairs of eyes landed on that minced meat cornbread. Little Cannon Feng Su even subconsciously swallowed her saliva, her eyes staring fixedly at that cornbread. "Do you guys have to be so exaggerated? Just a little cornbread is enough to make you guys drool." Xiaomu dug around in her pocket and took out several pieces of rui cakes that had been squashed flat. These were sent over by the city lord's estate, so she casually grabbed a few pieces and put them in her pocket. However, from the looks of it now, they really did not look good. They had been squashed very ugly. "If you don't mind them being ugly, you can have them." The little fellow handed over the rui cakes to senior sister Little Cannon. Little Cannon's face flushed red, and she swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva before angrily saying, "Take them back and eat them yourself. I won't bully you and steal your food." Arbor expressionlessly pulled her hands over and placed the cakes in her hands. "Take them and eat them. I still have a lot here. I really have to hand it to you guys. You're all mystic cultivators above level 3, so why are you like idiots, starving yourself to this extent?" Darling Qiao's section break. Holy Water Sect's first peak. Unlike the sect master's simple bamboo forest, First Peak had continuous houses in picturesque disorder, and the winding paths of pavilions and terraces were deep and serene. When Morong Sun was constructing First Peak, she spent time and effort finding several famous craftsmen and tormented them for a long time. The beauty was in a bad mood despite the beautiful scenery before her. Morong Sun had been depressed for several days. If she had known earlier, she would have left someone behind and directly brought her little disciple here. It had been so many days, and the appointed date had long passed, but her little disciple was nowhere to be seen. Master! Su Shanshan's aloof voice rang outside the pavilion. Umeicham Morongsun weakly responded and lightly jumped down from the pavilion, landing in front of Su Shanshan. What is it? The great king of Qiu sent 5 carts of food, cloth, and other supplies. They're waiting outside the mountain gate right now. Su Shanshan's words caused Morongsun to frown. The great king of Qiu? What do they want to do? Let's go take a look. When Morongsun led Su Shanshan and the other disciples to the mountain gate, the sect master and junior sister Lu from Third Peak were already there. The sect master chuckled as he sent someone to accept the gift from the great king of Qiu. He kept saying, "How could I accept this? The great king of Qiu must have spent a lot of money." Morongsun's lips twitched, and she walked up to stop the disciples who were transporting the goods. She looked up at the Qiu soldier captain who was escorting the goods. What request do you have for our holy water sect to help you deliver so many goods? The sect master's amiable face immediately changed. What? You want our sect to do something for the purpose of sending supplies? Lu Yun. Master, don't say anything. Your disciple feels a headache when you speak. Morongsun exasperatedly glanced at the sect master. She raised her hand and pulled the small ringleader to her face. She quietly ordered, "Hurry and speak. What is your objective?" The Qiu kingdom's minor leader shuddered and wailed as he knelt on the ground with a plop. This lowly one is under the orders of the great king to deliver an apology gift to Miss Qiao of the Holy Water Sect's First Peak. This lowly subordinate wants to personally hand it over to Miss Qiao. Isn't that clear enough? It's Miss Qiao of the Holy Water Sect's First Peak. Everyone present looked at each other, especially the sect master. She curiously looked at her eldest disciple. Asun, is there a Miss Qiao on your first peak? She was so impressive that she could make the old king of Qiu send so many apology gifts. Speaking of which, why was it an apology gift? Morongsun's expression changed again and again. She felt like something in her head was gradually becoming clearer. Su Shanshan looked at the Qiu kingdom's minor leader in shock. What do you mean? My little junior sister Qiao came? She's in our sect right now? It should be. Someone told us to deliver it to Miss Qiao. The soldier captain grew more and more afraid. Why did he feel gusts of cold wind blowing past him? Morongsun's expression instantly turned unsightly. Her memories started to flow together. Starting from the light that shot into the sky during the test that night, Second Peak's junior sister Yang brought back a disciple with exceptional aptitude. Her disciple entered closed-door cultivation for 3 days and absorbed all of the mystic energy in the sect. Now, someone suddenly sent an apology gift to Miss Qiao of Holy Water Sect's First Peak. Could there be a second meaning to this? Her little disciple came early in the morning. How was she Second Peak's disciple? She was clearly Morongsun's last disciple. *T. Second Peak Xianxia actually dared to snatch Morongsun's precious disciple back. Morongsun felt like she might explode on the spot. What kind of lousy matter was this? And Master Morong? The disciples called out, only to see Morongsun flying into the air with a whoosh with a dark expression, swiftly flying towards Second Peak. Su Shanshan was startled before hastily following her master. When the sect master saw this, she abruptly slapped her thigh. *T. Did you see Asun's expression just now? Oh my, something seems to have happened. Let's hurry over and take a look. The sect master turned around after saying that, but her third disciple was nowhere to be seen. Her mouth twitched as she turned her head back, only to see her third disciple following closely behind Morongsun and running far away. Evil disciple. The sect master angrily scolded and turned to the snickering disciples. Children, you're responsible for transporting the supplies back to the sect. Leave them there first and wait for your little junior sister to receive them. After saying that, she quickly chased after Morongsun and waved the fan in her hand back and forth. She hastily shouted, Asun, let's talk nicely. We can't be impulsive. It would be even better if the sect master could rein in her amused expression. On the other side, Arbor was watching Su Qinghu eat the cornbread before nodding and asking, how do I get to First Peak from here? That day was a bit funny. And Master Yang caught her and ran back, but she immediately went into closed-door cultivation afterward and did not even have a chance to explain. Why are we going to First Peak? Little Pao felt her empty stomach felt a bit better after chewing on a piece of pastry. We can only fly to First Peak. She had to be at least a level 7 mystic cultivator before she could successfully cross it. As for the other disciples, we had to rely on big cranes to go up and down the snowy peaks. If he wanted to visit another peak, he had to report to the chief disciple of his peak. It was not every day that he could visit another peak. Big crane basically comes once every 5 days, it came yesterday. It's still like this. Wouldn't that mean that she wouldn't be able to go to the first peak for a few days? Qiaomu furrowed her brows, conflicted. She had originally planned to leave quietly, but now it seemed that she still had to find Marshal Uncle Yang to clarify this matter. Just as he was speaking, Yang Shirong's cheerful voice sounded, I heard that my little disciple has come out of seclusion. Quick, come over and let Master take a look. Yang Shirong, shut up. Who is your little disciple? A red figure moved like a bolt of lightning, arriving at the child's side before Yang Shirong and picking her up. The child turned her stoic face, and her eyes lit up as she said, Master. Morong Sun grumpily flicked her forehead. Silly. Su Shanshan did not understand the situation and speechlessly chuckled as she looked at the child. Little junior sister, you're truly naughty. Master was waiting for you in First Peak, but you didn't show up. Who would have thought that you would sneak back to the sect and come to Marshal Uncle Yang's second peak? Yang Shirong felt something was off the more she heard this. She anxiously ran over and angrily yelled, Morong Sun, what are you doing? Let go of my disciple. Your disciple? Morong Sun turned around with the child in her arms and dangerously narrowed her eyes. Mr. Author hasn't noticed that there are more than 10,000 recommendations, so I'll add an update for you all. Everyone is very supportive. After I said those words yesterday, the babies didn't refute me and were very understanding. I'm happy and touched. I'll continue to work hard. It's 6 today. Mr. Author is going to meet up with friends she hasn't seen in a long time tomorrow, so I'll post the noon update at night, a bit later. I'll post the 4 updates together at around 8 p.m. You're saying, this is your disciple? Morong Sun looked at Yang Shirong, who was about to charge forward with her sleeves rolled up, and her voice was light as she enunciated each word with a sardonic smile. Oh sh*t, why did she feel like eldest senior sister wanted to beat her to death? Peak Master Yang, who had been afraid of this eldest senior sister since she was young, immediately cowered. However, her cowardice did not last for more than 2 seconds. When she thought about how her exceptionally talented little disciple was about to be snatched away, she immediately came back to life and leaped 3 feet into the air. That's right. This is my disciple. Although you are my eldest senior sister, you still can't do something like snatching someone else's disciple, right? The obedient disciple that I personally picked in front of the mountain gate 3 days ago. Everyone saw it with their own eyes, humph. Hurry and let go of her. Why are you hugging her? Was her disciple that easy to hug? As soon as Yang Shirong finished speaking, she inexplicably felt a chilly sensation slide past her neck. When she looked up again, **t, Morong Sun had soundlessly arrived in front of her. She was so close yet she was still grinning. **t. Peak Master Yang involuntarily took a step back and crossed her arms in front of her, assuming a defensive posture. She roared, what are you doing? The second Peak's disciples all covered their eyes. Their idiot master was clearly cowering, but she still forced herself to hold on. When facing eldest senior master, she freaking cracked her voice, Junior sister Yang, we haven't sparred in a long time, right? Morong Sun chuckled. Yang Shirong felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over her from head to toe. I'll spar with your sister. Peak Master Yang's pretty face turned green, and she hastily took 2 steps back. Senior sister, I'm telling you, Asun. Don't hit your second junior sister. It's between senior and junior sisters, so let's talk things out. The sect master's voice immediately cut in. She waved her fan and sat down on a stone stool that allowed her to watch from a close distance as she spoke with a chuckle. Lu Yan pursed her lips. If Master didn't act like a spectator, her acting would be more convincing. Do you want tea, master? Lu Yun humphed. Oh, give me some. The sect master accepted the tea from the second peak's disciple and drank it as she watched. Come, my disciple, wait for me here. Your second aunt master, ah. She's going to go overboard if she's not beaten for 3 days. Morong-sun placed the child on the ground and grabbed the dumbstruck Xianxia, dragging her up to the roof with a whoosh. Sect master put down the teacup in his hand in shock, jumped up and shouted, Ah Sun. Be careful. The second peak's house was built not long ago. Rascal, why did you run to the back and fight? How was she going to enjoy it when he pulled it to the back? Lu Yun chuckled. She directly left her master and jumped onto the roof. Then, she quickly jumped back down. She took out an umbrella from her inner world and opened it. The sect master couldn't wait to rush up to the roof to watch the show. However, instead, she was hit by the rolling waves of water, which drenched her whole body in an instant. The sect master was dumbfounded. She angrily roared, Ah Sun, are you trying to tear down the house? What a terrible disaster. Lu Yun held an umbrella and stood leisurely under the eaves. She stretched out her hand to cover her mouth and chuckled. What was this called? This was called watching a show without thinking too much, but in the end, being struck by lightning. Oh wait, she was flooded. Amidst the rolling waves, Xianxia's figure was faintly discernible. She repeatedly exclaimed, Eldest senior sister, what are you doing? D***mn. I just filled up all the ponds on the second peak 2 years ago. I didn't expect that you wouldn't even let go of the ice and snow on my second peak now. Stop it. My snow, it's about to melt away. How can this still be called a snow peak? Ow ow ow. Sorry, I was tricked by a bunch of scammers today. I originally planned to leave at 4 p.m. and go home, so 8 p.m. was more than enough time. In the end, no matter how good this author's arrangements were, it couldn't withstand the scammer's scams. I was forcefully dragged home at 7 p.m. and almost ran away in the end. Scammers. The bad news is, I'll upload 1 chapter first. The good news is, in order to compensate everyone, this author decided to add 1 more chapter, so this chapter doesn't count. I'll upload 4 chapters later. But with my speed, it'll take me at least 3 hours to write. I'll finish today, so you don't have to wait for me. It probably won't be too early. I'm going crazy. Everyone looked up in unison and saw the fluttering snowflakes in the sky instantly transform into a curtain of rain that rustled down with the people. The scenery was even more beautiful. Peak Master Murong's control over the water spirit was simply breathtaking. The woman who walked over in the drizzle was dressed in plain clothes. Her eyes were as resplendent as pearls, and she had a wicked smile on her lips. Xiaomu looked at her master in bewilderment and silently looked down to check her fingers. As Morong-sun floated to the ground, half of Second Peak's main hall's roof collapsed, and the tiles clattered to the ground. That unlucky second aunt master had to find someone to fix the roof. Suddenly, an old lady waving a large fan hopped in front of her. She giggled with a benevolent expression, "Io, this must be the grand disciple of my family that even the old king of Qiu Kingdom is rushing over to present as an apology gift. I'm your master's master." What apology gift from the old king of Qiu Kingdom? The child had no idea what the sect master was talking about. Before the elderly lady could finish speaking, Morong-sun flashed to her disciple's side and scooped up the child's tiny body. Let's go, disciple. Second peak isn't fun at all. Let's return to first peak. The sect master slapped her fan and glared helplessly. Wicked disciple. Master hasn't finished chatting with my grand disciple yet. Sect master, what kind of greeting gift are you preparing for your grand disciple? Look at your grand disciple. She's a darling who advanced to phenomenal success level 6 in one go. You can't give a normal greeting gift, right? Morong-sun glanced at the sect master from the corner of her eyes. Hand over Maple Pavilion's key. The sect master was shocked. Only now did she realize that the child in front of her was a phenomenal success level 6 mystic cultivator. The sect master immediately wanted to pounce over and grab the child for a closer look, but she was blocked by Morong-sun, who was eager to protect her disciple. What? Let me see. What a wicked disciple. She forgot about her master after having a disciple. What's wrong with master taking a look? Could a look cause your disciple to lose a piece of flesh? What are you looking at? Just looking is enough. Morongsun took a step back with the child in her arms and extended a hand to the sect master. Give me the key. Tomorrow, I'll bring your grand disciple inside to pick out an item as a greeting gift from you. Elderly lady pouted and glared at Morongsun. Then what about you? What did you give your disciple as a meeting gift? Haha, that's right. Then let's just pick another piece and treat it as my greeting gift to my disciple. Morongsun nodded logically and looked at the sect master elderly madam with a grin. What? At this moment, the old lady had the urge to slap herself in the face. Wouldn't it be fine if she didn't mention that bastard, unfilial disciple? All day long, he only knew how to anger her and refused to take over the position of sect master, letting her take off her burdens and enjoy her life. Unfilial, unfilial, unfilial. Little junior sister, you're amazing. Xianxia's eyes seemed to be shining, and a smile appeared on her aloof face. You broke through to phenomenal success as a level 6 mystic cultivator at such a young age. Truly, no one can compare to you. Arbor blinked and said to Xianxia, eldest senior sister, I'll give you and second senior sister a gift when we return. Morongsun raised her eyebrows. Only your eldest senior sister and second senior sister have gifts? Master doesn't have any? The little stoic looked at her master seriously. This thing is useless to master. Giving it to her is also a waste. Morongsun burst into laughter. Oh my, her little disciple's expression was seriously extremely serious when she said waste. Grand disciple, you broke through to phenomenal success level 6 mystic cultivator at such a young age. You are truly extraordinary. With the sect master's keen eyesight, she could tell with a glance that Arbor could continue advancing and directly break through to level 7 mystic cultivator realm with her current situation. However, the child did not do so, which meant that although she was young, her wisdom was outstanding, and her willpower was also incomparable to normal people. Faint admiration flashed through the sect master's eyes. She nodded and took out a round jade bracelet from her waist. A verdant pine and cypress tree was carved into it. Morongsun accepted it without reservation and waved her fair wrist at the sect master. She said with a smile, "Thank you, sect master. Disciples, let's go home." Wicked disciple, the sect master angrily cursed again and watched Morongsun and her disciples leave. Although she was cursing, her eyes were full of smiles. Eldest senior sister, come out. A figure abruptly darted out from the ruins of the ruined eaves. She was covered in dust, and her hair was disheveled and askew. The sect master's lips involuntarily twitched when she saw her second disciple's wretched appearance. Lu Yun held a silk flower umbrella and covered her thin lips with her hand as she chuckled. Second senior sister, are you blind? Didn't you see that eldest senior sister brought her youngest disciple back to first peak? I already said that people shouldn't be too smug or else they'll drown. Xianxia darted to the sect master with a whoosh. All the disciples silently counted in their minds, 1, 2, 3. Xianxia pounced over the moment she said 3, Master, eldest senior sister is bullying me. Xianxia hugged the sect master's thigh and kept tugging at the sect master's trousers. She wailed, Master, you must uphold justice for me, your disciple. Master, master, master. Don't pull, don't pull, don't pull. Don't pull, let go, let go. Let go. Arong, I order you to stand. Right. Let go. Hand. The sect master's face instantly turned green. She tugged at the waist of her trousers to prevent her idiotic disciple from pulling them down. The disciples of the second peak lowered their heads, their shoulders trembling slightly. Lu Yun covered her mouth and laughed uncontrollably. Master, eldest senior sister robbed my disciple. You must uphold justice for your disciple. How could she do such a wicked thing? My disciple is a level 4 mystic cultivator at such a young age. The sect master was dumbfounded, and then she replied woodenly, What level 4 mystic cultivator? My precious grand disciple is now a level 6 mystic cultivator at phenomenal success and can advance to level 7 at any time. Heh, this wasn't bragging. If you could find a 7-year-old quasi-level 7 mystic cultivator in all of the 3 sects and 5 factions and the entire Seacone planet, then you were awesome, The disciples of the second peak, including Lu Yun, could not help but twitch their lips. Sect Master, you talk too much. You will soon know the consequences of talking too much. Yang Shirong's hand, which was tugging on Sect Master's trousers, froze for a few seconds. Then, she let out an earth-shattering roar, Master. You have to uphold justice for your disciple. My little disciple, who's a phenomenal success level 6 mystic cultivator, was tricked away by eldest senior sister. You have to help me get her back. That's my treasure, my life, Master, Master. Rip. Following the sound of the sect master's trousers being ripped off, Yang Shirong's shouting came to an abrupt end. The sect master's complexion instantly turned the color of dirt, and she rapped her head heavily on her second disciple's forehead. F***CK. Freaking hell, how many times have you ripped master's trousers this year? Morong Sun naturally did not care about the chaos on second peak. When she carried her youngest disciple back to first peak, she was immediately surrounded by all the disciples on first peak. Everyone wanted to see what their little junior sister looked like after Master rushed to second peak and forcibly snatched her back. Apparently, she was Master's last personal disciple. Master had the fewest personal disciples among the 3 peak masters. Previously, there were only 3, so of course, including this little junior sister, there were 4. Everyone was quite curious and could not conceal the envy in their eyes. However, although they were a bit envious, their eyes were surprisingly clear and did not contain any jealousy. They were all well aware that compared to the outer sect disciples of the other 2 sects, their treatment was considered good. A portion of them had mediocre aptitudes, but in Holy Water sect's first peak, no matter how mediocre their aptitudes were, they received the same amount of cultivation resources as everyone else, so Master did not favor one over the other. Master treated them very well. So even though their days were very torturous, none of them had the thought of leaving Holy Water sect. Holy Water sect's first peak had the fewest disciples, only 153 people. The oldest disciple was 21 years old. Her name was Yu Qian. Although her aptitude was not good, she was very capable. Usually, she was highly valued by the master. Some of the secular affairs on the first peak were basically handled by the senior sister Yu. The youngest was naturally our dear Qiao Mu. Qiao Mu, who was surrounded by a group of people, also curiously looked back at them. These were the senior sisters that she had to get along well with in the next few years. Morong Sun carried Qiao Mu and said a few words to everyone. She did not need to instruct them too much. She was well aware of these disciples' personalities and conduct, so they definitely would not bully her youngest disciple. Alright, your little junior sister just arrived at first peak and still has many things to do. There will be plenty of time to chat with her in the future, so let's disperse for now, Morong Sun said dryly and was about to leave with Qiao Mu. Yu Qian hastily walked out of the crowd and bowed to Morong Sun. She respectfully said, Master, this disciple has something to report. Morong Sun paused and turned to look at Yu Qian. She asked kindly, what is it? Yu Qian lowered her head and said with a flushed face, Sorry, Master, I didn't take good care of my junior sisters. 2 more junior sisters fainted today. Morong Sun. Sect leader, your sister, come out. She really wanted to beat her up to vent her anger. What do you mean by changing the 3-day meal to 5-day meal? Look at your grand disciples, they're fainting from hunger so easily. Doesn't your conscience hurt? They all fainted from hunger? Little child looked at the master and disciples as if she was looking at a weirdo. That look in his eyes was simply insane. Morong Sun suddenly had a feeling that her youngest disciple was looking at her like she was looking at an idiot. It made her feel so stifled. Yu Qian hurriedly raised her head and said, Little junior sister, don't worry. Even if senior sisters eat less in the future, we won't starve you. Don't ever leave the sect. Master loves you very much. If you run away, Master will be sad. Morong Sun. She was actually speechless. The child, thank you, if you go hungry for one more meal, you will die. For the sake of this baby, are you going to endure the pain and change it to 1 meal every 10 days, you bunch of idiots? Don't you know how to go out and pick up some missions? How about it? You're a group of level 3 and above mystic cultivators. Oh, no, there are many level 5, level 6, and even level 7 mystic cultivators among you. It shouldn't be difficult for you to take on a few missions to support your families, right? Master, what did Sect Master say about an apology gift? Arbor turned his head to look at Murong Sun. Murong Sun instantly understood. Let's go and take a look with me. That old king of the Qiu kingdom sent people here to give you 5 carts of items as an apology gift. As he spoke, his voice paused and he lowered his head to look at his disciple. Tell me, what happened? Why did he suddenly send an apology gift? He must have offended her disciple. Murong Sun wanted to hear the situation. On the way here, I had a small conflict with the Qiu kingdom's guards in Pony Town, the child expressionlessly replied before furrowing her brows. Why would the great king of the Qiu kingdom give her an apology gift? Could it be? The child thought of something, and her eyes brightened. Back then, she was carried away by that swindler Qingluan, so this apology gift must have been obtained by Aoyi. This subordinate was pretty good. Knowing the situation, he tactfully grasped his little master's temperament. She loved to receive an apology gift the most. Small conflict? Murong Sun nodded with a smile. How could she know that the small conflict the child mentioned was the small conflict that alarmed the crown prince of the Mo kingdom and scared the sh*t out of the Qiu kingdom's great king? He wanted nothing more than to kneel and beg for mercy. Murong Sun carried the child away from First Peak and earnestly said to the child, My disciple, you did well. Don't let others bully you. Remember, if you can't beat them, come find me. I'll definitely beat them until they're looking for their teeth on the ground. If you don't tell me when you're bullied, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground, understand? Arbor, I've always endured if I can't beat them and waited for them to counterattack. I won't find an adult to stand up for me. Murong Sun lightly rapped her head and followed up with a question, do you understand? Okay, the little stoic helplessly replied. Good girl. Murong Sun chuckled and carried her as fast as lightning. The holy water sect storehouse was on another snowy peak. In fact, the depths of the Great Snow Mountain were somewhat mysterious. It was clearly a large stretch of mountain range, but it seemed as if someone had dug out a large hole in the middle, wrapping the 5 snowy peaks in the middle of the mountain range. These 5 snowy peaks were all independent of each other, which was why Little Pao had said that disciples below level 7 could only rely on the big cranes to travel. Other than the main peak and the 3rd peak, the sky peak they went to was actually a warehouse located in the center of the 5 peaks. The maple pavilion that his master had mentioned was also on this snowy peak. Little fellow, after we accept your apology gift, we'll go to Maple Pavilion to help you find a decent mystic technique manual. Murong Sun's figure flashed, and she landed on Sky Peak with her disciple. This is a greeting gift from your Grandmaster Grandmother. It would be a waste not to accept it. Remember to pick the best one when the time comes. A person chooses a profound skill, and a profound skill will also choose a person. I'll tell you the details later. Go and accept your apology gift first. The little guy's eyes lit up. Mystical skill. Would she be able to obtain a profound skill manual? Mystical skill manuals were not those normal profound skill manuals circulating on the market. They were items that couldn't be bought with money. When the Holy Water Sect's warehouse manager led the master and disciple to a large pile of supplies, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. The items that the old king of the Qiu kingdom purchased were truly quite extravagant. Master, I'll take half. Leave the other half for the sect. In the future, provide at least 2 meals a day. Let's think of a solution together. The little stoic turned around and solemnly looked at Murong Sun. It was already late, so they went to bed. They would return to normal tomorrow. Before Murong Sun could speak, Auntie Yi pounced over and planned to hug the child and kiss her fiercely. Child, the sect is truly too grateful to you. If you need anything in the future, just tell Grandma. Grandma will definitely help you. Murong Sun blocked Auntie Yi's actions. Enough, enough, enough. Go divide the things and create a small storeroom. Disciple, this is your Grandma Yi. If you lack anything in the future, just ask Grandma Yi. Auntie Yi. Ah Sun is going to spoil her disciple to the heavens. Auntie Yi was over 50 years old and was the sect master's personal attendant. She had managed Sky Peak for several decades, so she was naturally loyal and devoted to the entire sect. Recently, she had been worrying about the sect's food resources, so when she heard the child donate 2.5 carts of supplies, it was truly a blessing from the heavens. She did not know how to express her joy. Auntie Yi quickly gathered several subordinates to help divide half of the supplies in the storeroom and move the rest to another small storeroom. She turned to Morong-sun with a chuckle and said, "You master and disciple can call a few more people over to move. Big Crane is in the back garden, so help yourself. I'm going to organize and register the supplies now, so I won't entertain you too." After Auntie Yi left, only Morong-sun and Xiao Mu were left in the storeroom. Morong-sun took out a sect messenger talisman and said, "Master will have your eldest senior sister and the others come over and help move the things back to your court." Xiao Mu's inner world naturally could not contain so many supplies. This was the common thought of all normal people. "No need, master." Expressionlessly, the child stretched out his hand and took out 20 blank storage talismans. He roughly divided the batch of supplies and put the food, cloth, utensils, and so on into the talismans. In less than 30 minutes, he was done quickly. As soon as Xiao Mu turned around, she was met with Morong-sun's dumbfounded face. Xiao Mu thought for a moment and took out 20 storage talismans from her pocket. She pattered to Morong-sun and handed a stack of talismans to her. She magnanimously said, "Gifts for eldest senior sister and second senior sister are useless to master, so give this to master." "Take it, I still have a lot." Disregarding the gifted and used storage talismans, she still had 100 empty blue storage talismans and 1 purple storage talisman. "Morong-sun, what kind of rich disciple was this?" "Disciple, you are a talisman master." With so many storage talismans in hand, no one would believe that he was not a talisman master. Who was Morong-sun? She only needed to think for a moment to figure it out. The child didn't hide anything and nodded. "Yes, master. I'm a talisman master." Morong-sun swayed and hugged her little disciple in her arms. She lovingly patted her little head and said with a smile, "Aya, you truly are a surprising child. I like your gift very much." The master and disciple left the storehouse and headed for Maple Pavilion. The 2 storehouse stewards who were guarding the door looked at each other, thinking that the master and disciple had gone back to call for someone. After waiting for a long time and not seeing anyone return, they inexplicably entered the storehouse to take a look and found that everything was gone. They couldn't help but be dumbfounded. By this time, the master and disciple had arrived at the entrance of the Maple Pavilion. From the outside, this looked like a simple small pavilion without any fancy decorations. There wasn't even a single guard around it. Morong-sun said, "There are 4 talisman matrices set up around Maple Pavilion. The first layer is an illusory matrix, the second layer is a trapping matrix, the third layer is a killing matrix, and the fourth layer is a killing matrix. If you try to force your way in without knowing the situation, you definitely won't be able to break in." The child's eyes brightened. Talisman matrix, she had naturally heard of talisman matrices before, but there were very few talisman practitioners on Seacone Planet who knew how to set up talisman matrices. Many talisman matrices were passed down from 100 years ago. For example, according to her master, this talisman matrix on Sky Peak was set up by a powerful great talisman practitioner 300 years ago. The 4-layered talisman matrix used jade talismans to inscribe runes, so its power was limitless. Moreover, the talisman matrix had been used 5 times in the past 300 years, but the talisman energy still hadn't been completely exhausted. It could be seen how profound the talisman energy that great talisman practitioner injected back then was. The child stretched out her hands and looked down, her heart filled with endless longing. If only the golden talisman jade tome could teach me how to inscribe talisman matrices. She could first set up a mystic energy gathering talisman matrix for her senior sisters in the sect and gather all the mystic energy around the sect. Cultivating inside the mystic energy gathering talisman matrix would definitely be more than twice as effective as cultivating normally. While she was lost in her thoughts, she saw Morong-sun toss out the jade bracelet engraved with a green pine tree. The instant the jade bracelet rose into the air, an oval-shaped transparent barrier visible to the naked eye formed outside the pavilion. Light flickered faintly, and the several hundred gathered jade talismans abruptly dispersed. The child curiously looked up and saw the jade bracelet embedded in the front of the barrier. It turned out that this was the key to opening Maple Pavilion. That jade bracelet just happened to fit into the gap in the barrier, and the entire barrier was completed. The child immediately understood that this jade bracelet must also be engraved with a secret rune inscription. It was the key to closing the entire talisman matrix. The child's eyes glowed, and she admired this great talisman practitioner even more. What an amazing person, Morongsun smiled faintly. This great talisman practitioner is your grandmaster grandmother's good friend. He's the previous patriarch of the talisman patrician family, Mu Chaoyang. Currently, he's been traveling outside for who knows how many years, and the entire talisman patrician family has become increasingly deformed. Morongsun shook her head and patted the child's head. Don't say too much about these matters. They don't have much to do with us. Now, you have to listen carefully to what Master is saying. You have to enter Maple Pavilion alone in a moment. Master can't accompany you inside. Maple Pavilion might look like an ordinary two-story pavilion from the outside, but it actually has 7 levels. In fact, it had 7 floors, and each floor had different things. After you go in, don't worry about anything else. Just go upstairs. Go up as many floors as you can. The higher you go, the better. The child listened carefully and nodded his little head frequently. Until you encounter the resistance of the floor that prevents you from going up, don't try to force your way through. Stop immediately. In the center of this floor, there's a crystal platform. Inject your profound energy into it. From the 4th floor onwards, there are not only profound skills, but also profound weapons and even spirit weapons and spirit skills. Treasures choose people, and people choose treasures. When you choose, you have to rely on your own heart. Naturally, the thicker the profound energy covering a spiritual item, the better it was. Understand? The child nodded. Morongsun knew that she was meticulous and extraordinarily intelligent, so she did not say anything else. She chuckled lightly and said, "Then go in now. Remember, the talisman matrix will transport you out once 4 hours are up. That's why you have to hurry." Got it, Master. The child was eager to try. Not only did she want to go in and pick a treasure, she also wanted to go in and observe this talisman formation. Even though she would definitely not be able to figure out the profundity of the talisman formation, at least she would be able to come into close contact with it. The child walked briskly and safely entered the array. She closed her eyes to feel the subtleties of the array before quickly entering the Maple Pavilion. The 1st floor of the Maple Pavilion. The child looked left and right and discovered that other than the 4 walls, there was nothing else inside. Xiamu pondered over her master's words and ran forward with small steps. On the left side of this empty room was a spiral staircase. The child climbed up the stairs in one breath and made several turns. She didn't encounter any obstructions and her mystic energy flowed freely. She didn't feel uncomfortable at all. So strange, the child stopped with a palpitating heart and looked around for a while. She even ran to the center of the room on this floor, wanting to sense the crystal platform that her master had mentioned. In the end, there was no reaction. She could only continue climbing up the stairs. She felt as if she had climbed more than 1,000 floors, she couldn't have any other thoughts and couldn't blame her master for tricking her, but why didn't you say earlier that there were hundreds of stairs on each floor? From the outside, it looked like an ordinary 2-story pavilion, but in reality, how tall was it? It felt as if he was climbing a tower that was as tall as the sky. She kept climbing without limit and felt like there was no end. The child had been counting the time in her heart ever since she entered. 2 hours should have passed by now, however, the path looked endless and there was no reaction from the center of the room. It couldn't be that after 4 hours, he didn't get anything and was directly teleported out, right? Just thinking about it made her angry. The child, who had originally felt a little tired and wanted to rest to catch her breath, hurriedly climbed up the stairs again when she realized that there might not be enough time. The space in this pavilion must have been modified by that powerful talisman master. Under the influence of the array, the space in the entire pavilion was different from the outside world. Xiamu wiped away her sweat and raised her head to look at the endless spiral staircase. She couldn't see the end of it, and her heart turned cold. Xiamu gritted her teeth in a huff and took out a small bottle of water from her pocket, drinking 2 mouthfuls. He immediately slapped 2 speed talismans on himself, stacking them together to increase his speed. Within 20 minutes, his speed had increased by 3 times. The little fellow rushed up like a shooting star until the 2 speed talismans were completely exhausted and fell from her body. Xiaomu's head crashed into a sturdy wall. Her head came into intimate contact with a thick wall, and with a bang, her little head almost fainted from the impact. Oh my god, her smooth little forehead is probably bruised from knocking on the ground. There was nothing in front of him, but he had indeed been blocked by an invisible wall. Xiaomu rubbed the pain on her forehead and reflexively took 2 more steps up. Suddenly, a vast and mighty pressure directly slapped her down the steps. Caught off guard, the child rolled down and landed on the platform. The small group of people fell quickly, but they got up even faster. Rubbing her small waist, the little fellow jumped up from the ground. She looked back and saw a crystal platform rising from the ground in the middle of the house. The child hurriedly ran over and saw a black ball placed on the crystal platform. Other than that, there was nothing else in the room. He had to inject his profound energy into it. The child recalled Murong Sun's words and walked up the steps to the black ball. She slowly placed her small hand on the black ball. From the corner of her eye, she saw a number carved on the crystal platform, 6. Could it be that she went up to the 6th floor? This thought flashed through Arbor's mind, but upon further thought, it was somewhat impossible. From what Master said, it seemed like being able to go up to the 4th floor was already considered pretty good. This pavilion's actual space had 7 floors. How could a little level 6 mystic cultivator like her reach the 6th floor in one go? How could those level 7 and level 8 senior sisters endure this? So, this number probably didn't represent the 6th floor. But why was this number engraved here? Arbor shook her head and temporarily cast aside some random thoughts before directly placing her hand on the round black ball. Soon, a faint radiance appeared on the surface of the round ball and circled around the child's small palm. Arbor hurriedly injected mystic energy into the round black ball. Ever since the little fellow advanced to the phenomenal success stage of level 6 mystic cultivator, she had never used mystic energy. Now that she used it, she immediately felt that the concentration of mystic energy was much deeper than before. An endless stream of mystic energy was injected into the round black ball. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, the child's small hand, which was placed on the round ball, was somewhat stiff. What kind of scam was this? Why did it seem like it couldn't absorb enough of her mystic energy and endlessly let her inject mystic energy into it? After a mystic cultivator's mystic energy was completely depleted, it would be very troublesome and slow for them to recover on their own. Furthermore, it would have a negative effect on the body and could even directly cause the mystic cultivator to faint. The child attempted to move her small hand away from the black ball, but it ended in failure. Her hand was sucked onto it and couldn't move at all. Sensing that the mystic energy in her body was decreasing at a terrifying speed, the child couldn't remain calm. She hurriedly mentally communicated with the sapling and had it release the heart of paradise. Chirp chirp, give me some mid-grade magnetite. The more, the better. Quickly. Chirp. The little white squirrel immediately hopped out of the paradise with a large mid-grade magnetite ore in its arms. It peeled off the outer shell at the fastest speed and placed it next to Arbor's hand. Arbor hurriedly placed her other hand on the mid-grade magnetite and took a deep breath, quickly absorbing the large amount of mystic energy in the magnetite. Chirp chirp, continue taking. The little white squirrel hastily hopped back and forth. Its speed was extremely fast and could carry 1 to 2 mid-grade magnetite of different sizes out at a time. Until Arbor absorbed 17 or 18 mid-grade magnetite stones in one go. The black ball in front of her suddenly emitted a strong light that enveloped her entire body. At the same time, Arbor abruptly felt that the level 7 mystic cultivation barrier that he had been suppressing all this time had been broken through. She didn't have time to check her body's condition because a large wave of things appeared in front of her. She discovered that it was as if she was walking in a pitch-black void. Her small body floated in the air as profound skills that were wrapped in halos of light or profound armaments that were stored in iron boxes quickly floated past her eyes. His hands and feet would often touch some things that floated over, and those things would pause for a few seconds before quickly floating away. At this time, Murong Sun's slightly anxious voice was heard from outside the pavilion. "Disciple, where did you run off to? There's not much time left. There's still 15 minutes left. You can take 2 things. Choose quickly." Arbor was extremely anxious. She floated in the air, so her mobility was somewhat restricted. Her large eyes were eagerly looking at the treasures that floated back and forth, trying to discern which one had the thicker mystic energy covering it. At this moment, her eyes suddenly lit up as she stared at a profound skill that was wrapped in a ball of congealed light and was flying towards her at an extremely fast speed. "It's you!" Our dear Xiaomu joyfully stretched out her small hand. Suddenly, a tattered book that looked like a hand-sewn thread-bound book flew out from the side. It looked like a broken book that was about to fall apart. With a smack, it hit her dumbfounded little face. Following that, the little fellow looked on helplessly as the profound skill that she had her eyes on, which was wrapped in profound energy, brushed past her little palm with a whoosh and shot out. Woo-woo. Her profound skill. Don't go. Her profound skill. Arbor waved her little hand and directly swept that lousy book away. While her body was upside down and her head was facing downwards, she used all her might to slide her 4 limbs as she anxiously chased after that profound skill. However, in the next second, with a crisp paw sound, that damned lousy book once again flew over and rashly smacked onto her head. The little fellow's entire face turned green. What the hell was this lousy book doing? The other profound skills were all beautifully packaged, wrapped in profound energy as they wandered around in this space. Just looking at them was extremely pleasing to the eye. What about it? It didn't have the looks, it didn't have the profound energy, it was so tattered that it looked like it was about to fall apart. Once, twice, F***ck, it smacked onto her head for the 3rd time. Scram. Seeing that the lousy book was about to smack her face again, our dear Xiaomu angrily punched over and directly sent that lousy book flying. Little thing, not to mention that it was ugly and dirty, the most important thing was that this lousy book didn't even have a trace of profound energy on it. How could she endure this? She came here to search for treasures, not to plunder trash. The little fellow kicked her little legs and glanced at the profound skill that had flown away without a trace. She bitterly wrinkled her little brows. Woo-woo, her profound skill. The profound skill that she had set her eyes on. A piece of meat that was about to enter her mouth flew away just like that. Pa. Pa pa. Pa. Io, what the hell? She slanted her eyes to look back and couldn't help but faint from anger. The back of her head was smashed by that lousy book until she cried out in pain. The little fellow hugged her head and scurried away like a kangaroo. But there wasn't any force in this space, so where could she run to? She saw that lousy book chasing after her and smacking the back of her head fiercely. Do you have to freaking have such a vengeful heart? Why was it that after being smacked so many times, that lousy book that looked like it was about to shatter didn't fall apart? Although it didn't fall apart, the dust that came out of it almost choked her to death. How long has this lousy book been in the Maple Pavilion? Damn it, every time he patted it, there would be a pile of dust. No matter how he looked at it, it did not look like a treasure at all. Instead, it looked more like a piece of junk. Xiaomu clutched her head in confusion and yelled, "Stop taking pictures, stop taking pictures. Take it. I'll just take it." Xiaomu stretched out her 2 little fingers and pinched the corner of the book with a look of disgust. The damned book calmed down. It really was quite miraculous. Xiaomu tore a piece of clothing and wrapped the tattered book in it. She even wrapped it 2 more times to prevent it from being exposed. Then, she solemnly put it into her bosom. It was not that she cherished it so much that she wanted to wrap it with the corner of her clothes, it was because it was too dirty. Moreover, it didn't smell much from afar, but it smelled a little stinky up close. Xiaomu really wanted to cry now. She didn't even know which cesspit this lousy book was fished up from. Grandmaster Grandma was too deceitful. Why did she put this lousy book on this floor? If she had known, she would have gone to the 3rd floor or even the 2nd floor to look for treasures. It would have been better than this floor. She finally had the chance to go to the treasure pavilion to look for an excellent mystic technique, but she was actually deceived like this. The more Xiaomu thought about it, the more her heart ached. She moved her limbs and looked around, thinking that it was fortunate that she could only take one. There wasn't much time left. She just had to hurry and find a more reliable mystic technique manual. She saw it. The mystic technique book she took a fancy to earlier. The little fellow strove to move her limbs and strenuously chased after the mystic technique book covered in dense mystic energy. Just as her hands were about to hug the Mystic Technique book, Arbor's face finally revealed a bit of anticipation. Suddenly, a bone-chilling rectangular iron box fell from the sky and landed heavily in her outstretched hands. The weight of the unknown object caused her slender arms to sink a few inches. Our dear Xiao Mu's anticipation instantly froze on her face, and her stoic face was taut to the extreme. Oh heavens, what the heck was this? This cool iron box did not have any openings at all and did not look like a box for storing mystic techniques at all. It was like a rectangular lump of iron that had been completely molded together. There was not a single gap between the two. Arbor's face turned green from anger. She hastily tossed it away as if she caught a hot potato. However, in the next second, she felt like she was being pulled out of the void. It was over, time was up. Ah! Darling Xiao Mu instantly felt like she was possessed by the god of misfortune. She had been in there for 4 hours, but all she had brought out was a tattered book. The little fellow felt like her pitiful soul received 1,000,000 points of damage. She was swiftly transported out of Maple Pavilion and saw her master Murong Sun's grinning face as soon as she landed. All of her aggrieved emotions immediately surged up, and she pattered over and crashed into Murong Sun's arms. What is it? What is it? Murong Sun jolted in fright, but before she could say anything, the talisman matrix flickered and returned to normal. The bracelet and talisman key separated from the talisman matrix and bounced into Murong Sun's hand. At the same time, a strange iron box was tossed out of the matrix and was about to hit the back of the little fellow's head. Murong Sun hastily caught it. Our dear Xiao Mu drooped her head listlessly and glanced at the iron box listlessly. Master, let's go. Why would there be an iron box in Maple Pavilion? Judging from the little fellow's appearance, she probably did not have a bountiful harvest. She couldn't have picked up this iron box, right? As her master, she naturally could not discourage her anymore, so she carried her all the way out of Sky Peak. Murong Sun cautiously asked, Disciple, did you notice which level we reached? Do you see the numbers on the crystal platform? 6. Our dear Xiao Mu was not in high spirits, so she leaned on Murong Sun's shoulder and mumbled listlessly. No matter who entered the treasure house and ended up picking up a broken item for no reason, they would not be in a good mood. Who would care about which floor they entered? She was too embarrassed to tell Murong Sun that other than this metal box, she also picked up a lousy book. However, Murong Sun looked down at her disciple strangely and hastily smoothed her hair with a smile. It's fine, it's fine. It doesn't matter if you didn't find anything good today. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After escorting the child back to First Peak, Murong Sun pulled her hand and escorted her back to her own courtyard. This was the advantage of being a personal disciple. Every personal disciple would be given their own independent courtyard. Although it wasn't big, it had a living room, study, cultivation room, and even an alchemy room. Murong Sun already knew that her youngest disciple was coming, so she had already prepared everything in the room 2 months ago, so she could directly move in now. After pacifying the little fellow, Murong Sun hurried to Main Peak to speak with the sect master and left Arbor's small courtyard. Arbor lay on the soft bed, propping up her chin with both hands. She stared at the worn-out book and metal box placed at the head of the bed in a daze, as if she had nothing to live for. It wasn't until a rustling sound came from the window that Arbor looked up and saw Weak Chick, who had just come back from wandering around somewhere, crawling in through the window. Coo! The little fellow couldn't be bothered to argue with it. She lay on the bed motionlessly, not even bothering to lift a finger. Her little heart was hurting right now, so she didn't want to say anything. The furry little chick jumped onto the bed and snuggled next to Arbor before finding a place to lie down comfortably. One adult and one chick lay on the bed without communicating for a long time. The little fellow's eyes stared unblinkingly at the worn-out book and box at the head of the bed as if she was glaring at an enemy. Only after a long time did she let out a long sigh. Congratulations, Master, for entering the ranks of Level 7 Mystic Cultivators. The little tree Chocho's excited voice echoed in her mind. Only then did Arbor remember that in order to replenish the mystic energy in her body, she had continuously absorbed 17 to 18 pieces of mid-grade magnetite and successfully advanced to a Level 7 Mystic Cultivator at Maple Pavilion. Sigh. The little fellow lay on the bed and let out another long sigh. Even if she advanced to a Level 7 Mystic Cultivator, it couldn't stop her current depressed mood. Master, why are you unhappy? Xiaoqiu's noisy voice continuously rippled in her mind. If this lousy tree was in front of her right now, she would definitely slap it to death. Master, you've advanced to a level 7 mystic cultivator now. Although you're only at the entry stage, you're still a level 7 mystic cultivator. Oh my ass. The child crawled up from the bed and grumpily said, hurry up and say what you have to say. Master, Xiaoqiu will help you integrate the heart of paradise into the star domain right now, okay? Xiaoqiu's excited voice kept rising. Master, are you surprised? Are you happy? Although the other parts of the star domain still can't be opened, at least you'll have Paradise Planet in the future. The child pounded the bed and said, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and do it. After saying so much, she actually had no idea what the lousy tree was mumbling about. Then, Master will feel a little pain. Xiaoqiu said softly, and Arbor felt a piercing pain spread through his body. It was as if her dantian had been cut open and something was embedded in it. That kind of bone-piercing pain was not something that could be described with words. How was this a little bit of pain? Before the child fainted from the pain, he cursed the 18 generations of Little Tree's ancestors in his heart. She knew that the little tree was too unreliable. Little junior sister, little junior sister. A soft murmur drilled into her ears, gradually waking her up. Goo. The little chick sensed that its master had woken up. It shook its green feathers and nudged her body. Arbor opened his eyes slightly and met Su Shanshan and Shui Zhao's worried gazes. Eldest senior sister? Second senior sister. At first, the child didn't understand what was going on. After a while, he realized that he had fainted from the pain caused by the small tree. Little Tree was pretending to be dead. He didn't say anything even though he knew she was awake. Mystic energy silently circulated through her meridians. After discovering that there was nothing wrong with her body, the child finally relaxed slightly. She struggled to sit up. Su Shanshan hurriedly reached out to support her and stuffed a soft cushion behind her back. Lie down for a while more. I'm fine, eldest senior sister. Little fellow, if you're tired, sleep a little more. Don't force yourself, Shui Xiao said. I'm really fine. Arbor glanced at Shui Xiao helplessly. She couldn't tell her senior sisters that she had been tricked by the little tree. Xiaomu sat up straight and took out 2 blue storage talismans from her pocket. She handed them to Su Shanshan and Shui Xiao. For you. Gifts? She had put some mid-grade magnetite and 3 peaches in each storage talisman. She had wanted to give them to her 2 senior sisters but hadn't found a chance to talk to them alone. Now was the perfect time. Su Shanshan was taken aback for a moment, and a faint smile flashed across her cold eyes. Shui Xiao was even more direct. She pounced on Xiaomu and gave her a big bear hug, smacking a kiss on her little face. Io, our little junior sister is really awesome. Arbor's little face was red. After sending her 2 senior sisters off, she wanted to lie down for a while more, but then she heard the little tree's weak voice in her mind. Little master. Arbor chuckled coldly. I thought you were going to play dead until tomorrow, Little Tree Qiuqiu laughed dryly. Suddenly, it raised its voice and asked excitedly, Master, do you want to come in now? Come in, you'll definitely like the master here. Wait. Arbor hurriedly opened her inner vision and scanned her body. Then, to her surprise and understanding, she saw that her dantian, which was originally like a starry night, was completely dark. Only the little tree supporting her dantian was emitting a weak green fluorescence. Now, in the front left of the starry sky, a small star was lit up, flickering with a faint light. Could it be? This was the paradise that had been integrated into the star domain. Student Arbor's eyes suddenly lit up. Xiaomu's breathing tightened. She retracted her inner vision and couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. She tried to maintain her composure and said in a calm voice, Qiuqiu, what you meant before was. You integrated the paradise into my dantian, right? Yes. Why didn't you freaking tell me that earlier? You didn't even get to the point after talking for so long. Xiaomu unconsciously rolled her eyes. Then, she calmed herself down and asked softly, Qiuqiu, what you're saying is that I am me, and my dantian is equivalent to a star domain, right? Yes. Qiuqiu gave another word. You said that there's a main star in my domain. Even if I fully open my inner world, all the assets I have will still be less than a drop in the ocean on the main planet. Master, you have a good memory. Xianxia hurriedly flattered him, feeling that his master's calm voice contained a hint of excitement. Then when can I open up my main star? Arbor quickly went straight to the point. She finally understood what it meant when Xianxia kept mentioning star domain and star domain all day long. This meant that whether it was the land of heritage or the grotto heaven immortal abode, Xiaomu could refine them into her own star domain, just like this heart of paradise. It was refined from the paradise grounds, and it had already become a part of the region of stars now. Xianxia had already named it Paradise Star. Then, Master, do you want to come in and take a look? Xianxia's cheerful voice rang out in the depths of her mind. Arbor pursed his lips. Okay. In the next instant, the scenery in front of her suddenly changed, and the stars shifted. As far as the eye could see, large swaths of peach blossoms flew in succession and fell down like snowflakes, staining the hem of her dress. In the evening, there seemed to be a faint ray of sunlight spilling into the depths of the peach forest. In the distance, the magnetite mine rose and fell continuously. Nearby, a stream flowed gurgling, winding its way to a jade-green lake. Master, the little white squirrel jumped excitedly and pounced toward her. Chirp. The white squirrel cheerfully jumped onto Arbor's shoulder and lightly rubbed against her porcelain-white neck. Arbor reached out to stroke its soft white fur in a rare occasion. Recalling what she said before, she couldn't help but crease her small brows and ask again, Xianxia, you still haven't answered me. When can the main planet open? Master, I'm here. Xianxia's cheerful voice rang next to her legs. Arbor looked down in search of the sound and saw an adorable little tree ant waving its branches at her. The little tree ant only reached her waist in height. Its 2 branches formed 2 thin arms, and its 2 round, beady eyes were embedded in the tree trunk. 4 to 5 tender leaves grew on its small, pointy head, and the leaves on its head swayed back and forth as the branches swayed. Xianxia. This was Arbor's first time being able to physically approach the little tree ant Xianxia. Previously, she had always used her inner vision to look at Xianxia in her dantian and at most used her apparition to approach it. MHM. Master, I am Xianxia. My main body can't move in the star domain, but I can break off a branch and use it as a doppelganger to help Master manage Paradise Planet. The little tree ant hopped up and down while pulling on her belt, easily jumping onto her arm and then onto her left shoulder. It kicked the little white squirrels but and domineeringly occupied our dear Xiaomu's left shoulder. Master, Xianxia missed you so much. Master, long time no see. You're becoming more and more beautiful. There was no mistake in flattery, so Xianxia started by flattering her. The little stoic was unmoved and expressionlessly glanced at it from the corner of her eyes. I asked you a question, but you still haven't answered. Xianxia's beady eyes immediately drooped, and it drooped its head in indescribable guilt. You're a tree ant, aren't your expressions a bit too rich? Speak, I can take it. Arbor was already accustomed to the little tree's unreliability, so she wasn't surprised by this. Xianxia immediately raised its tree head and said a long string of words at an extremely fast speed. Although Master has already advanced to a level 7 mystic cultivator, it's merely a small step on the great path of cultivation. Let alone activating the main planet, it's not even possible for us to activate Fish Orchid Planet right now. Wait, the Fish Orchid Planet? The little fellow was beginning to grasp the main point of the deceptive ball's words. Master, what did you say? You said Fish Orchid Planet. Fish Orchid Planet? Did I mention Fish Orchid Planet? What is the Fish Orchid Star? The small tree's beady eyes were filled with confusion. See, what's there to say to a brainless tree? The first 3 sentences were said, but the last 3 were immediately forgotten. Xiaomu couldn't be bothered to retort, so she helplessly grabbed it and brought it to her face. Her fingertip poked the leaf on its head. Other than the main star, how many planets have I activated in this star domain? I mean before? Other than the main planet, there are other planets? The little tree Xianxia looked at its little master in bewilderment. Arbor took a deep breath and suppressed the lava that was about to erupt. With a stoic face, he deliberately forced a stiff smile at the little tree. Xianxia. Master's expression was a bit frightening. How old are you? Why is your memory so bad? Cho immediately said aggrievedly, I don't remember how old I am either. The little Treant was flung out in a perfect arc in the air. However, it quickly ran back with tears in its eyes and hugged Arbor's little feet as it shouted, I remember, master. Other than the main planet, we also activated this paradise planet. Arbor, haha. Master, look, after this paradise merged with the star domain, it's more than 10 times bigger than before. The sapling Cho cheerfully hugged its little master's foot and ran forward with her. Although this paradise planet is pitifully small compared to any other planet, it's still pretty good. It's already as big as 5 or 6 Shizhou cities, right? Previously, your supply stuffed the paradise to the brim. Once it merged with the star domain, look. Those supplies can only fill a tiny corner of paradise planet. The sapling Cho continued to clamor. Xiaomu lowered her head to glance at the sapling. This fellow would always say thought-provoking things inadvertently and then completely forget what he said afterwards. What should she say about it? Also, the mystic energy here is really dense, isn't it, Master? Master, if you want to come in and cultivate in the future, just call Cho, and Cho will immediately carry you inside. The little stoic expressionlessly looked down at the sapling. This is my Dantian, my own star domain. I can't freely enter and leave by myself? You even have to carry me inside. I can't enter by myself. Cho looked down at its branches and shook its head, regret written all over its tree face. That won't do, Master. Your cultivation is too weak, so you can't enter and exit by yourself. You still need Cho to help you. Piu. This time, Cho was kicked too far into the sky by its little master, and it rolled for a long time before it could roll back. The little sapling hugged its little master's foot and immediately cried out to express its loyalty. Master, don't worry. In the future, whenever you want to enter or leave, I'll immediately fulfill your wish. How infuriating. She couldn't completely control her own Dantian's mystic domain and still had to rely on a tree that claimed a mountain as its king. Send me out immediately. Our dear Xiaomu huffed and threw down this sentence. As soon as she stepped out of Paradise Planet, she heard several people calling little junior sister, outside the court. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. It seemed her senior sisters had come to find her when she disappeared just now. Looking at the sky, it was already completely dark. She had been in Paradise Planet for quite a long time. The time in Paradise Planet corresponded to the time in the outside world. When she entered Paradise Planet just now, she had already noticed that it was evening in the outside world, and it was also evening in Paradise Planet. The child hurriedly jumped off the bed. Without even putting on his shoes, he opened the door and called out, Senior sister. Xianxia immediately turned her head around. Under the night sky, she was dressed in green, and her long hair was slightly scattered. Her cold face gradually relaxed a little when she turned back to meet Xiaomu's gaze. Xianxia hurried over to her. Little junior sister, where did you go just now? You're not familiar with the first peak yet, so don't run around. I know, senior sister. Xianxia's slightly cold hand held her soft and cute little hand. Although his hands were cold, his heart was burning. The food distributed by the Sky Snow Peak was quickly transported to the 3 peaks. The disciples of the 3 peaks all had a sumptuous dinner tonight. It was as lively as a festival. Morongsun finally succeeded in her persuasion, and the sect master ordered the next day. After discussion, the 3 peaks decided that each peak would be formed by mystic cultivators above level 5 who were at least 12 years old. Every month, the 3 peaks would take turns to send a group of people out to accept missions to cover their daily expenses. Although Morongsun was burdened by mundane affairs, going out to experience the world was also one of her cultivation methods. It not only trained her vision and strength, but also her mental state. That night, our dear Xiaomu closed the door and fiddled with that lousy book. She drew a basin of water and soaked it in. Did you think that the child wanted to soak some treasure out of this broken book? Of course not. She just wanted to wash this dirty and smelly book. It would be best if it was washed rotten. If it was washed rotten, it could be thrown out along with the basin of water. She soaked the book in the basin and repeatedly soaked it. She pinched a corner of the book and took it out. She thought that the book would soften, but it didn't. It was still that hand-sewn book that looked like it would fall apart at any time. It looked like it was going to fall apart, but the pages didn't move at all. There wasn't even a trace of water stain. What was going on? The child squatted by the basin and used 2 fingers to poke at the broken book lying in the water. After a while, the child was at her wit's end. She glanced at the flickering candle flame on the table. She had an idea and ran to the table with the broken book. She lay on the table and used the candle flame to burn a corner of the book. She watched as the candle flame floated up and down through the thin pages of the book. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't burn it. What kind of book is this? The child was tired and threw the book on the table. She ran back to the bed angrily and jumped onto it. She covered her head and fell asleep. Broken book and broken iron box. She went to Maple Pavilion and took these 2 things. She would start her closed-door training tomorrow. She didn't want to see anyone. After the child fell asleep on the bed, the broken book that was thrown on the cold table suddenly emitted a red light in the middle of the night. The whole book turned into a ball of red mist and burrowed into the child's bedding. The child was sleeping soundly. Her small body was curled up in the bedding. The moment the red mist burrowed into her forehead, she felt a faint stinging pain. She suddenly opened her eyes and stared blankly for about half a minute. Then, she lifted her long eyelashes and closed her eyes tiredly. The next day, the child slept until the sun was high in the sky before he woke up. She sat on the bed and looked at the bright sunlight outside the window. She was still in a daze. So strange, ever since she was reborn, she had never slept so late in her life. She walked around the room and patted the back of her head. She felt that the room was missing something. After washing up, the child sat at the table and poured himself a cup of herbal tea. His hand that was holding the teacup suddenly froze. His gaze fell on the corner of the table as he tried to recall yesterday's events. She clearly remembered that she had thrown that lousy book on the table. Where did the book go? She tilted her head and looked under the table, but she didn't see anything. He frowned and scanned his surroundings, but he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. There wasn't any strange scent left in the room, so it shouldn't be that someone deliberately came in to take her lousy book. Master, master. Xiaoqiu's slightly excited voice rang in her ears. Why did you come out? She glanced and saw a little tray ant tugging at the corner of her dress. Master, are you surprised? Are you happy? Xiaoqiu can come out for a short while now. The little tray ant shook Xiao Mu's skirt and chuckled. Master, it's fine as long as you have me by your side. You? Where's the coolest place? The nimble little golem suddenly jumped to the ground and lifted its foot to kick the small tree. Xiaoqiu was caught off guard and was really kicked out by the golem. How preposterous. Xiaoqiu rolled quickly and rolled back even faster. It pounced over and hung upside down on Arbor's clothes. Master, 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 who is this weird-looking fellow? Big Treasure had been by her side for so long, so Arbor didn't believe that Xiaoqiu didn't recognize it. Xiaomu grabbed one with each hand and pulled both of them down. She threw them on the table and left the room after saying, "You two get along well." Wait, master. The little tray ant waved its 2 thin branches and jumped up from the table. Why, you should take a look at your conscience first. Xiaomu turned around in confusion. She was about to find senior sister Su to take her on a tour of the first peak. What was there to see about her conscience? Every time she saw that lazy apparition, a certain Jojo would get angry. The apparition was so diligent in her previous life, but it became lazy in this life. This wasn't good. Master, master, there was something in your conscience in the latter half of last night. I saw that it didn't cause any damage to your conscience at all. It even seemed to be very beneficial to you, so I didn't chase it out. What? Xiaomu lowered her head and looked at herself in confusion. There was actually an extra ball in her conscience? And it went in the middle of the night. Why didn't she notice it at all? Wait. Arbor's little face instantly darkened. When the golden talisman jade tome forcefully entered her conscience, didn't it open a small paragraph of explanation, something about being able to stabilize the consciousness, automatically activate the power to protect the soul, and so on. If she didn't understand, then to put it simply, it should be able to protect her conscience, that was how the child understood it, but now, an unknown object had entered her conscious in the middle of the night. Why didn't the golden talisman jade tome warn her? Why didn't the golden talisman jade tome take precautions? Why didn't the golden talisman jade tome chase it away? This meant that it was just bragging before. Other than teaching her how to draw talismans, what else could it do? If you want to draw talismans, then draw talismans. Why are you blindly bragging about something so profound? Are you bullying me for being uncultured? The child chuckled and returned to the room in a bad mood. She sat down on a chair. After condensing a strand of mystic conscious from mystic energy and seeping into her conscious, Xiaomu's eyes still saw that empty conscious. Her apparition was sprawled out on her back on the ground that was crisscrossed with ravines. Her lazy appearance made the little fellow want to drag her out and give her a good beating. 12 jade slips floated quietly in midair. Sure enough, there was a ball of red mist beside the jade slip. Moreover, there was a circle around it that wrapped around quite a few milky white mystic senses. To be honest, her previous mystic conscious was pitifully meager, but ever since she advanced to become a level 7 mystic cultivator, her mystic conscious was definitely stronger than before. However, he didn't know what the red mist was for. The red mist seemed to sense that she was looking at it. It suddenly floated up and swallowed the outer layer of mystic sense into the mist ball. Arbor was shocked and hurriedly cried out, little ball, is it eating my mystic sense? Hurry up and chase it out. What is this thing? Master, don't be nervous. Look carefully. Arbor calmed his little heart and looked again with rapt attention. He saw that the red mist had spat out the few strands of mystic consciousness that it had sucked in earlier. Compared to the previous few strands, there were clearly a few more strands of profound sense that were spat out. Eh? What is it? It actually knew how to nurture mystic consciousness. Master, you don't know? The sapling's voice was a bit strange. How would I know? You already said that it came in the middle of the night. I've never seen it before. Isn't it the lousy book that Master picked up, soaked in water, and roasted in fire? Our dear Xiaomu was dumbstruck for a moment before regaining her senses. Lousy book? That lousy book had run into her conscious? No wonder she hadn't seen that lousy book even after walking 2 rounds around the room. Master, this should be an inherited secret technique. Like your golden talisman jade tome, it can already change its form at will, so it must have existed in this world for a long time. As for why it was placed in your sex treasury, I don't know. Cho paused for a moment before continuing, but based on my conjecture, this secret technique's original form was probably forged from the netherworld jade, which is why it can nourish your mystic conscious. Our dear Xiaomu's expression became increasingly sluggish. After a while, she finally found her weak voice. You mean, this lousy book originally didn't look like that? Of course. Cho nodded. The netherworld jade is dark red and lusterless, warm to the touch, and shaped like scarlet jade. It's rare that the jade's aura can nourish mystic conscious, but the process is relatively slow. This secret technique was most likely carved out of a piece of netherworld jade. In reality, it should have been enveloped by that red mist, which is why it looks like this now. Then why did it turn into that tattered and stinking ghost from before? Our dear Xiaomu was stupefied. I don't know. Maybe it's a hobby. Look at the golden talisman jade tome, doesn't it also like to turn into 12 jade slips? Master, the golden talisman jade tome you originally saw was a book entirely made of pure gold. That's made from the pinnacle material of refined gold jade, so it's definitely different from those mediocre and high-grade mystic technique manuals that can be found everywhere. Our dear Xiaomu was actually speechless. Hobby, who could erase someone else's hobby, right? This lousy book wasn't like that, but this inherited secret technique loved to turn into a lousy book. What could she do? She couldn't stop it. This fellow's original form was some netherworld jade, no wonder it was impervious to fire and water. Was it really good for a book to be so strange? She blinked. How do I make it turn back into a normal book? It was very difficult for her to read its contents with its red mist enveloping mode. Simple, Master. Actually, you just need to get it to remove the outer layer of red mist. The inherited secret technique is now in your conscious, so you can make it normal as you wish. I.O. The little treant was hit by a fist-sized jade that flew out of the red mist and hit its head. It was immediately driven out of its conscious. Arbor, what an unreliable fellow. At the most crucial moment, he would drop the ball for her. She had to rely on herself for everything. However, in the next second, darling Xiao's consciousness that had entered her conscious was also brought out. She sat at the table with a strange expression on her face. She looked down and saw that there was a piece of dark red jade in her hand. Oh my, this arrogant secret skill. Little Tree muttered and hurriedly said, Master, why don't you try injecting some mystic energy into it? Arbor nodded and glanced at the small tree. Take Daqing and Debao back to the paradise. The two of them were too noisy, and they were interfering with her ability to read the secret technique. Little Tree had a constipated look on his face. Under the calm gaze of Arbor, he dragged Little Chick and the golem back, feeling aggrieved. Arbor placed the jade on the table and touched it with his tentacles. A thick wave of mystic energy flowed into the jade. In an instant, a line of words appeared on the jade, Spirit Division Record, the fated one will obtain it. This cultivation technique is divided into two parts, the soul chapter and the technique chapter. Before practicing this cultivation technique, you must first form a branch, otherwise you cannot practice it. First update, third update at night. These 2 days, the author has been busy with mundane matters, so he can't cultivate, write, during the day. See you later. Branch meridians? Xiaomu reflexively looked inside herself and saw a fork in her mystic meridians before pensively retracting her gaze. Could it be that this hair-thin branch that was different from the mystic meridians was the branch meridians mentioned in the book? The reason the book chased after her relentlessly was because it sensed the branch meridians in her body, what she thought was most likely close to the truth. This inherited secret technique already knew how to hide itself, so it might not be unable to sense her branch meridians. Arbor reached out and brushed the crimson jade on the table. As her mind moved, a faint red light flitted across the jade and leapt into her eyes. Lines of small vertical characters suspended in midair and rapidly trembled as they appeared. How to forge and strengthen the branch meridians in the body, how to control the apparition of profound consciousness. Arbor's gaze flitted past the small characters at an extremely fast speed. The more she read, the more surprised her expression became. This inherited secret skill called the Spirit Division Record was really a little unexpected. After reading it, Arbor suddenly realized that the apparition of profound consciousness also needed the support of the main body to control and train it. Her apparition of profound consciousness was lazy every day, it was also because she didn't control it and allowed it to laze around all day. Don't blame her for not knowing the reason. Although she cultivated an apparition of profound consciousness in her previous life, it took her almost 10 years of effort. Moreover, it was under the condition of her body being crippled but her mind not being crippled. It could even be said that compared to people of the same generation, she could be considered quite outstanding. Because some people may not be able to cultivate an apparition of profound consciousness even when they die. At that time, her environment was completely different from now. Under that harsh and vile environment, her heart was always filled with layers of murderous intent. She wanted to escape the treatment of a small animal, she wanted to escape the shackles of fate. She had always been constantly striving for it, living with hope amidst despair. Therefore, the state of her apparition of profound consciousness at that time was completely different from the comfortable state she was in now. Her apparition of profound consciousness, under the urging of her instincts, was desperately striving to become strong in her conscious, and now, she was comfortable. Even if she was filled with anxiety about the future, in reality, her days were still much more comfortable than in her previous life. The abundance of resources allowed her to be filled with absolute confidence and composure in the face of a world filled with zombies. The appearance of her sect allowed her to obtain a living environment that was completely different from her previous life. Arbor took a deep breath and closed his eyes, going through all the floating words in his mind. The first basic level of the Spirit Division Record's soul chapter was to train the first branch meridian and condense all the profound energy in the branch meridian into profound sense, using it to skillfully control one's own manifestation of profound sense. As for the skill section, the content was also very extensive. There were descriptions of all kinds of weapons in the book. Naturally, Arbor couldn't brag until he was fat. He read through all the skill books in one day. So she chose a type of archery profound skill. Because zombies were too ugly, she didn't want to be entangled with them in close combat, so it was better to shoot them from afar. He still remembered that day when the Crown Prince had attached his mystic energy to an ordinary bow and arrow and killed a level 3 mutated zombie in one shot. This kind of usage of mystic energy and control of the bow and arrow had probably reached the point of perfection. After all, the slightest difference could lead to a huge loss. An ordinary bow and arrow couldn't be compared to a profound weapon which could allow one to attach mystic energy to it. Once there was a slight error, the ordinary bow and arrow would be the first to be unable to withstand the Crown Prince's surrounding mystic energy and would be destroyed. Although she didn't want to admit it, that guy was truly super strong. Arbor pursed her lips and brushed the Spirit Division record on the table, storing it into her conscious. Why the hell did she think of the Crown Prince for no reason? It must be because she was too idle recently and had to seize the time to enter closed-door cultivation. She naturally couldn't completely grasp the Spirit Division record with such little effort. Thankfully, this inherited secret technique was stored in her conscious, so she could read it at any time. Arbor lowered her eyes and entered inner sight. She tried her best to condense the mystic energy in her branch meridian into mystic conscious, but this process was extremely slow and painful. Compared to the first branch meridian that was as thin as a strand of hair, the mystic energy in her main meridian was extremely abundant. If she wasn't careful, she would misuse it and condense the mystic energy in her main meridian into mystic conscious. The little fellow practiced until nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, but she still hadn't successfully condensed the mystic energy in her branch meridian. She knew that she couldn't be too hasty. The more hasty she was, the worse it would be, so she opened her eyes. She saw Morong-sun sitting across the table with her chin propped up on her hand. Morong-sun was looking at her with a smile under the flickering candlelight. "Little fellow, master doesn't know whether to be gratified or heartbroken that you're so hardworking." Morong-sun sighed softly and stood up to support her hand. "Let's go, my disciple. Master will take you to First Peak for a stroll. At your age, ordinary children are all playful. Master doesn't know what to say about you being so serious and hardworking." Morong-sun nonchalantly picked up the child and swayed out the door with her in her arms. The entire snowy peak was shrouded in darkness, and the stars in the sky reflected the whiteness of the snow. Arbor felt that the scenery on First Peak was extremely beautiful. The pavilions and terraces were hidden under the thick white snow, occasionally revealing a bit of sharp eaves. The winding corridors were smooth and the winding paths were deep and serene. The second and third peaks opposite First Peak were lofty and majestic, with sharp cliffs and handsome peaks. Under the night sky, the entire sect was like an unfurled painting, peaceful, tranquil, and filled with poetry. The child's gaze landed in the distance, and she was nearly mesmerized. She had never known that there was such a peaceful place in this chaotic world. Morong-sun carried the child to the summit platform. The scenery here was even more delightful, and she felt like she had melded into the embrace of the snowy peak. Stars swayed in front of her eyes, and below her was a bottomless cliff with a deep ravine. Arbor clenched his small fists and said, "Master, can I go to the mystical treasured land to practice from tomorrow onwards?" Morong-sun couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It was a moment before she said, "Child, if a bowstring is stretched too tight, it will snap. People are similar. You're still young, so you don't have to push yourself so hard. You have to work hard." The little stoic was expressionless as she said solemnly, "If you don't work hard, how will you protect Master in the future?" Morong-sun was dumbstruck for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Io, Master's heart is about to melt because of you, little stoic. Good, good, good. My disciple is so hardworking. Of course, Master will fully support her." Morong-sun lowered her head to glance at the child with a grin and pointed at the bottomless abyss below the summit platform. "Little fellow, go down from here. It's the mystical treasured land I told you about before." Morong-sun pinched the child's face. "This is our holy water sect's secret land. Jump down. Are you scared?" Arbor shook his head. What could you expect a little stoic who could calmly face death to be scared of? Morong-sun leaped up with the child in her arms. "Then Master will bring you down right now." The speed of their descent was extremely fast, and Arbor could barely open her eyes from the gust of wind that buffeted her. She forced her eyes open to take a look and saw that the bottom of the snowy peak was covered in sharp icicles. Everything within several miles was covered in sharp icicles. If she accidentally fell on them, there was an 80% chance that she would become an ornament strung up on the icicles. Morongsun's landing was extremely precise and landed on a small oval-shaped platform. This was the only place that was surrounded by icicles. Arbor could finally open her eyes and look around before involuntarily exclaiming in surprise. In reality, the master and disciple did not land at the bottom of the snowy peak at all because the bottom of the peak was also covered in icicles. If they fell, they would still die. However, this small platform that emerged horizontally from the icicles extended from the side of the snowy peak. When they walked closer, they could clearly see that a 2-person tall hole had been dug into the snowy mountain wall. It looked like it was naturally formed. This place enshrines the holy water. It will be extremely cold inside, so you must pay attention to using your mystic energy to protect your body. Don't let the cold air invade your body, it's not good for our mystic meridians. Morongsun reminded her before holding the child's hand and pulling her into this natural cave. Indeed, the moment they took their first step inside, they felt an eerie chill assaulting their faces. Arbor reflexively opened the eggshell and covered her body with it. Morongsun immediately laughed out loud when she saw it. Disciple, your eggshell is amazing. It can resist the cold, heat, wind, and rain. TSK, this is a very powerful defensive mystic weapon. It can even block a powerful attack from a level 12 mystic cultivator. Morongsun deeply suspected that she had taken in a nouveau riche child as her disciple. The little fellow grumpily followed Morongsun with a dark face. Master, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak right now. There are 3 levels below this mystical treasured land. Morongsun explained with a smile, the lowest level enshrines the holy water and is the coldest. Before you become a great level 10 mystic cultivator, don't rashly step inside. I'm afraid the cold air will harm your mystic meridians. You can cultivate on the first level for now. However, the cold air here is very dense, so you can't cultivate for more than 10 days at a time. Remember what Master said. Otherwise, when things reach an extreme, they will move in the opposite direction. If the foundation of the profound veins is damaged, it will not be good. Arbor looked at the icicles hanging upside down on the walls. The spikes on the ground should have been smoothed out by the people of his sect. When he stepped on them, it didn't affect his feet. He just felt a chill. Fortunately, she had a defensive profound artifact on her and the profound energy here was extremely dense. Cultivating in seclusion here would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Arbor nodded. Morongsun glanced at her worriedly. Do you want Master to stay here with you? No need. Arbor shook his head. Master, just come and pick me up in 10 days. Morongsun helplessly glanced at the child and nodded. All right then. You must be careful here by yourself. If you need anything, use the messaging talisman to call Master. All right. From the second day onwards, everyone in the sect knew that their youngest junior sister had gone to the mystical treasured land to cultivate diligently. Since little junior sister was already so hardworking, how could they, as her senior sisters, fall behind? From then on, the entire Holy Water sect entered a state of making the best use of their time to cultivate. In the beginning, Arbor was brought out by Morongsun every 10 days. 3 months later, she only came out every month. During this time, she really learned how to draw talisman matrices through the golden talisman jade tome. The first talisman matrix she drew was the Mystic Energy Gathering Talisman Matrix. The Mystic Energy Gathering Talisman Matrix required 60 Mystic Energy Gathering Talismans. Right now, she only had 120 blank talismans left. As a result, she used up half of the blank talismans to draw 60 Mystic Energy Gathering Talismans. This was the simplest beginner-level talisman matrix, but it took her about 2 days in Arbor to set it up. She placed the Mystic Energy Gathering Talisman Matrix on the first floor of the Mystic Treasured Land. This way, every senior sister who came to the Mystic Treasured Land to cultivate could experience a flying surge of mystic energy. The beginner-level Mystic Energy Gathering Talisman Matrix gathered all of the rich mystic energy in this place into the matrix. In the future, everyone's cultivation speed would be 1 to 2 times faster if they cultivated inside the matrix compared to the outside world. Our dear Xiao Mu wholeheartedly immersed herself in arduous cultivation. Aside from closed-door cultivation, she consulted her master about martial arts. Every time Xiao Mu came out of the mystic treasured land, she would be carried back by Murong Sun, and the master and disciples would joyfully enjoy a sumptuous feast. Afterwards, Murong Sun would keep Xiao Mu by her side for a few days to test her and guide her attentively. Xiao Mu's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds with each passing day, stimulating all of the senior sisters in the sect to work harder. Only the heavens knew how large the shadow in the senior sisters' hearts was when they had such a terrifyingly talented cultivation maniac by their side. They felt like they couldn't stop. If they stopped for even a moment, they would be left behind by little junior sister, who was running ahead of them. The gap couldn't be too wide, right? Otherwise, where would the senior sisters put their faces? Over the years, the little fellow's figure grew quite a bit. Now that darling Xiao had reached the age of a golden hairpin, she didn't allow anyone to carry her anymore. Because of this, Murong Sun was both regretful and gratified. Her heart as a teacher was melancholy for a very, very long time. The sect master's peak was filled with verdant green bamboos. In the past few years, the sect's disciples frequently went out on missions, so even if they weren't very wealthy, they had no problems with basic food and clothing. Sky Peak even accumulated quite a bit of surplus food. The sect master's days were also quite good. She had just renovated a row of bamboo buildings 2 days ago. At this moment, the sect master was leaning on her brocade couch, waving the cattail leaf fan in her hand, fanning herself from time to time while calling out, "Yo yo, yo yo hey." The disciple guarding the door hurriedly ran in and hurriedly said, Sect Master, Senior Uncle Morong is here. Please speak louder." "Ah? Hurry up." The sect master hurriedly lay down and asked the little disciple to carry the bedding to her body. She kept moaning and groaning. Morong Sun's indifferent voice came from outside the door. The little disciple said worriedly, Sect Master has been sick for several days. He doesn't have any appetite for food or drink. He looks like he has lost a lot of weight. Morong Sun, Master, your disciple is here. Morong Sun stepped through the door and her lips involuntarily twitched when she saw the dying sect master being pressed down on the bed by 2 sheets. "Ah Sun." The sect master sighed. Morong Sun hummed in acknowledgement and went to the table to pour herself a cup of tea. She calmly looked at her childlike master. "I'm afraid Master really won't make it this time," the sect master stuttered. She raised her trembling hand and took out a token from her chest. "From today onwards, you are the 17th generation sect master of my holy water sect. Master, the date for the 3 sects competition has been set." Morong Sun looked at the sect master with a grin. "Did you know? The 5 factions initiated a provocation this time and have already sent out a competition invitation. They plan to join the 3 sects competition and compete with us." When the sect master heard this, she hastily lifted the bedding and jumped up. "What? The 5 factions sent out a competition invitation? Where's the invitation? Where is it?" The sect master asked in displeasure. "I didn't receive it, so I won't compete with them." Morong Sun, the other 2 factions have already received the 5 factions competition invitation. Morong Sun said, "Based on the time, the 5 factions representatives should be coming to the foot of our great snow mountain for the competition invitation in the next 2 days. Sect Master, you just have to remember to get up and accept it." The sect master's outstretched hand suddenly froze. She looked down at herself and saw that she was wearing a white undergarment and hopping barefoot on the ground. Ah! How did she forget to pretend to be sick in her excitement? When she looked up again, Morong Sun threw her back in capital letters. It angered her so much that she slapped the table and cursed, "Wicked disciple." On First Peak Summit platform, a figure in light-colored clothes stood upright like a jade sculpture and looked up at the distant horizon. A wisp of drifting cloud illuminated the snowy peak in a fragrant white. Shriek. A cyan dot in the distance gradually stretched into a long cyan shadow and swiftly flew over. As it got closer, the beautiful cyan wings folded away, and a fluffy little chick flapped its wings and jumped onto the little girl's shoulder. It cooed twice and rubbed itself against the little girl's face. The little fellow turned her frosty face away and expressionlessly refused to let the chick rub itself against her. "Ka?" the little chick flapped its wings. Was Little Master in a bad mood? Arbor did not look at it. Her gaze was fixed in a certain direction for a long time, and her eyes that were as dark as deep pools dangerously narrowed bit by bit. 3 crow-gold arrows were already in place on the pure black crow repeating crossbow in her hand. She raised her arm and aimed the crow repeating crossbow at a certain direction in the sky. Miss Chiao's voice was bone-chilling and emotionless, as if it had been fished out of ice and snow. Who dares to trespass on holy water sect's first peak without notifying us? Get down here immediately, Miss Chiao icily said. Otherwise, I'll shoot you to death immediately. Bear the consequences. In the distant horizon, a green-headed eagle was advancing at full speed toward First Peak. The 3 people led by Quan Daodong were standing on the eagle's back in high spirits, preparing to enjoy the admiration of the holy water sect's female disciples. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted the trio's unrealistic fantasy. Quan Daodong immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stood on the green-headed eagle's back and shouted loudly, "Myriad Faction's eldest disciple, Quan Daodong, has come to the Holy Water Sect on behalf of the 5 factions under my master's orders to submit a competition invitation." This fellow thought that by saying this, the other party would definitely give face to the 5 sections. However, if you don't get down here within 3 breaths, die. An icy cold, machine-like voice instantly rang out. It was neither loud nor soft, neither light nor heavy, but it alarmed the entire holy water sect's First Peak. Eldest senior brother, we should go down quickly. Among the 2 young disciples standing behind Quan Daodong, one of the female disciples said in a trembling voice. Quan Daodong was also a little flustered. He wasn't sure if the girl with the icy voice would really disregard the reputation of the 5 gates and attack him. He didn't dare to take this risk. Compared to his life, his own life was still more important. Quan Daodong didn't care about acting mighty anymore and quickly pressed the green-headed eagle down. Less than a second after the green-headed eagle landed, Su Shanshan and the other female disciples, who had heard the news, swiftly rushed over. At the same time, the crow-gold arrow in Arbor's hand was released with a whoosh and flew toward the bloodless Quan Daodong. Quan Daodong promptly unsheathed the long saber at his waist and used it to block the rapidly approaching black gold arrow. After a crisp ding sound, the profound energy that exploded from the collision of the 2 weapons sent Quan Daodong flying backwards on the spot. Quan Daodong's feet dragged on the ground, and due to inertia, he kept retreating backward. His complexion changed from pale to astonishment and then to ashen from shock. On the summit platform, a little girl dressed in a plain robe as cold as an icy pond suddenly flew down. Her toes lightly tapped on the ground, and she slowly drifted forward a few steps. When she stood in front of Quan Daodong and the other 2, they were shocked to realize that the little girl in front of them was only 12 or 13 years old, but she was the reincarnation of a celestial being with an icy disposition. A pair of eyes that resembled ice and snow pearls emotionlessly stared at them. They could only see a desolate coldness in her eyes that mercilessly spread. Quan Daodong examined himself. He was already a level 8 mystic cultivator and could be considered one of the best of the younger generation in the sect. But now, he couldn't even withstand a single attack from a nameless girl from the Holy Water Sect. When did the younger generation of the Holy Water Sect become so valiant? This information was truly too overwhelming. Quan Daodong couldn't conceal the shock in his eyes, and he forcefully swallowed the blood that was about to spurt out. He desperately suppressed the mystic energy turbulence in his body to avoid embarrassing himself in front of the Holy Water Sect. Swish! The black gold arrow, which was slightly deflected by the collision, spun in a small circle before shooting towards Quan Daodong at an extremely fast speed. What? Quan Daodong's small eyes widened slightly. At this moment, although he was still able to stand firm, it was impossible for him to take another arrow in his current weak state. At the critical moment, he kicked the green-headed eagle beside him over and used it to block in front of him. Chi! A light sound was heard. A pitch-black arrow pierced through one of the green-headed eagle's wings, eliciting a mournful wail. You guys are too. Quan Daodong opened his mouth, but how could he hold back the blood he was suppressing with all his might? He spat it out. The young man and woman behind Quan Daodong hastily walked up. The woman's face was flushed red as she reprimanded angrily, "Is this how the Holy Water Sect receives the disciples of the 5 factions? What you're doing is too overbearing. Anyone who doesn't pay respects to the mountain gate and doesn't go through the normal procedures and trespasses will be killed, Xianxia said coldly. It's you who didn't follow the rules. Go back to where you came from. The young man hurriedly said, misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. We are disciples of the myriad faction. We are here on Master's orders as representatives of the 5 factions to deliver the competition invitation to the Holy Water sect. The man scrambled forward and handed a gilded invitation to Xianxia, who had a cold expression on her face. Xianxia threw the invitation card at the young man's face. Then you've come to the wrong place. You have to pay a visit to the sect leader's peak. This is the first peak. Scram. Shui Xiao crossed her arms and stood lazily behind Xianxia. Hearing this, she smiled faintly. The man's face hurt from the slap, and he looked like he was about to cry. When his senior brothers from the sect found out that he and eldest senior brother were coming to pay a visit to the Holy Water sect, they were secretly envious. They said that the Holy Water sect had a group of noble and elegant goddesses. When they made a flashy entrance, they would definitely be surrounded and worshipped by the goddesses. They really should also come and experience the feeling of being slapped in the face. Quan Daodong gritted his teeth and stooped down to pick up the invitation that had been flung to the ground while enduring the humiliation. His gaze shifted to Xianxia's side, and he cupped his hands at the expressionless young girl. May I know this little senior sister's name? I've never seen you before. Quan Daodong really wanted to confirm Arbor's identity so that he could immediately report to his master when he returned. Even as a level 8 mystic cultivator, he couldn't withstand a single blow from the little girl. It could be imagined that within the 5 factions, it would be difficult for this girl to find a match. Unexpectedly, the little girl only glanced at him coldly, then turned around and left without saying anything. Quan Daodong felt that he had been deeply insulted. This girl was completely looking down on him. Her meaning was, you mortals aren't worthy of knowing my name. Right? How could he have known that Miss Chiao just couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on him? What could a little stoic, who had always been taciturn in front of strangers, say to him? Wasn't this forcing her against her will? Quan Daodong wanted to head to the sect master's peak, but he discovered that his green-headed eagle had collapsed in a pool of blood and was completely unable to crawl. He reluctantly picked up the green-headed eagle and held his breath as he hurried to the sect master's peak with his junior brother and sister. Miss Jiao section break, Central Palace's North Garden, Brocade Pavilion. Queen Jiao was smiling as she looked at the 3 young ladies sitting in front of her. Each of them looked to be around 15 or 16 years old and looked extremely dignified and virtuous. The queen was currently chatting with the 3 young ladies when her personal elderly nanny quickly walked over and curtsied outside the Brocade Pavilion. Huaxian, is His Highness still handling government affairs in the southern study? The elderly nanny quickly shook her head. This servant only found out after going to the Eastern Palace that His Highness was invited by the 2 young sirs of the Qin estate early in the morning. So it's that Qin family from the Elixir patrician family. Queen Zhao nodded pensively. Didn't this child not have much contact with the 2 young sirs of the Qin estate before? Why was he now? I heard from Xiao 11Z that the Qin estate sent people to invite him several times, but His Highness rarely responded, the elderly nanny said softly. Queen Zhao knitted her brows. She didn't know if it was her misperception, but she felt that this child was intentionally avoiding her. It had been like this several times. Every time she invited a young lady from a minister's family into the palace, the crown prince would always leave the palace early. Was it easy being a mother? His son was already 18 years old, but he didn't even have a close friend by his side. It really made people feel anxious just looking at him. It's fine if you don't want to take a concubine, but you can at least have 2 more people by your side. They can also be considerate to you and serve you well. Consort Cheng's family's great king's son, Mo Jiao, had taken in dozens to hundreds of secondary concubines and had given birth to more than one son. Whenever Queen Zhao thought of those sour words that Consort Cheng had said, she felt extremely stifled. Looking at the 3 dignified and beautiful ladies in front of her, Queen Zhao suddenly lost interest in talking. She waved her hand and had the 3 ladies withdraw. What's the point of being so passionate about it? However, her son didn't cooperate at all. Queen Zhao angrily wiped her chest with an embroidered handkerchief. Go to the Qin estate and see what His Highness is doing. Your Highness, Sephora Flower Palace's Xianxia requests an audience. Head Palace maid Xianxia quickly stepped forward to report. Queen Zhao frowned slightly, unable to restrain the displeasure in her heart. What does she want now? Does she think that she can poke the heavens just because she's pregnant? Tell him that this consort is tired. Your Highness, Xianxia has come to ask for medicine on Consort Jing's orders. A harsh glint flashed through Queen Zhao's eyes. Someone, drag out that dog slave who's making a fuss and flog him to death. Yes. The head palace maid, Xianxia, immediately bent her knees and accepted the order. She then walked over with a row of nannies with round waists and thick arms. With one hand on the left and the other on the right, they picked up the thin and weak eunuch and walked out of the garden. Xianxia immediately trembled, his teeth chattering as he continued to shout, This servant is here on Consort Jing's orders. Your Highness, this servant is here on Consort Jing's orders, slap him. Queen Zhao angrily rebuked, interrupting Xianxia's words. She slammed her hand heavily on the table. A servant girl with a stern face and a ferule immediately walked out from behind Xianxia. Xianxia, who was being held down by two nannies, quickly let out a blood-curdling scream. The great king has arrived, the consort Jing has arrived. The great king, Your Highness, save me, Your Highness. Your Highness, Xianxia is only here on Your Highness's orders to ask for medicine. Who would have thought that the queen would beat Xianxia without distinguishing between right and wrong? Xianxia was held down by two nannies and continuously struggled to shout. At this time, his cheeks were already red and swollen from the ferule. Whenever he made a sound, blood would continuously flow from the corners of his mouth. Your Highness, what are you doing? The great king of Mo Kingdom, Mo Lei, walked over with the pot-bellied consort Jing. The great king was dressed in a household brocade robe. He was about 50 years old and his eyes were a bit listless. His face carried a trace of age and exhaustion. On the other hand, Consort Jing, who was beside the great king, was in her 20s. She was as beautiful and delicate as a flower. At this time, Consort Jing's figure was seductively pressed against the great king's side. She held his arm and gently stroked her slightly bulging belly with one hand as she looked provocatively at Queen Zhao. Great king, tell big sis queen to stop. Consort Jing rubbed herself against the great king's arm and exclaimed, Xianxia is about to be beaten to death by big sister. Great king, a country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Consort Jing allowed this servant to trespass into the palace, so this servant should be punished. As for Consort Jing, on account of the fact that she is pregnant with the great king's dragon child, this consort will spare her for the time being. Consort Jing was so angry that her nose was about to become crooked. She glared at Queen Zhao fiercely. She then turned around and hooked her arms around the great king of Mo Kingdom like a little bird. The weak Xianxia cried, Great king, sister is too much of a bully. Hurry up and tell her. Mo Lei's expression was a little awkward. Queen, why do you have to be angry with Gui Fei? Gui Fei is still young and doesn't know any better. Just give in to her a little. Queen Zhao's breath was stuck in her chest, and she almost fainted from anger. How many times had the great king complained that she was old? No woman could tolerate this kind of words. Whoosh, an arrow suddenly shot into Xianxia's throat. Before the little eunuch could hide his triumphant expression, he was shocked to find thick blood flowing out of his neck. His whole body fell back and heavily fell to the ground. A group of imperial guards nervously surrounded them. The leader, He Tian, held a bow in one hand and waved the other as he shouted, Protect the great king. Be careful of the corpse puppet's pounce. The great king's hand that was holding Consort Jing couldn't help but tremble. Consort Jing covered her small mouth in shock and couldn't help but cry out. The great king's heart trembled whenever he heard the words corpse puppet. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Following the announcement, a slender, jade-white figure walked over with large strides. Royal father, royal mother, are you all right? The Crown Prince walked over quickly. He was dressed in plain clothes and had his hair tied up with a jade crown. His face was handsome, and his bearing was unparalleled in the world. There was a faint smile on his lips. Compared to a few years ago, the Crown Prince had become more mature and steady. His phoenix eyes were calm, hiding all the sharpness in their depths. The old great king of the Mo kingdom turned to look at his son with a slightly rich expression. Consort Jing felt like her mouth was stuffed with a duck egg. All her words were stuck in her throat. Royal mother, your son came late and frightened you. The crown prince reached out to support the teary-eyed Queen Zhao and apologized with a guilty expression. Queen Zhao was a bit confused, but she subconsciously reached out to stop the crown prince from bowing and apologizing. The crown prince turned around and pretended to reprimand He Tian, hurry and clean up this corpse puppet's body. Remember to burn it and don't let it counterattack and hurt anyone else. Yes, your highness. He Tian waved his hand with a serious expression and led a group of imperial guards forward. They lifted Xianxia's body and left. Wait. Consort Jing watched in shock as Xianxia was carried away. She turned around and tugged at the great king's sleeve with unusual resentment. Great king, look at the crown prince. How could Xianxia be a corpse puppet? The crown prince was simply using this as a pretext to make a fuss. He was pointing at a deer as a horse to target her. Damn it, Xianxia could normally help her deal with many people and handle many filthy matters. With his inexplicable death, she lost a capable assistant. Noble consort Jing truly went for wool and came home shorn. She was so infuriated that her heart and lungs ached. The old great king patted his beloved concubine's arm and comforted, don't be scared, don't be scared. The crown prince already got rid of the corpse puppet. Consort Jing was so angry that she fell backwards. He already said that Xianxia wasn't a corpse puppet. Great king. Consort Jing tugged at the great king's sleeve. Emole stole a glance at the queen and coughed lightly. Queen, the Zhuban tribe offered a bottle of shark pearl powder as a tribute last time. I'll give it to you as a reward. That now. Before the great king could finish his words, he secretly glanced at the queen's face, which was getting worse and worse. Ever since noble consort Jing became pregnant, she hasn't been able to eat or sleep well, and her complexion is wan and sallow. This humble one thinks that bottle of shark pearl powder should be of some use to her. The old king braced himself and didn't finish speaking. She was interrupted by the crown prince with a chuckle. Shark pearl powder? Mother gave it to me long ago. Consort Jing's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at the crown prince with a flushed face. Her little hand kept tugging at the great king's sleeve. However, the great king felt that his son's gaze was strange. He braced himself and said, then, Grand Crown Prince, this bottle, last time, you climbed a tree and accidentally fell down and hurt his butt. Father, you know about this, right? I know. The great king coughed. Now that was inexplicably brought up, he felt that the crown prince wouldn't say anything good. The great king and the noble consort looked at each other in dismay. This bottle of shark pearl powder was later used to wipe Yuer's butt. The face of the old nanny beside the queen trembled slightly, but she forced herself to hold back her laughter and kept a straight face. Consort Jing's pretty face instantly turned green. The great king also looked at his son with a dumbfounded expression. For a moment, he was actually at a loss for words. Consort Jing wanted to use the precious shark pearl powder to wipe her face, but Yuer used it to wipe his butt. What could the great king say? Consort Jing was so angry that she cried. She turned around and left quickly. However, His Highness the Crown Prince said to the great king with a serious expression, Father, did I say anything wrong? Oh, right, Yuer also said that the shark pearl powder should be fake and useless. The great king was speechless. What should I do if I feel stifled? Looking at the crown prince's serious face, the great king was completely speechless. In the end, he could only leave with a flick of his sleeves. Queen Zhao stood next to the crown prince and watched the great king leave with a deep gaze. She didn't look away for a long time. Mother. Emolian frowned. If Xianxia is too much of an eyesore, just find an excuse to get rid of her. Why bother waiting for someone else? Crown Prince, don't interfere in this matter. Queen Zhao hurriedly pulled her son's hand and said softly, a mere consort Jing is naturally insignificant. Moreover, the entire Jing family is only a small aristocratic family that has only been in the capital for less than 20 years. It's just that, it's said that the main family of the Jing family is in Shuntian Prefecture. The queen's voice slowly trailed off as she whispered a few words to her son. Heh, Xianxia Prefecture again. A trace of impatience flitted through the crown prince's eyes. Xianxia Prefecture's hands seemed to have stretched too far. Did they really think that no one in this world could deal with them? On the other side, after the great king came out of the palace, he hurriedly chased after his beloved concubine. Consort Jing walked and stopped in front. She was very angry that the old great king didn't chase after her to coax her. She had actually been waiting for a while on the path in the imperial garden. Her hands twisted the handkerchief at her fingertips as she continuously twisted her fingers. At this moment, she saw the corner of the great king's clothes flash past. She hurriedly turned her head and deliberately stomped heavily on the stone tiles to walk forward. The old great king hurriedly chased after her, calling out beloved concubine as he pulled Consort Jing into his arms. "Great king, look at the crown prince." The words he said. "He doesn't take me seriously at all." Consort Jing cried as she threw herself into the great king's arms. She stomped her feet and said, "Last time, the crown prince directly called this consort Young He in front of this consort. This consort is no longer the dancer from back then. The crown prince is clearly looking down on me." The old great king hurriedly hugged Consort Jing and comforted her. "Beloved consort, we will properly talk to him tomorrow." "What tomorrow?" Noble Consort Jing angrily flung away the old king's hand and angrily said without thinking, "This concubine heard that the queen gave birth at 5 Lakes Villa back then. There were rumors that the crown prince was not the queen's son. Look at him, which part of him resembles the great king? Moreover, the crown prince's temperament is completely unlike the great king or the queen. He..." "Shut up." The great king suddenly pushed Consort Jing away and glared at her angrily. "Great king, I'm doing this for your sake. I don't want to see the great king being kept in the dark." Consort Jing's tears flowed down her cheeks, making her look very beautiful. However, the king turned hostile at the drop of a hat, and a slap landed on noble Consort Jing's fair and tender face. Noble Consort Jing cried out in alarm as her entire body fell backwards. Her personal maidservants hurriedly rushed over and cushioned her with their bodies as cushions. Noble Consort Jing didn't have much of an impact when she fell into the crowd, but it scared her so much that her face turned ghastly pale. She looked at the old king, who was unable to restrain his fury, in complete bewilderment. Ever since she followed the great king, she had never seen the great king get angry at her. At the same time that she felt stifled in her heart, noble Consort Jing's entire body trembled in fright. "The crown prince is the heir to the throne that we personally appointed. He is our biological son. No one can slander him." The old great king waved his hand furiously and stared at Consort Jing as if he wanted to eat her alive. "Speak, who was it that was gossiping in your ear? We're going to chop her up right now." Consort Jing kicked an iron plate this time. She cried until her whole body shook and her eyes rolled back. She cried out repeatedly, great king, it was I who said the wrong thing, it was I who. Someone, send Consort Jing back to Sephora Flower Palace. Stay in the palace for the next 3 days and reflect on yourself. Remember what you should say and what you shouldn't say in the future." The great king waved his hand and ordered someone to send Consort Jing back, completely ignoring his beloved concubine's wailing. When the news reached the Eastern Palace's southern study, it was already close to evening. The crown prince was rather surprised by the scene in the imperial garden. The night pavilion's captain, Mei Yi, stood solemnly in front of the crown prince with his head lowered. There was no smile on his grave and stern face as he asked seriously, "Your Highness, should we deal with her?" The crown prince waved his hand and said, "Let her be." This wasn't the first or second time this kind of thing had been said. The one with the biggest reaction wasn't him, nor was it Imperial Mother. Instead, it was Imperial Father. Every time this kind of rumor reached the old king's ears, he would fly into a rage and insist on executing all those who spread the rumor in an earth-shattering manner. Since it would only end in failure in the end, Mo Lian naturally couldn't be bothered to deal with it. "How is Shizhou City these days?" "It's very peaceful," Mei Yi said calmly. "Ever since that wave of people was cleared out a year ago, no one has harassed the Qiao family anymore." The crown prince put down the teacup in his hand and curled his lips. "What other news is there?" Mei Yi's voice grew calmer. "The 3-sect competition is officially set to be on the 14th of the 8th month. The 5 factions sent representatives to the 3 sects to personally send a competition invitation, intending to participate in this 3-sect competition. The Crown Prince's phoenix eyes immediately lit up and glowed faintly. Why didn't you say so earlier? This news was much more useful than any of the previous pieces of news. The Great King plans to go to Xianxia Valley to watch the competition. Mei paused slightly before continuing. It's the location of the 3-sect competition. Then, Mei said in a rather serious voice, before the Great King leaves, he will probably leave all state affairs to your highness to handle as usual. The Crown Prince's expression was calm. Mei couldn't see any hint of displeasure on the Crown Prince's peerlessly handsome face. However, he could sense the Crown Prince's terrifying emotions that were about to erupt. His Highness must be feeling heartbroken. His Highness must be thinking, after all this time, it turns out that I'm a left-behind child. The Crown Prince patted Mei's shoulder and said calmly, Mei. Your subordinate is here. Mei lowered his head. He wouldn't tell His Highness that he was secretly laughing in his heart. You said before that Hidden Flower will bring people to Yellow Mountain tomorrow to exterminate that generation of corpse puppets, right? Okay. Tell Hidden Flower to come back. You go tomorrow. The Crown Princess stood up and slowly walked out of the study, leaving behind a stupefied student, Mei, who was slowly pondering over her words. Your Highness? Wasn't this a bit too much? Your Highness, this subordinate is from the Night Pavilion. Our main responsibility is to gather and transmit information. Can't you be more clear about the division of labor? Please don't scam me. The Crown Prince turned his head in surprise. What did you just say? This prince feels that for someone like you who dares to stab a knife into this prince's heart, a small punishment like exile is too insignificant. Shouldn't I think of a better way to trap you? And nothing, Your Highness. Mei instantly understood the hint in His Highness's eyes. He immediately knelt on one knee and obediently accepted the order. Yes, Your Highness. This subordinate will do it right away. Crown Prince Emo snickered as he watched his subordinate jump out of the window and flee for his life like a rabbit. There were still 2 months, right? In 2 months, he would be able to see his expressionless baby. Don't worry, when the time came, he would definitely trick his old father into staying at home to take care of things. How could something as lousy as Regent compare to seeing darling Qiao? The Great Snow Mountain outside 5 Moon City was originally deserted except for the Holy Water Sect's entrance. The Great Snow Mountain snowed all year round and was abnormally cold, so it was not suitable for people to live there. However, in recent years, there were villagers who continuously moved to the foot of the Great Snow Mountain and settled outside the Holy Water Sect's entrance. It was for no other reason than their safety near the Great Snow Mountain. There were basically no zombies at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. It was rare to see one, so as long as they immediately reported it to the Holy Water Sect, the sect would immediately send disciples down the mountain to eliminate all the dangers nearby. The world was hard and life was not easy. The commoners only wished for a peaceful life. In recent years, some of the animals and plants in the nearby suburbs had started to mutate. Only the vegetation and animals around the Great Snow Mountain were the same as before. Thus, no matter how cold the Great Snow Mountain was, after the news spread, many Qiao Kingdom citizens and residents of nearby tribes were willing to move out of the city and settle down at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. After several years, a sizable village had formed at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain. The villagers named it Xianxia Village, representing the peace and prosperity they hoped for. Today, when it was close to midnight, the men and women who had gone out early in the morning to hunt snow chickens and other animals, dig up vegetation and mushrooms, and pick wild fruits all returned. Although the Great Snow Mountain was covered in deep snow all year round, there was still a lot of edible food. Such an abundance of wilderness resources made the villagers living here feel extremely blessed. At this time, dusk had fallen, and the people who had returned from a day's work all led their children home. On the main mountain path, 3 exhausted figures, 1 in front and 2 behind, left a long trail of footprints in the snow. The children looked at them curiously and were immediately carried home by their parents. A little girl who was squatting outside the door playing with snow patted the snowball in her hand and stood up. She blinked and suddenly pointed at the 3 people and asked crisply, "Mother, didn't those 3 people fly up the mountain on a big bird in the morning? Why are they walking down now?" MMPH. The little girl's mouth was covered by her mother, so the woman did not dare to cause trouble. She quickly carried the child inside and immediately closed the door. When the three people came, they had fiercely shown off their might at Xianxia village. Quan Daodong specially ordered the green-headed eagle to circle the village several times so that those ignorant villagers could admire them. Thus, many villagers recognized them now. This old man. Exhausted, Quan Daodong walked up and wanted to say something. The old man, with a pale face, quickly slammed the wooden door in front of Quan Daodong's face. Every family shrank back into their homes and closed. No one dared to pay them any attention. Quan Daodong was so angry that his face turned pale. He wished he could explode on the spot and kill all these audacious villagers right here and now. However, he also knew that the nature of this was very serious. At that time, Myriad sect would inevitably become the target of public criticism. Not only would it be suppressed by the three sects, but it might even face the pursuit of all the righteous sects and people on Seekong planet. Fong Moon Mountain Sect Star Star Mountain Star Star Mountain Sun Sun Moon Star 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 A Day Snow Fong Sun Sex Heaven Snow Mountain Sect Sex Snows. But now, looking at the hundreds of houses in the village with their doors tightly shut, Quan Daodong was really angry. That D*MN Holy Water Sect, they were simply intolerable bullies. If it weren't for that icy little girl who shot through the wings of their green-headed eagle, how could the three of them be reduced to such a sorry and pitiful state? Quan Daodong couldn't help but shudder inwardly at the thought of that ruthless little girl. That pair of eyes was too cold, like the rippling waters of the Yellow Springs, without a trace of human life. When she looked at others, it was as if they were all corpses. Eldest senior brother. Will the green-headed eagle die if we leave it on the mountain? The female disciple from Myriad faction was about to cry. Quan Daodong viciously turned around and glared at her. What else can we do if we don't throw it away? Don't tell me you're going to carry it all the way down the mountain? An eagle without wings had already reached the end of its life. What else could he do other than throw it away? He was so vexed that he was about to die. If Master found out that they had killed one of their sect's mounts on a trip, he didn't know how Master would punish them. Eldest senior brother, I'm cold. Let's rest for a night before leaving, the female disciple stammered. Now that they didn't have any mounts, they could only walk or see if they could borrow 2 horses from the villagers. Junior brother who, go knock on the door, Quan Daodong ordered angrily. He really didn't want to talk to this group of ignorant villagers. Each of them was more cowardly than a mouse. They were proper disciples of Myriad faction and didn't eat people. That young disciple called junior brother who hastily went up and knocked on a family's door. Uncle, auntie, open the door. We're disciples of Myriad faction and proper mystic cultivators, not villains. It's too late, so we just want to stay the night. We just want a mouthful of hot soup to drink. After a while, that family didn't respond at all. Junior brother who shook his head and returned in disappointment. He said to the female disciple, Junior sister Jiang, go and try. Perhaps those villagers' hearts would soften if a girl came forward. Junior martial sister Jiang moved her feet and found another house. She gently knocked on the door and roughly said the same thing as junior martial brother who. However, she still returned empty-handed. The three of them stood in the snow, feeling both cold and angry. They looked at each other. At this time, the sky was completely dark. Only a few stars flickered in the sky. I'm going to kill them. Quan Daodong fiercely pulled out the long saber at his waist. He took a few steps forward and was about to split open a door. Junior sister Jiang hastily pulled him back. She hugged her arms and shivered in the cold wind. Eldest senior brother, this place isn't far from the Holy Water Sect's mountain gate. If they really cause a ruckus and make the entire Holy Water Sect come out in full force, I definitely won't be their match. At that time, wouldn't we be even more unlucky? That's right, eldest senior brother. Junior sister Jiang is right. Junior brother who took a step forward and hurriedly nodded. It seems that the villagers here are not hospitable people. Why don't we leave? MHM, it's too cold near the snow mountain. I think we should leave as soon as possible. Right. As long as we leave the Great Snow Mountains range, it's still June outside. It definitely won't be as abnormally cold as here. Quan Daodong resentfully put away his long saber and coldly glanced in the direction of the Holy Water Sect's mountain gate. Let's go. After the three of them left silently with their tails between their legs, a lithe figure appeared where they left. She sent a message through the sex messenger talisman. Myriad factions disciples have left. Arbor had lived in this small courtyard for nearly 5 years. Winter passed and spring came. Spring left and summer arrived. Her plain clothes remained the same. However, the small courtyard grew more and more prosperous with each passing year. Green vines covered the corners of the walls. A small fence was built around the flower bed, and many flowers suitable for growing in the snow were planted. The small courtyard was filled with greenery. Over the years, Xiao Mu's small body grew bigger and bigger. She had to change clothes every few days. She had told her master that she didn't need so many clothes. Anyway, she cultivated day and night in the mystical treasured land. She didn't need so many clothes. But it still couldn't stop his master's strong desire to dress up his disciple. So much so that many 8 or 9-year-old clothes were left in the box without being worn. Because many times, she would cultivate in seclusion for 3 to 5 to 7 months. Her clothes had shrunk a lot before she came out of the mystical treasured land. She couldn't wear the clothes that her master had changed in advance. It was late at night in the small courtyard. Arbor sat alone in the side room. She held a roll of clean linen in her small hands and helped to bandage the green-headed eagle that was lying on the table. She sprinkled the fine powder on the green-headed eagle's wound. The guy's body that was lying on the table trembled slightly. "Don't move." Arbor patted its head and wrapped the linen around the wound on its wing. "Even if your master didn't dodge that arrow, it wouldn't have hit him." Arbor murmured softly. "I just wanted to scare that guy. I didn't expect him to kick you out." Her small hand stroked the green-headed eagle's head. Arbor stood up and washed her hands in the basin. However, there were too many selfish people in this world. So, Arbor wasn't too surprised at that time. Dong dong dong. There was a hurried knock on the door. Arbor hurriedly picked up the green-headed eagle and stuffed it under the bed. She reached out and knocked on its head twice. "Lie down and don't move." After hiding the green-headed eagle, Arbor stood up and waved his hand. Some fine powder from his fingertips cleared away all traces of blood in the room, leaving only a faint fragrance. The moment Miss Xiao opened the door, she saw the kitchen maid, Fat Sis, standing outside her door with a kitchen knife in hand, and second senior sister, Shui Xiao. "Miss Xiao, when you went to the kitchen to get the stew, did you see the green eagle that I placed in the corner?" Fat Sis asked in a loud voice. "No," the little stoic replied expressionlessly. Over the years, everyone had completely gotten used to the little fellow's stoic face, so they nodded in response. The kitchen maid angrily turned around with the kitchen knife in her hand. "Miss Shui, it seems that it escaped." He really didn't expect that the green eagle could still run away with its wings injured. "I originally wanted to grind its fur and steam it to add more dishes for the girls." The corner of Arbor's mouth twitched. He looked away expressionlessly and lowered his head. "That's right." Shui Xiao also said angrily, "This little bastard dared to come to our sect and flaunt his prowess, so he should be cooked. He got off easy this time. If I catch him tomorrow, I'll definitely give him to Fat Sis to stew." "Hey!" Fat Sis raised her kitchen knife and left with Shui Xiao. Before she left, she told Arbor to hurry over and eat. "Every time I come to Miss Xiao's court, I feel a sweet fragrance assailing my nostrils. It smells so good." Arbor closed the door and looked back at the green-headed eagle that had crawled out from under the bed. His gaze was cold and without any warmth. "You can leave after your wings are healed." First Peak's morning and evening meals were all eaten in the Eastern Dining Hall. Including Arbor, Morongsun currently had 154 disciples under her name. Other than some disciples who were still in closed-door cultivation, everyone else was eating together. Everyone could call out each other's names and were very familiar with each other, so the atmosphere was harmonious. "I heard third senior sister came back. She went out to train for so many years, so she's really amazing," a female disciple said with a smile. "I've only seen senior sister Yi once before. She's the same as little junior sister, a cultivation maniac. She's in closed-door cultivation all year round and can't be seen more than a few times." "Master is here, master is here." Someone hastily called out, and all the whispers stopped as everyone turned to look at the door. Morong-sun walked in with a grin in her purple robes, followed by a woman in yellow who looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. She was Morong-sun's third disciple, Yi Lingmin, who had not returned for many years. "Sit, Lingmin." Morong-sun smiled faintly and led Yi Lingmin to the main table to sit down. Yi Lingmin stood by the table without moving, her gaze coldly landing on the young girl next to her master. That girl sat there without moving, her small hand gently stroking a little chick in her arms. The little chick was lying on its back with a look of enjoyment on its fluffy face. "Third junior sister is back." Su Shanshan stood up and bowed to Morong-sun before turning to nod at Yi Lingmin. Shueshao harumphed and pursed her lips disapprovingly. She secretly rolled her eyes at Yi Lingmin before turning around to bow to Morong-sun. "Master, who is this little junior sister?" Yi Lingmin asked, her voice crisp and cold like an icy spring on a tall mountain. "She's here." Shueshao was truly amused by her third junior sister's antics. She knew that with third junior sister's proud and arrogant temperament, she would definitely latch onto Jojo without letting go. Morong-sun immediately reached out to stroke the little girl's head with a grin. "This is your little junior sister, Arbor, my last disciple." Yi Lingmin chuckled and looked at Arbor with crossed arms. "I heard on the way here that little junior sister has already advanced to a level 7 mystic cultivator not long after entering the sect 4 years ago. However, after nearly 5 years, you've only advanced by 1 level, right?" When everyone heard this, their expressions changed slightly. These words were not pleasant to hear. Little junior sister's aptitude was obvious to all. Although she had only advanced by 1 level in the past few years, she was now a level 8 mystic cultivator. However, she had already broken through to become a level 8 mystic cultivator at the age of a hairpin, so she was completely qualified to be called a genius. Indeed. Arbor didn't get angry. He just stared coldly at Yi Lingmin. She knew her body very well. Most of the Xian energy that she had absorbed in the mystical treasured land all these years went into Little Tree's stomach. A small portion was used by her to train her branch meridians. Right now, her first branch meridian was half a finger wide, so she could smoothly condense Mystic Conscious and use it to control the apparition of Mystic Conscious in her conscious for daily cultivation. A normal Mystic cultivator's condensed Mystic Conscious definitely wouldn't exceed 10% of their mystic energy in the initial stage. After repeated training, it basically wouldn't exceed 50%. Those who could reach 60% were already abnormal. In other words, a level 8 mystic cultivator's Mystic Conscious basically wouldn't exceed level 4. However, Arbor was different. Arbor could condense 100% of all the mystic energy in her branch meridians into Mystic Conscious. Even so, she didn't use any of the mystic energy in her main meridian. Hence, although she was only a level 8 mystic cultivator, her Mystic Conscious had already reached level 8. This was absolutely inconceivable. A level 8 mystic cultivator has the qualifications to fight with me. Yi Lingmin suddenly moved and kicked the stool in front of her. "The 4th watch ends today. See you tomorrow." Yi Lingmin's sudden attack caught everyone off guard. No one expected that Yi Lingmin would suddenly throw a stool at little junior sister for no reason during a meal. Those who understood little junior sister's temperament couldn't help but cover their faces as they watched the stool fly towards little junior sister's head. Although third senior sister was very strong, little junior sister was never someone to be trifled with. Bang. The stool was smashed apart by a wave of mystic energy and turned into wooden splinters in midair. Arbor coldly looked at Yi Lingmin. "Ka." The little chick's feathers bristled and it jumped onto the table. Arbor moved in that instant. Morong-sun was about to grab her youngest disciple when she saw the little fellow dashing over like a streak of light. The speed was so fast that it simply caused everyone present to be speechless. Morong-sun was stunned for a second before hastily standing up. However, she saw Miss Chow leap in front of Yi Lingmin and elbowing her in the chest without another word. Yi Lingmin's pupils contracted, and she released mystic energy around her body. She thought she could force Miss Chow back several steps with this. However, things didn't go as planned. Not only was Miss Chow not repelled by her mystic energy, but she also took a few steps closer and heavily landed her elbow on Yi Lingmin's chest. Yi Lingmin felt pain in her chest, and she nimbly retreated backwards. At the same time, Arbor lightly leaped again and leaped into the air. Levitating was something every level 7 mystic cultivator could do. The only difference was how long they could levitate. People with solid mystic energy foundations could levitate for a bit longer without a problem, but those without enough mystic energy naturally couldn't support levitating for a long time. Yi Lingmin couldn't help but smile when she saw little junior sister levitating. She originally wanted to say, "Little junior sister, levitating isn't anything strange." However, when her gaze landed on the next scene and she discovered that the little figure levitating in the air suddenly disappeared in front of her, she was completely dumbfounded. Collective gasps came from the dining hall. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the little fellow's figure abruptly turned from in front of senior sister Yi to behind her. Some disciples couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior sister Yi." Yi Lingmin also felt a trace of danger on the spot, and all the hairs on her body stood on end. When she suddenly turned her head, she met her junior sister's cold eyes. She was caught off guard and a heavy punch landed on her back, sending her flying forward. Bang! The first table was destroyed by the surge of profound energy. Bang bang! The second and third tables were continuously shattered into pieces by the surging profound energy. It wasn't until Yi Lingmin's body hit the fifth round table that she smashed the table to the ground with a bang. Yi Lingmin pressed on her sprained neck, unable to control the shock in her heart. Abruptly turning her head, she saw a plain silhouette suddenly pounce on her. Half of the silhouette's body was on top of her, and the little hand was tightly holding a pair of bamboo chopsticks, fiercely aiming at her eyes. "Do you want to die?" Little junior sister's cold voice suddenly resounded in the dining hall, which was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The end of the bamboo chopsticks was only a millimeter away from Yi Lingmin's bulging eyeballs. She could clearly see every grain on the bamboo chopsticks. Yi Lingmin was scared stiff on the spot and subconsciously closed her eyes, cold sweat pouring down her body. Morong Sun nearly choked on her own saliva. Oh my, the two disciples started fighting each other. End of chapter 319. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.